Navi on the last round, they played with Starix aggressive with sniper, and that's what made them win the round because they started 5-on-3. Starix getting 2 kills on short, and that's definitely what they needed to win the round. And now that Navi are on the T side. Now that Navi are on the T side. gonna do is it's gonna play on your mental. And now what?
Oh!
Starix was switching his weapon and didn't get anything from that.
He was admiring that shotgun.
Well, I've got no idea what he was doing. Probably he wanted to put it in his collection, but Pasha was here waiting for him. And losing the sniper is a very, very important thing. And look at Navi's economy. They've got $2,400. They can't buy anything.
That's a really big problem. You're absolutely right. 12 to 13. You did say if they lost that round, it would probably be 13-13. And now Universal Soldiers, they're 1 round away, and they should be able to do this. Navi, they haven't actually been able to win one of these eco rounds yet. They've got some kills in, and that's about it. But the Poles, they're just playing so well right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, they just pick their things together. They're playing very grouped. They have a very good land game style, I guess, because they're just pushing all together, being very confident into what they're doing.
And they're checking every corner. This time there's no hesitation. 13-13. The game is tied, and we have the 27th round coming up. Starix has picked up an AWP, but in this second half, he hasn't been doing what he did in the first half. We haven't seen it quite yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he didn't try many things with his sniper, and you know, Universal Soldier's game style is just countering every single thing. And now look at that, they're going 3 on B, even 4, and Kibakin is totally alone.
Oh my god, Kibakin has a monumental task on his hand. He's gonna get smoked out, he gets flashed as well, he's still looking, but they're coming through.
He can get kills though.
He can indeed, they're all through right now. He misses the shot, he's gonna get only 1, he gets the second one, he gets the third one. Oh, Kibakin goes absolutely huge. It's gonna be Bailey and Snags in a 2-on-4. Kibakin may have just saved his team in this match.
Now, just getting the kill, and now Bailey in the 1-on-3. He gets the first one.
Yeah, can he get another one? He's got the triple kill. He's going to go for the ace
here. All the time he wants.
Yeah, but he's only got 50. Let's see. He's waiting for it. They're right outside. There we see the great bird's eye view of the bomb site, and he's sneaking around. They're looking like they're expecting him to come and peek, but he's going to hide in the corner. This is going to be really crazy. Oh, he gets the first, but Starix will take him down. 14 to 13. That could have been the round that Universal Soldiers needed. It was so close, but Kibakin getting a triple kill. He even missed the first bullets then.
That was a bit of confusion, I guess, from Universal Soldiers. They just didn't check one spot, and that one spot was the one they had to check on.
I thought as soon as he missed the first shot, I thought, that's it, the round is over. I didn't even wait for the first kill then. I just thought he would lose that situation.
And now it's a long push again. I love Universal Soldiers game style. They're all over the place, and Pasha getting the kill onto side.
Yeah, there are 2 more people waiting long right now. Yeah. They're going to flash them out, trying to grenade them back.
Sitting in the middle.
Yeah,
he's not backing off.
It's really hard for them to get back right now. If he doesn't want to, run backwards and get peaked. So there we go. Finally, he gets some team flashes out, and they're actually switching it up and going back. So they've got the early kill. Now back to playing a little bit more slowly, at least for the moment. But actually, they're going to come around the corner very soon.
He's going to die, and now Starix is going to have to make all the work with his sniper.
Yeah, in the middle as well. Kibakin comes in. He's going to get dropped. No kills happening. A flawless round so far for Universal Soldiers. They get one more. It's Starix alone. Now they're just going to go for him. They don't care that he's here. They want this rifle away from him, and he will be overrun in a matter of seconds.
Everyone is gonna look for Starix.
Oh,
whoa!
No
that was
scope.
A sick no scope.
Yeah,
he gets the second one. Wow, Starix really working the things with sniper, and now he might even try to play the round.
Is he gonna go for it? This is an insane move. 1-on-3 with only 21
He's gonna try to play it, and he's gonna probably take out some stacks, and he gets the kill.
Oh my god, they weren't expecting that. 1-on-2, he comes running in.
Now.
He's hoping they're far away, but there's one in the back side. He peeks into the middle. Can he get shot on anybody? He should be found, and there it is. Taz will take him down, but a crazy move from Starix. I mean, that was... I don't think I've seen anyone do that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, playing this one as well, this 1-on-5 was very, very, very less likely to happen. And now Navi are saving for the last round. Look at their money.
Oh my
they
god.
Can't even afford M4s for the next round, or even snipers.
This could be Universal Soldiers taking it 16-14, which not that many people predicted. I cannot believe it.
And now it's going to be a B, not a B push, but they're going to be stuck together because they know that Navi are saving.
Oh, this is incredible. An incredible performance from Universal Soldiers. Great shot early on there, but it's going to be one on Kibakin. Straight headshot, and in the back of the site, Zeus is about to be found as well. Shouldn't be surviving too much long. Actually, that was seized going down. So they try and come up, and actually they should run into the site. They didn't even wait for the bomb plant or anything, but it won't work. Senior is alone in a 1-on-3, and as you said, Navi M4s for the next round.
That's going to be a very, very tough round. They're not going to have money to afford all their expenses. They won't have guns. I mean, they will have some, but they won't have all the stuff they want. They maybe won't have a Kevlar. Look at that. There are 3 pharmacies. 4 now. And Senya, we still don't know what he's gonna buy. But look, he's got a shotgun, but there is almost no flashes, no smokes.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it comes down to. The 30th round, and Universal Soldiers, after losing 11-4 on the first half, they just might bring it back to a victory here. If they do, well, I mean, Nathan, this is why we love Counter-Strike. This is why we play the game.
I was starting wrong on my prediction. Maybe it's gonna be that 15-14 one-on-one situation, you know, that I was talking about. And now I love how Universal Soldiers are playing it. They are very patient. They're going to play stack together, and they're going to try to overpush the short, which they didn't do a single time.
No, and here they come. Two people defending the bomb site, but they only have FAMASas. There's no AWP or anything up here, and when they get up close, it might not work out in their favor. Su's trying to make it happen. He will go down. It's Starix alone, and they're all coming for him. He gets the kills, all two of them, and sending with a shotgun. There's going to be Pasha. It's a 2-on-3. Snags and Pasha are left. Oh my God, 15
and he gets a kill. Whoa, was
gets it. Snags alone in a 1-on-3. And if he goes down here, Snags alone, he drops, gets it, 15-15. And you know what?
Wow.
You know who predicted this?
okay, I admit it, you were right on this one.
Man,
all the time.
I've never been so right in my life.
Definitely.
And what a good time to be, but what an amazing game.
That was, I mean, as you said, it was a very entertaining game.
I mean, I must be honest. I only went for the draw pick because I thought it would be funny. I did not actually expect them to go to 15-15. That was incredible. And I think if the Polish team did not already have a lot of fans, then they might have just gained some. Not many people saw that comeback coming. I cannot believe that it happened. Well, it looked like Na'Vi had that on lockdown. They were so strong on the first half.
Definitely. But you know, it's a Counter-Strike game. That's the beauty of the game. That's what we are all playing. You have comebacks on this game every single day of the week. And now it's overtime. Even more pressure on both teams because it's a very important round. Going up to the upper bracket final of the group stage. Yeah. It's extremely important.
And I think we are live back into the game. So we got some shots of the players. And now let's see what will happen. MR5, 16,000 starting money overtime is what we're looking for. So the first team to get 6 rounds here, take the victory.
That's it. And you know, I like Universal Soldiers. And now they're going to be extremely fast on the B split. Snags is going to sneak in. And there are 2 guys on the B-ball side. And
this is great. Snags is coming up from behind it. They're not checking. He just has to look left. There it is. He's going to take down C's. That great shot. Kibakin is still here. He tries for it. He gets one. Starix has picked up a kill. And Kibakin keeps going. He does going to get shot down, but it's a 2-on-3. A great play once again from Kibakin. And Zeus is shooting through, but he's not going to get it. Bailey and Snags are left, and the bomb isn't planted yet.
Snags has got 20 HP. Zeus tagged him through the smoke, and that's probably going to be the turning point of the round. Because a 2-on-3 like that, anything can happen. And now Snags are going to try to go outside.
Waiting for him. He wants to go through it. Zeus will take him down by Ali in a 1-on-3. And obviously a very tough situation all of a sudden for him. They are coming through the tunnels, the door, and the window at the same time. And he has to try and go aggressive here to try and make it happen. He actually throws away the one AK, picks up the other one. And there is Starix. So what we've seen so far in the first 30 rounds of this game is that the counter-terrorist rounds, they're much more difficult to get than the terrorist rounds. So for Na'Vi to pick up the first round here in the overtime, on the counter-terrorist side, pretty important round here.
Well, definitely. I mean, the thing which advantages Na'Vi is that Universal Soldiers are not relying on the sniper use. And Starix can get some shots onto players with the AK who are going to try to run, and just go into his scope. I think that's one of the weak points of Universal Soldiers so far, and it surprised Na'Vi in the beginning of the game with all the pushes of the rushes, extremely fast and extremely stuck together. But now Na'Vi understood that, and they can take advantage of that. And now Na'Vi, look at that, they're stacking on the A bomb side on long and short.
Well, I mean, last time Kibakin was in this situation, actually Universal Soldiers did go B, and I think they will again. It looks like it's shaping up to be a B split. They are throwing a grenade out there just to see if they can trick Starix to stay a little longer, but Kibakin got a triple kill last time. This time, he's in a worse position for it. Like, they will check this corner for sure.
Definitely.
And they're coming in behind him as well, and Neo goes down. Neo takes the kill. C's coming in from behind. They'll be taken down by Snags, so a great start. Starix will find the shot. Was that through the smoke?
That was, I don't know if it was through the smoke, but the headshot was pretty much amazing. Coming from his situation, that was a very sick shot.
So now Zeus is coming up from behind, and Pasha's waiting right here. Oh, he turns around exactly at the wrong time, and actually that will let Zeus through. There might be a kill here on Taz.
Whoa, that was pretty lucky from Taz.
Yeah, he got saved then.
Yeah, definitely.
And now they're going for the kills. Starix is going to pick up another one, but 2-on-3. They know that Na'Vi are not going to come for them, so they just want to see if they can pick them off. But Starix, he's not running. He wants to take them out. If they're going to come for him, say let them come.
But you know, that's a confidence boost, and he wants to prove that he's sick with the sniper, and he definitely is. I mean, at some point, we don't know if it's a shotgun or a sniper, because he just goes point blank to people and he just shot them in the body.
Oh man, if the man coming, then make ready for the man. Starix, man, he was ready for that one. So standing right outside the doors, if they'd all come for him, he could have lost that AWP, but no.
Well, you know, losing the AWP would have been risky, because even though you have 16k when you start overtime,
you can run out of money.
You can run out of money, totally. Yeah. And now it's going to be a push once again.
Su's trying to shoot through the smoke, and so is Senia, but there are actually 3 people out here, 4 people in fact, on the long right now. Senia trying to shoot through, not going to get the kill. He got flashed, but he's still...
Just with 10 HP in the pit.
Yeah, he's trying to get some damage.
He gets one, but yeah, he's going to drop out. And now Starix on long.
With the M4A1, he ran out of bullets as well. It's going to be Kebakken and Sus left. Oh my god, it's just Kebakken in a 1-on-3, and doesn't look like this is really doable. Universal Soldiers, they are not running out of steam.
He has to take down Snags, and he's going to take it, but now he has 19 HP. It's a 1-on-3, it turns to a 1-on-2. Yeah. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. This is what we've seen all day. And he's coming for him. Grenade gonna land. It's no, just gonna take him back a little bit, and the defuse goes in. 1-on-2 now, and they're both just aiming over there. We can see, and there it's gonna be Neo even finding him through the smoke. And that's a very important round for Universal Soldiers. They actually, I think, you know, ideally they want to take 4 out of the 5 rounds at least here on the terrorist side.
Definitely. I think they want to rack up as many rounds as possible. And losing the first one, that was well played from Navi, but it looks like Universal Soldiers know how to counter them now, and they're going to do that as much as possible. And now they're going to try to fake the A long and go on B. Now, Kebakken is going to be alone once again.
Starix is out in the middle, boosted up really fast, and but it doesn't matter. Him. Oh no, Kebakken gets the shot once again, and it's going to be Taz going down the right. They're not checking the corners, and that may have just lost them this round. 5-on-3.
I don't understand. Universal Soldiers did the big push, and it worked every single time, because tactic-wise, Kebakken was alone, but they didn't check him. And that cost them the round every single time, losing 2 of 3 members.
Maybe NIP needs to pick up Kebakken, because he seems like a ninja, and he's just hiding in there. Why are they not checking him? I don't know, but Snags will take down Senia.
Now it's a 3-on-4, and Neil getting the kill to Kebakken. Wow.
Big shot onto Kebakken. He will drop finally. That brings it back to a 3-on-3. I'm just continuously surprised by Universal Soldiers.
That's where you're going to see the difference between the 3-on-3 before and now. They have the whole map under control. Snags has got the B, and then Snags getting the kill. Now they know that the B is pretty weak.
Yeah, but look at this. They're waiting for them. Are they waiting for this rotate through? Bialy, he could hear them running in there. He could just drop down behind them very soon and get a double, or at least 1 kill. There he comes. He lands right next to them. Oh no, this was second too early. That's so unfortunate. That's going to be a 2-on-2 situation, and now way up close to the doors. Oh, it's going to be a 1-on-1. Snags versus Starix. So 1-on-1. 20 seconds left. And is he going to go for it? He must know Starix is there. He gets the headshot, he keeps spraying, and there it is! It's going to be 18-6, a great round for Universal Soldiers, and brought home by Snags, who has been actually underperforming a little bit so far, but he's really stepped it up in the last couple of rounds.
Definitely, I mean, you can see that even the youngsters in the team are just picking themselves up.
Yeah.
And they're just willing to do things. They are not gonna just, you know, hide and wait. They are gonna push and kill people, and that's the scary part when they are skilled monsters. And
yeah, man, they are doing really well.
We can see that.
Stepping up from out the shadow, but Starix finds that shot. Actually, you know, Pasha was ready with the kill there. Had the AK, could only see his face, but Starix just a little bit quicker. And, well, it's the final round of the first half of the overtime is what we're looking at here.
And that's what I was talking about. Starix has got the sniper, and he's going to try to get entry kills. And he gets another one.
What?
And Kebakken and Zeus even through the door mid.
Taken down, and yeah, absolutely right. Cease will get a kill this final round. No contest for Navi. They're tired of losing rounds here. It looks like the overtime is going to finish 18-17. So, yeah, what does that mean? That means 3 more rounds in favor of Universal Soldiers,
you
and
know,
they can win.
It's the score which is the closest possible. You know, obviously not overtime. So once again, anything can happen. I think the overtime was pretty weirdly handled by Navi. On the last round, they played with Starix aggressive with his sniper, and that's what made them win the round, because they started 5-on-3, Starix getting 2 kills on short, and that's definitely what they needed to win the round. And now that Navi are on the T side, they've probably talked about the solution. I know Zeus likes to talk every single time to his team, like, you know, trying to counter the opponents, and they probably did it now.
Yeah, they have talked already. Misses a shot down the middle. Let's see. Navi
Snags gets a kill. Whoa! Once again, Snags just getting through the
Yeah, but here we go. Out on long. Taz is going to go down finally. So right now it's a 2-on-3 situation. Snacks and Neo, they need to bring it back. And a great shot from Snacks. That's a headshot on Zeus as he tries to come up the catwalk. And Kibakin and Starix, they're both coming up long, and that's not actually that good for them right now.
They're not going to push each other. That's going to be the point. The key point, like Neo has got to get a kill, at least one.
Yeah,
and she's gonna totally surprise the tourist.
If they come through the smoke, it's gonna be instant death for them. There's one. Kenny keeps spraying. He actually runs out of bullet. He keeps guessing. Can he find the angle? And Snacks is there too. Starix in a one-on-one. He has the oh my god! Starix, he does it! Oh, he found the angle for the smoke. Neo had a perfect position, but it just wasn't enough. My god.
And that's why the silencer shouldn't be used. He just ran out of bullets while shooting, and he couldn't get the kill.
You know, because we were talking with Paul about that earlier, and you said you don't like the silencer.
Yeah, well,
10 more bullets?
That's probably one of the reasons why I hate it. I don't want to be in these situations where I could kill people because they're not facing me and just run out of bullets. That's so sad and so unlucky for
That's a tough position. Oh, what a tough round to take there. Yeah. Na'Vi making it 18-18. Let's see. It is not over yet. Universal Soldiers, they've picked up 2 AWPs and Snags. And that's on Starix as well. A great kill. Kibakin, though, will take down by Ali. So a 1-for-1 trade happening so far.
And Pasha waiting on short. He's going to take the information. He knows that Size wanted to take it. And now there are 2 on each bomb side defending, and Neo is gonna put the game onto the A bomb side, and there are 3. Yeah. I mean, Snacks is alone on the B bomb side, even though he has a sniper. If they make a B split, he won't be able to stop them.
It is a really big gamble, but it might be what they need. 4-on-4 situation. The Universal Soldiers, they've been gambling, it seems, throughout this whole game. And it's been working really well for them, so why not keep it up? In the middle, it's Neo defending, and he's actually low on health.
Look at Na'Vi, they are just... Look, they're playing extremely passive, just waiting for the kills to happen, just waiting for opponents to go into the cross, and that's what happened. And Taz gonna try to get Kibakin, and he's not gonna check him.
There it is, they both go down, pushing aggressively. You said it, you just said it. Na'Vi playing their own style, they're slow, they're passive, and Universal Soldiers, they lose patience. They're like, come on, when are you gonna come? And then they go and look for them, and that's when death happens. Yeah. Snags in a 1-on-4.
Well, you know, especially that they're like, after their comeback, Universal Soldiers are very confident.
Yeah.
And they are not checking every single angle. They are they're being killed from behind. It's been the same on the terrorist side, on their terrorist side. And now it's happening even when they're pushing, and that's not a good thing for them.
I mean, whatever ways this goes, you can look at a whole handful of rounds and say, if only they had checked this place, they might have won the game. Starix is waiting in the middle. They're going to smoke up and try and cross over. 3 people down there,
and it's going to be an aggressive round. Look at that. Very Senior alone on the B tunnels. If Universal Soldiers try to go for it, they can take the information and get the kill onto Senior.
So here it is. I mean, 1 in A, 1 in B, 3 in the middle. Not your standard setup for the counter-terrorist side of Dust 2. And now they're playing defensively once again. They're not running.
Is going to go lower.
Yeah. This might be a bad situation for him. He actually does spot 1, but he doesn't realize there's 1 way up close.
He can't.
There's peeking out. Snags with the 1 kill. Can he get the second? He can, and Pasha gets 1. Starix and Kibakin in a 2-on-4 situation. So the mid stack-off, it really worked.
Definitely. I mean, that's what I was talking about. They are playing aggressively as a team, and that's what makes the difference. There were 3 on focusing onto mid. The terrorists couldn't shake every single pot at the same time, so when 1 was being tagged, the other guys could shoot at him and kill him. And that's exactly what I was talking about. They're not alone on lowers, there are 3 now. And that's what made the difference. And now Na'Vi are just going to push on the B bomb side very quickly.
Yeah, it seems like it, which is a really untraditional style for them. And maybe it's going to catch Universal Soldiers off guard. It's just Neo who's here currently. 4 people in A. And Neo is just defending others. They're all coming for him. He will go down. A huge gamble. And it's not working out right now. Zeus is alone in the middle.
But they're going to take really quickly. They're going to try to surprise their opponents. And now...
Yeah, but
and now it's going to work.
Nax picks up the first kill, gets the second one. Oh my god. Monumental play. Taz is going to take that one. They have the bomb. It's what they've retaken the site. It shouldn't be possible. Starix is alone and Universal Soldiers take the round 20-19. 1 more round, Nathan, and they've got it. I cannot believe it.
That was extremely sick from Universal Soldiers. Once again, they just pushed the B bomb side before Na'Vi got the positioning. And that's what made the key thing. Na'Vi wasn't ready to handle that push that quick.
That has to be one of the most incredible retakes I think we've seen in this tournament so far. That is very, very unlikely. The B-bomb side is so hard to take, and somehow they did it. If Universal Soldiers take this round, I think they've won.
Definitely. I mean, let's see, like Snacks is trying to get shot through the smoke, but it's not gonna work out this time.
They're still playing aggressively. They still have the confidence. Universal Soldiers, they really believe it.
Look at that. I love how Universal Soldiers are playing. They are just moving all over the map. They don't want to just wait for people. They want to get entry kills. And now they're on short. They are going back and forth from long to short. They are trying to get some kills in the mid. And that's one of the things that shows they are very hyped. And look at that. Pasha is alone on short.
He's shot short there, all right next to him. He's just looking for the smoke. If he shoots, but no, Starix finds him somehow. What an angle to guess at that point in the game. I mean, 20-19. If it goes Na'Vi, we're looking at more overtime. If not, then the Poles do it. Snags
getting the revenge.
That's
look at that, Bayali alone on shoulder, and Taz with him. He's gonna get the kill, and now it's gonna be the key point. Will Size and Starix get the kill?
Na'Vi. They're gonna go for it. Starix gets one, and now it's back to a 3-on-3.
And look at that, Kibakin is gonna keep Bayali from behind.
Yeah, he's just coming up long, and he's smoked it off as well. They've got it now, you're right, but the bomb is not there yet. It's on seized on short. If the bomb goes down now, that could be the end of the round. Bayali's down in despawn, and actually coming up from behind, it's gonna be Neo. He gets shot down. A 2-on-3 situation. Bayali and Snags, the two newcomers, now is the chance to prove themselves. It's going to be Kibakin. He gets the 1 kill, and there it is. 2020, second round of overtime is coming up. It is very, very close, this game.
Well, your prediction is even better right now. It's like draw on overtime. Like, it's now a second overtime. But, you know, what's perfect, I mean, what I love about overtime is that it's not common Counter-Strike. You're going to see some pushes that we're not expecting. Well, I mean, that we were not expecting. I mean, have we ever seen Na'Vi rushing on B?
No.
Like, you know, not playing passive and just being like, okay, that's game, we're all gonna rush B. That's probably one of the first time we see that, and we can't only see that in overtime.
I think you're absolutely right, and it is incredible to see how these two styles are facing up against each other, because the Polish team, Universal Soldiers, they are just a little bit crazy. You know, they go for the crazy pushers. They try and stack up the middle. They do whatever they can to win, and Na'Vi playing much more slowly and passively. And I think the game is already live again. So let's get back into it. The second round of overtime is kicking off here. Universal Soldiers versus Na'Vi, and it's 2020.
Well, once again, look at that. Snags is on short with a sniper. He's going to try to get the entry kill. Exactly what you have to do on counter-terrorist side on this too. And even though it's a... Even though he's alone...
Oh no! He misses a very important shot. He tries to flash out, make sure they can't come and find him easily. And that's pretty important. At least he didn't die from it, but they are coming up. And he's going to grenade on out. Are they going to eat that grenade? A little bit of damage, actually. Good amount of damage.
That's good enough, because now Size and Zeus are going to die just by one headshot from M4, and that's what you're looking for with nades. Not obviously killing people, but you know, like... having that little bit of
softening them up,
exactly,
making them ripe for the picking is what we're looking for. So a good start here, maybe for Universal Soldiers. Now let's see.
And it's gonna be an A split, and Snags has to do the work because he's gonna be in between the long and the short, and maybe with his sniper he can make the difference. It all depends on... Starix is going to try to face Max. And wow, he gets killed.
He does, but way up close. Bayali has very low HP. Still going to get the shot off, and he's waiting for more. The flash comes out. Up in the bomb side, they get the kill on Pasha. It's a 3-on-4 situation, and Snags actually doesn't hit the next shot. He has to hit this, otherwise they might lose the round. But it doesn't even matter. Taz making work happen. 21-20. And we said it before, these counter-terrorist rounds, they are important. They're really important.
They are very, very important. I mean, especially in an overtime. Anything can happen because you can have crazy shots from terrorists, and you know you're just gonna free a bomb site and you're gonna be down for the round.
So
and I really like that. Look at that. Snags is gonna try to get another kill again.
Yeah, they're coming out long aggressively. Actually, a lot of people there for both teams right now. He's completely flashed. Xenia comes in, gets the shot, but Bayali takes him down. It's a 2-for-1 trade, so they're really relying on Pasha, and he's not gonna be able to shoot through the smoke here. He will fall back for a moment until Snag shows up with the AWP.
And now just gonna try to flank them very short.
It's a great round for Na'Vi right now, but Pasha trying to make that not happen. He gets the 1 kill. Snags waiting. He misses the shot. He tries with the pistol. He gets the headshot. It's a 2-on-2 situation, and Snags is still alive. Very low HP. Misses the next one. He's trying for it. He really wants it. But Neo is still in play, and you can never count Neo out. There's the shot on Kibakin. Starix planning. Oh, there was a jumping shot almost. Starix gets the one. It's a 1-on-1. Snags has a rifle, but he's going to go down. Starix, double kill. Great round.
It's another 1-on-2 from Starix on the A bomb side. He is really stepping things up for his team, and he's really keeping Na'Vi alive. It's the second 1-on-2 he made in a crucial spot with low health. That player is just playing out of his mind right now.
It really is, and now he's waiting in the middle. Are they going to try and... No, they don't have an AWP picked up on Universal Soldiers. I mean, they have the money for it, they must have, but they don't want to do it. They don't want to end up ecoing.
Exactly, that's the point. They need to watch out about their economy. And they must not...
Whoa, that's a powerful angle. Yeah, he couldn't get out of the way, actually. So 19 health on him early on. a few more bullets through then, and that could have been the end.
I think those should move really quickly if he doesn't want to die, because he's like, it's going to be the one spot you're going to try to wallbang.
Yeah, or maybe just a grenade or anything really could hit him right now. That's really problematic. No grenades hitting him just yet.
And it's going to be a B split fake once again for a long take, and Bayard is going to be alone defending the A bombs, the A long, sorry.
Yeah, but they're going to know because he's so close to the middle, they're going to know it's not a B push really early on. Bayali gets one, he gets a second one, wow. Zeus and Kebakin going down, and they're not checking the corner. Oh, and Pataz, you know, what kept becoming no prediction. I think you're right, you know, 19 HP so close to the middle, any damage through that and he would have died. Instead he waits and it pays off.
He gets the kill. But what I'm most surprised of is Na'Vi are not as confident as they were on the city side on the first half. You can see on the pushes they make, they are still being led back. They don't want to push that heavily, and that's probably what's going to cost them some rounds. But now, as I say that, they're just pushing all over the map.
It seemed like early on in this game that Na'Vi were playing their style and Universal couldn't play theirs, but now Na'Vi, it seems like they're being forced away from their own style. They come up short, they do get the kill, but take a lot of damage for it. Grenade going to rain down. Taz is up close already in the middle. He's going to take down one, and he's going to come in for seconds, and he's going to get it as well. There it is. Bayali and Neo go down those Kebakin, but Taz comes in for the shot on Seized. 2-on-2 situation. Kebakin and Starix are left. It's another one of them. Can Starix clutch it again?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Is Starix in the ping, and he gets the kill to
He gets the second one as Kebakin picking up a triple kill. They do make it out 22-22. The last round of the second half of overtime is coming up. I mean, I already feel like Universal Soldiers, they got 2 rounds on the counter-terror side, and I think that could be a big difference.
Well, if they can get a third one, that's definitely going to be a difference. And now, Snacks have got a Noto Sniper, and that might make the difference. If... Oh, he's going to play on B with it. So basically, I think their plan is going to try to, you know, play very heavily on the A-bomb side and lock it up. And look at that, they're gonna go mid very quickly, and the Snacks has got the sniper.
Auto Sniper is shooting through, but it's not hitting anything yet. They're gonna keep going. Snacks gets the one, Neo gets one as well. Snacks picks up a second one. Zeus is gonna go down, and Starix alone in the 1-on-4. Snacks has got a triple kill, and Starix, well, he has an AWP, but really difficult position for him to be in right now.
1-on-4, can he make it? He's gonna face Bayali in the lower tunnels.
Yeah,
he saw him.
Oh, he gets the shot. What a quick flick. And Bayali goes down. There's still a minute on the clock. He has the bomb, and it's a 1-on-2. He's going to make a long run for it here, but look at Pasha. He has years and years of experience, and he is reading this situation really, like, you know, flawlessly, basically. He's ready for Starix, but Starix knows too. It's a battle of the minds right now, and who's going to be on top? It is going to be Pasha. 23-22. There is that third round. Oh
they
my
have
God.
the advantage on the overtime, because obviously it's a T-sided map. And from this point of time, Universal Soldiers are just playing crazily. They have this special confidence that can make them do pretty much anything. And from that point of time, they can definitely take this one.
It's a weird sort of X factor to have confidence, because it can work so much against you if you get off to a bad start. But and that's actually what I thought would happen. You know, 11-4 for the first half in favor of Na'Vi. I thought their confidence would have been broken, but then, you know, it's what used to be the golden 5, and now it's the golden 3, and it seems like for some reason, you know, that's just what they do. They can bring it back even when they look broken. Definitely. And now the second half is coming up of the second overtime. Let's get right into it. Na'Vi versus Universal Soldiers once again. Another 3-round for Universal Soldiers, and they actually win this.
And look at that. They are making an A-split extremely quick with smokes and everything. And they're going to try to take the A-bomb side.
Yeah, let's see if they are going to make it
actually, the A-long, and now Stacks and Neo has got to do all the work.
Yeah, oh, Starix there missing a shot. He's going to go down to Neo. Every round matters right now, especially for Na'Vi. Yeah, they fought one as well.
Can happen.
Seni actually, that wasn't Zeus to get that kill, but it doesn't matter. Bayani will take down one. It's a 3-on-3.
Kill as well.
3-on-2 now. Kebakin goes down. Zeus in a 1-on-3. Universal Soldiers. Oh my
And that's
God.
What was, whoa, and the last kill from Neo onto Zeus.
And there we go. Look at Bayali's 75% headshot ratio for this match. That is amazing. That's unbelievable.
Definitely.
I mean, you know, that's rivaling Scream.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's exactly the same point. And, you know, having that confidence, you can see there. I mean, Universal Soldiers were kind of a bad spot because there were 4 Na'Vi guys on the A-bomb side.
Here we go. Quick play coming out by Ali. He's trying for another headshot, but this time he's going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Pasha keeps going. Great double kill from Pasha, and it's going to be a 3-on-4 situation. And they're in the wrong side of the map. They're all on B. or in the middle at least.
And now Universal Soldiers are probably going to take it, and it's probably going to be 25 to 22.
And that's matching game point.
Exactly. And now they have to be extremely cautious.
Starix is waiting. I do not think he will miss this shot. If they try and jump through without smoking it fully up, then he will definitely hit it. He's been on point. Oh, but they've actually just thrown the bomb over. They didn't cross. Seized is going to take down Snags. 3 on 3.
Now it's a 3 on 3.
And Navi know. They know they have to go for this.
The bad thing is that there are 3 AKs on the Universal Soldier side, and that might cost them the round.
And
but
the Navi has long.
But Navi has to make the perfect moves now.
They smoke up long. That's a great start here. Neo is going to go down, so now you're right. The AKs might actually work against them. Great grenade comes in. 2 on 2 situation.
Got 10 HP.
Yeah, but it's still not defused, and there's the 1 on 1.
Starix 1 on 2 once again.
Bomb is actually too far ticked. I don't think Starix could do this. He's going to go for it, but it's too late. No scope, not happening. 25 to 22. What are we witnessing right now? I cannot believe it. They just might do it.
They can definitely bring that home. And, you know, Universal Soldiers have been... They just made... Even though they made the same thing over and over again, it works so well because of confidence.
Yeah.
And, you know...
And the scoreboard up top is switched around right now, so don't get confused. It is Universal Soldiers with 25 rounds, and this push is coming towards the B again. Really?
I think they should back off. Yeah, look at that. Kraken getting the kill, and now the 2 of us players are going lower.
God. So an early loss there. Kivakin with the auto sniper in the bomb side. They have 2 orbs as well. This is just sniper country right now for Navi.
They are taking advantage of that thing because, as I said before, they need to play with snipers in order to get these entry kills and to win the rounds. Yeah, and Neo getting the kind of sized.
They lose down the middle. Kivakin trying to auto snipe up against Neo. Well, it's going to get the kill, but he drops pretty low. It's a 3 on 4 situation, and now looks like they're going to go back to B. And if they make this work, Zeus is only in the middle, and he's smoked off. He's going to have to try and run through. Kivakin, if he dies here, that could really make a huge difference in this round.
That's going to be all on Kivakin right now.
He's waiting for it. He gets the shot. That was actually a headshot through as well. He's going to go down finally, but he actually did a fair deal. And now Zeus is here, comes in with a pistol. Oh, he's getting wall bang through. So 1 HP. And there comes the grenade. That's going to be it. He gets sent flying. And actually, look how far away Starix and Senia are. And
now anything can happen. Basically, Taz and Bayari, they just have to plant the bomb, and they're going to be in advantage for this round. But Senia is coming by the tunnels. It's going to be all on Bayari to put the headshot onto Senia, or the opposite. It's going to be the key thing.
It comes down to this. 25 to 27, it's a 22, it's a 2 on 2 situation. Bayali and Taz, they need to hold on for it a bit. He tries for the headshot, Bayali not hitting it. He's been so on point this whole game. He just needs to do it for this final round. He tries again. They're coming in. It's going to be Starix for the kill. It's a 1 on 2, but this bomb is ticking away. They get the kill, and Starix is going to be able to do it. Oh, wow, so close.
Oh, so close.
And Navi, they retake it without actually losing anybody.
Definitely. I mean, Bayali was extremely safe on that one. That's probably what cost them the round. I mean, even though you're up 25 to 22, you have to take risks in order to win the game. You can't rely on that because 25 is not a win. So, you know, you have...
It's a crazy thing to say, though, because, I mean, you know, you're right. Universal Soldiers, they've been taking risks all game, but you're saying take more risks.
Well, on that situation, they weren't in a very good advantage because of the smokes and everything.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I'm just joking. This seems so crazy. 25 to 23. They're going to extinguish this the Molotov and run through. And there's one right around the corner there. They're not checking, are they? Oh, once again, not checking the corner. Senia is going to get the kill. He goes down right afterwards.
And Starix going to get another kill. He's got 100% accuracy in this round, but now he's going to drop.
Yeah, and Snags there goes down right afterwards. It's a 2 on 3, and Bayali is alone. Actually just lost his teammate, so a 1 on 3 situation. And let's see if Navi are going to bring it back to more overtime. We already got double overtime. If they lose one more round here, it's going to be a 3rd round of overtime is what we're looking at.
Exactly, and that would be extremely crazy. I don't know where it's going to end, pretty much, because they can come back from any situation, and that's the horrible thing in a way, because it can never finish.
You know, the weird thing is, if these were 2 teams that had identical styles, we could explain why they keep up ending up in overtime, but they have so different styles. You know, one of them aggressive, crazy, and the other one really regimented and really slow. And for some reason, it still matches up dead even. 25 to 24 is what we're looking at.
Definitely. And now, looks like they want to be able to fake the A bomb side, like a short take or something like that, and the bomb... Pasha and Bayari waiting on B, and Kivakin is alone with a noted sniper. So he has to do the work for his team, because he's going to be 3 on 1, but the auto sniper is definitely a good friend.
It is, and we've seen Kivakin hold down this bomb site alone a number of rounds already, where he's just saved his team. So we'll see how it goes. Did they jump down? I see Snags over on
and
short.
that's going to be the key part of the round. Now Kibakin is going to be 1 on 3.
In the middle, Kibakin gets the 1, he gets the 2, he gets dropped by Pasha. And in the middle, it's Ceased waiting. He did get the kill as well. It's a 2 on 4 situation. It looks like Na'Vi may just push us to more overtime, except Snags gets the 1 kill. That opens up a little bit of an opening, but Pasha is in the bomb side alone with the bomb, and they're kind of all coming for him.
And now Snags needs to make a move. He's completely useless on the A bomb side at the moment because the bomb is on the B bomb side. It's Pasha against Ties at the moment. They didn't fight each other out.
And Pasha doesn't know that Ceased is coming up behind him. He should be going down, and there's the shot. Now they have the bomb, and that is pretty much the round. 1 on 3. He doesn't have the bomb. He has
We're
Snags.
looking to our third overtime.
I cannot believe it. 3rd round of overtime, unless Snags can somehow just be completely miraculous. It's going to be 25 to 25. 3rd round of overtime is coming up.
That's sick.
Does this still count towards me being right? I really need to know if we're keeping that kind of score.
Definitely.
I see Paul is saying no. Yeah, Paul is saying no. So we're waiting currently. Apparently there is some sort of minor technical issue that we're working out, and then we should be good to go. That gives us a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, exactly.
so MBK, you know, we've been picking you out of the lineup. You said you want to come and cast and you wanted to help us out, which we're really thankful for, and I bet the guys out in the audience are too. So you thought you could just sit down and cast 1 game?
Man, I'm here for that. I'm enjoying it.
And then you could go and get something to drink and eat and relax.
You know, I'm happy with that. I'm here for casting. I'm here for, you know, entertaining people, and I hope I'm trying it right. And, you know, I'm watching a perfect game. 2 teams that can come out of the big group stage, so also that's a positive thing for me. I'm just watching the game, you know, and if I'm playing Deathstroke against one of those teams, I'm gonna know what they're doing, and you know that's also that.
You know, if they keep playing like this, maybe they're gonna be so tired tomorrow that you guys can just break through because they spend all evening playing this 1 game.
Definitely.
I mean, maybe you can actually help us out with this because I don't know, and I'm a lot of the people out there who are not professional gamers maybe don't know. How much does it require from you to keep playing these overtimes and having such a close game? Is there a point where, like, maybe it's interesting at first, but do you get like tired at the end of it?
Well, at one point you just want it to stop. I mean, especially when it's 25 to 25, you know, you've been playing 50 rounds on the same map. You just can't take it anymore because the game, I mean, the meta game is completely changed because you're just gonna be willing to surprise your opponents and not playing your own game style in a way.
So my next question is then, is there any way to prepare for that? Because we consider this a sport. Yeah. And, you know, sports is all about the margins. It's all about who has the last % or 2 at the end of the race. And I guess we're here now. You know, now is the question. ESC, they seem to be, you know, based a lot on momentum, a lot on confidence. You know, once things gets rolling, they really just roll with it. Whereas Na'Vi, they play more slowly. They have, you know, they just have a more slow, more paced style. Yep. So which one of those styles do you think will do better when it comes to sort of, 50 rounds on the same map?
Well, I would say it all depends on the players, but as everyone knows, the Poles are crazy guys, and they are not gonna be willing to drop a single round freely. So Na'Vi have got a good game style to handle those long overtimes, you know, because I think they have more solutions to surprise and to pick kills, you know, to always be changing their things. On the other hand, though, if Taz and his friends can keep their momentum up, anything can happen, and they can still, you know, take every single round they're gonna play.
Yeah. I mean, it's an unfair question as well because you're absolutely right. You know, anything can happen. We've tried to make predictions already. It's always nice to make predictions and seem smart, but so far it just seems almost impossible because they are just so even. And even when it looks like they should be losing, you know, one team just brings it right back. So we'll have to find out. I think the technical issue is slowly being worked out. It seems like they've rejoined the server, and well, the score's been reset. But I'm sure we'll get some statistics anyway.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've seen just before the game was ended. I mean, just before we changed the map, some players were on 40 to 50 kills.
Oh wow!
And that's not something you're looking at very often.
It definitely isn't. It definitely is, and we hope these players get a break afterwards and have time to just relax and recuperate there, so they can actually play for the rest of the day.
Totally.
I'm very, very impressed. I guess. I mean, do you think this is also part of the map? There seems to be a lot of overtimes on Dust 2, maybe more than on some other maps.
I think that's the kind of map where you can actually surprise your opponents pretty often. No matter what you're going to do, you can pick kills, you can make so many different tactics, you can rely on skill, you can rely on just being grouped or just on faking. I mean, you can do pretty much everything on Dust 2. And that's why maybe teams have this possibility of coming back from situations, bringing the draws, analyzing the opponent teams. And
do you think it's possible for either team right now to... I mean, now we can see they have a little bit of a break. You know, they're just sitting down and they're not actually talking all that much. Do you think they could benefit from maybe saying, let's just think about the last 50 rounds, as ridiculous as that sounds, you know, but let's think about the last 50 rounds and then say, you know, how have we gone wrong? Is it even possible to have that, like, or is it just like all one big blur right now?
Yeah, it's at 25-25, everything is blurry because everything has been made pretty much on the map, and all the solutions have been here and have been shown. So you just want to come up with new ideas, but basically you just have to outthink your opponent and be like, okay, if we do a push and we win it, then the other one, we're going to try to block it, so we're going to go on the B split, and you know, some stuff like that. It's just some mind games, and that's why overtimes have got a special mindset compared to the normal 30 rounds game.
I think we had one co-caster on in the past when I was casting. Trying to think about who it was. I think it was actually Natu I was casting with at one point, and he said, in his opinion, the best thing to do is just think about one round at a time. Forget about what was happening, forget about what is happening in the future, and think about this one round. So they are, I think, all back on the server, and we already know, we're not ready yet. There we go, the restart is coming in. So if you're just joining us, then welcome to the stream. This is the Raid Call EMS 1 Cup, and we're in Group B now. Universal Soldiers versus Na'Vi, and it's a third round of overtime.
Exactly, it is. And that is the first game of the Group B.
Yeah,
and
first game.
That's going to be a sick evening.
We'll see how this is going to go. Right now, we've got, we've got Universal
Soldiers going all together once again. And maybe they're all going to go mid through the smoke. And Size is going to be the one who's going to have to kill everyone.
Yeah, he's coming out in the middle here. Snags is going to take the kill on Seized, and that's a very big kill. And Zeus, well, he's coming in to help out.
They just wanted the kill. Now look at that. Taz is the only one staying here. And whoa!
Oh, Zeus with a great double kill. Senia is going to get one as well. Neo and Bayali in a 2-on-4 situation. And that's going to be really tough for them. Kibakin is waiting back here, so a great start for Na'Vi. Well, you know, we keep saying it, but the counter-terrorist rounds, they seem to be a little bit more difficult to get than the other ones, than on the terrorist side.
Definitely, and now it's a 2-on-4. It's going to be extremely tough for Universal Soldiers to bring back, but, you know, do never count Neo and Bayari out. It's going to be extremely tough for them to win it, but still, anything can happen. And Neo is going to try to go on long and try to confuse the city players. And Bayari is close to the mid, and he's going to try to get the kills if someone pushes.
Yeah, they're right. Neo and Bayali, and now it's going to be a 2-on-3 situation. Senia goes down. If they're not out of the game yet, you know, 2-on-4, it really shouldn't be winnable, but they're really split up, Na'Vi, right now. And are they leaving themselves open to getting picked off here?
I don't think that's our plan. I mean, that would be pretty bad to just be like, okay, kill me. But now the time is running short, and Neo and Bayali have got 15 seconds to plant the bomb.
And there we go, 10 seconds. Neo fighting out, he gets the headshot on Zeus. They have to just run for it here. Kibakin is waiting. I'm not even sure there's enough time. Kibakin is in the back here, 5, and now the time has run out. It's too late. They wanted to go for the straight bomb plan, but Bayani actually just buying that time. Starix, though, will survive, and, well, time will run out here. So Neo and Bayali, they came very close to bringing that back.
Close. But yeah, time was running against them, and even though Neo made a nice move, it was, I mean, considering the time, it was really unlikely to work for them, because he had to go back from the long to the mid, you know, in a snap, and you can't teleport on Counter-Strike.
Yo, you cannot. If you could, it'd be a very, very different game. But let's see. It's going to be another push here from Universal Soldiers. They wanted to run on towards B, but they kind of changed their mind when they saw all that smoke. So now they're just grouping up in the middle, which is pretty much the standard setup here for Dust 2.
Definitely, and now we're going to try to go on short altogether. Oh no, we're going to try to go mid with Snags putting some stuff onto A bomb side. And there are only 2 players on the B, but Kibakin is there with the sniper.
Yeah, they've already done some damage to him. He's on 8 HP. They're going to grenade on in. He's not going to run into it, though. He does get taken down. There's still somebody in the side. Oh, almost taking him down as well, but Caesar's actually getting flanked from either side. He will go down, and it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade right now. So 3-on-3 situation. Bomb goes down. It's a great situation for Universal Soldiers. They have the B bomb side. It's really, really good to defend.
Definitely. And now, wow, Bayern managed to get the kill on 2 stars. That was an amazing headshot. And now Snags is he's going even lower, and the Senia is coming behind him. But Snax is not gonna spot him.
No,
Senia can kill everyone from behind. That's gonna be a key thing.
Yeah, Senia, there's the first one. Neo, so now it's a 2-on-2. The bomb's still ticking away. Bayali, he needs to hit some headshots here, but he will actually take down Susan. Senia comes around the corner. There's Bayali. 75% is what we got the stats for him earlier, and he just took 3 more this round. All of them headshots.
Yeah.
That is a critical round.
Bayali definitely won the round for Universal Soldiers. I mean, they were 3-on-3. He managed to pick the shot onto, I think it was a sniper outside of B, and then he flanked back. I mean, the back of 2 Navi players, and I mean, no, he wasn't sideway. I'm just thinking of players, sorry. But yeah, he just made 2 amazing headshots, and that was definitely the key player of this round.
Absolutely critical. Not really allowing Navi to set up and and do their sort of timed push. They took one out before that even happened. Zeus here is going to eat a grenade and does about 42 damage to him, so that's pretty good. Starix waiting, and actually Taz trying to sneak in. Not going to happen. Kind of sacrificing himself there.
Yeah, but I think we should call it the Starix position. I mean, he always gets killed in that spot, no matter what happens.
I used to call it the Fox position because of Fox on Virtus Pro always used to be there, but we'll see. Starix definitely also occupying that spot a lot. Zeus is going to take the kill on Snax. Again. Yeah, and they're going to come. Kibaken, he's walking in. There's someone right around the corner. He's just waiting for him. And there he comes. Neo peeking out. And actually, Kibaken taking a huge amount of damage. Zeus and Kibaken both on 3-on-4 HP. And there it is.
Kills.
They both get down. Just like that. It's back to a 3-on-3.
And Senia might try to push on along to get the information. But no, Universal Soldiers are going to regroup on mid. And they're still going to push. And the sides is going to be the one who will have to block the push. And he gets looking onto Neo.
Yeah, he takes down Neo. Flashes come in. He doesn't know. Well, actually, now they are going to go through the tunnels. And they're running a lot. He could probably hear them, and he's calling out for his teammates right now. It's going to be a B push, guys. Everybody rotating. There they come. Great headshot from Caesar. Now it's only Pasha in a 1-on-3. And, well, he's being surrounded here. Even if he gets the kill, I don't see him coming out. And actually, he's going to get run down. Seized this time with a triple kill. Yep. Oh, this game is just... I mean, this is a monstrous game.
Yeah, definitely. It's going back and forth between the both teams. We don't even know what to expect now. I mean... It's 2-1. Would it be 3-2 for Universal Soldiers? I mean, it's totally possible. Would it be 4-1 for Navi? I mean, anything is possible in that game.
This is a Titanic game, but unlike the Titanic, this game just has no end. It just keeps going. Oh, it's a right.
They're going to push through the smoke and through the flashes. They're going to get 2 guys blind.
Oh, Snax, he bets up both of them, so it's a 2-on-1 trade, but there's still one there. Oh, the pit. Pasha's going to take the kill on Senia, and now sees flashing out. He does get the 1 kill on Snax. He drops to Bayali. It's a 1-on-3, and Kibaken with Yoso Sniper here in the spawn. If they just run through it without smoking, he maybe could have done it, but now he's just walking up here. He will get the 1 on Bayali, and expecting there to be more, he's just going to fall back, and there's 1 up on short as well. It's a tough position for Kibaken, but he's proven himself worthy so far.
He can definitely do it, and now maybe he's gonna get Neo out of position, but now Kibaken on 10 HP, and he's gonna drop out to Pasha.
I mean,
once again, crazy rounds.
I can feel my heart in my neck because it's just like, it's so crazy right now. They are just so close all the time. 2 for 2 is the score. The final round of the 3rd overtime is coming up here. Let's see who it goes to. Universal Soldiers, they've been... well, anybody can take this game. That's what it's down to.
And
so close.
Size being without smokes pushing the short... I mean, the lower, sorry. And now...
They haven't done that much, Navi, so let's see if they're going to be ready for it. They're not checking right now. Starix misses a shot, but it might be seized to bring it back. He peeks up. He does spot them. He gets the 1 kill on Pasha. That could have been way more. And in the smoke, Kibaken ran through. He's going to get the 1. He's going to get the second 1. Kibaken may have just done it. Snax and Bayali left. It's a 2-on-4 situation. He walked through the smoke. They didn't see it. Bayali alone. Oh, wow. Once again, in that B bomb site, they mix up in the smoke, and it's the counter-terrorist team that comes out on top.
Definitely, I mean... Once again, crazy things. Who would think that you would push through a smoke all alone on a B bomb site?
Nobody.
And on the B tunnels. I mean,
you should never do this at home unless
unless your name is Kibaken.
Unless your name is Kibaken and you're at a LAN here at the ESL studio doing just that. 3-2. Navi take 3 rounds on the counter-terrorist side.
It happened before, and it was still overtime.
And it was still overtime. You're right. You're right, MBK. I mean. This is one of the craziest games, not just at this tournament, but actually one of the craziest games we've seen in a really, really long time.
Those 2 teams are just so close, kill-wise, tactical-wise. They're just surprising each other every single time. I mean, look at the players. They're not even worried about the games. They're just here relaxed, just playing their game, and they're like.
This is what you're seeing. Are you seeing relaxed players, or are you seeing players who are desperate? Because I'm looking at Taz, and he looks like.
Taz at this time is kind of worried because they only. put 2 rounds on the turret side. But
yeah, it does look
knowing the player, if he gets like a perfect 1 round, thanks to his leadership, they're definitely going to be hyped. And
he's going to be right back.
Thais has been screaming a lot in the past, and he was just before in this game. And, you know, 1 round is enough to take it.
So we'll see. It's gonna be Pasha up close to the camera, just finishing his drink, and then I think they are about to be ready. So let's get it right back into it. This is so crazy how close it is. 3 rounds for Na'Vi, and they can take a victory and put an end to it. But if it goes the other way, then we might just be looking at even more overtime. Who knows when this game is gonna end?
God knows.
Let's see. They need a good start here. I think you're right. You know, they were looking a little bit relaxed, and in the past they've done well if they started good.
Look at that. Once again, different tactics from both teams. Universal Soldiers are just taking their short through guys with an auto sniper spotting along. We never saw that from them. And Na'Vi are just gonna rely on their old gaming style.
Yeah.
Trying to take the short, and you know, develop tactics after that.
So we've come full circle for Na'Vi. They've tried a lot of different things, and now they're back to square one. Pasha has picked up an auto sniper, and they're going to try and see if they can push up long here. A lot of flashes coming in. They're mainly flashing themselves right now. But there are basically 4 people around this A bomb site. It's just 1 person in A, or in B site right now. So A bomb site has 4 people, basically.
Yep, so and Pasha with the auto sniper can do huge damages. Because if they come short with few flashes, he can ace the team thanks to such a weapon. And it looks like it's going to be a short push.
Yeah, he's looking over the smoke. This is a great play from Pasha. He's trying to get out of the smoke so you can see them when they're coming through. Not getting a kill yet. Cease has picked up 1 on Taz, and Pasha just cannot find the right angle for it. He peeks 1. Can he get more than that? They're already up in the site. He tries for the next one. They're peeking him all the time, and that's a really dangerous game. Starix has picked up another one. It's a 4-on-3 situation right now. And actually, is that a Molotov in the bomb site?
Yeah, Molotov is on the bomb site. But Kibakan managed to get the bomb plan. And now Starix has got 1 HP with the sniper, but he still gets 1 kill.
Yeah, Starix has already picked up 2, and there it is. It's Bayali versus Senia, and Starix are 1-on-2, and he has to go for it. Flash comes in. Starix can't see anything. Can he find the shots? He's got so many great headshots, but he can't find this one in the site. It's really important. 1-on-2. Bayali tries for the pistol. Flash comes out as well. Starix trying to hold on to it. He knows he just has to buy time. And he goes for the triple kill. There it is. Na'Vi, 1 out of the 3 that they need. 2 more rounds. And they're counting down now.
Definitely. And Starix once again with the amazing sniper shots onto the Universal Soldiers retake.
And we heard them shouting in the background. You know, they're not immune to momentum and confidence either. They do get excited.
Exactly. And now I think we're gonna see a pretty laid background because Na'Vi just had the tactics, and you know Universal Soldiers were on a good spot to just lock them down. But Pasha couldn't land the auto sniper shot because of the nice smokes and the good flashes. And you know it was a 3-on-3 in the end.
I mean, that's actually really important. If they hadn't put those smokes and those flashes down for Pasha, that round could have ended really differently. So really smart play from Na'Vi, obviously. They had that figured out before they even saw him. So through the middle, they're going to shoot and exchange actually pretty much no damage. So nobody hitting those shots.
And it's going to be just a 1-on-1 between Starix and Snacks, because Snacks is trying to get some entry kills on the middle with his sniper, but Starix is waiting for him. And now it's going to be down to a 1-on-1. And they're so close to seeing each other.
Yeah, just waiting. If they come through here, they're going to watch Snacks, and then probably not going to check the corner unless they're really clever. He gets it, but straight in return. Starix was ready. So 1-for-1 trade. Generally, that will favor the terrorist side.
Definitely. And now Pasha on the A bomb side once again with the auto sniper. Can he make more kills this time? And yeah, maybe he will.
He gets the first, but Starix is next in line. It's AWP versus Auto Sniper, and he keeps shooting through. He's going to get seized, and Starix now up here misses the first shot. It's a 4-on-2 situation.
Going down, and come back in with the double kill. Whoa. No, that was
Starix finally going to go down, and there it is. They do manage to bring it home. The Bayali with more headshots coming in. We've never seen him play this well. It's really incredible. All of a sudden, you know, a star has been born on LAN. 4-3 is the situation now for the second, the third overtime is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
They need 6 to win.
They need 6 to win, and Considering how... Oh, Neo has been tagged through the door, half HP. But considering how it is going... Oh, and Snax is alone on the B lounge.
He's pushing aggressively, and they're coming for him down the stairwell. It's going to be the first kill. Can he get the second? No, we cannot. Senia will take him down, but there is somebody else here. Oh. Taz is already pushing up, and they spotted him. He's in a he's in a terrible situation because they know he's there, but he might be getting some help. He gets the shot on Zeus. Unbelievably. I thought Senia was going to come in and help out, but Senia is sneaking into the bomb site, and they don't know he's here yet. Starix picks up by Ali. 3-on-3 situation now, and now they know Senia's there. Not going to take him down. Senia with only 12 HP, somehow surviving.
Look at that, Senia is going to die. Senia is going to die, and the terrorists, the connoisseurs are going to have the information, and now they know that it's not going to be on B, and it's going to be a turn 2 with Starix, with the sniper on the A bomb side, and we know the damages he can put on.
Very crazy play, because actually Starix managed to use the 12 HP he's got to actually fake them out and, you know, give his team the bomb plant here. That's a big deal. 2-on-2 situation, and Kevakin is waiting up on Starix's spot, and Starix is going to run down because it's a plant for long. This has to be all on Pasha.
Starix against Pasha. Oh, he misses the
first shot. Auto Sniper comes in, tries for the headshot. Pasha has to get it, but Starix goes absolutely huge. Double kill for him, and that might just be what he needs. Triple for Taz. It's a 1-on-1 against Kevakin. Grenade are not going to take him down. He jumps up. He gets taken down. Kevakin finds the shot. 5-3. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god. There it is.
Wow. I mean, those rounds are so close every single time. Pasha missing Starix on the A long. I mean, that's pretty unfortunate. I mean, you can't blame him because I mean, wow! And that's a very good start for the last, maybe the last round of the overtime.
MBK, I cannot take it anymore. 5-3. Has Na'Vi I've just pulled the extra mile to bring it home. It really looks like it right now. One more round and they win. This is only a group stage match. This is only the first match in Group 3, and we're already seeing this level of play.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they took a great advantage. But Pasha with the auto sniper. And Sai's getting the kill. That's gonna be the turning point because now they can go on the B bomb side. But
Snax wanted to push up. There is somebody else here.
Taz is here, and we know how Taz can play, and he can pull out multiple kills.
He does get seized down, so that's, you know, that brings it back to a 4-on-3. Na'Vi still have the advantage, and they're going back to playing slow, and I think this is smart. They smoke up Pasha in the middle, and looks like they do want to make it a push to the A-bomb side, but they're waiting. They have 50 seconds.
Yeah, I think Universal Soldiers have to gamble at this point of time. And, you know, Pasha, we got the auto sniper.
Yeah, let's see.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen when an auto sniper is in play, you're right.
But now it's going to be short.
Taz is down along, he misses the shot. There's Kevakin, it's now 2-on-4. Na'Vi, they just might be able to do it. Taz is alone in a 1-on-4. Na'Vi, who came harder prepared for this tournament than for anyone in their history, is what they're telling us. And there it is. Kevakin finishes it off with a triple kill. Na'Vi, the first round or the first game of this group stage is finally done, and they managed to win it in the third round of overtime. Congratulations. Just look at how happy they are as well. Definitely see them, and I mean, happy and exhausted. They're smiling, but they're not, you know, they're not completely exploding.
Yeah, I mean, they know that they still have one game going on for today.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a hell of a match because they're going to face either Master Sport or NIP. And you know that these two teams are just top notch.
Yeah. There's, you know, they're not done yet. They could still end up going out of the group. So, yeah, a tough match, but it's finally done. Absolutely amazing. I really cannot believe that it went this far. I did not see that coming, and I don't think very many other people did. If there was anyone, you know, out there trying to bet for the exact score, then you know,
nobody got it.
What was the final score actually? I can't even calculate.
That was 31 to 27 or 28. 31 to 27, 28.
Absolutely. So what an amazing game, and a really, really long one. It's not every day we see that kind of play coming out, and I think
that's crazy.
I think now we've all become a little bit wiser when it comes to Dust 2 as well, because we saw almost every strategy in the book brought out to try and bring that to a close. Even Na'Vi reduced at one point to actually just rushing the B bomb side just to see if it would work. So pulled away from their traditional slow play on the terrorist side. Incredible stuff coming out.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, maybe both these teams are going to span out Dust 2 for the remainder of this tournament just because, like, you know, they played...
I think they were just like on the same level. I mean, I faced, with my team, obviously, faced Na'Vi and Universal Soldiers online, and I knew that it was going to be a very close game, but that close, I wasn't sure about that.
No, very, very incredible. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the group stage has been done. Universal Soldiers, well, they lost to Na'Vi, but there's still more coming up from them. They're not out of the group yet, and we have the interview ready, so let's switch it on over to Paul.
Thank you very much. Yes, with Senia right now from Na'Vi. What a crazy game. I don't even know where to start, but I mean, almost 60 rounds to get through it. What is it with you guys and overtimes lately?
Well, amazing match. I am really happy that we won that game, because these days we had some bad games versus SK Gaming on the week. We lost 2 games on ISEA versus... I don't remember.
Very games?
Yeah, very games. So we are really happy that we won our first principal match, and it was Polish team. They're really good. They prepared well, so I'm really excited.
Okay, let's talk about the start of the game, because you had a really good start. Start of the game looked flawless. First 9 rounds, I think you were 8-1 up. Everything was fine, and then suddenly they just seemed to figure out what was going on, and then you switched sides. Why did that go so badly for you in the second half?
Well, I think that DES2 is not that balanced map. I think Attack has some bonuses. So I guess that when we lead it 8-0, then they took some principal rounds, like 1 or 2. Then we made our rounds, and the score was like 11-4. But you know, 4 rounds is really enough to terrorists on DES2, so they made a huge comeback, and we had a really bad economic, because we won 1 round and lost 1 round, and we didn't have enough money to buy guns, so really nice comeback by Poles.
And then overtime, 3 overtimes. Crazy.
Even e-bot machine crashed, because it couldn't be such a lot of overtimes.
Yeah, I think we had to reset our scoreboard because it didn't go that high. So yeah, we were the same. I think it was second overtime round. I'm guessing it was sort of around 40 rounds in. There was a moment where you went through through T-Spawn, and you came all the way around and you surprised them in B tunnels, and it looked like you were going to win, and that would have been game over. And they clutched that 1v3.
Well, I think that overtimes are really like roulette every time, so you never know who will win. Really excited about the match, and I'm happy.
It's always you guys and well, there used to be ESC and Pentagram before that, and a whole load of other names, but it always seems to be Na'Vi and these guys play out these epic matches. Why is that?
Maybe because our characters are like Slovenian Slovens, so we are impressive teams with like beast characters. So we are shouting, fighting for every round. Yeah,
it's fantastic. So 1 game done, and a little birdie tells me you guys have been practicing a lot, very hard for this tournament. Is that right?
Yeah, of course. Well, we are always practicing a lot. It's not working these days. Counter-Strike Go, I think, is more individual, so I think that each player need to play more individual and show like aim, skill, and something like that. But of course, we practice a lot. This is a very serious tournament. The leader, the champion, will be a champion of the Europe, so it's really nice.
Pretty much like the European Champions League for Counter-Strike right now, and you guys want to win this one. I know how much it meant to you. You wanted to be here last season and the season before, but to finally be here, is the title the only thing that matters to you this weekend?
Well, of course, we are playing by titles. You know, about a year and a half we didn't won anything, only 2nd and 3rd places in Counter-Strike 1.6 and 2nd place on Star Ladder, so it's really... But it will be really a nice result for us if we will win this tournament. It will be amazing.
You've got 1 more game to go in this group, at least 1 more game, and it might be against NIP. How do you feel about that?
Well, they're really a nice team, maybe the best at the moment, because they won almost all tournaments last year and this year, so it will be a really hard match, but I'm watching to the future, and we want to win.
All right, well, best of luck. Thank you very much for the interview. Senia there with, well, you know, relief, I think, written all over his face, but also having a lot of fun with Na'Vi. They are the winners after 3 amazing overtimes. Let's go and break that down in stats or in some way. I don't know how she's going to do it, but she's going to give it a good go.
Well, I don't know how the hell I'm meant to analyze any of that game because it was just ridiculous. We're going to try it, though. We're going to go back in time because there was a hell of a lot of rounds there. It went into overtime a good few times. So let's ignore that. Let's go beyond and before we got to overtime and run it back from this round right here. Round 20, where basically it was still pretty darn close, as you can tell. 7-12. Now, considering Universal Soldiers were backs to the wall in this, they had to bring it back in pretty hard. And you saw a pretty damn good bit of play. So let's play pause on this. Let's get this one going so you can see exactly what's going down here. So obviously T-side is Universal Soldiers. They're pushing right in. Kabakan dug in on the site. They're pushing straight through, take him down, and they start now focusing towards the site. StarX takes down Pasha. Let's just pause it here to take stock of what's going on right now if we can. So we see Neo in, Taz in, and we've got another player kind of coming out of the B tunnels. And it's a good take from them so far. Only losing one player, you can't be too upset by that. Pasha did the work that he could, but Kabakan's gone down as well. So the T-side have this at the moment in their hands. So let's continue the round and just kind of see how it evolves right now, because they are getting that bomb down. That's Neo right there. We were watching him as he does kind of take his time, but the bomb is now down and planted. But the person I want us to keep our eyes towards will be Senya. Look at this play right around the back. And he's just played it perfectly. He picks up Bialy, who he could do nothing with. Snack's now really aware of it. Let's pause it again. Let's see if we can just kind of take stock of where we are right now. Senya challenging down now. He's got a good few targets ahead of him. 2 more players locked in on this site at the moment. He's got a little bit of work, but beautifully read bit of play. So much decision making went into just getting himself round the back there. But there's still Snacks just in front and Taz alive. So let's continue this one to see exactly what's going down. So got a bomb to defuse. He's there with Zeus. They're pushing in. Snacks now comes in. He's got the AWP. This is the man we got to be watching. Smokes up. He plays it smart. He lets them pass. Challenges down Zeus. He's gone. Let's pause it real quick right here. And hopefully X-Ray will stay on. But there we go. There's the follow-up. And look at this play. Reading that smoke so damn well. He takes down the player who's in his way, which was seized. Comes around at the perfect bit of time to find Senya, who did the brilliant bit of play initially. But the counterplay from Snacks was so spot on. And let's just let this run through right now, because it was down to the millisecond. And look at that. T-side just pulling it off from Snacks there. And that was incredible. You see a little bit of a thumbs up coming out from the guys sitting there. That was a really well played out round. I can't say it enough. No matter how the end scoreline looked, even though it was so close, you cannot take anything away from the Universal Soldiers. They played so damn well. Every individual moment was just absolutely brilliant. So I think that summed up the game in my eyes. There literally was back and forth every single step of the way. So, well, congratulations to Na'Vi. There's no discrediting that, because they were just that little bit better towards the end. But Universal Soldiers showing their class, and well, I'm certainly going to be watching that one back, so I cannot wait to watch those VODs. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a game there, so I'm going to be watching that one back. Hopefully you guys are, and I do believe we are almost ready to hand over to the lovely Paul, who's waiting in the wings, to take you guys through some of the social media aspects of the incredible Raycall Finals.
Thank you very much. We're talking of incredible as well. It was an incredible breakdown by Pansy there of the key round, I guess you would call it. From that last game, although how many key rounds there were, I lost count in the end. There was 59 of them in all, and it was a phenomenal opening to Group B. And guess what? We've still got 3 more games to come, which is fantastic for us. But now we're going to check in with our Facebook page, facebook.com/RaycallEMS1. If we can just throw it up on the screen, I'll show you what's going on there right now. There's a nice big picture in there of very games going through, obviously MBK leading his team through nicely. There's also this little thing down here. Who are you cheering for? Show us how much you support your favourite team by posting a picture, a video, or anything really in the comments below. This is to win some signed goodies, player signed team merchandise, of course, and plenty of you are getting involved. It's nice to see. There's a video there of Fnatic versus Na'Vi from 2010. There's some pictures of people watching in their shirts. We love that. That's fantastic. Some support from NIP. Also, people literally sending in homemade memes as well. I believe, says one man. And that's very good. We'll probably find some more in there that are very interesting. Hopefully things of me not dropping stuff, because that would be very bad. Anyway, we're going to move on. So that's facebook.com/RaycallEMS1. Tell us in the comments why you think you deserve some free signed merchandise, courtesy of the teams here at the Raycall EMS1 finals. We've had one phenomenal match. It's time to move on before we see 3 more matches today, and then go through to the final games tomorrow, the semi-finals and the grand final, to crown the European champion for Raycall's EMS1 Season 3. Don't get too far away. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's match 2.
Professional grade communication tool. The choice of professional teams. Perfect stream viewing experience. Chosen by online streamers. Easy to use voice messenger service. Chosen by over 12 million gamers.
Communication is always vital when competing in tournaments. Winning a match requires perfect coordination.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to ESL One Cologne 2015, the major that everyone's been waiting for. I am here kicking off the day with three excellent gentlemen. It is going to be Henry G, Fiflaren, and Semler. Henry, people have been talking about this major coming forward for such a long time now, just so much excitement built around it. What's your take on it?
I think this is an amazing time for CSGO. It's so undefined who's the best team in the world right now. Finally, we have a tournament that's going to separate the teams. So many upcoming talent as well. There's so many new lineups coming into it, like the French Revolution, for example. We're going to see those guys finally perform on the big stage. I can't wait. It's going to be such an amazing tournament.
Fiflaren, are you excited about anything specific, or do you just agree overall this is looking to be one of the best majors ever?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we have so many good teams here competing, and it's been so much hype coming into the tournament itself. And we have obviously a bunch of teams that's struggling. We have a bunch of up-and-coming teams as well. So overall, I'm very excited.
And Semler, what about you? Can't leave you out from this discussion, of course. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
I'm looking forward to the high chance of there being a back-to-back champion.
That is true. Yeah,
That's
I mean, there's a lot there's a lot to talk about going forward. Of course, thank you so much to our sponsors who are making this weekend possible. We've got Asus, Intel, PaySafeCard, HyperX, The Score Esports, and NVIDIA helping us out, making sure that ESL One Cologne is an awesome event, and it's already looking to be. Now, we are going to be at the Lanxess Arena for the last 2 days during the bracket stage, but we kick off the group stage here at the MMC Studios, and we've got our very own Sean Charles leading us on a little bit of a tour.
Now, an event like ESL One is no joke, and to put on a main course in the Lanxess Arena, that's a big deal. But in the days leading up to that feast of Counter-Strike, we're here at the MMC Studios, home to a lot of Germany's biggest TV shows, but now is being taken over by Counter-Strike. Normally, thousands of TV shows are being produced in the tens of studios behind us. Today, there's Counter-Strike. Let's go take a look. An unmissable part of any production is, of course, the control room. Around me is where they sit. They bring you the action, all the shots, and everything you see on screen. They are truly the masters of this event. Now, teams prepare for weeks, months, some say all their lives to come to Cologne and take part in a major like ESL One. But of course, they need a place to get that prep on. The final moments before they play, right here at these tables, they're warming up, they're getting ready, and they're about to duke it out on the world stage. Everybody's watching, everybody wants to see. Right here is one of those places where our teams will do battle. Now, when you've got arguably the best of the best from the world's CSGO, you need a lot of place to house them. So, of course, a second setup is right behind me for a second team to be playing simultaneously. Now, of course, at ESL, we strive to show you everything, and the studio is no exception. So we've taken a different view, the bird's eye view, to show you exactly what a studio like this looks like. Well, I do hope you've enjoyed this look into the studios. But now, back to the main event.
And so here we are at the MMC Studios for the group stages of this major at ESL One Cologne. Now, let's talk about the group stage a little bit. Not every team got here the same way. We've got the Legends and the Challengers. Semler, can you brief us a little bit on that for those fans that may not be as familiar with the system?
If you're tuning in for the first time, this is still the same format that's been used throughout all the majors, essentially. So the top 8 teams from the last major get directly invited into this one. And something that's different this time around is that we actually had LAN qualifiers to settle the other 8 teams that were going to be participating to fill out the top 16, right? So that's the difference mainly. In each group, all 4 groups, you have 2 invited teams, 2 teams that got to the playoffs in the last one. and 2 teams that qualified through those LAN qualifiers.
Yep, yeah, so we've got those legends and challengers to distinguish them. As you mentioned, we're going to have them evenly spread out so far to start the group stages, but of course that can change as we move forward. We'll have more on that right now, but for now, let's take a look at those teams who did have to go through those LAN qualifiers.
Hello and welcome to the ESL One Cologne offline European qualifiers. And Kinguin are going to the major. They secured their spot just after their inception just a few months ago. The Bettel are going to be jumping and they're going to be back here in August for the major. Flipside have done it. They're going to the major once again. They are going to the major next month. Thank you for joining us throughout, and we hope to see you in August.
It is the ESL One Cologne Asia offline qualifiers, the first offline qualifiers we've had in Asia. They'll be our first team that will qualify.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have your second qualified team.
8 teams earned direct invitations. Another 6 from around the world have already qualified. Over the next 2 days, 8 teams will battle it out to determine which 2 final spots will be occupied from the North American region.
CLG is going to win that best of 3. Congratulations to them for qualifying for ESL 1.
And they punched the final spot into ESL 1 Cologne. We'll see you next time from Cologne.
And so we have them, the 8 teams that came in as the challengers. We'll take a quick look here at how the groups have been seeded out then. Groups A through D. Now this week, we start off with the group stages here, as mentioned at the MMC studios, with 2 legends and 2 challengers each. Now, as we look at the group breakdown, Henry, which group stands out to you the most, or would you say they're all pretty even?
Obviously, all the groups are exciting. You can't say there's one group particularly crazier than the others, but one that stands out for me quite a lot is Group D. I think for that, there's a lot of rivalry going on in there, especially between Virtus Pro, Cloud9 and Mousesports, right? That's teams where they've all played together a lot recently, beat each other a lot. Mousesports, of course, broke out into Europe with their 2-0 performances twice at Gfinity, and going into SIVA as well, it was difficult for Cloud9 to actually take maps off those teams as well. So it's going to be a very interesting group, and it could go either way. So that's one for me that stands out quite a lot, and I want to see a lot from that one.
Now, what about Group A, B, and C, of course, for Flare? Now, we will have Groups A and C here on the main stream, and B and D on the B stream. What about especially C? I mean, we've got Fnatic there, Na'Vi there. People are saying, well, Fnatic and Na'Vi, that's going to be a tough group. What's your take on that one?
Yeah, I mean, that is actually my group to look out for, mainly because we have Titan. Obviously, Shox has not been playing that well when he was in Envy. He played his best game when he was under the flag of existence, so I think we're going to have to look out for Titan here. Obviously, they have a little major curse themselves, the core 3. But then we also have Na'Vi, very solid team. Fnatic, obviously, the last major winner. Probably one of my favorites to win the tournament. And eBattle is a little bit of a dark horse, I'd say. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything versus the other teams in the group, but yeah, it's overall very, very solid.
I mean, I think I'm glad that you mentioned Titan, because for me, that I shed a tear for existence when I look at that group, right? And if this was still the standard format for the group, where you're going to play it all out and the groups don't change, I think we'd be seeing Titan going home again. I don't think they'd make it out of the group phase. At least now with the reshuffle that's going to be coming up on Friday, where today we're going to decide first seed, and going into tomorrow, those groups will get reshuffled. So totally new groups pretty much. Titan now actually have a little bit of a chance to breathe. They can say, well, Fnatic and Na'Vi, they've got our number. Fnatic maybe less so, but it's still going to be a tough battle to make it out of this group if it was to stay this way. Now we have tomorrow to look forward to.
Yeah, so just so everyone knows, the way the reshuffle happens, the redrawing, we're just ensuring that teams don't have to play the same team again in their group. So one team from each group will be shuffled around, and that will solve all those issues. And that, like you said, some teams are looking forward to that. If they can't get that first seed, they can maybe even go to the winner's match, but then rest that one of the teams that had to play earlier or something like that isn't going to come up. Or if you're completely on the lower half of the group, you're like, all right, well, maybe I'll get a chance at someone else, another legend in a different group, and have a shot there. Similar, what's your take on some of the other groups? Any other team that really stands out to you other than the big names that we've discussed so far?
I think another team that's really actually going to be pretty happy with this format is Renegades, because they drew a bit of a tough number there as well, getting matched up versus TSM and NIP. That's a really rough group to be in as well. So I
think they've got a really good chance though. Like Renegades, they know they're coming into this against TSM. The form we've seen from TSM recently, that's the first game they're going to be playing. I don't see that as a runaway game whatsoever. I think depending on the map, Renegades really have got a good shot on that. So I do see that as a viable matchup, and it could be an interesting.
It's definitely a viable one. I'm just thinking that after TSM and after the last EE Pro League, where they got upset a little bit, I don't think that they can allow themselves to let their guard down anymore. Even if it is an underdog team, like to be a top tier, you have to be able to snuff those people.
Well, especially like we spoke before, where the best of one format didn't favour them so much, but it's something we all know going into this tournament. It's going to be the format. You can't really bring that to every single event saying, it's best of one, let us down. You need to be playing on the top of your game. This is a major time. You need to make sure you're here and ready to go.
I mean, it's true, right? You do have to be prepared on all sides. But Flaren, what's your take on that? Let's talk about TSM a little bit. Of course, we are going to start with Group A here on the A stream. TSM, what's your take on them? Because like Henry's been saying, a lot of people have been talking about, TSM not looking too good coming into the major. That's spelling a little bit of trouble.
I mean, to be fair, TSM in general, during the majors, they've always performed well. Always gone to semifinal. They had a little bit of choking period. That seems to be over now. They've won a few tournaments this year, beating out Fnatic a couple of times as well. So I don't think that TSM will actually get upset by the Renegades. I do have them as their favorite to win their group. The matchup will probably be TSM NIP later on this evening. But yeah, I don't think that Renegades will upset them. Same with CLG versus NIP.
All right. Well, I mean, we'll have a little bit more of a chance here to talk about that group itself, Group A. We are about to now get started with the whole event this weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. And for those of you guys, if you haven't bought your tickets yet, there's still a few left for the Lanxess Arena, but it's almost all sold out for the weekend. So if you want to see your favorite teams perform on one of the biggest stages here in CSGO, then go ahead, buy your tickets, and we'll see you over the weekend at the Lanxess Arena. Now, let's take a look at the bracket for Group A. We've been talking about it, but for your viewing convenience, we'll have that laid out for you. As we mentioned, it will be CLG versus NIP at the start. We'll kick it off with that matchup on this stream, and then followed by TSM Renegades. And before we talk more about the teams, their histories, and perhaps really what chances they have in Group A, let's take a look at CLG coming into Group A.
I mean, we're confident. We always are before group stages. We like to play first as well, and that's what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to play first versus NIP, and we're comfortable playing those teams as well. We're not afraid of anybody. So our strengths are really underlying the fact that we aren't a top team, which means that we could be overlooked or underestimated a lot of the times. And that's probably our biggest strength, is that other teams don't know what's going to hit them. We had a lot of time to prepare for this. Yeah, there's not that much competition in North America, especially right now, but we were able to get enough scrims in our opinion, to do a pretty good job here and surprise a lot of teams. Yeah, we don't worry about our rivalry versus Cloud9 when we go to majors like this. It's more about us. We want to do the best we possibly can do, and that's basically, as far as my goal is concerned and our team's goal, it's at least to make it to the semifinals and definitely make it out of groups. Would be satisfied with that. Basically, the fact that we've been friends for so long, we know how each other's personality works, so in-game, we don't bring personal issues into anything. We just kind of say what's wrong. If something's wrong, we don't get into arguments that much or that frequently. So that, I think we have that on other teams, which might be newer. Not necessarily NIP, but other teams who might have picked up a new player, maybe Kingwin, have certain issues that we're not gonna have, especially like in-game and communications. That'd be huge. We've not played like against big teams on big crowds, or having big crowds around when we play. So it'd be huge to play on stage, and I don't think any of our players really get super nervous around fans or anything like that. So it'd be huge for us to be able to make the top 8 and do well.
Counter Logic Gaming here, getting ready to play, and as they mentioned themselves, playing the very first match of ESL One Cologne. Now, we mentioned briefly before that they are facing up against a bit of a titan in their group, but Summer, what's your take so far for CLG?
Well, I'm wondering, what exactly they did before this tournament, right? Going into the tournament, did they sacrifice an animal, a console, so that Cloud9 wasn't in their group, right? Because, these guys have so much trouble versus their North American counterparts, Cloud9, who are also here at the tournament. At least they dodged that. But then they kind of just jumped into the piranha pit instead, right? Because they still have to go up against a monster right off the bat. And just the fact that they don't really seem to be 100% confident in themselves. I mean, yeah, sure, they're saying that they played the scrims, right? But that always seems to be, sometimes like you get a feel for it. You don't really, count that as a direct indication of how a team is going to perform in an actual live environment.
And you also have the map pool not in favor for CLG. I think it's like two or three maps that they actually don't practice. And coming into a format like this, even if they actually advance from the group stage match or group stage, they're going to be forced to play one of the maps they don't play. And then you're going to be in a situation where you're basing your draw on luck, basically. You veto one of the maps you don't play, and then at the end of the day, you might actually potentially end up with having the third map on Inferno, for example, or Cobblestone.
Right. I mean, you can't really count on that. Henry, what about you for CLG? Sounds like overall it is spelling quite a bit of trouble for them and not looking too good.
The thing about CLG is they have an amazing talent. All the players are huge impact players. They've got JDM is a fantastic AWPer as well. Tarek can find frags out of nowhere. So if the best one format, like depending on the map, especially, I don't really think this is too much of a foregone conclusion. A lot of people on paper would say NIP have this in the bag, but NIP have had a lot of issues going into previous tournaments. They seem their executions don't seem to be there. The strategies maybe need to be readdressed. So if CLG are firing all cylinders, it's the first game of the day as well. If their players are on form, there's no reason why this can't go the distance. We saw them at IEM have some fantastic results. They didn't actually manage to win a game, but it was that doesn't spell out the whole story for me. They got some very close results against some top teams, so there's no reason why they can't recreate that here.
I mean, they do also have a secret weapon.
What's that?
They're not a top team.
Boom! Sure, right?
I was going to segue into it.
Thank you.
You just went straight to the bone, man.
I mean,
but in reality,
put it out there, yeah.
In reality, though, CLG, one of their best maps is obviously Overpass and also Mirage. Overpass, NIP don't play.
They won't get to play Overpass.
So, and also Mirage, just basing off of NIP, they're not scared of playing Mirage first time, but is it a map that they would want to play for the start of the map?
Well, we'll find out for sure. I mean, we'll have a little bit more of a chat, and we'll get to see the veto process here from both teams as we get ready for match number 1. But of course, let's take a look at their opponents. Most of you guys may know them, NIP.
I really do think that we can reach the top level that everyone is used to see NIP in. The first goal for us is, of course, getting out of group. I mean, it's going to be tough games. Every team here is going to be really good and well prepared for the event. Going into this major, I know we have high expectations on us because we've been to every major final so far. Our preparation to this event has been pretty good, I think. We've had 3 or 4 weeks where we just focused mainly on this event. We could just play our own game. People maybe don't expect us to reach maybe the top 4, top 2, but I think we really have the potential to do so, and I think we will. It would, of course, be an amazing feeling being able to play in front of such a big crowd as we had back in Katowice and here, which is going to be at the Lanxess Arena as well. And it's going to be an amazing feeling playing in front of a lot of fans.
Indeed, looking forward to playing at the Lanxess Arena, but again, you have to get through the groups here. In order to do that, let's talk about NIP as a whole now. They've got quite a bit of history coming in, similar.
Well, they do have quite a bit of history, but then that history is going to be like a weight on their shoulders, right? There's that weight of expectation. All their fans, like they're saying, they're the most popular team in CSGO by a fair margin. They have a huge fan base, but then this is also the legendary roster that went 87-0 with a certain someone who happens to be standing next to me, right? So, I mean, there's a huge amount of history here with this team, but they have so much pressure on them that it kind of plays into what Henry was saying before, right? Best of 1 format, first match of the day. Are they going to have any of that on their minds going into this, where CLG as an underdog might be able to take advantage of it, right? Are they going to be able to just hit the ground running and go?
I think for CLG it's going to be too much pressure. Overall, Henry was trying to hype up this matchup. I don't.
I'm trying my best. First game.
Yeah, okay, I understand it's a major, the first game, the tournament. But I think that it's going to be a landslide victory for NIP. I really don't see CLG being able to match up to the likes of Forrest and Get Right and the others that they have on the team. Sure, Tarek might go big, JDM if he's solid. Fair enough, they might get a few rounds on their board. But overall, I think that NIP will just.
Well, I want to ask you off of that then. Okay, in this matchup, you'd say, all right, still clear favorites for NIP. But overall in this tournament, then how do you think NIP is looking so far? Because they've had their own roller coaster rides before coming into this major.
It's the eternal struggle, isn't it? Like, it's just been, ever since there was a roster change with this team, it's been one thing after another. They've shown great plays, but at the same time, they've also shown that they're struggling. And in the last few lands, one thing that we've all kind of like come to the conclusion that we all reached is that they are playing like they're scared. Like, we watch NIP, and it feels like that pressure is getting getting to them, that they're expecting big things and they aren't quite figuring out how to get there.
It seems like they haven't evolved with the rest of the CSGO teams, especially the top teams right now. So CS is developing into more a tactical approach. The teams are getting so good at holding the CT bomb sites, for example. You need to have the set executions to fall back onto if your playbook isn't working out for you. NIP rely very heavily on their impact players in terms of Freiburg and Forest to work, keep choke points for them, get the entry frags, and then from that point they can get into the bomb sites. When they don't find those entry frags, they look a little bit lost almost, and they're forced to go into situations that don't favour them. So I think that's something they've definitely had to look at. It's something I've been saying for the last 2 months or so. They need to address that, make sure they have these plays and the strategies to fall back onto when everything goes wrong.
Yeah.
All right, Fiflaren, then what part of it is it that you think just CLG overall, is it just individual skill that you think NIP is still there? Do you think it's the pressure that's really going to get to them? Or is it exactly this? Because historically it seems like everyone always mentions NA teams that just don't also have that strategy in place compared to the European teams.
I think overall for CLG versus a team like NIP now, their first major, they don't want to go out in groups. They have a set of saying, yeah, we want to reach a semifinal. And having that back in the back of your head, you shouldn't think like that. The first focus you should have is, let's win the first game. And let's keep on rolling, keep the ball rolling. If you go in with the mindset, oh, we got to reach a semifinal, otherwise, you know, mommy's going to be upset. You're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, you're right. You've got to take game by game. Right?
Yeah.
Then there's no point setting expectations for yourself. Just take each game as it comes, and then do the best you can. Concentrate on what you're doing on that map, and that's the best way to look at it. I think Robin's right.
Well, that's exactly what the mindset that eBattle had, right? Going through the qualifiers. Yeah. They admitted themselves in the interview done on HLTV, where they're just like, well, we kind of just went into it with zero expectations. We were just messing around, and then all of a sudden, wait, we won the first game. Oh, okay, well, it's Hellraiser's next. We'll probably get trashed there too, right? Oh, no, they win that too. And then, you know, it just kind of like happens where they take one map at a time and go one step there. So, yeah, CLG, I think there's a lot of expectation on them as well, being the second best North American team. They want to prove themselves. They want to say, well, if we don't make it far, at least let's make it farther than Cloud9. But,
right. I mean, that is looming over their head, whether they wanted it to or not so far. But Henry, what did you want to add to that?
I just wanted to say, like, NIP famously, they don't struggle against these sort of tier teams. The problems I was addressing earlier, it's when they face against your Envious and people like that, the teams that really are top tier, that's when NIP look a bit out of their depth sometimes. But going up against teams like CLG, I think Robin was right in saying on paper, these guys are higher skilled than them when we talk about CLG, having some great fraggers. NIP definitely take them across the board. So this is one of the maps that they won't be going into it without confidence. They'll be going ready to go. They know they can rely on their heavy fraggers to get the impact frag. So this is a match you definitely have to favour NIP. But the point I was trying to make before is that there's a chance that CLG could cause a little bit of an upset. They get some momentum in their favour, depending on the map. Could go not either way, but there could be definitely a close contest, I think.
Now, I'm glad you brought up the whole map thing. We talked about it briefly before, but about the fact that CLG doesn't seem to, practice at all really, or really paid too much attention to 2-3 of these maps. Similar, what do you make of that? What's that conscious choice there? Do you think there's much logic to even support that?
Well, it comes back to that sacrifice that they made not to, to dodge Cloud9 in the groups. It also is going to come down to whether they luck out, basically, and get the maps and dodge the maps that they don't want. Because we have to remind people that it's still the major format, and how that works is, you get to pick a pick, but then the last 3 maps, the last one is random. So what it falls on is a random map of 3. So if you're CLG saying, well, we're good on 4, but we got 3 that are kind of weak, we can ban out like a couple of those, but there's still going to be that one. You can't have that one there. That's going to come back to bite you.
Yeah, Fiflaren, what do you make of that? And then comparing to NIP, shouldn't really be too much of a concern, especially in this matchup for them.
No, actually, there was, I think, the last major the second major that we ever had, we had Navi actually coming into the tournament. Reaching the quarterfinals, they did not practice 2 of the maps. And the way the best of 3 works is that you ban one and then you pick one, right? So what happened was you ban one, and then the one map that they never played was Nuke. They ended up as the 3rd map, and they end up going out of the tournament because they didn't practice the map, right? So CLG is going to be in the same situation if they actually do make it out of the group stages. So, yeah. Well,
it's only going to get harder.
Yeah,
exactly.
As you guys mentioned before, even let's say they do move out from the groups, and they'll still have that trouble going forward. But it looks like the vetoes are going to be underway, so we'll have those listed.
Yeah.
What we're trying to say is that it boils down to you need to be good on 6 maps if you want to be a top-tier team at this point.
There's no excuse at this level, though.
Exactly.
So you can't convince anyone to know 5 maps, that's what let us down. You knew this tournament was coming, you've qualified, you've done the hard work. Make sure you do your homework at home, boot camp together and get it done. So,
and you see there as well, NIP ban out Mirage straight away.
Yep.
It's a good ban. CLG, again, we were talking about it. They don't play Inferno, they don't play Cobble, and then Overpass, NIP don't play.
So we predicted that from the start. Those are the maps we know that CLG are good on. So why would you even allow them to have another chance on them? So now they're going to be maps that are slightly unfavourable towards it.
Yeah, and now, like Sandra was saying, it's actually Dust 2. I think this map, NIP is not a bad Dust 2 team. In terms of for CLG, I think this is a really good map for them.
Yep.
Mainly because they have Tarek, the individual player. JDM can do some damage there as well. So I think this was probably the map that will be the most even in terms of all the ones that we had left. So yeah,
this is going to hit them hard. This is going to really mess up CLG because NIP on CT side, Dust 2 starting off, like that's a very solid side for NIP.
Yeah, especially
they're comfortable there.
When they get the dual AWP setup going as well. If Forest gets the AWP into B, that's when it gets shut down for me. So you need to make sure that you shut down NIP early. You need to win the pistol and get them on the backside of the economy where they can't go into that first gun round. That's when they're really dangerous. So I was going to just say that if there's a dream map. Considering the B2s are going to come, I think Dust 2 is actually a great result for CLG, just in terms of it's a fragging map. It's one of the ones that can be explosive. You don't really have to rely too much on tactics. You're just going together. Whoever has the best aim on the executions, they normally win the bomb side duels. So I think this is a great opening game. We've got 2 frag-heavy teams, a lot of talent, a lot of explosive players. So this is actually going to be a really exciting matchup, I think.
I mean, so I want to ask you, I mean, you've been giving a little bit more hope to the CLG side for anyone who's watching. Blair's just shaking his head. But, I mean, if you are watching from the CLG perspective as a fan, I mean, who are you looking at to really make a difference here? Or would you say, I mean, it just depends on whoever's on fire when the match starts?
Cutler, for me, like he's been brought in as the in-game leader now. And everyone's been saying since he's been doing that, he's been doing a great job. And the mid-round calls in Dust 2, that's where it's the most important. It's not the sort of map you can say, oh, we're going to do the A split strategy. You have to feel the map out first. CTs, especially against a team like NIP, they're going to be very confident. They're going to be pushing a lot of angles, taking down the terrorists before they even have a chance to execute. So it's going to come down to that man there. Cutler needs to read the game properly, done his research, and see how NIP approaches one.
I'm really curious to see just how much NIP have changed, if anything, on their CT side of Dust 2. Because for a long time, they've been very static in how they hold. It's been very predictable. The question now is, has Alu changed up from playing cross every round? Or is Forrest going to be the man going for that AWP, trying to challenge mid? Or is Exist just going to sit in CT every round? I mean, these are things like that Cutler's going to be keeping in the back of his head saying, okay, NIP have shown these tendencies in the past. That's what Henry is mentioning, basically, where they have to find out that info. Is it like, did they go back to basics? Did they go back to the standard? Or are they trying to pull a shifty number on us?
All right, well, it is time to find out very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. The very first match of ESL1 Cologne is about to start. Match between CLG and NIP of Group A. We'll be back right after this.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the casting desk. I'm Anders, and with me is Moses. And Moses, how are you feeling as a fellow American? It feels like the mainly European desk there were being a bit down on CLG.
Yeah, no surprise. I thought actually the most telling thing was when Henry said they had a good showing at IEM, but they didn't win a match. You know, they put up good numbers. They're that team that always gives you enough to be hopeful and to be optimistic about them, and then it just kind of collapses. So this is like a wounded NIP team, though, so this is like a good chance for them.
Yeah, honestly, at IEM, they did almost beat TSM and Envy both, and Envy ended up doing really, really well. I think they almost beat Envy on Inferno as well, which is really impressive. They've switched out having an in-game leader. Now it's Cutler doing the calling. How do you feel about that?
I like it. I think they've looked a lot better. At their first event, when he was in-game leading, there was a little bit shaky. You could tell he wasn't used to it. And as they practiced with him at the North American qualifiers, I thought they looked much more coordinated in the mid-game. I thought they had much more conviction in where they went as a team in mid-round situations. So I think that's working out really well for them early on.
I definitely had a feeling that the CT sides were so much more well-oiled when they were playing now with Cutler. Terrace side, I think, need a little bit of work, but that can be like the hardest side. It feels like getting the CT side to work can sometimes be a little bit easier, especially maybe on a map like Inferno. Well, I guess we'll see on Dust 2, though, which is where NIP are going to be playing. If you had to call a favorite here, who would you say it was?
It's NIP.
Definitely NIP.
Yeah, I mean, despite everything, still, these players, just so much experience, top to bottom, and we can't forget this is a major. And I know, I mean, that's the thing. They've made every single final. Are they going to do it this time? But this is where that they really shine, is these tournaments.
Are you going to invoke that term, NIP Magic? Is that where we're going?
I wasn't going to, but now that you've brought it up.
It has to be brought up every once in a while, because there is something kind of eerie about this team and the major tournaments. They do have a sort of a talent for showing up. I mean, it's been pointed out multiple times. Now we're going to go into the game here. It's NIP on the CT side. It's CLG on the terrorist side. And already moving up on long fairly quickly. It's Alu holding on the NIP side and Get Right. And Get Right's going to get the first time to shoot. Not going to hit anyone, but Alu's there to follow it up. And is going to take the face off of Hazed. But Finesse is there with a return. And Alu trying to reload in the corner. They should be overwhelming him and finally going to be able to take him down. That's Tarek with a shot. And Forrest falling back. And that's probably a good idea here. They're playing in a 4v3.
Right, and they have one player in mid. Freiburg was up there just watching for them to fall back. It hasn't happened, so they're just sticking at long. They've won that battle. They broke up the crossfire. And the response from NIP is to push onto Catwalk, get a little bit more centralized over towards A. They can watch the cross. They can play a little bit of a retake. Freiburg does have a kit, but he's alone. So if he falls at CT spawn during this retake, they will not have the kit available.
Yeah, they definitely, and that's really, really important to point out. You've got to take care and notice guys at home when that kit goes down, because if it's in the wrong place, it could be a big problem. There's a nice shot from Exist. Finesse already being low. No bomb plant. Then about 40 seconds here, and NIP have equalized the odds. Bomb going to go down in a plant for long, and you can see they're controlling long. Actually, CLG, they're playing a really long con here. Already going down is Forrest, and Freiburg to fall. Exist with a great headshot. It's now a double kill, but he's in a 1v2, and they've already spotted him out. Cutler coming up from short. They've got him boxed in. This is a perfect situation for CLG. Very tough for Exist to make it out right now, and he's going to tab that bomb once and then wait for long. He's standing up, but Cutler will take him out. That was very nicely played.
Yeah, it really was. Very patient from CLG as well. They didn't overcommit to any fights. They just forced him back, made sure they got that bomb planted. You can see it too. Once it went into that 1-on-2, Exist had to jump out of the bomb site, had to drop down to pick up that kit for any chance whatsoever. But very well played by CLG early on to break up that stack at long and then move from there.
Well, they saw it coming very early as well. Even just as the bomb was going down, even though NIP were already fighting there, they actually went for the rotation out on long. So got to give it to CLG for really believing that they could get the bomb plant through. Now, this time, they're putting in a lot of speed. And Moses, this is a discussion we keep having. Should you go fast or short in a round like this where you know you're going to be playing scouts and pistols, basically?
That's the scary part. A lot of teams, especially in North America, are choosing to just take it very fast, but there's a nice shot from Freiburg on the cross. Drops one. Haste is very low. There's no armor investment from NIP. They just have the upgraded pistols on that scout, but they have Haze low. They could do a little bit more damage in this round.
Yeah, they could. That scout and the deagle on Freiburg, really never know. CLG seem to have slowed it down a little bit. They do not have another smoke for the cross either, so once that one wears out, there's a shot from Exist, and with an assist from Ala to take down Haze. So things are looking pretty good right now for NIP. They've done the damage, and we're back in a 3v3 with the bomb going down, same position.
Yeah, this has got to be a little bit nerve-wracking for CLG, not wanting to lose a couple more, but here comes Nip up Catwalk. CLG members just trying to hold off at the bomb site, play it passively, not lose too many more weapons. But that jumping scout, that puts some danger into Cutler, who's just playing at the ramp.
And Cutler trying to see if he can sneak up. Does spot 2 NIP members and a good shot there. Follow up. AK actually sees it coming. And Finesse is going to be there. Shouldn't be a chance for Exist here. No armor means he's definitely going to go down. JDM with a good headshot, long range, and CLG will manage to get back into it. And there was a bit of that mid-round stuff that you were talking about. They were going aggressive early. They get control along, but they take a lot of damage, and they seem to slow it down. And it worked out for them. Do you think that's generally a good call to play it slow after the initial engagement?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to like run into that bomb site right into an over rotation from the defense. So if they had gone so quickly, it might have been 4 players on the other 4 players on ramp from NIP. So they played a little bit patiently, make sure that defense spreads out before they actually commit. And that's a nice nade stack. FNS down to 22 HP.
Yeah, I think that was Exist and Forrest picking up 1 each. Minimal investment, $600, and they bring him down and actually ends up Forrest with a kill as well. Mid-air headshot from Freiburg with the P250, and he's looking for a bit more. They've got to be careful. They need to double up. They're going one at a time, and Freiburg hits another headshot, taking down Tarek to 14 health. Very scary indeed. One more shot then, and that could have been a double kill and a very bad situation for CLG. And look at this boost up. Exist gonna hit the shot over the smoke, and Tarek is down. JDM and Cutler are left. The bomb is not planted yet.
And of course, it's going to be Get Right coming from behind. He does spot JDM, doesn't take the battle at that long range, but look at how boxed in CLG is. There's nowhere to go. The entire NIP team is over here, 4 on 2. They do smoke off the door, but the scout isn't going to be able to hold off 2 players. And there he goes. Forrest and Get Right managed to trade him off. It's just Cutler left in the site. He gets 2. He knows the next 2 are in the B tunnels, but he tries to go for the plant. Gets dropped by Forrest. Not prepared for that.
Wow, that is a huge turnaround. A round that CLG should have won, even more than the second one. This time, no scout in play initially, and no armor, just a double grenade, and they made all that work from it. Now you can see CLG back on no armor currently, just a couple of grenades and pistols here.
The problem was they didn't trade Freiburg off and be quick enough. They played that so slow after he got that first kill. It allowed all the rotations to come in for NIP. And now mid-aggression, Exist not able to land the shots. Forrest bails him out with 2 kills. He does eventually fall, but he's done the damage. Now Forrest can just play it safe.
Yeah, so real power play in the beginning here. Get Right also pushing out long, taking that fight and winning it against JDM. So it could double kill. All they've lost is Exist so far, and I think maybe also a way of telling CLG that we're so fired up. Like, from winning that round, we're even willing to push the middle next round, just to show how little we respect you and how much we're willing to go in on winning this match. So I kind of like that from NIP. I feel like so much of the lack of results lately for this team has been down to just a complete lack of confidence. So I love seeing this early on from the team.
It'd be interesting to know if they thought that CLG was going to be buying that round to do that push against those pistols. You don't want to necessarily push up and give away a gun. So I think they were trying to set the tone early on the first gun round. It just happened to be a save. So we'll have to see what kind of aggression they come up with this round, as JDM does pick up an AWP, but Alu and Forrest 2 of their own. So a double op setup here on the defense very early on.
Yeah, which is a pretty big investment. Both those players are kind of low on money as a result, but we'll see if it's going to pay off or not. They make the crossover in the middle, not going to try and fight JDM. Almost with the shot. I think he landed it right between the 2 players. Does see 2 out there, and it's very common. I think almost every team will know this by now, for three NIP members to push that long, especially when they have Molotovs. They'll throw the Molotov, they'll throw the double grenade, make absolutely sure no one's going to be there. So, yeah, that should be some good information for CLG anyway. But sneaking into the middle, it's a good kill from Forrest onto Cutler from the scaffolding.
And this looks like they wanted to have some kind of a mid-B split, clear out mid and then smoke it delayed. The bomb is still in upper B tunnels with FNS, who's all alone. Now Hazed is trying to give a little bit of attention on Catwalk. Going to smoke things off, maybe try and force a rotation, but NIP doesn't have to move. They have the man advantage, so they're just going to keep 2 players in that B site.
A bit of a smoke for CT spawn, falling back in. Tarek's already cleared the middle, so they know that no one's in here watching. It's going to be Freiburg from B bomb site. He goes down. That's a great shot from JDM, which is going to leave Forrest inside the bomb site, jumping up into the window. No scope, not going to hit. He's being surrounded, and he goes down. And smooth execution right now for CLG, apart from the fact that the bomb is a bit far back, which is always a bit scary. But NIP have to wonder, do they want to go for this retake or not?
Yeah, they need to grab a kill here early, but JDM still doing damage, finds another pick. That was a very clever execution from CLG, throwing the smoke down onto the ramp from Catwalk to kind of disguise the fact they wanted to do a mid-B smoke. And then JDM's just doing all the work from there. 3 kills for him in this round. Once he took out Freiburg in that B bomb site, it was only Forrest with the AWP. It's so hard to hold off a mid-B split with just an op in that site. And CLG's eventually going to grind that round out. And like you said, big investment for that double op setup early on for NIP. That's going to do a lot of damage to their money. They do pick up 1 more. That's going to be passed over to Alu.
Yeah, but the result is also visible here. 1 from us, 1 max 7.
One kit.
And one kit. The Mag 7 is great. You could play it in B, but also on short if you do the jumping Mag 7, which is always hilarious. Finesse, for a bit of a flashbang there, but he already got double grenaded a couple of times. He doesn't want to risk it again. I love that last round from CLG. I don't even think Freiburg wanted to fight in that B-bomb side. I think he just wanted to spot, and even that was too much. Too many pixels given away to JDM there.
Yeah, one thing we haven't really mentioned too much is JDM as an opper is really starting to come into his own on the CLG squad.
That smoke we just saw went down, and great job for YNK to point that out for us there. That's one of the new smokes you can throw all the way over from CT spawn because of the hitbox or the skyboxes that have been removed. So that's actually a new feature of Dust 2, and it's great that you can do that now. It adds a lot more to the game, so I absolutely love that.
This looks like very similar. Put some pressure on Catwalk, force the defense back. The bomb is still all alone. This is going to be another mid-B split. Hayes gets the opening kill, but here's Forrest, try to defend. He gets traded off after getting 2 kills.
Oh man, a 2-for-1 in the middle. Definitely a good job. Now Freiburg alone in this bomb site, and he has to stand tall. He needs to get this first kill at least, and there's Cutler gone down. Freiburg with the M4A4 going for it again. He's going to bait Tarek out. He takes the shot. Freiburg swinging around the box here. 35 seconds left. He wins it again and has time to reload. He even spots Finesse and is going for the triple. Freiburg going to get it as well with a headshot. One of the few people left in the professional scene to use that M4A4, but all 30 bullets came into play there.
Yeah, he comes up huge for his team. The only defender, and once again, another situation where CLG, bad job trading 3-on-3, not, trying to set up for a post plan already without clearing out the bomb site. Freiburg's able to take advantage of it.
How much could they have guessed that Freiburg was going to be in that position? How many other good positions are there to hold if you're in that kind of position where Freiburg was?
It's hard coming through window like that, but I mean the thing is they had one player stayed in mid to watch for a run through smoke. The player in B tunnels wasn't aggressive enough, so there's no one to trade that kill off.
Right. So just a question of timing, maybe a little bit more, and CLG could have made it work. It's 3-3 right now. What's a good score for CLG? They are the underdogs here. They're the ones that need to show us something big. How many rounds do they need on the terrorist side of Dust 2 here?
As many as they can get. They want everything, so I think they need to at least get up towards 7 and 8. Especially on the terror side.
All right, so 7 and 8, that's like the minimal buffer here that we're looking for. Less than that, it might be a really big problem. Of course, this round, no armor and just a couple of pistols here. Alu with a bit of a missed shot, but it's not going to be an issue at all. Nobody going down for NIP, which...
that's huge.
Yeah, that's going to give them a bit of a foundation to work with, economically speaking.
That's massive for all 5 to survive. Now you can see they have the kits, they have the Molotovs, they're going to be picking up the smokes. They're back to this double op setup, and they picked one up from the previous round. So that's basically a free AWP. And it looks like CLG... not a full save. They are going to pick up some armor and some upgraded pistols. Also some utility to try and make a little bit more progress onto a bomb site to get the bomb down.
Wow, double boost onto Catwalk. So I was pointing out how much NIP love going 3 long, but you can tell they're really trying to switch up the defense here and keep CLG guessing. We're going to have to see if Cutler is able to guess what's going on. But this time, it's another round with a minimal investment for CLG. They're going to try and see if they can sneak out long, and Cutler gets the perfect timing on get right. And that's unusual. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, no, you don't catch get right out like that too often. So there's a little bit of a freebie. They have the first kill, but they still have a lot of work to go with. They haven't even salvaged that gun quite yet. They just pick it up on Hayes, but they know there's players out at long. And this is the long-range battle with the AWP. Alu wants to take this. He's going to miss that initial shot, though.
Oh, grenade lands right in between, but look at the damage. 91 to JDM. That's a huge grenade coming out. No armor means those grenades deal a tremendous amount of damage. That's one of the big benefits of having body armor, is just to take some of the blow off there. Finesse waiting, and this is a really good job. This is similar to what they were doing in the pistol round, leaving one guy back here. This could actually pay off really big with the Tech 9. He's making a little bit of noise, and he's lost 2 teammates, so it's a 4v3. Finesse coming up from behind as Tarek goes down. He's going to have to go big, but already turning around. Freiburg doing great damage, and now it's a 1v3. No chance at all. NIP just being a little bit too quick this time.
Smart play by Alu as well, staying alive in that A site when the hit was coming. He misses that initial shot, throws out his grenade, and instead of staying to try and fight, he knows they can be creeping up close along that wall. He just drops down.
You're talking about Get Right and how you don't really catch him off guard, and there are only a couple of players in the scene, I would say, that have, because timing is such a hard skill to quantify. Like, how do you say someone has good timing? It's actually probably like a mixture of a bunch of other factors, like experience and map knowledge and game knowledge and all that stuff. But Get Right and Snacks, in my opinion, are like 2. If I had to make like a top list, those would be at the top of my list probably.
Yeah, exactly.
Like timing gods, essentially.
And they pull out this boost again over on Calc to look into lower B. One's coming up close. They just turn away at the wrong moment. Hayes almost able to find something there, but now he knows he's got to clear this out. There's 2 players here. Playing behind this box. It's a nice nade and peek from Zis. Hayes isn't ready for it. No trade, so Nip still has complete control of Catwalk.
Yeah, smoke goes off as well just to make sure that they get reversed and get right with a double, almost a double. It was just a single one there, but Tarek could have easily gone down. He did run out of bullets. It's the M4A4 and not the M4A, the M4A1. But there's Alu taking out Tarek, and it's going to be a return kill finally from Cutler here. There's still a chance, plenty of time, and in a 2v3, this could be done.
2 ops as well left on NIP at the moment. So if they're able to get into a bomb site, it could be difficult for NIP players to take that bomb site back with these 2 sniper rifles. Forrest has actually just pulled out the Tech 9 completely.
Yeah, close range like this in the middle, it'll be a lot of damage, but JDM is ready for it. In spite of the pop flash in from a teammate, it wasn't enough. And now Freiburg is going into upper dark. He doesn't want to get caught in that bomb site, and he's going to be rotating in. He doesn't spot anyone here, which might be an indication. And look at Alu. He's reading this game really well. Doesn't hit the shot, but the information is very good anyway. They do not have an HE grenade. Otherwise, probably one of these CLG players would get grenaded just trying to put the bomb down. But instead, they're going to have to play for the afterplant here. JDM up on Catwalk, and he's going to get that shot on Alu as well. It makes it a double. We're just going to leave it on Freiburg, walking up long.
That's actually a huge opening kill. Freiburg catches one off guard. That's actually the Molotov as well. Cutler had one. He can't use it now for the bomb, so they had a bad read on where he was coming from. Now it's all up to JDM. Like you said, low HP, no nades for Freiburg, though.
But the plant is great back here. Freiburg can't smoke it off either. He's crouching and he wants to see JDM, and he's going to get the shot as well. Great clutch from Freiburg. Gets a double and a huge blow to CLG. If they'd won that round, they would have got a foot back into the game. But now, actually, NIP are in a pretty good position. They have a couple of members at the end of that round at a plus 10,000. Yep. So a lot of money to spend, even though they lost 4 members in that round. They're going to be all right.
Right. This is a good buy, though, out of CLG with the plant. They did get those 4 kills. That's a small mistake that is just heartbreaking, is not having any eyes on long. Cutler just in too exposed of a position to see where to really handle that kind of a flank from Freiburg. So well done from him. But the op of JDM almost pulled him right back into that round in that 2-on-3.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, the rotation worked out well. If Freiburg had stayed in the B-bomb site, he wouldn't have been long in time anyway. So, I mean, a good individual call from Freiburg as well, just deciding, I can't stay and wait in here. I need to move out. So, pretty good job on him as well. Alu in the middle gets tagged up a bit through those metal doors. And we're in the 10th round here, so just 2/3 of the way into the first half, and Tarek going down first.
Yeah, and there's so much utility left on the CLG squad. That's a pick that just doesn't need to be given away. Smoke those doors off. Flash them if you're going to try and cross and get up on Catwalk. Now they're splitting up. They're going to go try and take long delayed, as they've been doing a lot this half. So Get Right still in the pit. He's going to be the one coming for it, but FNS, a nice shot on him, and now Exist is feeling very lonely in this bomb site.
Oh, this is going to be tough. If you look the wrong way, the wrong time here, the Molotov follow-up, now he's going to have to move, and they're out on long as well. He goes down to Cutler, almost takes him with him, but not going to be quite enough here. So a man advantage for CLG. Bomb's about to go down, but Forrest going to catch Cutler, trying to hide in that corner, and now the reverse Molotov on the bomb planter. JDM going to have to move out of there, and he does just creep in behind the box. Also, Hayes playing in CT spawn. NIP going to have to do this very well, and Forrest mid-air takes him down. JDM sprays, and it's a return. It's now a 2-for-2. Finesse taking down Forrest, and Freiburg very low, but the fire. JDM ends up dropping to Freiburg, and can he clutch it again? He's moving in now. He's got the AWP. What a rare sight. And Freiburg, he's going to hold it down. Finesse, is he going to dare it? 2-3, there it is. Great headshot and a great triple kill for Finesse, and CLG, they get a much-needed round.
Yeah, beautiful triple kill from FNS, getting that entry over towards long, taking Get Right out immediately, and then it follows up. Cutler in the bomb site exists, and Get Right defending that site didn't get any kills, so the rotation does come in. It's just a little bit too little too late.
That could have been scary, and Finesse, it's also hard for him to know. There was plenty of time, so Freiburg could have faked it and tried to shoot him instead.
Well, he played that smart, because he got close up on that long corner, you know, knowing, and Freiburg picks up the op thinking he's going to be farther away just to defend that at platform or in pit. So FNS tricks him out a little bit there.
Well, look at this. Another good read coming out here from the American team. They actually see the boost coming, and they take down Get Right on Catwalk. Very, very good read. If you have that in the Noah tower, as we sometimes refer to it, going very far back indeed. Yep. But if you have that tower, it's not unreasonable to also have someone going aggressive on Catwalk, because you can help each other out a bit. So really good read from CLG, although they're walking into a lot of damage. Freiburg will go down to Finesse in the middle, and now swinging through Forrest. A lot of members here, and he's going to get just the one. Things are looking great right now for CLG.
Yeah, they've played these early games in the last couple rounds very, very well. Now look at it. They're just picking NIP apart. They've gotten some opening kills, spreading out the defense and taking advantage of the gaps. And FNS is going to clean up Alu at the end. So this might finally allow CLG to take control of the game economically.
This must have felt like a round for NIP where everything they did, it seemed like CLG already knew. Starting off middle grenade, Get Right coming short, then the rotation towards B. They got caught off left and right, and NIP are going to be ecoing here.
That's a team coordination out of CLG that we haven't really seen at all in the past. So this is the thing with Cutler calling. These are the kind of plays that they're starting to make now, and it's looking very, very impressive.
JDM going to get the shot out on long, not going to run into any grenades because NIP just do not have them. Alu baiting a little bit, and Get Right going to come up from the pit. Good shot there, tries to get another one. Would have actually been impressive. I'm not sure if it was the pistol choice, but if he had got that first kill initially, immediately, probably could have turned into a double kill. But no worries here for CLG. They shouldn't be losing any more members. Freiburg trying to hide in the corner. Maybe Finesse going to go down, but he is doing a pretty good job checking everywhere, and he's going to get that kill on Freiburg as well. So score is tied here, Moses, at 6-6.
Yeah, this is looking good for CLG. They had a little bit of a stumble, but these delayed takes up catwalks, delayed takes out long have been very effective. And NIP is just getting caught, when they're losing those first players, everything from there, they're getting caught in very isolated positions, just one player at a time. And you can see here, Alu picks up the Mag 7, the shotgun, just so he can have a kit and he can have full utilities, because there's no other kits on NIP, and there's very, very light nades moving forward.
Yes, and let's just point that out as well. That's one of the reasons I think why Alu is such a fantastic player, just being so flexible. There's a good shot initially. Get Right going down. Mad spray from Tariq. They're out on long. They're going to go for Sisters. Well, he goes down. Double kill here. And Tariq, one of the really heavy hitters on this team and such a talent. I feel like he's still very much in the making. Give him a couple of more years and you will see a terrifying force. He has his ups and downs, but recently it seems like it's
been all
getting
ups lately.
Yeah, it's all ups lately.
Hey, here's the thing, over a minute left and you're in a 3-on-5, this defense is going to start getting spread out. You can already see it a little bit. Alu just playing over towards A. There's one player on catwalk, Freiburg over towards B, so they have no read now. They can't even make any kind of information plays to kind of figure out where CLG is going to go. Now Freiburg hears the flash. He's going to try and pop flash himself in, make some magic happen, try and salvage this round. Can't find anything initially. CLG's keeping him at bay, and there's the smoke at the doors. That should be it.
Great job. Alu will take down Tariq, though he was very low, and Freiburg is going to win that fight now. Forrest coming up from behind. It's from a 5v3 into a 3v3. Forrest swinging around. He takes down JDM, sprays for another one, and it's Finesse gone down. Now Hayes alone in a 1v3. CLG, they're tossing it away, and Freiburg picks up another kill, and it's NIP back with a 7-6 lead here, and that should never have been their round.
That's crushing if you're CLG. A 5-on-3 entering this B bomb site, and NIP finds every kill they need to at the right moments. Just that kill, the spray through the smoke from Freiburg, it takes the attention of JDM away from tunnels. He's watching that flank for the whole time, and once that kill goes down, feels like he needs to go help him get the bomb down, and that's when Forrest makes his move.
Absolutely devastating. JDM watching the cross in the middle, doesn't want to take any kind of early shots. I was just about to commend CLG for not fighting Freiburg, but putting down the smokes and playing it safely, and they still lost control of that round. And these are the kind of rounds that, let's say realistically, if we want to see NIP in the finals here, these are the rounds that they used to be so well known for, and that they need to pull out, not just against CLG, but against every team.
Oh, and then you look at that from CLG's point of view. If this is a team that wants to take that next step to be a threat constantly in these tournaments, those are rounds you absolutely cannot lose.
I agree. Now, it's going to be Forrest up here with a position that Cloud9 have been favoring a lot recently. One of the ways that they try and break that mid-B split push. So we'll see. It looks like they've got the right read. That position is super valuable where Forrest is holding.
It's going to be a mid-B split, but I mean, little does NIP know, there's going to be 4 members in B tunnel, so they might not even split this. Hayes might just lurk in middle, but it's going to be Mass as a mid-B split. So Forrest is a great position, but he's not going to see anything.
You're absolutely right, and that's crucial. We're going to see now Freiburg is going to have to really step it up. He's done it a couple of times already, and now it's his chance again. He sprays madly and only takes Finesse down to 34. He's going to have a chance here to reload, but he won't even take it. Cutler will take him out, and now Forrest wins the fight in the middle, but the B bomb site is lost. Bomb being planted here. Forrest nearly getting the kill. But now it's a 4v4. They've got 2 Molotovs. One of them just being used. Another one, I think, about to be put up here for us. Very low on health. Gonna have to see if he can fall back. But he actually runs through and takes that trade. Now it's a 3v3, and that bomb is ticking. Exist running through. He goes down. Tariq picks up a kill, and Tariq with another one. He makes it a triple. Alu very low on health. It's a 1v2, and he tries to push through the AW. He goes down to JDM and CLG. They're going to win that fight. Tariq with the triple. They hold the line in spite of everyone being tagged up.
It looks so scary. They were getting spammed through every box. Forrest makes great play. Actually, that one kill, I thought that was going to break the round for CLG when he gets that kill on FNS into the bomb site, because that's a crucial spot to holding that site. So once that player's out, the rest of your teammates can stream through that window, but instead it's just Tariq spraying them all down. And a very broken buy for NIP on this last round. 3 pistols, 1 shotgun, no kits whatsoever.
And you said it, Moses, 7 or 8, that was the foundation that CLG need for when the second half rolls in. That's something that they need, these 7 or 8 rounds here, and it looks like they're getting there. So pretty good job on their part here. Freiburg with a Deagle does a lot of damage, but he can't pick up the kill. And this time, there's really almost no way that they can throw it away. Now, 8 rounds. I have a feeling CLG are going to be okay with it, but if you think about how they lost that 5v3, that's going to come back and haunt them a bit.
Absolutely. I think the big thing for CLG at the moment is that there was an emphasis in this defense NIP to have that double op setup, and JDM has been out-opping both NIP snipers in this matchup so far. He's been very effective for his team.
And it's Dust 2, right? It's the AWPing map, so he's going to have a big impact doing that.
Look at Cutler quietly with 17 kills. Forrest is leading the server with 18, but
how does that work? He's doing the in-game leading and also top fragging, actually out-fragging Tarek, who I feel like some of Tarek's rounds have been really high impact, even though he's lower on the scoreboard. He's still been having a high impact. But Cutler obviously playing his heart out right now.
He does that. That's just kind of his thing. He's going to get his 15 to 20 kills. I mean, he just does it consistently.
I'm very impressed so far. The second half is going to be coming up as well, so I hope you guys are ready for it. Just about a minute left here, and it is the first game of the ESL 1 Cologne Major. We're still not at the Lanxess Arena. That's going to be the final 2 days, but yeah, it's the group stage, and it's our very first game. Moses? How do you feel? CLG, have they been playing better or worse than you expected?
Better, to be honest with you. Although, as much as I've said that recently they've looked much improved, it's just the question of, is that going to translate to European opponents? Because they've been playing in North America where the quality of the play is a little bit lower, top to bottom. So they've looked good, but now it's translating against NIP, and we saw it translate a little bit at IEM, but still, I mean, they've got to close these matches out at some point. They cannot be that team that just gets the rounds and we're like, good job, you got close. They've got to convert one of these into wins.
Yeah, because if you get close a bunch of times, that will be fuel to keep you trying. You feel like we're so close all the time, just a little bit more and we're there. But if it never comes, then it turns into frustration instead. You feel like, okay, there's something wrong since we can't do it, and then, it's time to make a change, or people just start getting annoyed instead. Second half coming up here. What kind of pistol round do you want to see out of NIP here? Terror aside.
Aggressive. I mean, do we see most of these teams right now in the professional scene playing very aggressive, more fast-paced pistol rounds? I'd like to see them not do a default. You get on your horse and make something happen. Be the aggressors.
All right, so the default round will probably be trying to take control of mid, upper dark, and long. Make sure that CLG aren't pushing them anywhere, and then make up their minds. See how many people they can spot middle. That'd be the default play. See if NIP are going to go for it here. 2 smokes. I would say that could be an indication that there's going to be some sort of B split involved here.
Yeah, especially with 3 players and the bomb going over towards the B site, but they've spotted. Freiburg has spotted out a couple. It's very aggressive. Look at the upper push from CLG. They're going to come in. They're going to come into these tunnels. No one from NIP is looking that way, but they turn around, they deal the damage, and they force them back. So that's nicely done from NIP early on. Yeah,
and actually a really big save there, because Cutler was also being super aggressive in the middle. So I think actually CLG are trying to knock NIP a bit off their balance here in the second half, but Forrest is already in that A-bomb site, just checking it out, and now here comes the bomb carried by Alu, and Forrest has got control of everything, so it's going to be a full-on retake here. 1 smoke, 1 kit on CLG. It'd be almost a miracle if they could retake this site. There's so many NIP members, but it starts great. Hazed, who's been almost absent for the first half, comes in second half. Get right here, looking behind. He takes one, almost a double kill. And there's going to be Tarek caught in CT spawn. Now it's a 3v4, and that bomb is ticking away. JDM moving up. He gets shot down by Alu. Jumping burst right, gets a second one as well. And it's going to be FNS now over on long. No chance. Forrest picks it up. What a turnaround there. Alu, double jumping shot.
Forrest takes that A-bomb site completely for free. A little bit of an over-rotation from CLG. But the real beauty of NIP that round is when GetRight's lurking in middle, you talked about his timing, and he's got the information. He said there's a couple players coming into CT. So when Forrest and Alu both jump down to help clear out that one avenue of attack. So what they want to do is just eliminate players rotating through CT spawn, and then as a team, they can concentrate on catwalk later on. And beautiful shots from Alu, but it comes down to Forrest taking that A site, no resistance whatsoever.
Really, really good job. CLG relying on this round with no armor, well, except for Hazed. No scout being picked up. What do you think about that? That is unusual by European standards.
That to me just says they want JDM to have that AWP. They're just like, don't buy anything in these rounds whatsoever. Get that op out in the 4th round, because if you buy that scout this early, if you invest in armor and an upgraded pistol, you're not going to have an AWP in the 4th round.
And I'm wondering if it's also a sign for CLG to say, look, even if we lose these couple of rounds here, if it goes 10-8, we'll come back. We can still win this. We're that confident now, CT side, that we'll give you these rounds potentially. They're going to lose the B bomb site. It was a good setup, and I do want to give them credit for buying 2 flashbangs, which they did. I think investing just a couple of $100, I say this over and over again, but I get really upset when teams don't buy any grenades in the eco rounds. That always...
you never know when one pop flash can blind 3 players and you can just spray them down. But either way, NIP handles that really, really well. Very patiently as a team walking through those B tunnels. Forrest finds the kills to open it up.
Exist taking out JDM. Grenade not going to be able to chase down Hayes there, but he's going to end up running away. He does have armor, so he actually has a reason to save it. Cutler has the flashbang as well. Again, it may sound ridiculous, but at this level, you know, one guy with the armor and 5.7 and maybe Cutler with a good pop flash. We've seen some freaky rounds build on even less than that.
Right, that'll be nice going into the next round. And that'll be something where they position Hayes so that he can be the one. He's the one who takes contact for CLG first with that 5.7 and armor.
We saw how they had to set up long last round. They were hiding on the corner along, and I think actually it was Cutler who was a little bit further back, ready to pop flash them in. NIP never showed up, but if they do this round, we'll see what can happen here.
Well, here's the thing too, with Forrest at 21-11, playing like a really good form that we haven't seen him in some time. Playing it so slow, he's just got those kills as soon as they show up on his screen, so it's hard to execute a setup like that if Forrest is just going to take someone's head off immediately. And this time, with the MAC-10 being very aggressive, jumps up on the box, spots one on the platform, and that's Tarek, but there's the pop flash. Tarek can't take advantage of it quite yet, but it's FNS from the doors who does it.
Really good job now. Get right over on Long, gonna spot it out. He sees one player, and he's already put up the smoke from the window there. So now Cutler gonna pop flash his way, and everyone is flashed, including Cutler, which is not the ideal situation. But he actually gets into Kai, hits a headshot while flashed. And now it's Tarek and Finesse left here. 2v3, more than a minute left. Tarek sprays down one with the stolen MAC-10, and now Finesse from behind. They're both there. He's gonna miss the first couple of shots, and that's gonna end his chances. Exist with the triple. That's a lot of damage done by CLG. I feel like we say it here, Moses, and it pops up there. That one flashbang.
Yep, and it was flashbangs repeatedly, just everyone blind at Long. I can't believe Cutler was able to make it to those cars like that. If he had been a little bit patient, because there's no chance they would have thought he would have made that.
Yeah.
Run, and he just waits. That would have been cool. But either way, do the damage. 10-8 now for NIP. It's the first full buy round for CLG. JDM does have that AWP, peeking up middle, going for the duel against Alu, but neither member finding anything.
Yeah, and you called it, Moses, earlier. Saving straight for that AWP, not investing too much into the previous rounds. And you were saying in the first half, he's been out-AWPing the NIP snipers, both Alu and Forrest. So I can understand why they want to make that investment. But NIP, very quick into the middle. They're in upper dark as well with the bomb. If they get one frag here, they're probably going to win the round almost immediately.
Right, but they fall out of that mid-control. They had complete control of it. They fall up to Catwalk. They know they've got to push back any defense that might be up here at Bricks. And there's no one there, so this is just a very standard setup from CLG.
Tarek setting up with a pop flash for the middle, and he's waiting for a Q, and this could be part of the Q here. A trigger-based position sometimes is what we're referring to as. Smoke going up is going to mean Tarek wants to take a peek in the middle, pop flash out, sprays through, and very nearly catches Forrest. A significant amount of damage being put up, and then the follow-up Molotov means Exist is actually going to run into CT spawn. No, he's going to go back out again. And takes a lot of damage for it. NIP very soft already, but it's Freiburg to open it up. Gets one, and that could have easily been a headshot. He's taken the fight here. CLG needs to think about what they want to do. They have control along, and that's a good position to retake from.
Right, but Forrest isn't going to let him get away, so now this retake is very spread out. Really, there's just these 2 CLG members at Long, but one player CT spawn, one player trying to flank up Catwalk. Are they actually going to go for this? FNS spots ahead. There's Alu with the kill, but FNS can't do anything, and it all collapses from there. And once again, they get into that A bomb site for nothing. I mean, JDM does get dropped by Freiburg, but no defense mounted by CLG inside the bomb site. Playing that for a retake, and it doesn't work out. They just get punished.
Great call from NIP. I thought for sure they were going to continue to execute into B, but as you said, they clear short, and they don't even see anyone there, so they just thought, all right, well, let's just keep going in that case.
You're going to give it to us, we'll take it. And that's exactly what they did on pistol round. That's a couple times now, very early on in the second half, so NIP being very confident entering into these bomb sites.
Well, it's going to be 3 flashbangs currently on CLG. We'll see if they can make something good happen for themselves. They do need it. At 12-8, I would say it's definitely still winnable for CLG, but then they also need to start stepping it up. They got to make this back to 12-12 afterwards and see if they can make it work, unless they could just straight win this round, which is definitely not easy.
No, not at all. They do have the pop flashes that you mentioned. Cutler has one, so does Hayes. There's the smoke at long. There's a flash for NIP on itself, and Hayes isn't using it quite yet. He gets caught an angle of the smoke GetRight's been able to find. Here's Cutler. He's going to try next. Completely blinds GetRight, but Freiburg bails him out. So 5 on 3 now. NIP not taking any damage so far. And shots from Exist down in the middle as well.
Tarek low on health, JDM to follow, and no issue at all. In fact, JDM catching that grenade with his feet, it seems. It's going to bring them to 12-8, which was predictable. So let's see. Now is the time. They're going to pick up that AWP on JDM. That's no surprise. What do you want to see from CLG? What needs to change? Is it just that A-bomb side, or are there other weaknesses in the setup here for the CT side?
Well, one thing they were doing in the first half that was really, really good was together. They were playing early rounds very well, finding an early pick, and that's kind of what they need to get back to on CT. Find a way to have some coordinated aggression, find an early kill, give yourself a man advantage, and there's one. Freiburg commits to the fight. Almost takes out Hayes, but JDM swings out first. And now he's just going to stay perched at these doors. They have a nice crossfire set up. There's Forrest. He can't connect either. So JDM with 2 kills, put him into a 5 on 3. And they cannot afford to lose this round.
Excellent stuff. It looks like that last one almost was through the wall as well, but it's a good return from Alu now in the middle. Tarek going to go for the spray down. He really then he gets 3 in with a headshot while Flash drops the bomb and Alu takes him out, but both NIP members are very, very soft at the moment. It should be a cleanup here for CLG to get them back in the game. Cutler sneaking up from behind, then he's seconds away from spotting Alu, but Hayes will take it away. And I think that's actually important. They need to get Hayes back in this game because he feels like he's been out for a while, and JDM finds a 3rd kill of the round for himself to make it 12-9. Great round here, especially from JDM.
Right, but it's not over. There's so much money built up for NIP, especially with another bomb plant there. 3 members over 10,000 for NIP. So getting a reset here for CLG would be absolutely disastrous.
Oh, and Tarek actually calling a timeout here. So I'm wondering if it's a tactical timeout.
I think it is, and I actually like that call with how important this next round is. Actually, no, he does disconnect from the server, so maybe it's not tactical, but this next round is just so crucial for CLG if they want to get back into it.
Just to catch people up, you are allowed to take 1 tactical timeout per team, per game. I think it's like a minute or 2 max, so you can't obviously stay timed out forever. Can be very important, probably, I think, underutilized by pro teams. Some teams are much worse at it. I think TSM is one of the worst teams at getting these timeouts in. They almost never do it. They just kind of keep tilting until they fall. But some teams have actually become pretty good at using it.
Well, the cool thing about the timeouts is we saw it at I think it's most events probably, but especially at the ESL Pro League finals that we had, every time a team took a timeout, they won the following round. So you can just see how effective they are.
Well, I think we are headed back into the game now. It's just starting now on the 22nd round, and Freiburg immediately takes down JDM, a stunning headshot.
Yeah, a crucial kill. That's JDM, so the op is out of play now for CLG. 5 on 4. Freiburg's been an animal just with his 1 or 2 impact frags around. He's been doing great so far in this half.
Well, Cutler sneaking up here. The heavy hitter and also in-game leader for CLG has been doing so much, but it seems he has to do a little bit more. Flash through the smoke. It would have been great if he'd run into 1 or 2 people there, but 3, a bit too much, and it means Hayes is now alone on the bomb site. Molotov there, he's forced out. He actually gets a kill, gets a second one. Hayes going mad. That might bring them back in the round. Amazing double kill coming out here for Hayes, and now Tarek instantly shutting down Alu, who missed that shot. Exist is low on health. A little flashbang, GetRight coming up along, and it's going to be Tarek and Hayes destroying all of NIP. What a huge round. Hayes really pulling his weight in this one round. That was pulling them back. They had lost that round basically at that point.
Right. That might make up. You mentioned it. He seemed like he'd we hadn't really been saying his name a whole lot in this match. He was down very, very low, hadn't made a presence, and there it is. No bigger round to do it in than that one. So they're not forced onto an eco. They don't reset the economy. JDM's got the AWP back in his hands. And once again, just setting up in very, very spread out. 1 player in CT spawn, 2 over towards long, 2 in the B bomb site for CLG.
Hayes actually got 4 kills in the first half. That's how absent he was. In 15 rounds, he pulled in 4 kills. But that one round, he pulled them back from an almost unwinnable situation. If he goes down in that bomb site, it's lost. They're playing a 5v2 essentially. So huge plays from him. And obviously Tarek and Long doing a really good job as well.
And this is CLG thinking there's going to be a mid presence. They have a player boosted up in CT spawn, I believe, behind that box. We saw NIP try and utilize this one. He might get some action. but they also have 2 players in B, so they think there's going to be some kind of a mid-play. They want to shut that down. Once again, it's going to be pretty much a retake strategy over at JDM will go for a shot and fall back towards long, but look at this delayed execution from NIP. 1 player in pit at the moment.
Hayes is going to have to come up big, otherwise JDM is going to get boxed in. He does get a headshot, flashes way out. JDM sneaks on him, but he's going to get down by Alu. Hayes looking for a bit more, but he's going to get caught by Forrest and NIP. They may bend a long way, but right now it doesn't feel like they're breaking. They're just fighting their way back into this round. Bomb going to go down. It's a long plant. Makes a lot of sense. They do have 2 people there. So even as Exist goes down, this is going to be tricky. There's 1 chance, and that's the smoke on Cutler. Up in the bomb site on Goose. Freiburg goes down. Where's that smoke? It's already up. Cutler put it down. The Molotov not going to do anything when the smoke is up. And now they're fighting their way back. CLG, they actually get the retake home. Tarek picking up a double kill. Moses, please tell me, how did they lose that round?
Freiburg over in Goose, he had to get 1 kill there. That was still so perfect for NIP. Set up wonderfully with that plan at long. 2 players at long still alive, but just winning all the duels are CLG members at the moment. Hayes coming alive, winning a battle early on. Tarek on these retakes has been so effective. I'm surprised. I actually thought CLG was going to use that smoke in the bomb site to kind of sneak a defuse through.
Yeah, that was my thinking too. I didn't even notice until the end that it wasn't down there. Right. I couldn't see it from the camera angle, but huge round obviously for CLG, and that has to put a bit of a dent in NIP's confidence here. In the middle, JDM sneaking in, dropping Forrest and smoking it back up again so they can't chase him through either. Wow, I mean, we already have Cloud9 as a super strong right now North American team. Hayes taking out Exist, but CLG, they've really been putting a lot of homework in for this tournament. You can tell already.
Yeah, they're looking great, and just another 5-on-3 situation for them. They haven't even taken any damage, so JDM and Hayes getting these first 2 kills. And NIP has been stopped here in middle behind his smoke. They have no map control whatsoever. All 3 members are here, and they don't even have control of it. They're going to have to work their way up catwalk. And this is something, look at Hayes, taking the aggressive, being very confident now. He's going to flank around. He knows they don't have the manpower to watch every flank. All he's got to worry about is get right lurking, and that's a free kill for Hayes there. So now very, very dangerous. Alu trying to find 1. Freiburg's going to trade off Hayes on the flank. But still so much work to do. 45 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that Hayes goes down, but oh my God, he's been playing well the second half. Tarek goes down. Alu as well, going to get the kill on Cutler now. It's Finesse finally, and there's JDM saving it. I could see you almost face-palming there.
I thought they were going to bring it back at a 2-on-5. I was waiting for it. Those kills just stream out, but CLG, they recover nicely in the end. And finally now, the first time that NIP has been forced into a save run. They've had so much money throughout this half. Now they're going to have the pistols. They do invest a lot into nades, a lot in armor. They have that basically a full money, almost full money bonus going on. But try and do some damage, keep the money low, but CLG with an opportunity to take control of this match.
Leg shot there from Alu, and the follow-up grenade, onto Alu, follow-up grenade not going to take him out. His score is tied at 12-12 currently, and NIP trying to speed up onto long, but CLG, they see it coming. They're still going to lose a couple of players, and that's a big problem now. Cutler going to get a kill, but he goes down, and this is a huge round for NIP. CLG not ready for the speed of NIP, and now Finesse and Tarek gonna have to try and retake grenade once, and a follow-up not gonna do any damage at all, and they are kind of boxed in. Freiburg taking a lot of fire damage here, but he's got a Tech 9 ready, and they're gonna go down immediately. Tarek picking up the kill. Exist playing from pit, and now he's alone. Maybe CLG will have done it once again. He has so much potential in this round, but Tarek doesn't even stop to shoot, takes down Exist. And NIP, that seemed like a very winnable round for them.
It absolutely was. Tarek and FNS bailing CLG out of a really tight spot. Losing that round on the save like that would have been heartbreaking again. But either way, they pull it back. I think I got to expect NIP in this round has got to go towards that A bomb site. They've had a lot of success hitting into that A site, whether it was early on in the pistol round, and even the 4th round, they got a couple free entries into the site, basically. That round on an eco, they have some success there as well. So I would look for them to manipulate A one more time.
Well, we're going to see a 1-round lead here for CLG. 13-12. NIP economically worse off right now than CLG. It's like CLG have a lot of money. They have a couple of players that are reasonably well off, but the rest not doing too much. So there's a good chance NIP could come back with a couple of rounds here and actually almost win the map just because of CLG's economy.
Well, that last round was the one where CLG had a great chance to build up some bank, keep some members alive. You know, you obliterate that attack, but NIP not only gets a plan off it, but they get those 3 kills. So it forces a lot of rebuys out of CLG. If they were able to stabilize this late in the game and buy out for the rest of these rounds, no matter what happened, that would have been great. But NIP with the damage.
Bomb still all the way over in upper dark, but this position from JDM that we're just spotting by the car is one that he hasn't had a great chance to use so far, but if they go for a short push, I actually expect a player like JDM to shut down at least one, but maybe sometimes even 2 or 3, and that's enough to stop a push, and we'll see if JDM is going to have a chance. The bomb is in upper, though, and that's a big giveaway, Oko. CGL don't know it yet. CLG.
Right, oh, and look at this presence. JDM doesn't spot him falling into CT spawn, but Freiburg can't land the spray from that range, and there's FNS from the Raptors, grabs one more. Exist does trade him off, now entering into B. Tarek's not looking, Alu takes him out. So they're into the B bomb site now with the plant coming down.
Wow, that's a big round. It looked like it could have worked out. Alu going to get the bomb down. It's a 3v3. And NIP, they make it work. I mean, pushing through the smoke with an AWP, that is generally not a good idea, but Alu made it work anyway, and a huge impact kill there to make sure that they couldn't hold the bomb site. Now Molotov going to go up in the window. Alu behind the box, and they're trying to make their way through. Another kill comes through from the Finnish sniper, and it's down to JDM. Last man standing, he drops by Get Right, a double kill, and it's going to be back to 13-13. NIP, they make it into the round, and now it is getting very scary for CLG. Look at that money. 2 people with lots, the rest just not enough.
Yeah, it would not surprise me. They're going to force buy here, so they do drop Ephamus. But that entry into the B bomb save by NIP, that's another 3-on-5 they just won. With these man deficits, they're being able to take into the sites and just win the retake situation. So CLG not able to win it out there, and now they're on a force buy on the 13-13 round. Oh, good patience by Alu. Doesn't even go for the jumping burst, and he cleans him up later, but he drops JDM.
Gets caught by that FAMAS, but in return, it's going to be Exista spray down Cutler. Great double kill here. It's the God Alu version we've got going on right now. He's got 20 kills currently. Tarek just spotting them out on long, and they're going to go for a boost up into the bomb site. Tarek here, FAMAS in hand, and not going to be able to win that fight against Forest. Now it's Finesse left in a 1v4 and sprayed down through the smoke. Freiburg with a headshot, and that's going to bring NIP very close to winning this game at 14-13, and the force up means CLG
forced to give up match point.
They have to, right? You think if they were on the terrorist side, they might try and sneak it in with Tech 9s and armor?
Probably. Why wouldn't you? But either way, now their backs are against the wall pretty much. No investment whatsoever. Not even, they have one nade. Said you don't like seeing teams not buying anything out of the eco rounds, but CLG knows it's all going to come down to whatever they can buy in the next round will be their best chance to stay alive.
Yeah, but actually, I think buying one E grenade doesn't make any sense. I would always pick a flashbang over that, or even a smoke if I had to. But if you had to buy an HE grenade, then at least not one. Then go for like 2 or 3 or something.
Nade stack that long tunnel. And this is exactly what they did in their anti-ecos in the early portions of this half. NIP was let Forrest lead the way into that B bomb site, see what his aim can yield you, and he's going to creep his way in patiently.
Not going to get the shot mid-air, but Alu spots 1, maybe even 2 up there. Forrest taking a bit of damage here, but he's got his whole crew with him, and they're going to be knocking down that B bomb site. Cutler, the last man left, and nobody dying on that NIP side, so things are looking very good indeed. And you're right, match and map point here for the Swedish Ninjas at 15-13. There's really no chance here for Cutler. Maybe a kill, that'd be great, but not going to happen. So now we're looking for overtime here for CLG. What do you think? What are the chances?
Not likely, I don't think. The thing is, even when they've gotten advantage in some of these rounds, NIP's able to, equalize. Like, it just happens so quick. And CLG, they take too much economic damage. That forced some awkward buy situations where they had to force buy a few rounds ago. Either way, 1 kit on the board for CLG, and very light on utility. This is a huge disadvantage for them.
Oh, absolutely. If it comes to a retake, they really won't have a lot. They'll have used all their grenades by that point in time. No one got tagged in the middle, though, so a pretty good start. And NIP running a bit of a default setup here in the beginning, but now they're putting on a lot of speed. Forrest already out in the middle, but Finesse going to win that initial fight. Forrest gets a kill. Can he get the second one here? Spraying down. No, Tarek going to drop him. And that's a very important kill here. CLG trying to stay alive. Tarek goes down to Get Right. They lose the bomb site, but here's the big thing. Exist is still lurking over on Catwalk, so when they try for this retake, he might be there. He takes down JDM, and it's now a 2v3 NIP. 2 kills away from closing out this first map, and we'll see if they're going to be able to. Sneaking up through the middle, Exist is here. He sprays long range, takes down Cutler, and now he's going to drop to Get Right, who gets a double kill, and that is game. 29 kills for Forrest at the end, 16-13 in favor of NIP, and they defeat CLG on Dust 2 in the first game here in Cologne.
I know it's closer to the scoreline than Nip would have liked, but talking with Natu, he's always said that part of the issue he thinks that Nip has had recently is this tough battle they've had with a lack of confidence. And just
Yes.
winning this first match, you know, no matter how close it is. Forrest with 29 kills is great to see early on in this tournament. Now, if they can build on that and stay dangerous, that's the key. So they survive. CLG, we mentioned it a couple times. There are a few rounds that they really let slip out of their fingers that could have turned this completely different.
They had that one devastating 5v3. They lost the third round on the first half of the game, where they should have had a quick 3-0. It turned into a 2-1 instead.
Right.
Probably would have been overtime if they could have gone back and changed that. But that's how it is. Not looking too excited, though. I will say I'm pleased to see that Tarek and Cutler are playing so well. Glad that Hayes made it back. That's actually something that's very difficult to do. If you have a first half like Hayes had, to come back and actually start playing well again is very difficult.
Well, the key is you know, even if you know you have a bad half and you're feeling bad about it, you have to stay focused enough where you can maybe not have a monster half, but find your way to impact a couple rounds here and there, have a positive impact. And he did that. He bailed him out of a round early on in that second half to get their winning streak started. But JDM also with the AWP played very, very well.
Absolutely, and also I think the kill differential on NIP was not that great. I mean, Forrest at 29, sure, but I think the lowest fragger was actually Get Right at 17. So I mean, 17 to 29, it's not that big. It means pretty much everyone on NIP was doing something good, and that's also very important, especially maybe early in a tournament like this. I think it's a good sign right now for NIP, even though they probably would have preferred a landslide.
Right, absolutely, yeah, definitely would have. But yeah, it's great for them, so they can go into that next match knowing, having a little bit of extra confidence into them. But CLG, the tough part is they are that team that we said. They can put up the numbers, but they can't seem to get over that hump to take the complete victory away. They've teased us with a couple best-of-1 upsets in the past, but they're too few and far between. So a couple you know, corrections in some of their late-round situationals, especially when they have man advantages. They seem to throw away a couple kills and allow their opponents back into it. You fix that, and I think you start winning more matches.
Yeah, I mean, just to sort of tally up here, the recent results of CLG on LAN against big European teams, it was almost beating Envy on Inferno, it was almost beating TSM as well as at IEM, very similar scoreline, I think also 16-13, now almost NIP. So we've got a bunch of almost matches here for CLG, but I'm wondering if they are ready over at the panel. Indeed they are, so Chobra, take it away.
Pasha. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and we are ready with one of the winners of the very first game here at the ESL1 Cologne Major. It is going to be Exist from NIP. Of course, congratulations are in order, but there's still a long way to go. How have you guys enjoyed that very first match between NIP and CLG?
Like I said, that's the result I was predicting. No one else really joined me on that one, but I know how strong CLG can be, especially the individual performances. JDM was very impactful there. His ult picks seemed to be very influential there and got them into a lot of key rounds there. So one thing to know as well for me was the CLG retakes onto the bomb sites. They were phenomenal. Like with rounds that looked like NIP had tied up, they somehow got together. The synergy from the CT side was great for them. Retaking that seemed like an important factor to getting so many rounds on the board.
For Flaren, watching that game, I mean, do we have any questions for Exist? Because in the middle, I mean, as Casper was saying, it looked like, I mean, CLG, if they just brushed up a couple things, looked like they could have taken that.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to keep in mind as well that NIP also did a bunch of mistakes, not only CLG, so you can't just base a game off of the mistakes that CLG did when you also have to account for NIP's mistakes that they had as well. They also had a few rounds when they lost one of the retakes that they shouldn't have. So yeah, it was a close game, but, you know, what we've always said is a win is a win. Doesn't matter the score.
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel about that game looking back, Exist, with a couple of the points that the guys have mentioned?
Well, it's like Fifran said, we felt like we should have won the game easier, but we made a couple of mistakes when we had like 12-8 or something, like 3 rounds in a row. We got entry after entry, but somehow they managed to win a round by sloppy mistakes by us. Of course, they played really good. JDM as well, like you said. He hit his shots with the up, and he made it hard for us.
Similar, what about you? Any other opinions here on that first game between NIP and CLG?
I think Exist pretty much hit the 3 rounds on the head where they were able to set up pretty much where you're thinking, okay, 100% they're going to hold this. And then what actually happened? Was it miscommunication? Was it jitters? What actually happened to miss those shots? Because at least 2 of those rounds where you're set up on A, it really seemed like there's no way they can lose this situation.
I think it was the positioning and the plants. Where we planted was the biggest mistake from us, like how the positions we took after the after plant. And one of the rounds, I think I had a Tech 9 in pit, and it's not the best position.
Yeah,
I was trying to wrap around short, but then I got the call that we planted towards long only. Yeah, so I had to stay there with the Tech 9.
And did you grin really hard when it was 13-13 and they tried to retake on B?
No, not really. On that situation, we had really good positions, and I kind of knew that we should win this 80%, 90%, so no, not really.
Right on. Well, I mean, as you guys were mentioning earlier, a win is a win, and eventually you're going to be moving on to the winners match here. Overall, how are you looking at this group of Group A? Were you guys worried at all coming into the groups? Were you like, you know what, it should be fine if we just play our A game?
No, of course, coming into a major, you have to prepare for everyone. Everyone is so good nowadays. CLG is like a dark horse, I would say. We don't know that much about them because we don't play against them so much. And they recently beat TSM and Fnatic, I believe, in Gamescom. And TSM has always been a top team, top 4 team, so they're really good as well. And the 4th team, the Australians, they're also like a dark horse. We don't know so much about them, so yeah, we have to prepare for everyone, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, that's why a lot of the community, I think, has been rallying around this major, saying, you really don't know. I mean, it's going to be a really exciting one. Now, as you said, you thought maybe you should have won easier. But, Henry, overall, then, any other questions for Exist here after their first game? Now that we've seen, you know, after all the speculation.
Just
how
one of the rounds that really stood out for me. The third round going in, you guys were full eco. It was 2-0, you were down. And then you came back and did a full eco. You won the round as well, like P2000 USPs. Like, do you think that was a mistake from CLG going into that, or is it something you guys orchestrated to actually get into the round?
I think we got a entry on A, on Severe Long, I don't remember.
It's just a round you don't expect to win at all, right? Like, it's a throwaway round in some respects.
Yeah, not at all. We had a full eco, and I think Freiburg did a great job on B, or maybe they made a mistake not pushing him earlier and trying to kill him earlier. But yeah, mistakes happen, and that's a major.
It seemed like they didn't want to. They were too scared to face you almost. They were playing so passively and allowing you guys to even get the position on them. And then the crossfires ensued. It was like pandemonium going down. But that's one of the interesting rounds I think CLG were looking back on. When you win the first 2 rounds quite convincingly, and then you lose the full eco against them is always disappointing. So that's what I wanted to touch on.
Not a result you generally expect after the first 2. But Flaren, what about you? Any new thoughts now that we've heard a lot coming into this major about every team, right? About how they're doing in scrims or whatnot. But now that we've seen one game from each team, maybe anything for NIP, or even just maybe questions to Exist about CLG now having played against them?
No, not really. I mean, one thing to note about CLG is that they still seem to have issues closing out games.
Yeah.
As we saw in Gamescom, we saw that the first game now here as well. Yeah, they can play, but at the end of the day, even if you end up losing 16-14 or 16-1, for them it's still a loss on the paper. So, but overall, I mean, it looked solid for NIP. Sure, it was probably a little bit closer than what they would have been expecting, but yeah, they're going to be matched up against TSM or Renegades in a few hours.
I think I've got an idea for a side business for Device, actually. Make a little money on the side at the event, you know, maybe get some counseling. You know, how do you get over choking? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Device is going to set them down, right? He's going to be in a circle. He's like,
that.
listen, boys, you know, this is what you got to do. But there is a little bit of that there, right? You get that feel where it's like, we've seen this before. Oh, yeah. But look at what TSM did once they got over it, once they got over that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's something real, right? Whether it's an outside factor or whatnot, it's going to play some of these teams. Well, Exist, once again, congratulations, but it's still going to be a long way if you guys want to get to where you want to be here at the major. Overall, though, now that one game's down, you guys feeling confident? As you said, I mean, a win is a win. You've got that W on your scoreboard.
Yeah, for sure. The first game is always hard to get a win. Once you get over that bump, I think you just keep on rolling, you know? So it is good.
Real quick, who would you rather face between the remaining 2 in your group, TSM or Renegades?
TSM for sure.
For sure. Just because you don't have that element of surprise that's possible with Renegades where, like you said, you weren't too familiar with their playstyle?
I think we just want to prove to everyone that we're a top team, that we can beat TSM, you know. I think that's what drives us right here.
Damn straight.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Well, it was nice having you on the desk after your first one, Exist. Thank you very much for joining us. Also, for all of you guys at home, don't forget to check out The Score Esports. For all your information, you can download the app at the iOS App Store or the Google Play Store, and they've got a nice little piece rounding up the whole thing on everything you need to know at ESL One Cologne. So go ahead and check that. For now, though, we'll take a quick look, of course, at one of our favorites, Joe Miller in CSGO.
So the good thing for me was that Counter-Strike and, you know, the likes of HLTV.org were, even throughout this time where I wasn't commentating Counter-Strike, were still part of my daily routine. The CS scene is not something that I really fell out of touch with in terms of news. I always kept up to date with, you know, how the game itself was going. I was always playing a little bit of CSGO in there as well and really keeping up to date with the news. You know, coming into this tournament, ESL One will be my first major, and obviously I'm working day and night even to make sure that I'm up to speed on everything and making sure that the fans out there are getting the commentary that they want to see from me. There are all these newer names in there, you know, the likes of Anders and Semler, who never really commentated Counter-Strike before Counter-Strike Go, and they put in so much hard work into that, and I think we as a community, the Counter-Strike community as a whole, can be extremely grateful to people like that who, you know, stuck with the game. For me, I suppose you could say, as a new commentator now coming back into Counter-Strike Go, the last thing that I want to do is, you know, shove these guys to the side and say, I'm back, you know, I casted all of CS 1.6. That's not what it's about here. This is about, I think, adding more talent, and we're seeing every day more and more commentators coming through. The viewers have a choice of, you know, who they like, because if you're stuck with the same people commentating the same games day in, day out, it does get a little bit boring. So the fact that talent as a whole in Counter-Strike Go has really grown, and we're seeing more and more personalities coming in, I think is only a good thing for the scene. When I first came to Cologne, one of my dreams actually was to do a huge event in Cologne. We've done smaller locations in Cologne, we've done Gamescom in Cologne, but you know, you look for us just outside our office basically, and you see the Lanxess Arena towering above everything. And for me, that was always a really big goal. I wanted to see an ESL Counter-Strike event in the Lanxess Arena, and I can finally say that we're going to do that in front of tens of thousands of people. And that's for Counter-Strike. It feels for me like Counter-Strike's really coming home.
Yeah, right, last man standing, P250 out, jumping and shooting, he gets one more kill, looking for it, he's got him hunted down, time is up, oh my god, get already, you gotta be kidding me! The last kill in 1 second left!
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL1 Cologne Major in 2015. We've already had a couple matches going down, one here on Stream A. Of course, we had that match going down on Stream B, too. Envious taking a convincing victory against Flipside, so we have a quick update on that if you were only watching here on the main stream. But now that we've got some games down, it's time to look at some of the other teams going forward. We discussed briefly with Exist how they looked against CLG. Overall, though, how are you guys feeling about now NIP and CLG in this tournament as a whole, not just in Group A?
Well, NIP, obviously, we knew it was going to be a difficult game for them. The tournament, the first we've seen, just finding their footing, perhaps working out what was available to them. But overall, like Robin said, I think they did look strong. The players were hitting their shots, and it was just down to a few mistakes that let them down towards the end. Not to mention as well, CLG made mistakes as well. But their retakes looked very strong, and they played a very good game. But at the end of the day, this sort of tournament doesn't matter having a close one. You need to be winning them. Unfortunately, there's not really much you can take away from that.
Yeah, that is very true. Now, on the other side, we didn't get to watch too closely, but the results kind of speak for themselves. Envious, I believe, 16-3 with the final score against Flipside. Now, with all the hype around that Envious lineup, now they're still performing when they kick things off. Do you think that's kind of the level that we can continue to expect so far in the Major?
For me, they're a favorite to take the whole thing. You know, I know I started off the show saying, you know, Fnatic, strong chance of them, getting back-to-back titles and all that jazz, but still got to wave the French flag around a little bit, frags as well, and say that, that those guys really stand a good chance of making it at least to the finals, if not taking the whole thing, because right now they're looking real good, and they're in that honeymoon period at just the right time. They made the roster change. This is the roster that they wanted for a couple of months now. They finally got it locked in, and it's right at the Major. It's perfect. All things point to Envy doing fantastic this entire tournament long.
Faflaren, what about your thoughts on Envy?
I think overall they, with the switch and they got Kenny S and Apex, so far Apex has been playing lights out when it got back to Happy, which is something we didn't see for a very long time. When the last Cologne Major was when Apex was at his peak and he was under the reins of Happy, and then joining Titan, he hasn't really been up to par. But then coming in here, he's back, and by the looks of it, Envy's playing amazing, so.
Yeah, so far it sounds like it's, yeah. So any of you guys who want to follow that, of course, the more matches for them will be coming up later on Stream B. But for now, we got to continue down Group A. The next matchup will be between Renegades and TSM. Let's take a first look at Renegades and their path so far to ESL1 Cologne.
When CSGO started, Australia was projected into the limelight pretty early on, and we've kept growing and attending more and more events and bringing what we've learned back home. But Australian Counter-Strike now is probably at the point of where American Counter-Strike was in late 1.6. Being placed in Group A with TSM, NIP and CLG, it's going to be a rough group, but if we can bring our A game out on the first day, we can catch them slow and hopefully pull out a victory. Being here for IEM at Gamescom and getting to boot camp here at the ESL Studios has been a big help, and this place is starting to feel like home, so hopefully all the practice that we've put in is going to really show. The goal is going to be to get out of group stage as our first point. From there, whatever happens is fantastic for the team. Coming here and competing against the best teams in the world is a privilege, and it's one we take seriously.
And the Renegades coming in all the way from Australia. But as they mentioned, they've actually been in Cologne for a couple weeks now and starting to feel like home, and they've been boot camping. Overall, how do we think they look coming in, especially in their first matchup against TSM?
I'm just going to throw this in real quickly. It doesn't have any real weight, but I'm glad that it was JKS that was closing out that video, you know, pointing, because he's the man to fear on that team. Absolutely. And if JKS is coming after you, basically you need a change of pants because it's going to end badly. So that guy,
I mean, his last name is
going to be on him. Man, he is exactly, bro. It's like now,
he has everything going for him.
Everything points to him messing you up. So, yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on him pretty much as like the primo player on this team.
Yeah, he's the clutch monster. He's very similar to Nex in Mouse Sports. He can just find frags out of absolutely anywhere. If he's alive on the board, no matter the situation, you know he's going to find some sort of gap in there. So he definitely is one of the key factors that Renegades have going for them, and it's always exciting to watch him play.
Yeah, and now overall, we had him saying, not JKS, but of course, Sponge just saying, overall, well, it feels like now Australia finally catching up in terms of where everyone else is in CS. We're now finally catching up in stride, but still on the back foot. For Flaren, what do you think of that? Would you say that's an accurate representation? They're looking at themselves in a good perspective, or accurate perspective, rather?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and that's why there's been a lot of talks for this team, Renegades, to actually move over to North America. And if they do that, they can compete versus the North Americans, and they can also compete versus some European teams as well. And the more they actually spend time over there, even in Europe or in North America, they're only going to be improving. So definitely a team that does have the potential. Probably not there as of yet, but the more, like, again, you know, they've attended 3 majors. I think 3 majors, and then a lot of obviously IEM and a lot of other tournaments overall. So they are getting the exposure and the experience from attending all of these events. So.
Yeah, that is very true.
They're definitely looking stronger every time they come here. Like Robin said, when you play in Australia, like you're quite limited to what you can who you can play against. The only experience you get is at live events. The practice, although like they have the opportunity to be boot camps now, they've been sorted by Renegades. I think a move like going to the NA scene would be perfect for them. Maybe Europe would be the wiser decision, just to be on the top of the game, as it were. But that will be yet to be seen. And obviously, a team we always like to watch, and they can be very strong. TSM, a matchup. You can't really favour them in, but like I said before, this is the first game of the day for everyone. Best of one. We never know how close it can be.
All right, well, that's a brief chat from us here at the NVIDIA Expert Desk about Renegades. But yeah, of course, there are 2 sides to every game. On the other side, waiting for them will be TSM.
The past 3 months have been rough for us, since we have had some up and downs in our tournaments. Some tournaments we crashed out early, and some other tournaments we won. So going to this tournament where everybody's focused on it, it's going to be pretty tough for us, because everybody knows that we can be able to win a tournament. You can't be the best team in the world if you even haven't won a major yet. So that's what we're trying to aim for, and this time is one of the biggest tests we have to go for ourselves. And if we can deliver on the day and the next following days, I think we'll be able to win the whole tournament. Nothing else than winning it matters for us, and I know that from all our team, that the only thing we are here for is that for winning.
TSM, ladies and gentlemen, it sounds like Kerrigan really has his eye on the ball here when he says, well, if you want to be the best team, and you can't be it without even having won a major, and they've been gunning for that spot, right? They've been saying, well, I mean, they've been trying to prove that they can be the best in the world, so it looks like their chance is here this weekend. What do you guys think, though, overall? As he said, I mean, he admitted himself, we've had our downs, too, even very recently. We haven't performed as well as most people expect a top, 3, top even 2 team to do.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. They've had some really up and down performances, like winning the Face It Season 2 finals. They looked in great form there, bouncing back after some shaky results early on. But last time I casted these guys was at the Ace Predator Masters, and they bailed out in 7th to 8th place. And it was a real question mark in the whole tournament. We couldn't even work out how that went down. And I couldn't even tell you what the problem was. A lot of people were speculating they're saving a lot of their tactics and new stuff they've got for this event. Whether that will come to fruition, I'm not so sure. Like it seemed to me, watching them, the fundamentals weren't really there. The synergy as a team wasn't really working out for them. But I guess it makes sense if you are saving everything you've got and all the new drills things for a tournament. Why not make it this one? So maybe this is the one they can finally cross the finish line and take a major home.
Yeah, and one thing that TSM actually does have going for them is that they're one of the few teams that can actually beat Fnatic. And this will be one of the massive things if they can make it out of the group stage, moving further down the bracket. If they do end up playing Fnatic, they have a very good chance of potentially winning that matchup. So, and this is by far one of the few teams that can actually do so. And then you have a great track record versus NIP and versus everyone, I'd say, after they started winning. So, yeah, they do have their ups and downs. But coming into a major like this, they have... I don't think that they've ever gone out in a group stage in a major. Always semifinal.
Yeah, you can't argue against these guys being top 4, basically. Like, they are monsters. And the fact that NIP, who have Exist up here saying, well, we'd rather face TSM because we need to beat a top dog to prove ourselves, to say that we're competitive again. Right? You know, that kind of shows you just how much respect they have in the scene right now. Nobody can take these guys lightly. They are contenders for the title. So the fact that I think it now comes down to the weight of the tournament, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't think they ever really got their heads in the game for Acer, where they were kind of just like, you know, lilting around a little bit. Coming into a major, I think it's going to be a totally different beast, because talking to Device, talking to some of these players, they're all just laser focused right now. They know how much is riding on this, and they know just how much they want to prove themselves as the best team in the world.
Yeah, it seems for all the players that are gathering here, just really the mentality is different, because like you said, it is a major. It's going to mean just that much to win it. Now, earlier for Renegades, you guys said, well, JKS is definitely the man to look out for. On TSM, would you say there really is 1 or 2 players that you have to look out for, or it's overall really the team as a whole that you need to watch out?
Device and Cajun for me.
Yeah, I really like Carrigan in the way he can adapt to almost every map. He has a different role. Pretty much he can pick up the AWP, he can pick up the rifles. He's always good for 1 or 2 frags. Obviously, he's the in-game leader as well, and as soon as he joined that team, he really turned them around and made them into what they are today. So he's my favourite player for them. Just from being an in-game leader myself, like I respect him as a player and what he's done with that team.
Yeah. One thing that Kerrigan actually does really good as well is he sacrifices himself. When they actually execute, he's the first one in. He doesn't care. Oh, yeah, you don't have money? Okay, I'll buy a Tech 9 for myself. Like, flash me and I'll go, and then you come after and just to clean up after me.
What's crazy about that is also he nearly always finds a headshot with that
Tech 9. Always.
He's crazy effective with that gun.
At least almost like every round, like at least 1 kill.
I'm still going to stand by Device and Cajun as being the point man, obviously, because Device is the, you know, to quote Thorin, right, the star player of the team. Like, he is the man doing the damage. But for me, the guy who kind of like, who's off in the shadows, right, is Cajun. He's this guy who can just go Super Saiyan mode at any moment and just get pissed off. That's the key, actually. He's like Vegeta. You got to piss him off. And then if you piss him off, then all of a sudden it's just like, rah, and he just goes nuts and gets like 40 frags, right? Like, he can be that kind of impact player. So if things start to go south for TSM, I think we have to keep our eyes on Cajun, because he's probably going to be the guy who just decides, okay, you know, it's leg day. Time to carry everybody and get it across the finish line.
Yeah, it does sound like, I mean, for different circumstances, they're going to have these players that they can rely on. And again, maybe that's all part of the recipe, that why people have been saying, well, TSM, look out for TSM possibly becoming the best team. You said earlier, well, they have, you know, they have a good shot against all of these other favorites coming into this tournament. Now, do you think then they're favored absolutely to go out first in Group A, or do you think we just have to wait and see?
Well, for me, they're favored to win Group A. Mainly because, yeah, they're playing Renegades here. Yeah, sure, there might be an upset, but I strongly favor TSM here. And then coming into NIP, like I said, they have a really good track record versus NIP. So I do favor them in that matchup as well. And then we will potentially see TSM just walking away here with 2 easy wins.
Yeah, I think this game will be interesting. We're going to see what TSM has turned up to the event, whether it's the world-class tournament winners or the people who are maybe a little bit lackluster going into this. So Renegades, I think, is a perfect test. Renegades going to be very hungry for this one. They've got a lot to prove. They've been boot camping. They've been doing their homework. So, yeah, perfect game for TSM to kind of give us a thermometer reading of where they are right now.
Right on. Now we're waiting for the players to get ready for this game, the second game of Group A. But something that that you guys all briefly mentioned but didn't really touch upon is obviously everyone can now, if you've been looking at these teams for a while, you can talk about the positives of TSM, why, in theory, they're a strong team. But you guys all mentioned, well, in the past they haven't done well, but maybe they've been hiding stuff, maybe they weren't as focused. How much can we really read into that, Sumler?
I don't really bite on the whole, saving strats thing. Like, for me, it's more like getting your head in the game. And like I said earlier, perhaps sometimes a tournament may not be of that caliber, or the teams attending that tournament, you might get caught off guard. And we've seen that in the past with TSM at the Pro League, where they just got bailed out early on and were forced into a best-of-1 situation versus Fnatic and lost that closely, right? And so that's the tournament where we saw, the TSM that just you never really want to see again if you're a TSM fan. That's still, that's always going to be something that's behind their shoulders. They didn't come into the scene and just start demolishing. They didn't just start wrecking. They, like we were making jokes about it earlier, right? They used to have a tendency to choke, to get ahead in a match, but then to somehow let it slip out of their fingers. And that's always going to be a shadow over them now. Yes, okay, they've won tournaments and they've got over it, but if they start slacking off, that nervousness can start coming back at them.
Yeah, as a spectator and analyst then, aside from just being whether a fan of TSM or not, do you think you just kind of look at those and say, all right, well, there probably were reasons, let's not look into the losses too much, or do you say, well, it's kind of iffy, I think this is the time to tell?
Yeah, I think they've just got a lot of skeletons in their closet to work on. Perhaps they just need to work out those issues. They've had time now since the last events to work out what the problems were, and this is obviously the time to make rectify those mistakes and potentially bring out the new tactics. Semler's not a believer in that, but I think there could be some sort of truth, and I think that if you work at to save certain things, maybe you have some new ideas to bring to the table. Why not save them for this event?
All right. Well, we'll have to see. Now, of course, we are getting ready for the map vetoes. How much weight do we put that for this matchup? Earlier, for CLG, it was very specific, right? They've said it openly themselves. We don't really practice 2, maybe 3 maps. And that's something that everyone knows coming in. Like, all right, well, that's something that's really going to matter a lot for CLG. What about Renegades versus TSM? Do you think either team is going to be heavily concerned about that process? Or when it comes down to 3 and it's randomized, it's all right?
I think for TSM, the good thing for TSM is that they can play every map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They don't have a bad map per se, and then for Renegades, they don't play, for example, Cobble. They don't play that.
Yeah, they play the classic maps. They play the Cash, Inferno, Dust 2. We don't see them play that much on more of the exotic ones. So that's maybe something that's going to let them down into this veto. Obviously, you're going to have a pool of 3 that's randomized towards the end. You don't have that much control. So that's why we're saying this whole tournament, you need to have a deep map pool. You need to have at least 6 maps you're strong on. Otherwise, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
I think the main thing here is best of 1 is going to favor them because they still have the 2 bans. So they can still get rid of a couple of maps and leave it down to the solid maps that they're going to be good on to get randomly picked, and they don't care which one it falls on. The real problem here for Renegades, if that's the case, is what do you do when you only have the 1 ban if you get into the playoffs, right? You're going to have to leave a map in there and you're going to have to risk it, right? And that's not a pleasant situation to be in, and that's we've been saying it, hammering it home basically all day long, is you can't have that kind of weakness if you're going to win the thing.
Right. Now, one thing positive though, jumping off of that one is, of course, the difference between that we heard between Renegades and CLG is Renegades just says, well, you know what, we're just looking at groups. If we can get our groups, great. Yeah. They're setting their goals, smaller steps, and they know where they want to stand. It looks like the map vetoes are underway, though, so we'll be getting ready for match number 2 in Group A to determine who's going to go on to the winners match.
I think that's Cash. I think that's Cash that's been banned, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to...
I don't think either of these teams wants to play Cash, so I wouldn't be
surprised. Well, Renegades would love to play Cash. It's the best map. But so TSM has made a wise decision in vetoing Cash.
Is that Mirage gone second?
I think so. I think that's Mirage gone second.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I mean, that makes sense for Renegades. They don't want to play TSM there.
Definitely not.
Cobble? That's probably Cobble. Vetoed out second. That's got to be it.
Yeah.
Dust 2?
What is it?
I can't tell
what it is.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for it to get the update on that one.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure.
The mystery beat.
TSM going ahead on whatever map that got selected, going ahead with the CT. It looks like that is going to come to no surprise.
Is that Inferno? No.
Oh, there we go. Now it's updated. All right,
Cash is out. Yeah,
Cash and Cobble being banned out by TSM.
Dust 2, so it's got to be Inferno. Is that Inferno? That looks like Inferno.
Well,
Train.
Wait, is it?
What? Is it?
Oh yeah, okay, I can see that now.
Now we can see it. Yeah,
here we go.
We're the hindsight detectives here. All right, well, we can confirm that it is indeed Train. But anything interesting here in terms of the vetoes? And then let's talk about Train, of course, also.
Train, for me, the first time I ever saw Renegades play Train was on the Face It finals. They played NIP, and back then I said that was the best Train tease I've seen on the new version. Obviously, they haven't played that map that much as of late. I think they only played it like twice. I don't really remember the scores, but then you also have TSM. A map back in the day before TSM, when they used to be Dignitas and Copenhagen Wolves, Train was the map that they always vetoed. every single tournament. They never played it when they were under the reins of Fetish. Bringing in Kerrigan actually brought in some new blood to the team. He liked to play Train, and then coming into the new and updated version as well, they decided, well, hey, let's play it. And they're actually pretty good at it as well. So
it's like going off of stats alone. They're 11 out of 12 on the maps.
Yeah.
On the damn thing. So
yeah, statistically, that's TSM's best map.
Bit rough for Renegades, actually.
Like Robin said, I casted them, I think it's a Gfinity. We watched them play their T-side train, and it looked like they defined some of the tactics a lot of teams use these days. They set up the very fast main execute with the running smokes at the same time. They were the first team to really run that strat, and it's very difficult to contain as a CT side. So obviously a lot of teams are caught up with that now, and they're kind of reset. The meta has been defined, but it's definitely a map we know Renegades can play, and they've obviously got better on it. That was about 3 or 4 months ago, so they've really fine-tuned their playbook, and this will be a really cool matchup. Like we said, TSM's best map statistically, so you do have to favour them, but it's hard to call considering what we saw last game.
Yeah, I can't see Sponge leaving it in here without having something up his sleeve.
That is true. So already on day one, looks like we're up for another interesting match between Renegades and TSM. That's it for us here from the NVIDIA Expert Desk. But after this break, we'll jump right into match number 2.
All right, and welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Moses once again, and we're going into our second match here on the mainstream. It's going to be TSM versus Renegades, and I'm Anders. And Moses, how do you feel about all of this? Train as a map, what do you think of that?
It's an interesting map, seeing how teams play it so differently. For me, the biggest key on Train is how, on both sides, how you manage the lanes. You know, terrorists want to get aggressive. They want to push forward behind their own smokes that they're throwing. CTs want to make sure they can't advance too far down the train yards before they're contacting them, before they mount their defense. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these teams are going to be able to slow down terrorists trying to make that kind of a play.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much evolution still left on Train, which is not surprising. It is kind of like the latest map that's been changed. Obviously, the Train as a sort of as a brand has been around for such a long time in so many different iterations, it feels like. But this current version, fairly new. I feel like teams are still figuring out so much. I think the latest change that I've seen is a lot more teams willing to push Ivy on the terrace, on the CT side, sorry. So just get the information with someone setting out in T-spawn almost. Get that information on the CT side, and over at B, where we're actually seeing right now people pushing up on the CT side again to try and see what the terrorists are actually doing. I feel like CT aggression is like the latest flavor on this map, but I'm looking forward to learning a lot more. I feel like these teams, they have to show us something cool here.
Yeah, even pushing into that middle connector as counter-terrorists and setting up some kind of a crossfire there for like a delay, for if the terrorists are going to do a delayed execution outside, already having players there. But yeah, Alley and that inner push, they're two places where great spots to gather information as a defense. So if you push someone up on that top ramp and you don't see anything, you can keep 4 members outside. That's why, you know, terrorist teams, you'll see they often put 1 or 2 people down there initially, at least to force the defenders back.
And look at this, Renegades going obviously for an execute here. 3 smokes is very unusual for a pistol round on terrorist side. The theme for a long time has actually been having a lot of people with armor. You can tell the Australian team here ready for it, and we'll see if they can mount something. We already see the 2 smokes that are being set up on T-spawn. We know where they're going to land towards that A bomb site to try and build that wall of smoke, but look at the rest of the team here sneaking out a little bit. We'll see Azza pushing out a pop dog and trying to get a bit of information. There's that wall of smoke that's so well known by now, and he gets a shot through the vice going down. Great start here for Renegades, and Sponge pushing in. They're creating a huge diversion, and look at this, the Danish team, they're biting, they're rotating back to B, and there's a huge mistake. The bomb goes down in A, and Cajun stuck in C. Connector, Carrigan going down. Havoc with the shot, double kill for Azza, and Cajun going to be gone. It's Sponge with the kill, and Renegades picking up the first round. That was a terrific strategy, completely outplaying TSM.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. 2 members pushing up inner, really just crunching on that defense that was trying to figure out which bomb site to rotate through. I mean, TSM just gets completely confused. They're not sure where to go, and that was just so well done from Renegades. An exclamation point on that pistol round.
Fantastic, and especially if you just consider for a moment that that standard wall of smoke executes has been countered so many times now. Almost every team knows to stop it. So instead of just throwing that right away, they show that they're doing it, but then they rotate back to B, and or they push in B, and you can tell they bought that immediately.
The timing of that push on inner was perfect. It catches off the player just jumping on top of trains, trying to rotate. He gets got completely off guard and obliterated. Now here's that push towards Alley. JKS playing far back just to watch for this, but Dupree gathers no information.
And I suppose more evidence that Renegades are fairly well prepared for this, because they see it coming. The single pop flash out, no result at all for TSM. Yam going to take down Carrigan. There's still 1 flash on Dupree, so just got to keep an eye on whether or not he could use that somewhere. But so far, it's looking like a very calm, very cool round here. Second on the terrorist side. Device going to be going down to Havoc, and Dupree playing close here with the 5-7. Going to get a good headshot in, and he's also almost alone. Just Cajun left here, and he drops. So great round again.
Yeah, nicely done from Renegades. Nice composure, patience, taking that outer bomb site. They clean things up, only losing 1 member. It's a very good anti-eco. And this is, I mean, Fiflarian said it at the desk. He said at one point when he saw these guys play, it was the best, or was that, that was...
I think it was at Face It, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was one of the best T-side trainers he'd ever seen executed, and starting things off very well as Renegades.
Yeah, if you're a team like Renegades and you're definitely going to be the underdog going into a lot of tournaments, it actually does make sense to try and become the masters of one of these new maps. And yeah, they're doing a really fine job here. Yam picking up a double kill with the Tech 9, and it's going to leave Dupree and Sipnix left. And Dupree sneaking up, going to get caught by Azza. No problem at all here. 3 quick rounds for Renegades, very convincing. What do you want to see out of TSM here? They've always got to put a stop to this.
Well, the first thing I see is Cajun B just snap buying that AWP as soon as he possibly can. So a lot of emphasis on having that weapon. It's even a glass cannon. He's got no armor behind it. But I'd like to see that. I mean, they're going to have to manage these choke points early on in the rounds. The good thing for Renegades is they only lose 1 member in those 2 anti-ecos, so they've got money built up now. So they've got a little bit of a bank by not losing too many members in that round. So they're going to have a couple buys in them before TSM can stop the momentum.
And they also have 4 Molotovs this round, so if they get the bomb down or if they just want to clear corners, they can pretty much do whatever they want here. 2 of them already being tossed all the way back in that A courtyard. Cajun up here, he's actually going to get forced back. That's a 3rd Molotov. Look at this, they're just firebombing out the Danes, and Havoc going to take that kill. Quick, no body armor on Cajun. He goes down, JKS with the shot. Finally, Dupree with the reply. They need this, but JKS is on fire. He takes 2 before Sipnix finally chimes in, and now it's going to be a 1v3 here for Sipnix. He drops 1 there, very low on health. I'm not sure if he knows. If he does, he's got a good chance. He's got 1 more HE grenade. He can actually kill 1 immediately if he gets a chance. Is he going to be able to use it here? HE in hand. Smoke is going to go up. If he just puts 1 down, it's going to be perfect. He's going to go for the rifle instead, not quite clearing it. There it is, right in between them. It almost takes out both, but not quite. And the return grenade, Sipnix is down. And it's going to be Renegades taking 4 in a row. What a close end to that round.
What an incredible execution on the fly. All the flashbangs coming out. We were on Cajun B with that AWP. The amount of times he got blind and re-blind, it seemed like he was going to recover and find at least 1 shot. But he was blinded. He was Molotoved back. They threw a Molotov on top of the train even to force him off there. So very nice coordination from Renegades. 4-0 so quickly and so convincingly.
Very, very cool right now. TSM, I mean, it's a bit too early, I think, for any kind of panic on this side, but certainly they've been put on notice, and they must have realized by now that Renegades, they love playing this map here. Azza with a great triple spray down, and we could hear him shout. They're feeling really fired up here, the Australian team, which is one of the things they're known for as well.
Yeah, this is nice stuff. He's going to get a 4th kill in this round. He could go for the ace here. Dupree standing behind this last train, and he's going to find him, but he can't get the kill. Dupree ends it, so that's a little bit heartbreaking. He's got armor. He's got a chance to do more damage, but Yam's going to take him out. Now going into this next buy round for TSM, how do they want to change things? I would imagine, like, they can get aggressive on these choke points. If they can get aggressive down these train lanes, they do have a double op set up now, so they go the complete opposite route. I thought they would maybe try and push up on top of the trains, not let those executes go unpunished. But instead, they just want the ops to stay a little bit farther back still.
Double AWP is, I mean, we talked about this on Dust 2. It's such a big investment, and if it works out, obviously, that's amazing, but they got to be a little bit careful. Sponge setting up for an early smoke, very, very fast there. Device going to counter smoke out and block off the lane, and actually does hit Carrigan a bit there, so maybe a little bit jumpy here on the TSM side, whereas Renegades, they're looking fully focused, but Carrigan and Device with 2 very, very good opening frags, and now winning this round 5v3. You're on the CT side. It should be trivial. And we're going to see if it is. Molotov, HE combination to take down Havoc, and it's Yam and JKS left. What can they achieve in a 5v2 like this?
Damage. Get 2 or 3 kills, because you know they this double op setup. If you can just find the kills, lower the economy, and they can't afford that always moving forward. If you can consistently get a couple kills, unfortunately, this was read wonderfully by TSM. They get those initial 2 kills in the yard outer, and then you just see an over rotate once that smoke comes down the lower ramp, because they know they've eliminated half the attack. So now they shut it down. They have the bomb. No reason to save here for Renegades. They should just try and go and try and aim map some kills.
Yep, everybody's got 5,000 or more on that Australian side, so they can easily throw away these rifles and try and do some damage, and that's going to be just fine. Nice boost over there, which is a new feature of this version of Train. You couldn't do that in the CSS or 1.6 versions. Just try and see if you can boost over and look up, catch someone in the C connector there. JKS trying to push down. Both going to be dropped there, so a flawless round from the Danish team. Probably give them a bit of confidence back.
Yeah, that's good. So they stop it at 5, but crucially everyone living. You talk about the cost of this double op setup. With all 5 living, they can build up some money behind it. So well done from them. Renegades try and do something there at the end, but they just run into a firing squad.
That's how it ended up, and I mean, they did get smoked off, which means the speed with which they've been executed the previous rounds, not quite the same this time around. We'll see, though. Still plenty of Molotovs here on Renegades, and it's the 7th round, and they are setting up once again, Moses. Look at this.
Yeah, they want to catch him off guard, maybe trying to switch things up, catch him. Maybe they're thinking TSM's going to get aggressive, try and surprise them, but it looks like they're prepared to just exactly that, not be surprised by anything, not get caught off guard, not give away any free kills, although Yam eats a nade there a little bit. Some good damage dealt early on.
Yeah, that's a very cool grenade, obviously. Well worth the investment to be dishing out that much. And Carrigan a little bit further up in the courtyard, so if they were trying for those really far back Molotov executes, maybe Carrigan could be sort of in between that and see if he can make it done. This smoke here is going to land down by Ivy, the one that Azza's trying to put up here, so that's a good smoke.
Yeah, Carrigan has a Molotov still, so he's waiting for the execution to start coming in. He's waiting for the smokes and flashes to stream over so he can block the choke point off with that Molotov.
Carrigan trying to spot anybody out, not seeing them yet. And the clock is running really low here at about 40 seconds now. We see all the fire and flames going into that courtyard. Carrigan trying to push out his sprays. One, they're both flashed. He gets a double, but Sponge and JKS will get the return. So now it's a 3v3, and we're down to 30 seconds. KGB, the very important kill. Dupree's there with a headshot on JKS, and now it's all on Yam. And he goes down to Dupree. A good double kill, and TSM, they bring it back to 5-2. So a comfortable round once again, only losing 2 players.
So smart from Carrigan, playing behind that train. Once the smokes come out, once the execution, he drops his own Molotov in that choke point. They have to sit behind it or run through it. He sprays 2 down that run through it, but that gives time for his teammates to get unblind, to find an angle around a smoke, to get a little bit more comfortable and grab some angles.
Now, did you see where the flashbang came from that Carrigan netted those double kills off? That one double kill? Was it a team flash in on top of the trains? I'm not sure if he got pop flashed in for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know those 2 players were just running through the fire trying to find something, and they just looked the wrong way.
So fire and flashbangs, and it's just a bit too much to handle.
Bad combination.
Yeah. Similar strategies to what we saw in the pistol round here. Again, it's going to be the wall of smokes towards A, so you guys already know, but it does have the follow-up here from, and I think this one is really going to be for Connector, and then one more for, oh, actually, that bounced up a little bit. I think that was supposed to go a little bit higher. Not quite perfect. But still a pretty good round coming out so far for Renegades. Let's see if they can execute behind it, though. Carrigan here again. The fire, the flames, the Molotovs. Oh, my God. It's a double. It's a triple for Carrigan with the pistol. He's going to run in, pick up a Galil, turns around for the quad, but not going to get it. Still a very solid defense here from the Danish captain. It's going to leave Azza alone, and he does some good damage. A headshot on Device, goes for a second one, and picks that one up. Sipnik's falling down. A lot of damage being dished out here, even though the round is pretty much lost after that triple kill.
Right, and this is the change that the TSM is making. They're saying you want to play these delayed executions, you want to go a little bit slower. That's going to allow us to get a player like Kerrigan playing the same spot as he just did last round. Get him closer up. Don't let them get up these train lanes whatsoever. Make him work for every inch that you're going to give him in that train yard.
So from 5-0 into 5-3, that's 3 in a row for TSM. Starting to build a little bit. They have good money on at least one player, but the rest are actually lacking behind. So Renegades, even though they don't have armor or anything this round, if they could just do a little bit of damage, they can still keep the Danish team somewhat low. And we'll see if they're going to be able to. Device, I think he saw it coming. He's got that submachine gun.
Right, and also we talked about, as long as you're getting those kills, you force the double up out of TSM's hands for the moment. That's why Device has that MP7, farm up a little bit of a bank in this eco round and get back to it. But just getting those kills, it's such a costly setup to have to keep rebuying.
We will see. Renegades pacing themselves. Not a single grenade on them, which I'm still a bit disappointed in. Still some good, I think, opportunities on this map to catch someone, but they do bait out the shot, so at least they know where the AWP is. Cage are not going to be too happy about that.
Right, but what do they have left to do here? Like you said, no smokes, no flashes. Azer's the only one with armor whatsoever, and the bomb. So it looks like they're just going to try and draw some rotations away from the A site and just have the bomb carrier just run outside and try and get something done. But Zipic's going to get the first kill. Havoc actually falls to his death after being legged. There's a nice kill, though.
Oh, that feels so bad, but it's happened multiple times. Pyth is out somewhere cringing. Sponge trying to see if he can sneak in here. Wins the fight. He would have been able to put the bomb down, which would have been actually very impressive. So I guess it's a little bit more difficult on this version of Train, but previous versions, getting a bomb down on the terrorist side was actually very easy, even if you only had pistols.
Right, there were a lot of good smoke executes, or even just, you know, as the bomb carrier, buy some armor and just get into a safe spot where only nades can hit you and get the bomb down that way.
The early global offensive version of Train had a one particular barrel on that A-bomb side. You would crouch in behind and you couldn't shoot through the barrels. You'd be almost invincible behind that one. We will see, though. It's 4-5 right now, and we're in the 10th round, still first half of this game. And TSM are starting to sort of, you know, just pull it together here. Great grenade, a follow-up as well. It's going to do a lot of damage here. Havoc and Yam both down to about half health.
Yeah, Renegades is going to need to come up with an adjustment of their own. With Kerrigan playing this aggressively, and you can see they're just throwing these nades into this choke point early on, TSM is, and it's dealing so much damage because they know that there's going to be late execute from Renegades, so they're punishing them for being in this room for so long. And now with all this money built up, with the streak that TSM is on, they have the Molotovs behind it. They still have 3 left for anything. So this is going to be very tough for Renegades to handle.
Still waiting, still setting up outside. They really want that opening frag somewhere, and you can tell they're trying to see if they can play around the smoke here, just jump over it and catch Kerrigan, but he has that really good mix right now of aggression, but also playing it safe enough that they can't easily pick him off, and 40 seconds on the clock. Yam sneaking his way forward. There's that Molotov buying more time as Sipnix comes up with a double kill. It's Azza and Sponge going down, and I think they were playing around the brown hole, so not going to be too effective right now. Kerrigan switching up his position, playing by Electric here. Spots a couple of people, sprays one. Not going to get a bit the one this time, but Device will take down Yam and Havoc alone. And again, damage is the key here. He can't really easily win the round, but maybe he could pick up a couple of rifles. Not going to be the case, and that's 5 rounds in a row here. And now the money is starting to flow for TSM. What's the change? What's the change Renegades need right here, Moses?
Faster pace. They can't. They're getting stuck behind these smokes. You saw Kerrigan throws his Molotov. Wasn't even during an execute. It was just at 35 seconds, and that's going to run the clock down even more. I mean, they're just getting caught not being able to do anything in these choke points because they're smoked off. They need to beat these smokes. They need to get out and win some of those fights.
You can tell. I think this is actually a tactical timeout from Renegades. As far as I can tell, no one's dropped from the servers. So
maybe a heavy inside play. They haven't really tested inside as a team at all.
TSM are holding 2 people right there. I think actually from the beginning, because a lot of teams will put 4 members in A initially. If there's no push, they'll rotate 1 back to B. But I actually think TSM are pretty heavy on B initially. But they tend to be holding far back on that site. So a couple of good smokes, you might be right. Maybe it could work out.
Yeah, that's the thing too, because you can't just get like Renegades. TSM has a great read on what they're doing now. I talked about it. Those early nades into that choke point are just, dealing some early damage, softening them up for later, and they can't do their executes that they've wanted to do on that outside bomb site.
So We spoke about this on Dust 2, now it's Train instead. How many rounds do Renegades need? They are the underdog team. They're playing Terror side here. What's a good number for them to proceed into the second half?
I'd say. I mean, Renegades. You're going against TSM. You're a heavy underdog here.
Yeah.
You especially getting the first 5 rounds. They're going to want to add at least 3 or 4 more onto this to have a great half.
All right, so 8 or 9 would be a good, comfortable situation right now. That's going to be hard to reach.
That's a tall task at the moment. This 5-round streak that TSM has been on is crippling, and it's not only that, but it's just that you've seen that Renegades they didn't really have an answer to it. That's why this pause is coming out. They want to talk something over.
Yeah, what do you think on the TSM side? Obviously, they get to talk while Renegades is doing the timeout as well. How much do you think Carrigan is going through, you know, like trying to guess what Renegades might be doing?
Well, this is something where you can maybe see, maybe TSM comes out and he's like, all right, they're going to change something up. So let's get aggressive somewhere. Let's try and catch them off guard because they're going to be thinking about how they want to change this T side. Maybe this is where you see that player push, you know, get a pop flash over towards Ivy, peek out, see if you can find some information, some intel.
Yeah, and TSM is one of the teams that's been doing it. That when I was talking about that earlier, that was what I had in mind. So I would love to see that. Obviously, if Renegades have identified that Carrigan playing that aggressively in the A courtyard is part of the problem, that might be what they're focusing on. So if they just change the setup now, that's going to be hard for Renegades to deal with. There's sort of almost like a rock, paper, scissors thing going on here, like that type of logic where you're trying to guess what the other team might be doing, but you can't really know. And are they also trying to do it? So then, you know, you just, at some point, maybe you just got to give up on it and say, what do we feel most comfortable with?
I feel like Kerrigan's just going to keep playing that spot. They haven't been able to flush him out. They haven't put any pressure on him whatsoever. He feels very safe and comfortable just sitting behind that train as long as he pleases and then just biding his time and picking his moment. And it surprises me with how coordinated we saw that original execute onto that A-bomb site in the 4th round for Renegades was, do they have a Molotov to flush him out of position? You know, maybe behind that smoke, they had Yam jumping up, peering over it with the AWP, trying to look down that lane. Are they able to Molotov him out of there, force him either to aggressive or trying to run away? And that maybe gives Yam the opportunity to find that pick.
Yeah, actually, as someone who's spent a little bit of time trying to Molotov some of these positions out, actually behind the trains is very difficult because there's like a high ground and a low ground to the train, and if the Molotov lands on the low ground, you can sometimes just jump up on the ledge that's on the train, and you'll be out of harm's way.
Right.
What's even worse is, from a terrorist point of view, it looks like you've covered all of the backside of the train, so you just run through thinking, yeah, you just think it's clean. Or they jump up on the ladder and they hide there instead. Right. So it's actually somewhat difficult, but I'd love to see Renegades make a cool adjustment. I think now is a good time for it. They've gone for a bit of a force-up as well. It's AK, Galil, and 3 Tech-9s, but a lot of smokes here. Let's see what the Australian team can bring us after they've lost 5 rounds in a row.
This is a very interesting force buy. They still have 3 members with about 2,000 on their Sponge, JKS, and Ez are all have around 2,000. So here it is. Here's that heavy. They pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, pushing. Look at Carrigan now. He's uncomfortable right now. Out of position. He gets a kill, but he goes down to Azza. And Device going to miss a shot, but they can't really punish him for it. And he's sneaking close to the smoke. Sipnik's picking up one. A second one going for a third. Sipnik's. He gets all 3, and it's down to Sponge now. You know, 1v4. That looks so good. Sponge does pick up the kill, but again, he's trapped in here. And there is pretty much no escape except for death. And Cajun's going to be the one to dish that out. So 6 rounds in a row here, but the change of pace, I mean, you did call it that was maybe a good idea. You can tell that Carrigan immediately got caught out.
Well, they didn't have enough utility to really follow that up with anything. So because you could see they put so much emphasis, 2 players of Tech-9s rushing out into that lane just to force Carrigan away, just to get him out from behind there. Don't let him be comfortable. They do get that kill. They trade it off, but there's nothing to follow up behind it as they progress onto the site. Xyp9x makes a great play to begin with those 3 kills, but really no smokes in any of the other choke points.
Good early shot there. Yam trying to peek out into the courtyard. And Cajun, there's a double up setup is back for CSM, and Xyp9x playing on the ramp here. Does actually get caught a bit, and JKS will pick it up. And Carrigan, he's gone down to Havoc. So it is down to a 3v3. Still a lot of time here for Renegades, which is really going to help them now. TSM have a pretty uncomfortable choice to make here because they can't obviously defend both bomb sites equally. And right now, they're sort of 2B, 1A. What do you think about that?
I want to see them split up the AWPs because Cajun B, he can play far back in the B-bomb site, maybe get a pick as they enter the site if that's where he's going to do it, and he can just live. Device doing the same thing back towards the behind the old bomb train. He's got his eyes over towards the ladder room, and that's exactly where Renegades is appearing. They're going to be coming out.
Yep, Device already been caught a bit there. They know where he is, at least. Dupree as well, but he does a lot of damage. Still needs to reload here or just use the pistol. He's playing very close here. Device gets the kill. Dupree as well takes down Havoc, and it's going to be a lot to Azza. 35 seconds. He's in a 1v2. Was just in a 1v3, and he can't clutch it. Device will take him out. And they did listen to her advice. They did bring that 1-0 back there, and that turned out to be good. You can see Dupree breathing almost a sigh of relief there. That's 7 and 5 Renegades. They're really running their heads against the wall right now.
It's hard. TSM, in my opinion, one of the best teams at not giving up silly kills in late round situations. They play very patiently as individuals when they're into these 3-on-3s. You could see Renegades virtually in the bomb site, and still no one from TSM is over peaking. They're biding their time, waiting for their moment. So very smart team in that regard. So now, this is a bit of a change for Renegades. They do have the Tech 9s. They have a lot of utility, but 3 members over towards Ivy. They're going to put some pressure, but Device and Dupree have a really good read on this. Both members right outside the Ivy entrance.
It's Cajun's turn to pick up a kill, and they thought they could get close to the AWP, but Dupree was there, so a really good 1-2 combo. Device sort of pre-firing with the Tech 9, which looks a bit funny. He's going to get that kill, and that will make it 8 and 5, so the dream of getting that 8 to 9 rounds on the terrorist side here for Renegades is not going to happen. The best they can do is the next 2 in a row, and they desperately need them. And the reply here, fight fire with fire and all that, Moses, they're going for a double up of their own.
Yeah, and that's going to be really interesting because they're already getting stuck behind these smokes, being slow paced, and when they've gotten into these slower strategies, they haven't been able to find anything. So they're going to try and just get these picks. Havoc's made his way out. He's going to take the peek. A lot of his angles are open, but he misses the shot. He had an opening. Yam even, he gets taken out through smoke, so that's a disaster. Both AWPs down, and Dupree even pushes and grabs one more over towards Alley.
Oh, man, not at all an easy situation. You need to get those opening frags because you can tell that TSM is so fired up now. One missed shot, and they're going to punish you for that. Azza and Sponge are left, and what could they do here?
It's interesting that they buy the double op setup and they get aggressive out the connector. Why not buy the AKs if you want to get out connector early? So you know, those ops, you can stand behind that smoke, try and find some picks. Yeah. But when you're that aggressive, that quickly out, you're getting smoked and flashes by all the early nades from TSM. With an op that's hard to handle, with AKs you can at least get out. You have a little bit more of an opportunity, more mobility.
I mean, they're trying. They're looking for that answer all the time. You can tell how much they are. They're talking as well, Renegades here, just to try and come up with one more way to win around. It was 5 in a row for them initially, and I was really excited. It really looked like they were about to have a terrific first half, and then it's 9 in a row for TSM. They're changing the speed. They're trying to go quick, but Carrigan picks up a double kill. It's Sponge and Yam, and then a triple. Carrigan wrecking Renegades right now. Finally, Azza, who seems to be the only one who has a reply, comes up with a double, and now has to get the ace to make it back here. And Carrigan, how does he not know where he is? He's going to end up dropping, but Dupree's there, and it's 10 rounds straight. A block of solid blue for TSM. Azza with 17 kills, outfragging everybody on the server right now, but it wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. It was, those first 5 rounds looked great for Renegades, but unfortunately, in TSM, once they were able to get all the smokes, all the Molotovs, they're able to stall out all the executes for Renegades, and there was no response.
Now, because we do love assigning blame in situations like this, how much of it can we assign to Renegades? They had 5 rounds that were fairly, fast-paced. Then, did they themselves slow down, or were they slowed down by TSM? How much of this is Renegade's fault, and how much is TSM adjusting pretty well?
Well, yeah, Renegades just didn't adjust. They didn't have an answer for once TSM got it. I mean, TSM, once they got to that 5 rounds, they had the full bonus. They could buy any gun they wanted after that. They could buy all their nades, their smokes, and their Molotovs. Once they got to that point, it was obviously going to slow down. But at that point, that's Renegades. I liked the pause they took. They took it really early, especially in the first half after the 10th round. They knew because they were getting stalled out by TSM and they didn't have a good response at 5-5. So that's why they took that timeout. And I liked that decision, but nothing came from it. They did have that fast strategy to flush Kerrigan out, but they had nothing behind it. That force buy after that pause was really weird to me. They had 3 Tech 9s and 2 AKs, and they still had 3 members with like 2K left in the bank. It was just, why not buy the utility, smoke off the connectors, smoke the bomb train, get your wall of smokes up.
Maybe there was an opportunity there. I agree though. I do like the fact that they went for the early pause. I feel like if you take the pause when you've lost 7 or 8 rounds in a row, it's probably too late. Then it's very hard to get the team back on track there. About 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be heading into our second game here on the mainstream between TSM and Renegades, and we've already had the first game, which NIP and CLG went very close. It was 16-13 in favor of NIP. Now we're on Train here, and I think TSM got the better of that first half. I still think Renegades can bring it back here. Good pistol round now. They win it, they bring it back to 10-8. If they win the fourth round as well, then we've got a real game on our hands.
Yeah, the only scary thing is Renegades always showing a propensity in that first half, not being able to adjust, not being able to fix some issues. You know, they can get out to a hot start, but when TSM does their own adjustments and they find something that works on this terrace half, what is Renegades going to do then?
And look at Renegades. They're actually playing with only one armor and then, you know, kit or grenades on everybody else. Not like TSM have a lot more. They've got 2 people with armor, and one of them is that raid boss build that we talk about. Cajun B getting dropped the Tech 9 and then buying body armor himself. He's going to be hard to deal with. JKS playing close. He's going to try and put up the Molotov. He's really pacing it. That's very hard to do. Great timing, though. They're going to try and push through anyway. And Cajun very low on health. JKS trying to use that ladder. That's a very cool technicality there, but he goes down anyway. And it's back to a 4v5 here. Bomb in the bomb site. Numbers being punched in. Currently, Cajun sneaking closer. He's not afraid to take the fight. Even at 20 health, he sneaks through and gets the shot on Yam. And now he's in the CT spawn. He gets caught by Sponge. But the kit is on Sponge. He's got to get it closer. If they can't defuse this bomb, it really doesn't matter. Dupree going to be taking down Havoc, and now it's up to Sponge and Azza. They pick up a Tech 9, but Carrigan coming up from behind. That's Azza gone, and now Sponge, no chance at all. Device takes the kill, and TSM, now they're close to winning this match.
Yeah, really unfortunate that Cajun was able to do so much damage coming through the fire. 2 players shooting at him. The first one initially far back gets Goosh, so he's got to fall away from the fight. But when you have that many nades as a CT team on the pistol round, your defense, your initial point of contact on the defense has to be able to delay them a little bit longer to get those nades to rotate in, because they don't have the armor to really survive a retake. They can't soak up too much damage. So you have to give your rotations time to come in and be effective with nades and smokes and Molotovs.
Well, this leaves them in a very, very tricky spot. TSM, they've got to be feeling pretty confident now. That's 11 rounds in a row if you count in the first half as well. If they could go 16 rounds in a row, that'd be actually very rare indeed. Cajun, did he spot Azar? I think maybe he did. Going to be walking right in there, and a good follow-up flashbang, or helpful flashbang there to bring him down. No armor on Renegades.
Right, and they actually had an interstat going on at the beginning portion of that round, so now they're rotating back. The TSM's already gained a great advantage. Device peering towards CT spawn stairs. He's going to find one. Gets traded off by Havoc, so that's a good find. That's an AK-47 down. They're going to want to salvage that later on.
Yeah, if they could bring it back, especially one of the guys here with an SMG, that's going to give them so much money to work with. JKS and Yam are left. They need some more kills here. Just a couple, just to make this a bit more of a expensive round. It's a good shot through the smoke, and Dupree is down.
Yeah, pretty fortunate find, but not much more they're going to be able to do. Yam pushing up. He's got a player watching this angle. Kerrigan, he's going to get a nice headshot. So just 1 player left, and Renegades not doing too much damage in this round. This is nice work from Renegades. They're even salvaging all the rifles, make sure they keep those. There's a good find, though. Now it's turned into a pretty good situation for Renegades. That 3rd kill, yeah. That's big.
Yeah, really good job, and they only saved the Galil, not 2 AKs instead. It's also a minor problem there. TSM can make up for it if they have a really good round now where nobody dies, but that was no grenades or no armor really on Renegades. So I am impressed. I still wish they'd find just one flashbang, Moses.
That really irritates you.
Yeah, it does. Oh, there's Havoc one.
Saves the day.
Havoc. Thank you so much, Havoc. That's exactly what I needed. Now, if it works now, it'll be confirmed. It'll be worth it. We'll see. He's already out here. He's lost Sponge, but trying to see if he can get some shots in himself. Dupree pushing out. Havoc does get the headshot on Carrigan. It's a good job. And here comes the pop flash in. Are they going to push behind it? Dupree will get the shot anyway and gets a double kill. Azza pushing up from behind. Picks up an AK. Can he get the shot on Sipnix? And that's the bomb down. Indeed, he will. Now a 1v3. And sneaking up behind the train here. Device up on top with that SMG. Is he going to jump him? Azza trying to look for it, but it's just too much to handle. And no body armor means that aim punch is just going to kill him.
Yeah, what an awkward angle. And Device just toying with him, running back and forth on top of the train before peeking. So 13-5 now for TSM, complete control of this map. And I want to see what Device is going to do differently with the AWP, because Renegades, when they were able to afford one in the first half, 1 round they had Yam jumping over smokes in that connector, just trying to find someone out in the open. Another round, Havoc pushes out that teammate very aggressively and gets caught out. So what's the difference? TSM is going to send the op over towards Ivy.
Well, Yam is going fairly aggressive here. Can actually boost someone on top of the smoke. Genius play. Device not even going to get a chance here. Sponge will take him out. And that's absolutely beautiful. That's a very smart play. And JK is pushing really aggressively up here. Going to catch Dupree and Sipnix as well. And it's double kill here for the Australian player. Great job in the 19th round.
Now they need to survive. They cannot let TSM do too much damage. This is the same situation that TSM was in the first half. How many kills is Renegade's going to give up here at the end of this? Yam's going to drop. He falls. He goes for the repeat with that AWP. And now Cajun, that gives him some space to work with to get into position to find an angle with this op.
Karrigan playing by Electric, still 55 seconds left. As they're going to get the kill, let's see if Karrigan can do a little bit more damage. He's alone, he gets a headshot on Havoc and is looking for a bit more. Not going to get it. Good double kill from Azza. Now, when TSM were on the CT side, we were talking about how effective Karrigan was. How much can Renegades replicate what they just did? The boost up there and then the aggressive pushover at the B. How much of this is replicable for the upcoming rounds?
Well, it's tough because they got those early kills with, like you said, that clever boost over towards Ivy on top. They caught him off guard. They pushed up the inner ramp as well, the lower ramp with 2 players, and JKS found both those kills. So TSM, now that they know that Renegades likes to do that, they're going to be a little bit more cautious with how that aggression works out. So I can't imagine it being too successful over and over and over again. Maybe something they save for later on in the half. If they feel something slipping out of control, it's a good time, they'll bust it out again. But I expect this to be much more standard defense. I'd
love to see if they have even more tricks like that up their sleeves on the Renegade side. It'd be fun to see if they, because, you know, okay, 1 boost, but do they have more? Have they got other small tricks like that? I've actually seen a variation of what Renegades just did, where you throw the same smoke they threw at Ivy, and then you actually push through it. Before it even pops, you walk through it. Because what the terrorists on the other side will hear is the smoke bloom, and then they'll think, well, they've smoked it off so we can't push through, and then suddenly you're there anyway. Maybe even with a pop flash from your teammates. Just a small audio cue fake, but it can work quite effectively. So I hope Renegades have some tricks up. It's hard to win a whole tournament on tricks, but best of 1 games, you can.
Right, yeah, and especially when you're down 6-13, but, you know, bringing out a couple of those gimmicks, a couple of those cheesy plays, you know, help you get back into the game. And now you can see Renegades winning that 4th round, but enough money was built up by TSM. They did go for another buy, so they have 3 AK-47s, 2 Tech 9s. So they're not going to give it away quite just yet. They know that this is a pretty decent opportunity for them to keep the pressure on Renegades in terms of their economy.
And just to catch everyone up as well, if you are just joining us here, the score currently 13-6. The way we got here was Renegades winning 5 rounds in a row, then TSM winning quite literally 13 rounds in a row before finally the Australian team came back and won a round. So the mental state for Renegades has also got to be just a little bit, you know, pressured right now.
Yeah, that's a long drought, a long winless drought to have to suffer through. So finally back on it.
They are Australians, though. I think they're used to some of that roughness right there. I reckon.
Oh, either way, and then this is now you're in that situation where this round is so crucial. If Renegades loses this, they really don't have an avenue back into the match because they're going to be forced onto an eco. Money will be reset. That'll allow Team TSM to get up towards that 15 rounds. Basically, it'll be 15-6 after that.
Yeah, that is pretty much inevitable, so we'll see if it's going to be that way. Pause is still going on, so I'm suspecting this is not a sort of a tactical pause, but a technical one. Probably some minor issues. Do not worry, guys. We'll be obviously right back into it. Device flexing those muscles. Look at that. Pasha, someone's coming for you.
All right, he's got your number.
Someone should do a bit of a Photoshop here. There's a good opportunity, Reddit, if you're ready, right there.
Well, I'm surprised TSM doesn't have the, like Cloud9 has those
oh, yeah, the
cutoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone except for Shroud, I think he's the only one who doesn't want to wear one.
Right.
So I feel like he should step it up on that front.
Yeah, probably. They should sit him down.
Yeah.
We're going to need you to wear a cutoff this turn. This is the big one.
Team meeting. It's like a synergy thing, isn't it? You know, just go full Power Rangers on that.
Yep.
Just all
Power
combined.
Rangers. Megazord.
Like yeah, let's go. All right, we're going to be back into the game here, 20th round. And Renegades, they have a really, really tough task ahead of them, but they do have a bit of a chance for glory as well. If they come back in this game, that will be almost unreal. And a lot of Molotovs here, similar to what the Renegades were doing. TSM pushing aggressively in yard. And look at this counter push coming out. Here's Sponge with the pop flash through the smoke, down on Ivy. Great play. That's going to shut Karrigan down, but they've lost the A-bomb side instead. So right now, it's a 4v5.
Yeah, and this is an all-right situation. You can see JKS just ready to come down this ladder, but they've confined TSM to the bomb site. There's Sponge still flanking. He's going to find one more in ladder room, takes him down. 3 kills for him so far in this round. Device got there very quickly, very aggressively, not able to do anything with it, but him and Dupree, they're locking things down, stopping this retake.
Oh, wow, Dupree getting a lot out of that sniper spot, but Device will go down, and Renegades, they retake that site. Really, really good job. They managed to sandwich Sipnix and Popdog there. I think we may have missed like a hilarious moment, because I think actually JKS wanted to get down the Popdog ladder, and I think he was going to pop flash himself in, which, by the way, is something that so many teams are incredibly bad at doing. That pop flash is not that difficult to throw. Anyone can do it, but a lot of teams fail to do it anyway. I think JKS managed to flash himself, so that could have been Sipnix coming away with a pretty big lead there. Anyway, it's 13-7, and a lot of Molotovs here on the Renegades side, and nothing much on the Danish side, although smoke and a flashbang.
Economy's still low for Renegades because of all the damage. Look at how much more fast-paced TSM is. Well, Cajun B not even caring about that smoke or the Molotov, although JKS, he doesn't get the kill, he takes 2 out instead.
Finally, Cajun there with a bit of a reply. Bomb is actually on Cajun, so he's run past the bomb site with the bomb. Dupree with a 1, with a 2. Oh no, what's going on? Almost a third one. Dupree getting so close to it. Azza there just shut it down, as it seems like it always is. Azza currently at 22 kills, still top fragging in this game. Dupree and Carrigan both at 20, so they're close behind, but not quite catching up yet. That was great. JKS actually, if he doesn't get those 2 kills and Cajun is allowed to run back in, that's a very scary round for Renegades. A really good job on JKS, I think.
A really good job by TSM. This is something we didn't see out of Renegades. Through that losing streak that they had, they never did this. They weren't doing this much damage on save rounds or anything like that. They weren't getting those kills. Azure pushes up, grabs 1 over towards mid. What that damage has done is virtually, despite winning 3 rounds in a row, the economy for Renegades is still so weak.
And there's that pop flash that we were talking about. So great job actually on Azza getting out of there alive, because you can't turn away from it. It's so quick, and Sponge picking up a double Device with the return, but now it's a 2v4. That was a very, very good sequence from both players. So Sipnix had the perfect pop flash that we were just talking about, but Azza actually countered it by just having really good game mechanics and map knowledge. He could navigate the map, even flash. So very important, tiny detail, but I love it.
And this is a pretty solid defense, very different from what we saw to TSM. Was, you know, they wanted to play a little bit farther back. They had Kerrigan up close, but you can see Sponge and a teammate playing very aggressively at the choke point, not letting them get out. They're pushing down that trade yard, not letting TSM gain any kind of map control early on.
JKS getting the 1, getting both of them, and Cajun and Device not allowed to do anything more, and 4 people surviving. So Moses, maybe they are listening to your Sage advice here. It's getting more people to stay alive, building up that economy, and we're looking at 13-9.
Yeah, and it's good stuff. I'm actually surprised they had an opportunity to grab an AWP on the ground for Yam, but they didn't do it. It is going to be another eco out of TSM, and Renegades, they've got to solve it. They can't lose 3 players again. They have to get some bank built up.
It's all smokes though on TSM, so maybe a chance for a bomb plant here. They're going to go for the wall of smokes that Renegades themselves tended to use quite a bit here. We're going to see if this execute is going to at least net them a bomb plant. That would be, I think, the goal of this. Also smoking down Ivy. That was Sipnix all the way up from Brown Hole, so pretty effective all around. And now they're in the A courtyard. Can they get that bomb down to Dupree? Trying to see if he can distract a little bit. And there's the bomb plant. No one dying before the plant. That's unusual.
Right, well, it's just Renegades playing it safe. You know, knowing it's an eco round, they're like, just don't give anything up. We'll win the post plant. Give them the plant as long as we don't lose this round. Not wanting to give up bolts, and now the retake is on. Azur's going to find 1 more. Cajun has a clever angle, but can't do anything. This is really good from Renegades. 4 players potentially going to survive this round. Sponge got down very low.
Very good job. Yeah, only losing 1, and you're right, not trying to push the issue, just letting them plant and moving on from there. So I love that. That's a very good point you brought up, and it's going to bring us into the 24th round.
With so many players surviving and not trying to make a play through the smokes or anything like that, they also cordoned TSM into like a certain section of the map. They knew the spots that TSM could be in. You know, they're not going to let them push up and push down some of those lanes towards CT spot. They're not going to let them get up into heaven, so they didn't even have to clear those on the retake.
Well, a lot of Molotovs on both sides of the map right now. 4 currently on TSM. We'll see if they can come up with a cool execute. Havoc there. Pop flash or no pop flash, he simply blocked it off with a smoke, and that's a good idea. Something that usually, I think Fnatic is a team that won't throw that smoke inside Popdog, but they'll throw it outside where the door is, so just a little bit further back, and then they'll just cover the A courtyard. If we see Fnatic play later on Train, maybe you guys will get a chance to catch some of that. Cajun playing very carefully down on Ivy, and I don't blame him. And this looks like Renegades have got pretty good control of the map right now.
Yeah, they do. Although Yam is... this part's a little scary because TSM actually forced Yam to fall back, and you can see the response from Sponge. He doesn't have cover from behind, so he turns around on top of that train. So that's a nice nice smoke from TSM to change up the defense like that.
Havoc here. Got to be a little bit careful when you move that much forward, because you actually can shoot through the ceiling or the floor in Pop Dog there from the terrorist side and CT side. So obviously it's a little bit more scary if you're on the CT side, because you're going to get shot in the head, whereas you're going to shoot them in the feet. So got to be a bit careful there, but it's actually very penetrable over there. Now, 27 seconds left as the Danish team tries to execute. That's not a lot of time. We'll see if they can make it. Havoc here spraying down already, almost taking down KGNB, but he's going to drop to Carrigan. And Yam, double Molotov. He's going to have to move. I think he went up the ladder instead. Bomb is not quite down yet. It's not going to go down. 10 seconds left. The Australians, they're going to win the round and make it to 11-13 here. Device trying to see if he can sneak out. He's got to either die or escape. Clock's out if they find him now. That would be a disaster. He's going to get the shot here. Clark isn't going to run out. He goes down. And that means no loss bonus. He's down to 700, and the rest of his team can buy. That's a huge impact kill at the end.
Yeah, that's massive that they got that. A nice defense, and it looked very, very grim as Havoc went down. Too many angles for him to worry about, and then the bomb gets planted. But Yam coming up huge out there. He got double mollied. It was forced up the sniper nest, and TSM had no response. They forced him exactly where they wanted to, but they couldn't get him out of the sniper nest.
Wow, this has turned into a real game now. 13-11. When we were at 13-9, if TSM had won that round, they would have pretty closed out the game right then and there. But Renegades managed to just barely hold on, and now they've got a real shot at actually making the full comeback, and that would be ridiculous. TSM has taken 13 rounds in a row, and then it was 13-6, and since then Renegades have won every single round.
Yep.
Very strange game.
And Kerrigan's going to be the one who gets out first with that Tech 9, trying to find a little bit of a cheeky kill, but Sponge hunts him down. There's Device with that AWP, picks off Sponge and returns, so down to a 4-on-4 now.
Bit of an annoying flashbang, but no follow-up. Molotov as well. Havoc just trying to keep Cajun back over by Ivy. Bomb is still all the way back, and it's on Device with that AWP. So let's see where they're going to go for it.
It's interesting to me that Renegades has 2 members still on the inner bomb site, so they've just split this defense up, 2 members outside, 2 members inside. Not trying to cheat anywhere. Actually, as I say that, Azure tries to cheat towards inner. They think it's going to be an inner. This is a good fake from TSM.
Yeah, he's rotating a little bit back, so he's trying to stay very mobile at the moment. Azure goes down, and on the bomb site, Havoc going to go as well. Sipnix with a double kill. Great opening. That is worth its weight in gold. And with that bomb plant, Renegades, what are they going to do here? They've got the money to try and fight it, almost all of them. Yam going to go down, and JKS, if he could save the rifle here, I think it's going to be a full buy in the upcoming round anyway. I think the rest could be dropped for, so he actually has to save this rifle. I wonder if TSM are going to realize.
They're not going to hunt. They don't have the money to go hunt for him down. They want to preserve their economy more than they're willing to impact Renegades. So JKS should get away with this for free. But that it wasn't even really a planned fake, I don't think. They just drew one player, got drawn towards inner. It was a bad read by Renegades, and just that little bit of misposition on the rotate.
Yeah.
I mean, that just did everything.
I could tell that there was a bit of discontent in your voice as you said they've got 4 people left and they've stacked it equally, so there's 2 on A, 2 on B. Why is that a problem if you're playing against a team like TSM?
It's not a problem. It's just interesting that normally you can have 2 players on the outside and you're going to have a player in connector with those fast rotates to support each bomb site.
Yeah.
And if you're going to split your defense up into 2-on-2, 2 on A, 2 on B, don't cheat the rotator before you have the intel. I mean, that was the biggest problem of all of it.
All right, so just maybe calling that before they had the information. Fair enough. Well, it works out for Renegades anyway here. They're at 14... Oh, sorry, for TSM, they're at 14-11 now. Just 2 more rounds, and they're going to be able to make it work. JKS, again, aggressive, and also down on Ivy. So sort of back to a similar setup as earlier for the Renegades team. But you can tell, and you said this earlier, TSM are going to be more careful now than they were earlier because they already ran into this setup once. Molotovs go down, JKS right at the corner, and Dupree sees it coming, so you're dead on Moses. That's exactly what happened, and now they're a man up. Havoc going to try and see if he can get in here, and Carrigan goes down, so good return frag from Yam. But now Device is ready. Oh, look at that, Yam.
What a shot.
That was a really good shot, but also Yam trying to use the ladder mechanics there to get out really quick from behind the train, and Sponge will take down Cajun.
Yeah, but complete control of this A site for TSM. Sponge playing behind his smoke. He can't see anything going on past the smoke. He's going to try and throw a flash up, see if he can delay some a little bit. Havoc's in the connector. Azer's finally rotating over, but complete control for TSM, and as the smoke fades, Device finds Sponge, and retake looking dire. 2-on-2 now.
They do have a lot of utility on Asa. He's got a couple of grenades here. Dupree, he could get Molotov out. Device going to miss the shot as well. Are they going to be able to use some of them? That Molotov is still in play. Bomb, is it being defused? Asa is on it. Device getting close, and he takes him down, and that should be the round. Havoc here, he does not have a lot of time. Going to have to try and see if he can find Device, who's back here with the Tech 9. He's got the triple. He's looking for the quad. He's faking it once. And Device, he gets the shot, and that's the quad kill. And the TSM going to make it to 15-11. It's match and map point.
Yeah, very well done from TSM in that situation. Device, Yam gets that tray, but it gives Device that angle. He takes the opportunity to grab that angle and then picks off the opper, and as they go in 3-on-3, they're just so much control. They had players who were in perfect positioning to pretty much control every single choke point as the retake came into play.
We'll see. 27th round. Renegades now looking for 4 in a row to bring it to overtime, which is definitely doable. If they break TSM's economy, that might be it. Carrigan quickly out. He goes down. Instant headshot by Azar, and that for Mars. And now Device trying to see if he can sneak in a follow-up kill, but Sponge is also here. If they get close to Device, there's got no chance. Sponge jumping in. He gets the shot mid-air. Device to the pre-picks up JKS. Oh, no. If he had missed that shot, Device, he would have gone down immediately. Dupree from the back lines, it's long-range spray, but against the UMP, it just might work. Havoc alone in a 1v4, and it seems like TSM coming back in this game, and Cajun to get the final kill, 16-11. What a strange game, Moses. Some really long streaks here for both teams.
Right, yeah, there was no real back and forth going on. It was just teams with trading complete control of the matchup. And that was, the big thing just came down to TSM, more experience, you know, just better at adjusting when they found things out. You talked about how much can those gimmick plays that Renegades was throwing out early on, how much can those actually be effective, how long for it?
Yeah.
And TSM wasn't going to fall for those twice.
No, not long enough, and you called it. I mean, the first time we saw it, you were pointing it out that that's a big problem. You try and do that again, they're going to be more careful, and I think it was Dupree to get that kill on JKS over there. So overall, I'd say a very strange matchup, and I guess it also gives you a bit of an insight into how difficult it is to adjust on the fly when you're in a situation like this. Renegades,
especially against some of the best teams in the world.
Especially against some of the best. I mean, you saw that one setup from Carrigan. It took a while before Renegades even tried to change it up.
To neutralize him, yeah. Yeah, he sat in there 3 or 4 rounds in a row. I mean, that's the thing. That's kind of where, when you get 5 rounds so early on, you feel really good because you're feeling like, you know, you're going to add 2 or 3 onto that throughout the next 10 rounds. But they just got shut out completely.
And how much easier, I mean, we can tell that Carrigan is doing the same thing over and over again. How difficult is it for Renegades to see that same thing when they're in the game?
It's something that you should notice, to be quite honest, or be mindful of, or find some, or like say something. You know, someone, they might have actually said, we actually don't hear their comms, but someone might have said, Carrigan, how do we take care of this spot? There's got to be a plan for that spot, and that's what that pause they took at that point was all about, was finding a way to flush Carrigan out of there.
And even with Tech-9s, you could tell that they were sort of gunning for him, and they did actually manage to run him down. So
the hard part is when they took that pause, so much money had been built up for TSM. They had the smokes, they had the Molotovs to delay everything out of that mid-choke point. So that's the hard part, because they've let the utility build up on the defense. They were in a force buy situation. They don't have a lot to use themselves. Yeah. And that's where it got into a really sticky situation.
Well, that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll send it over to the desk for a post-match interview. So, Chobra, take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen. We are indeed prepared with another winner after match 2. TSM taking that one against the Renegades. Congratulations are in order, of course, going on to the winners match. But let's rewind to the very beginning. Renegades looked like they were going to just take control of the match the first 5 rounds. What was it like after the first 5 rounds? I mean, were you guys worried at all? Were you a little bit surprised at how Renegades played? Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, obviously we haven't played that Renegades that much, especially because they come from Australia. You don't really practice them that much. They always come with like they want to surprise everyone, so they are really prepared in terms of their like set goes. One of the things is, like, in the piss round we got totally outplayed. Like, they just kept us rotating, and I didn't even think we killed one guy. And the same happened for the first buy round. They pulled out something we weren't prepared for, and we lost that round, and then we were behind 5-0. But then again, like, we had lost a piss round. That's obviously sometimes, like, usually 3 rounds you lose there, and then the first buy round you need to eco 1, so you're behind 5-0 before you can actually start buying again. So, I mean, like, we have only lost, like, 2 real rounds kind of for us, we felt like. So we didn't worry that much, but we had to step up to win this game.
Right on. Henry, how did you view that game between TSM and Renegades?
Well, the whole thing was when you go 5-0 up, like we've been just dissecting this whole time, to lose 13 rounds in a row, that's like all that morale and momentum you built up is so crushing. It must have been so hard to even think about getting back into that game. When you 13 rounds drop after that, it looked like TSM at that point were just waiting to draw out the victory. You saw the look on the faces of Renegades when they were looking down the barrel of losing that map. They took a pause trying to work out what they could have done there. But were you guys were you prepared for the set pieces after the initial gun round? That's all they really seem to bring to the party. There's the set pieces on the way. Weren't really getting any bombs down, and to be honest, your MVP, I think, your CT side was Carrigan. He was locking them down at that main entrance.
Yeah, Carrigan did a really good job. Like he kind of figured out that if he started playing aggressive, like trying to break down the actual setup for their set goal. Like they had put up the smokes and stuff, but their actually entry onto the bomb side was actually not as good as they wanted to, I guess. So he figured that out really fast.
I think that he was the main problem, though. As soon as they went out to do their set pieces, he was just running around that first train. It's like causing chaos. They weren't even able to get out without a frag being exchanged.
It was basically just like killing the first 1 or 2 guys, and then the entire goal would just like fall apart, and everyone trying to push through smokes and alley and whatnot. Then it was just like to wrap up the kills and win the round. Yeah.
All right. What about you, Fiflaren? How'd you view that game?
I think it was solid from TSM. Obviously, you can't really base the score too much. Start T side, losing the pistol, being down 5-0. You can't really expect too much. 5 rounds, I'd say, without the pistol, is a very good half, especially considering that TSM is a really good CT-sided team. So I was going to ask you, though, obviously from playing, used to play in Dignitas and also playing Wolves with Fetish calling and stuff, you never played Train. Was it because of Carrigan came in now that you started playing Train, or did you all just feel like, actually, we need one more map in our pool, and Train will actually suit us?
Yeah, it was basically, there's 2 things. Like, the map was reworked, first of all. That was the first thing. Like, everyone got back to the same stage. Everyone had to figure out how to play the map. So no one really had the biggest advantage no one really know how to play it yet. Obviously, now people do because it's some time ago. But yeah, also Carrigan, like, we felt like one of our strengths has been in the past is that we've had a really, like, well, with Fetish and stuff, we didn't have that strong of a map pool. We always seemed to have to remove a map we could not play instead of removing one of their opponent's best maps. Like that's why we wanted to do something. And obviously, since Nuke was removed, we kind of lost a key map for us as well. But having a strong map pool is probably one of the things that get you to the furthest in tournaments. So yeah.
Would you say that Train is your best map?
So that was my question.
No, not at all. Like, I wouldn't say Train is our best map. It's a decent map for us. I think we've only lost 1 official on it throughout the entire thing we played. But I wouldn't say it's a strong map. We still have a few things on it that we want to do better, but I think we're still solid on it. And when we get our game going like we did on CT, I think it starts to work out, and yeah, I think we can. Yeah.
And how excited are you to trash NIP now?
Oh, well, last time we played it was really close. I think it was 16-14 at the Faceit stage last time. Obviously, it's always fun to play NIP, and back in the days, we've had shitloads of struggles with them. So, yeah, I always look forward to playing NIP. It's always a great game, so yeah. Definitely a good game.
Yeah, that is upcoming match, so we won't keep you too long. You do have to go prepare for that winners match. Once again, congratulations. Moving on to the winners match of Group A. We'll find out who moves out as the first seed in Group A shortly. But during the break, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't yet, don't forget to go buy the team stickers and the players' signatures in-game. Go ahead and support the players and the teams you love that you'll be watching this major. For us, we'll be back right after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ESL One Cologne. We're here at the NVIDIA Expert Desk to break down more of the games coming to you. Of course, we just got through the first two games of Group A. Group B also finishing up with their first two matches. That winner's match already starting underway, but we're getting ready for our winner's match here in Group A. We have a new man joining us on the desk. Anders, welcome after casting those matches. Let's pick your brain a little bit before we move on. How'd you view those as you were casting them?
I was super excited. I thought both TSM and NIP, who ended up winning, were the favorites. But you sometimes in group stages like this, you have the favorites just crushing the underdogs. And I was really excited that it was so close. I feel like CLG had a legitimate shot at beating NIP if they didn't screw up those 2 rounds, that they did the 3v5 in the 3rd round and after the pistol. I think Renegades had a bit further to go to beat CLG. I think they were, to beat TSM. There were some glaring issues, but it was still a lot closer than I thought it would be.
So more of a pleasant surprise from, I guess you could say, the 2 underdogs in Group A. Of course, their fate's kind of in limbo now, depending on who wins this winner's match. It's going to be a lot on the line here for all 4 teams in Group A, given the redraw system we have coming into this major. So let's talk NIP, TSM. How much can we take away from the first 2 games that we've seen, Henry?
It's difficult. The NIP game, obviously, like we said, it's the first game of the day, very close series, but ultimately I think the NIP do look strong. It was Dust 2, like we said, that was a map that was very good for CLG in terms of it was a big fragging map, and there were mistakes made by NIP, but they did look like they were turning up to the event. They weren't playing badly. Again, TSM, a rocky start for them. They went down 5-0, but they got 13 rounds in a row. They really bounced back. They knew what they were doing, and they worked out. That's why you determine a good team from a great team. If you can come back from a deficit like that and get so strongly back into the driving seat, that's when you know they're contenders for this tournament, and they're looking really strong.
Yeah, I mean, considering it was only best of ones, fifth, and obviously we haven't seen a selection of all the maps or anything like that from either team. How much do you take away from the first 2 matches so far?
I mean, for NIP's part, I think it's great that Forrest is back in action. He's playing great. One of the main characters, I was going to say, for NIP that was missing the first game is Get Right. He did not show up. He was barely doing anything. And having his other teammates playing that well in the first map, and let's say he shows up for this one, yeah, for sure they can win versus TSM.
Anders, what about you on the side of TSM? Do you see any weak links, perhaps, from that match that you would like to see them improve upon from one game to another?
I don't know. I guess they were a bit slow to start, which I'm not always sure TSM usually is. So I wouldn't say there were that many weak links. I think they did pretty well overall. I think Sibnix was in a couple of positions where he kind of ended up getting a bunch of double and triple kills. Whenever that happens, I feel like that pretty means some other people on that team are not doing their full job, because Sibnix is not really supposed to be the guy. He can do it, which is great, which is also why he's sort of a valuable resource, but he shouldn't have to. You know, there should be Device and Dupree and Cajun stepping it up like that. Just to point this out, I don't know if you guys have already talked about this earlier, but NIP is also notoriously a team that does much worse in group stages than they do later on in the bracket. So even if NIP don't defeat TSM here, I won't say that that's a huge sign that something's gone horribly wrong or anything like that. They're a team that peak usually later in tournaments.
Right, and again, I mean, this is just the winner's match. I mean, even if you lose from this one, you're still going to wait tomorrow to see who comes up to challenge you again in your group for Group A, and then you'll still have another shot going into the bracket stage. But whoever wins now, they're set. They get to play in the Lanxess Arena. They're done on day one. I mean, that's a pretty nice advantage to have at the major. You get to watch all the other matches, of course, prepare going towards that. Now, between NIP and TSM, in the earlier matches, given that we had a bit of a favorite underdog setup, it was easier to talk about the maps and the players and their experience coming in. What about this matchup, though? Is there really much to speculate upon prior?
Well, I mean, it used to be when TSM went through their whole choking period, which, let's be honest, lasted quite a long time. The team that was like the TSM killers or the Dignitas killers was NIP. Every single tournament, they'd run into them in the semifinals, and NIP would knock them out. It wasn't even like it was a thing. It got to the point where whenever the semifinals was drawn, you could see TSM or Dignitas back then just laughing. They were just like, well, we picked NIP again, and now we're going to lose, which was funny. It seems like the tables have turned a little bit. I think TSM actually have a wider map pool than NIP do. So I think they're slight favorites. But in a best of one, I won't call them like heavy favorites here.
Fifth, what about you?
I think it will come down to what, because NIP are notorious in vetoing incorrectly in terms of they think they have a game plan and they stick with it, but in reality it's just going to end up being bad. One thing that for NIP's part now that they should think about is, let's not veto what we're bad at, let's veto what they're good at. Let's get that out of the way. You know, they know that their train are somewhat respectable as well, NIPs. But you have like the heavy maps that favors TSM, like Mirage, for example.
Yeah.
Overpass NIP don't play; they have to veto that. So then you want to get rid of those. Perhaps go into playing another Dust 2, for example, or even an Inferno.
Could be. Yeah, I mean, of course, like we mentioned, it's going to be randomized after the first vetoes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a Mirage. That'd be great, because the last time these guys played, if I remember correctly, was at the DreamHack Valencia event, and it was such a close game. I think it finished 16-14, and the round that defined everything was when NIP went for quite a ballsy play, really. They pushed up middle of one player, and it was that match point at that stage, and they lost that round, and there was a big mistake, and they were very disappointed with that. So to see a rematch on that map would be great, and could be a really exciting series.
Yeah, sounds like there's going to be quite a bit to look forward to as we take a look at all the players getting settled and ready for their winners match. Just a quick update, as we mentioned on Stream B, our Group B winners match already underway. That's going to be between Envious and Luminosity. So Luminosity coming out pretty strong against Kingwin, and they take that win. They're in the winners match, sitting pretty comfortably in Group B. Go ahead and check that out if you're interested. Of course, also, if you haven't bought your tickets for the weekend at the Lanxess Arena, now, I mean, after these matches, you'll know at least two of the teams that will be playing on stage in the Great Stadium. So go ahead and get your tickets. Not too many left, almost all sold out. So hopefully we'll see you all there over the weekend. NIP also all settled in, ready to go. Now, earlier, Fifth, you mentioned, all right, Get Right not really showing up in the very first game. Henry, what's your take on it? Do you think that it could actually turn out to be kind of a bad anchor here for NIP, or would you say, oh, well, you know, again, first game, let's not read too much into it?
Well, Get Right, he's one of those players, obviously the lurker. He defined the role as a lurker. If he's playing that role correctly and actually getting into bomb sites and getting distractions for his teammates, or getting the rotation kills as well, he can win rounds single-handedly. Even though a couple of men down, him being that lurk role, depending on the map, he can be very impactful in that. Like Robin said, he didn't really turn up on the first map, but they won, so it wasn't too much of a big deal. So if the map does favour them and he's able to read the game properly and lock down some of the rotating players, for example, that's so valuable. So he's definitely one of the key assets. He's renowned as the best player on NAP right now. So if they can win games without him turning up, it obviously shows the other guys are stepping up when they need to. So obviously, going into this one, you hope he does bring his A game. But yeah, that's going to be an exciting prospect to see whether he can bounce back in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, at the same time, maybe he didn't need to in game one, so...
Well, just to follow up on Get Right, and as a lurker, with the game we saw on him, he was Dust 2, and I think almost everybody, not even just like, obviously in the pro circle, but even outside of that, kind of knows how Get Right plays all positions on Dust 2, which is why it actually would be a lot of fun to see him on a map like Train or Cobblestone or Overpass, and I think TSM might have a bit of a tougher time guessing how Get Right plays some of those positions, because they haven't seen it as much as everyone else has. There's a whole period through 2013-14 where everyone got really hard schooled in how Get Right plays all the usual maps. games. So I'd love to see that. I think he's going to be more effective, because obviously if you don't know what he's doing, it's going to be so much
sometimes it's a blessing and a curse for NIP sometimes. Get Right's lurking. Sometimes, especially on maps like Overpass, he could sometimes allow his team to execute onto the site, and he's waiting for rotations that don't come to him, and all of a sudden he's not an asset to the team. He's not even with them as they're executing on a bomb site.
Yeah, and there's actually there's another flip side we used to bring up a lot a couple of years ago, which is we used to make fun of it. If you find Get Right, you can be damn sure the rest of the team is not there.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Then the push is coming somewhere else.
I mean, but that's how it is. That's how NIP plays. You were talking about Cobblestone, but on all maps, you can basically pinpoint where Get Right will be. Cobblestone, the drop.
Yeah.
Cash, depending on where they go, it's probably going to be by the doors, by A. Dust 2 in the middle when they hit A, or always in the middle of Catwalk. Inferno, the boiler room, or the apartments even. I remember back when I was playing, which was a long time ago now. It was quite funny actually, because we would always on Inferno, for example, when we tend to execute on B. Yeah. And let's say we all die, right? And then we're like, okay, where's Get Right now? And it's like, he's scrolling around in apartments.
That's when it becomes not that viable, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Had he been with the team, they could have exchanged frags, and maybe not every single execution needs a lurk. It's like, obviously, when everyone's aware of it and they find him, it doesn't really work. It's a distraction, and they're going to be looking out for him almost on every single execution. So for me, like, just going, for now, sticking with the team and just going part of that fragging unit may be more valuable for the team as a whole.
At least being able to switch between the two, I think, is definitely a good idea. Just keeping people guessing. I am actually super excited about this matchup. I think it does have a lot of history, especially because of how much NIP have put a stick in the wheel of TSM in previous lineups. It's going to be, I think, great for the Danes if they can get a bit of revenge here. I think that they're definitely looking for that. You mentioned Mirage as a map as well. That would, I mean, it's actually a map that before Alu joined, NIP didn't play all that much. They're trying to avoid it. But 3D Max, that Alu came from, and also that Natu, the coach, came from, played it a lot and played it very well indeed. So now I actually think NIP have a lot of strengths going into that map because of what the two Finnish players sort of bring to the team. But the player that was on the camera just there, Carrigan, has a devastating AWP in the middle of Mirage. So
I love Carrigan on Mirage.
It's insane.
Absolutely love him. He does a good job even holding down B when if something goes down, or even if he rotates back. It's like by far one of the better AWP players on that map on CT side.
Yeah, well, it would be interesting to see if all the pins line up here for Mirage, or if we'll even see that just vetoed out right away. It looks like both teams are about ready to go for the veto. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for holding by. Winner's match for Group A just about to come your way. Now, as we get ready, we can speculate all day if we want before the match goes on to see who's going to have the edge, and we can just continue going on that road. But also, let's just talk overall, both teams coming in, right? I mean, NIP has been pretty hungry for some time now, and they're really looking to strike back. At the same time, TSM, they said it in their interview, well, we can't be the best if we haven't won a major yet. So this one is the one where we want to make it count. What do you say on that, Anders?
I think definitely. I mean, that should be the goal of the majors, to try and define who's the best at any one given time. If you win multiple, then you've got a really good claim. I think TSM are right on the money. You've got to win that major to really be able to put in that claim there. I think that the advantage for NIP is, as far as I know, speaking to Natu, this is the first time they've actually had a real chance to use him as a coach for more than just, patchwork, where you lose a match and you say what went wrong and you try and fix some things and you go into the next tournament straight away. They've actually had a little bit of time to work on things and look through maps. So I think Natu's effect on this team now might actually be felt for the first time, and I'm excited about that. Yeah. Natu is the most experienced player we have in the scene.
Well, we mentioned 3D Max. He came from a very tactical team. They were like day and night compared to NIP in the way they approach a game. So when Natu did join them, we expected that to translate into their team. So far in the previous tournaments, we haven't seen that happen. So like you said, they've had some more time to work on it now. They know they needed to evolve their game as a whole. They needed to have those set pieces and more strategic reactions to when the pick play is going wrong. So that'll be interesting to see his impact and whether they've allowed him to implement that to the game.
And I want to take that and run with it and phrase it into a question for you, Flaren. Why is it hard for NIP to make these adjustments, even with a coach, even with the new player? What is it in the core of the NIP team that means they are maybe a little bit slow to sort of catch up?
I mean, not to throw Exist under bus, but it all comes down to him, right? He's the in-game caller. He's the one that should realize when things are working and when it's not working. And it hasn't really shown. So when NIP first got in PETA, for example, there was a lot of new ideas and we tried them out, and which is one of the major factors why we even won the major in Cologne, right? But then when Natu came in here as well, also like Henry was saying, very tactical approach to the game when he was playing in 3D Max. It didn't really quite show, and that that just comes to show is like, did NIP not have respect for Natu? And if that's the case, why did you even bring him on as a coach? Like the whole reason is that the person that's supposed to be coaching you, you need to have respect for that person because he's going to be the one that's going to win you games. Now, if they did have more time, they haven't been attending that many tournaments as of late, having more time to actually perhaps maybe put Natu to work. So it will be really interesting in this tournament to see if there has been any change in playstyle coming from NIP, because that's something that they've been extremely outdated on, and it's costing them games.
Right on. Well, a lot of interesting points here, of course, also just to look at the big picture going forward through the rest of the major. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking a lot about the game, but after this break, we will be back with the match, the winner's match of Group A between NIP and TSM. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Yeah, right. Last man standing. P250 out. Jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my god. Get ready. You're going to be kidding me. The last kill in 1 second left.
We are back at the NVIDIA Expert Desk here for ESL1 Cologne 2015. The major that has already kicked off now with the winners matches for Group B. It sounds like it's heating up between Luminosity and Envy. We just checked the score. Seems like it is tied up for now, but we'll see how that pans out. Of course, you can catch that on our stream B if you want to go ahead and watch that right now or watch both games at the same time. The Group A winners match is about to get ready, and then we'll get through the map vetoes and jump right into game when all 10 players are set, ready to go. We already talked about the matchup. We've talked about the teams and their histories coming through. A lot on the line for both teams, of course. But, I mean, do you think that pressure is really going to play too much into their minds here?
We actually have the veto.
Oh, all right. Well, let's just jump right to the veto then.
So NIP, the overpass, a solid choice. I mean, again, they don't play that much, and TSM is quite good at it. So, good pick. And Cobblestone for...
TSM, yeah, they don't want to ban. They've had some pretty miserable results.
It's interesting. We don't really see NIP play that too much, to be fair. So that's an interesting ban for them. But
yeah, but then for TSM, as Dupree was talking about before, when they know for a fact that they match up very very well against NIP on all maps, and they knew for a fact that they would veto overpass. This one though, I'm quite surprised about. NIP vetoing away Dust 2, which is one of the maps they usually just go towards.
Really, Train?
And then Train, yeah.
I would have thought all right.
Cash.
That, I think, is actually not such a bad thing for NIP. I think NIP, like, in terms of, like, if you took a look at the map pool here, I actually think that is NIP getting, like, a slightly better pick than TSM did.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, yeah, sure, NLP's overpass veto is a given. Vetoing Dust 2 then later, and then for TSM, vetoing away Train.
That is weird.
Yeah, that is really weird.
Maybe they're playing on the fact that NIP watched the last game and they would have been aware of what the new ideas from TSM are in that department. They probably could work something out. That's the only thing I can really think of.
Perhaps. But yeah, coming into Cash here now, I do favor TSM in this on this map. Not by a large margin. NIP notorious for having a very shaky Cash from time to time. They have improved quite a bit on it, but TSM should be the better team on this map, and I'm not going to put a scoreline on it, but I do believe TSM will take this.
Henry, what about you?
I absolutely agree. The last time I casted NIP on Cash, it was against Envious, Chief Initiative, I believe, and it was one of the maps they looked really lost on. It's like what we spoke about before, when they're playing against the lower tier teams like CLGs and stuff, they have the confidence and they're able to push into certain positions and they can find those frags. Going up against TSM, this is the kind of map they perhaps look lost on, and they lack the tactical execution.
All right, well, we'll find out as we jump into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been waiting for a long time. Thank you for holding with us, but it's going to be NIP versus TSM now, the winners match of Group A.
Thank you very much, guys. My name is Joe Miller. Joining me here for this game is going to be Moses. And Moses, this is the one that I think deep down everyone was expecting here as the winners game.
Absolutely.
NIP against TSM. On Cash, though, we were kind of trying to predict here what was coming out. I was hoping for a bit of Train. Didn't quite work out for me, though. But it's going to be Cash. What do you think to the map choice?
I think this is actually a really cool map. This is one of the considered the more balanced maps in the circuit at the moment. So it's there's so many different varied strategies you can do on this map. It's going to be really, really cool to see how NIP is able to switch things up. You know, how TSM is going to adjust if something's going wrong for them. But there's so many options at every place on this map.
Well, here we go. We are going to get things underway. And, of course, a ticket in the quarterfinals for the winner of this best-of-one game on Cash. And honestly, a tougher one to predict. You know, we heard a lot of rumors that in practice the NIP were looking very, very hot coming into this tournament. We got to watch TSM, obviously, Intel Extreme Masters just a couple of weekends ago, actually. And, you know, they had a bit of a tough time there, losing out 3-0 actually in the grand final of that one against Envy. So, you know, a lot of people saying that maybe NIP in the better form right now, but we saw TSM against Renegades. They went 5-0 down and everyone was thinking, oh, this could be a little one-sided even the way this goes, but they showed some exceptional character to just absolutely nail that back. Yeah, of course, the final few rounds were, you know, looking like Renegades might get in, but overall TSM put a massive run together in that one.
Yeah, and it's just the amount of experience they have playing very well recently, or not, you know, within the last month, but over the past 3 or 4 months, they've been playing so incredibly well, and they have so much experience, able to switch things up when something's not working, able to find something that's going to work against what they're presented with, and that's something that NIP has struggled with in the past, is when something's not working, you know, they haven't really been that great team at making adjustments.
And if you actually look at, you know, statistics for the last 3 months, I think key when you mentioned that there, it's not been the best 3 months ever for Ninjas in Pajamas. You know, they're a team that somehow turns up every single time when it comes to these majors, but I think everyone was looking at NIP this time around and thinking, you know, they might be a candidate for an upset in the group stage, or at least going out a little bit earlier on in the quarterfinals, or maybe even the semi-finals. But honestly, it all comes down to a lot of experience at this stage as well. I mean, the major is where the big prize check is sat there right on the end of the line, and I think that's where a team like NIP, who have got a combined 400 million years of big stage experience between them, can really shine.
Right, and the crucial thing for me with NIP was Forrest being, you know, dominant against CLG. Like seeing him back in form, seeing him hit those nice shots, because I think the analyst has mentioned it at some point earlier in the day, is that they've just, at times they just seemed scared, like lack of confidence in battles that you normally see them take, and they didn't show that against CLG. Now CLG gave them a good run for their money, but here on Cash, I mean, it's going to be, there's a lot of places for Get Right to lurk, a lot of ways for him to be effective. This is a great site for strong entry fraggers, and if Freiburg can have a huge performance, that's going to be exceptional for them entering bomb sites.
Yeah, I think one of the key points as well on that front that the guys were talking about was Get Right, that, you know, he's the one that almost coined the term lurker when it came to CSGO, and he's a man who, honestly, if he performs, he can put Nip on his back and, you know, just carry him through game after game after game. He didn't really have that much of a showing in their earlier game against CLG, but, you know, again, a different map coming in for him this time around, and maybe it's just a confidence thing for Get Right, because there is a lot of pressure, I think, maybe on NIP really in particular this event, because people are looking at it and saying he's been a dodgy last 3 months, and if something doesn't work out for them here at this major, then maybe some things have to change.
Yeah, well, the big thing too is especially for a player like Get Right in that lurker role, for him to have success in that role, his other teammates have to perform. You need to have Freiburg finding a kill, finding an entry, to cause a rotation, to give Get Right space to work with. You got to have Forrest finding, you know, the duel he wants to take in the mid round to get another kill, to give Get Right more time to just outlast, to use his game sense effectively. And when those things aren't clicking together, sometimes that's when you see Get Right really struggles, because he's lurking, and I mean, he's you know, teams know he lurks. Fifth Laren mentioned it. You know, they kind of read that. They know he's going to be somewhere, so all the eyeballs are on him if the rest of his teammates aren't getting those early kills.
It's one of those age-old discussions in Counter-Strike, you know, does it actually sometimes give the opposition an advantage when they see Get Right, you know, at a B-bomb site? They can pretty much conclude from that that the rest of the team's not around there, but that could also work in NIP's favor. I mean, if they send Get Right as the lead man, yeah, they can pull TSM into thinking, okay, they're actually going to hit the other side, when in reality, it's just Get Right leading the way in.
Right, and here's the big thing for me with NIP is when they send Freiburg to go for an entry, it's very odd at times. They just kind of send them in and they're like, see what you can get. They don't always have a follow-up to trade that kill off, and this is a map you need to be good at trading frags as you enter into these bomb sites. There's going to be a lot of smokes. There's going to be a lot of Molotovs on the ground, and you can't just expect Freiburg to be able to come through a smoke and magically find a kill every time. He's got to have some backup to trade it off.
And the funny thing is, if you look down their statistics on paper, I mean, I always like to mention that statistics are really just that. You know, things can change from one game to another, but Freiburg actually having the lowest entry frag ratio recently, which is, you know, something that I think NIP are going to have to rely on a little bit more. Of course, the good news for him there is that, you know, other people in the team have certainly stepped up for that one. I mean, Alu, for example, has the best entry rate in this entire group here today. So, you know, that whole switch and change can certainly bring things through. But guys, it looks like we are going to be getting into the winners match here in Group A. As I said, it's a place in the quarterfinals up for grabs as Ninjas in Pajamas take on Team Solo Mid, and already NIP going to be looking to boost.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a variation. You've seen a lot of teams these days stack over at the B bomb site, play retake at A. That's exactly what NIP's doing, but instead of putting 3 players into B, they boost them up into the vents. But TSM, they're going to be heading over towards A. They're going to take the bait, or not the bait, but they're going to take the risk. They're going to say, you're going to have to retake this bomb site.
Well, flashes down. We saw Forrest connecting a couple of USP shots in there. Actually will get some damage done to him on his own, and that is an early bomb plant here. And there is the first kill coming in. It's Cajun Beat to take down Forrest, and now the disadvantage in terms of manpower for Ninjas in Pajamas. It'll be a slower push back in here, trying to keep the noise to a minimum as Get Right does manage to bring it back. Looking at grenades, there's nothing to really work with here for NIP, but they're going to swarm Dupree. They get that man. There's a smoke down here on site, and Device
and Zipnik's coming in there. But Get Right still alive. But there is Carrigan at the back. They try to go in straight for the defuse, but it'll be worked out again by Carrigan, and it's pistol round going to TSM.
Yeah, a good plan by NIP to retake that bomb site. A nicely placed smoke to block off an avenue of vision for TSM, but TSM bides their time in that bomb site patiently. They wait until all of NIP is in that choke point, in that confined area before striking, and they hold them off. So, nice pistol round win from TSM.
We saw those 3 kills coming in. Get Right with the double. We'll actually give them 2 scouts this round, 1 for Exist and 1 for Get Right. And there was a first chance for Exist to land a shot. Sadly for him, didn't quite connect, as the second one also missing there. And TSM not messing around here. They're going to barrel on through into this B site. We see the smokes down to cover there for CT, and that bomb is going to be planted here any second now. And at this point, NIP are locked out.
Yeah, this is something I expected. Obviously going for some spam kills just to be lucky, but they're completely retreating. No chance for a retake. 2 scouts in hands, just pistols, not even armor, and no kit whatsoever. So they're going to save this arsenal for the next round. That's not a bad call whatsoever. And yeah, TSM, that was just no question, no double guessing. Just hit B-bomb, hit the B-bomb site and just get in there.
Well, it's worked out absolutely perfectly for them. We'll be seeing NIP trying to save most of these weapons. We see Get Right there at the truck, just taking a peek through, see if he can get anything on the exit. But just looking at the minimap, it seems like it will be a safe finish to the round here from TSM. Don't want to risk losing specifically those bigger weapons in there, the 3 AKs that they had for that round. And NIP will be able to at least bring, those 2 scouts through, the 5-7 with Forrest, plus his head armor as well.
Right, and it'll be interesting to see if TSM decides to just do another very, very fast commit to a bomb site. That round, it looked like they didn't even want to mess around. They didn't want to have to deal with a scout. They didn't want to get picked off by those pistols, so they just went for it. This time, spreading out a little bit early on. Carrigan throws a smoke. They're going to boost some players up over into mid. There's a jumping scout behind the smoke that exists. He hasn't been able to find anyone, though.
Let's see. Smoke covering and Exist might have an opportunity here in a second. There he is, and he takes the head off Cajun B as well. And it was all about patience there for Exist. And the opening frag for Ninjas in Pajamas. That's one of those AKs down, which I'm sure they're going to try and reclaim here any second. Well, let's not forget, Dupree also has taken a big hit and he's down to just 23 health. Finally, they will level this one back up, and that was one of the B defenders, which you can see now NIP trying to remedy, bringing everyone over to try and defend this site. We've got Freiburg there, just a P2K in hand will give him literally nothing to work with. Forrest will be burning, and Zipniks are just picking off heads left and right. It leaves Alu and Exist, which honestly against 4, including those 2 AKs, is going to be pretty damn hard work for them. Alu will be making a peek here, but he will be rushed straight down by Carrigan, and Exist, sat on just 34 health, is going to be finished off by Device. 3-0, nice conversion here for TSM.
Yeah, almost a little bit dangerous. That's exactly what they wanted to avoid by going so fast in that first eco, was the fact that Exist gets that pick with the scout, and then they're thinned out a little bit. Then it's an opportunity for a player to come or wrap around from B. Get Right went for that flank, and it didn't work out for him, but those are kind of the dangerous situations that TSM avoided in that second round by going so fast.
Now we see Ninjas in Pajamas with weapons in hand. This will be the real telltale sign for them. A couple of people, Forrest and Freiburg, not able to get the head armor this time around. No AWPs in there for now either. Obviously, Cajun B did decide to buy that in round number 4. You see 2 men on top of red box. Well, they've already smoked off main, and that's going to slow TSM down somewhat. We do have the bomb more angled over towards this A-bomb site, but it's a very standard early round start here for TSM.
Yeah, very slow pace, very spread out, not getting caught off guard, waiting for some of these smokes to expire. Kerrigan lining up to flush anyone out of vents that might be in there. Dupree and Cajun B, they're waiting for that smoke to fade over towards B, so when this comes in, if someone is in the vents, they'd be able to spray him down as he falls out the vents, but no one's there for NIP.
Freiburg going to have a peek. He actually getting flashed the instant that he turns the corner, and that might have worked out nicely for him. He will try and flash over the top to give himself a second chance, and well, he did get a couple of hits off there, but he's come out worse in that scenario, down to just 37 health. There's Get Right just hanging around in middle, trying to get anyone pushing up towards those vents, but they've got 3 men basically defending that B site pretty heavily here. They do lose Get Right, but Forrest in the back of the site will be able to level it up. There is Freiburg going aggressive, almost getting 1v1, but they've got the better of them. 3 men down there for NIP, and it leaves just Exist, who's backed around from this A-bomb site, and will be up against 4. Guaranteed, I mean, given they are 4 of them pretty low here, but still a 1 versus 4 in your first gun round. Chances are Exist is going to back away and keep a hold of this M4.
Yeah, good read by NIP. They knew exactly what was coming. Like you said, 3 defenders there. Freiburg even pushed up into an aggressive angle where he had, you know, a great chance to find a couple kills, but none of them could spray any of their opponents on. Forrest gets that initial kill. Alu misses one up top. And now all of a sudden you see Exist just trying to save this weapon, deal some damage if they decide to retreat to this path.
Let's see if they can find him. The debris that comes through first, and he was hopping around, knife in hand. That'll be at last second. Flash out for Exist. Did actually flash up Zipnik there and almost killed him off with the bomb there. He pushed him back into range. Zipnik surviving it with just 2 HP, and that will ensure that the weapon will be brought through for Exist. So he managed to keep hold of that one. The rest of NIP, though, sadly for them, all sat around about 3K. So we shall be seeing, by the looks of things, a couple of Deagles be bought, but basically it's Exist who's going to have to do some work here. We see there 1 flash, 1 smoke, just to keep Anders happy, basically.
Yeah, right, and that's exactly what I was thinking. Don't want Anders getting mad at you, but this is something they're going to try and find a way to have Exist be the first contact on this defense. Now they've spotted Device boosted up, and you can see going for the reverse boost, but I think Device, he knows that he's just lurking up top waiting for it, and he does shoot, but now they know Exist is up there. How aggressive does he want to get? He doesn't want to commit to anything at all, and he falls back. Now this A execute is on. Alu spots him cross into the bomb site, but really no kind of defense you can mount. There's Exist picking one off, rotates back, and finds one.
Realistically, he needs to pick up 2 or 3 kills, and maybe even at this point, hand that weapon off. He's only got 14 HP to work with. Some big flashes towards mid. There's not a kit here, so time is not exactly on the NIP side, and 1 by 1 here, they're going to be picked off by Device, who comes around the backside of them, and that will be an easy finisher to the round for TSM, going 5-0 up, exactly the opposite of their start against Renegades earlier, funnily enough.
And now they've built, I mean, look at the bank that they have built up as well behind the Zipniks with 10,000, Device with 12,000. They just have so much money, so this is a crucial round. Alu does have the AWP this time. They actually, much like Dust 2, they switch it up. They go for a double op setup. Forrest and Alu. Forrest headed over towards the B bomb site. Alu at A. This is going to give them the opportunity to put a lot of pressure on mid if they choose to.
Let's see how they decide to play this one. Forrest on upper there. Smoked off fairly early though, so not really a lot to see, but he has switched around now to join his teammate there in checkers, but the smoke making sure there's no freely available shot to him just yet. We'll play this quite defensive. There's his angle though, down towards Toxic, and will manage to pick up Cajun B, so nice little start with this double up defense, and that's going to leave TSM with a few questions. Is there just that single up in there as Alu bought the second one? Well, they're probably going to find out at some point during this round. It looks like that bomb will be pushing over towards the A site eventually. We still don't have 1 minute of this round to go, so nothing a given just yet, especially once Alu sounds off that AWP over by 8. It might make TSM think twice.
Right, and interesting, he's not holding an angle, Alu, over towards A that would peek into A main. He's watching towards mid. There's Exist playing at the forklift. Gets initially blind, but this is going to be... It looks they're trying to sell this hit onto A. All the meanwhile, they've boosted some players over mid, so this hit is actually rotating back towards the B bomb site. 3 players at NIP are pretty committed at A. It's going to have to Freiburg and Forrest to hold this one down.
Let's see what they do. We're going to see smokes covering off from CT. Forrest going to get a shot off there. Freiburg finishes off. A second for Forrest and a second for Freiburg. Teaming up brilliantly here, and Forrest will win the round for them. Well, basically a 2-man defense here on that B side. Really coming up big for Ninjas in Pajamas in a round where they really needed it. A big investment with those double AWPs, and they get their first round on the board.
Right, but crucially, TSM still has not found out that this double op setup is happening, because they haven't seen Alu. Alu hasn't fired a shot quite yet, so they don't know that it's there. Importantly as well, that opening pick by Forrest came into play so much, because once that fake went out on the A bomb site, they didn't have to rotate anyone from B. They felt very confident with the man advantage with the personnel they had at each bomb site.
We'll see the Device being boosted up here, and there is one in middle, but not showing himself there. Was Get Right, who did just hop a little bit around the corner. I think Device had just peeked away just in time. As we see that Forrest will be flashed and mollied from the start of things. Once again, he has Freiburg to give him the backup, and they've smoked off both entrances there directly to checkers into main as well.
And that will mean that TSM have no opening there for now. But Device still holding middle. They've boosted Carrigan over the top as well.
There's a lot of space for TSM to work in mid because it's just Get Right playing it very, very passively. I'm not even sure he knows that Kerrigan's there. Meanwhile, Dupree takes out Freiburg over at the B bomb site, so Forrest is about to be under a lot of pressure.
There's a flash coming in. Second one will come in as well. There is the ult being fired off by Forrest. Should have probably hit that second shot, and he'll be headshot down there by Zipnix. And that is already just Exist left alive. That's an easy spray down onto Carrigan, who was fairly low health. But once again, Exist will be all alone, 1 versus 4. We'll try and keep this AWP and make things a little more expensive for TSM as things go on. But he's going to be pushed from main here. Device will be there. Second man will join him. Oh, I was going to say, he's just seen him there. Exist missing the shot, though, and they now know his exact position. TSM going to come swarming into this one. There's still a good few seconds until that bomb explodes. Here is Dupree's going to try a bit of a cheeky move up on top of red box, and that will be an easy kill for him. Exist was looking off towards CT, and that's bad news for NIP. Win the round, lose the one following. It's 6-1 to TSM.
Yeah, so the economy gets reset. They might try and force buy here. They did have all 5 members stay alive on that round they won, so it's not as crushing a blow, but you can see the buy is very, very weak. Freiburg has the kit, but you see 2 Famas is out, even the Mag 7 on Alu. The real dangerous part about that round is Kerrigan was, now that TSM knows that defense in mid was so incredibly weak with just Get Right there, Kerrigan knows he's got space to work with, and he was effective that round, getting 2 kills. All the pressure was being put onto the B bomb site. Meanwhile, TSM players just win duels on the other side of the map and just crush NIP.
There's Zipnix. Wow.
Okay.
As you do, through the door, onto the head of Exist, who's probably just like, well, what should I do from this point? Different position maybe next round. Freiburg, I don't think he quite caught sight of Cajun B there. He was still just behind the wall, but TSM starting off once again. 1 man to the gut. There's the spot onto Forrest. They're both flashed in there. And Cajun B playing with absolute confidence over towards this B-bomb site. There's already a smoke down, so he doesn't need to use his second. There he's out close by the door. Zipnix will get the better of him as well, and it's now Get Right here on this A-bomb site. You can see him keeping turned to pre-turn those flashes, and now he's going to push in there. Smoke, I think he was spotted just on the edge of it, but they may have just lost tabs with him here. They will get a couple of shots off onto him, but Get Right, I think, himself a little bit lost there inside of the smoke. And now Device, only 7 HP remaining here. Oh, up close and personal. Can he land the shot? No, he'll be pushed down, and it's a 1 versus 2. We've seen Freiburg going big in their first game of the day. Can he do it here as well against TSM? 1 man at main, 1 man just behind him. He's going to have to switch out to the pistol, and Zipnix will be able to convert that one into victory. Bit of a ropey finish to the round there for TSM. Nice little try from the Ninjas, but that is going to mean TSM going 7-1 up, and it also means that NIP are going to have to be on the eco.
Yes, now that's crushing, down 7-1 on a save round. Freiburg almost able to pull that out. He actually did some very good work at trying to find that one-on-one, finding it in A main eventually, baiting that player to swing out wide. But TSM's so good in those situations, holding onto a bomb site, such smart plays from their individuals. Now heading over towards B, very quick, very aggressively once again. The Mac 10 of Kerrigan doing some damage, and there's the nade. Cleans him up, 1 player over at headshot. That's Forrest, he wins that duel, but what else can he do from here?
Likely not a lot, I think. Obviously, not exactly the strongest of rounds from NIP equipment-wise, so not that we're expecting much more from this one. Just Alu and Exist actually left alive from this, and they will look to pick up a couple of cheeky weapons on the way out, but I don't think TSM all that desperate to be chasing them down at this stage of things. That bomb, of course, will be exploding. This will be a TSM round, putting them up to 8-1. From the T side of Cash. Certainly a lovely little start for them.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with it. The thing, Nip's got to do something to change, really the tone, the pace that they're working with. Nice shot from Exist there at the end, but I mean, they need to get aggressive somewhere. They need to grab an early lead. That round they won, Forrest finds the opening pick with the AWP. They need to have more of that, and it's not going to come, if it's not going to come from an AWP because of the money situation, where's the aggression going to come from out of Nip to gain some kind of advantage, to gain the intel and fall back and use that to their advantage?
That's a very good question, and the fact is that, as you said, there is not enough cash for 1, never mind the 2 AWPs that they needed to win that single round that they have to their name so far. If you look at the board there, Alu sat 0-0-6. He's almost a finished James Bond at this point, which is not a good thing overall. There is Get Right, though, finally getting the kill, and was a little bit different this time around with the boost in middle to give him sight over the top of the smoke. So NIP will open up the fragging, but they've basically lost control of the entire mid-area device. He's going to sneak all the way on through, which means that Get Right's position is all but worthless at that point.
Yeah, I was wondering where the aggression was going to come from NIP to gain that advantage. They do a boost over that smoke, and then they just abandon middle completely. So Device has that advanced position. When is that going to come into play? He's going to be patient. He's going to try and outlurk Get Right, try and open something up for his team, but Freiburg position underneath the vents. And TSM just waiting. They have a minute on the clock, and despite being a man down with Device in this spot, they can let him try and find something. They can let him be patient because he has such good control.
There's the push through from Dupree, and Freiburg started the spray off, and Dupree basically one-taps him to get the kill. There is Forrest, doubles up for him as he gets one inside of Checkers. Get Right, and Alu will actually combine here to finish off the round. And well, TSM thought they got the better of positioning there as they got that middle area after Get Right backed away, and they pushed through vents as well, but they felt like dominoes.
Yeah, well, Forrest bails him out of that round with those 2 kills, quick kills as well. He's able to transfer over to a second player, but that first kill onto Freiburg is what I thought was going to sell it with Device. That's when the rotation is forced out of NIP. That's when Device in that position can hear them rotating over towards B and pounce, but with Forrest getting those 2 kills, he was forced into a play he didn't want to make.
Looks like a slower start here again for TSM, and honestly, their entire early round strategy has not really changed up this entire time. And a couple looking over towards A, a couple having a peek in towards B main and over towards Checkers as well, and it's been working out for them. Already 8-2 up here. I think they've decided to leave middle a little bit more alone this time. Only Device will be looking from boost into that one, but he's only got 1 health there.
A lot of damage has been dealt by NIP, softening up a couple players. Dupree down to 52 as well. So despite the slow start that TSM's been doing this whole half, I mean, why switch what's been working for you? You're up 8-2, so there's NIP finding a way to deal damage anyway.
And again, running down to less than 1 minute in this round. They've been unable to find any kind of opening across the map. And it looks like will now move over towards his A site. The early molly's coming in there. It's a flash into main for Exist. He got the 1 kill. They know the bomb's in there now as well, but there's a spray again through the doors for Zipnix. 2 men very low here for TSM. That's Carrigan down as well. Forrest only got 20 health of his own, but here comes Get Right around the side. It's now a 2 versus 2, and only 17 seconds. That bomb needs to get planted here quickly for TSM, especially as Get Right gonna have a position up high as he hops over onto red box. Zipnix is trying to plant. Get Right will kill him off. They still have 1 tucked away, but Get Right will get it. It came to the 1 versus 1 there right at the very end. Well, the time just too far gone then for TSM.
Yeah, beautiful plays. Exist pushing into A main, getting the intel, and also when the rotations come in, Forrest pushes right through that smoke, finds a kill, delays that take a little bit longer. So as that clock runs down, you know, the TSM options were just slowly dwindling, and Get Right with the big play jumping up onto the box. So 3 rounds for them, and they've finally gotten the economy of TSM to the point where they can break it and force them onto some ecos if they win this round.
Yeah, only a Tech-9 here for occasion. But a standard early start coming out nonetheless. This time a bit more aggression from Alu. He misses the shot though. There is a follow-up. Freiburg will lose out, and that was Cajun. We were talking about that Tech-9, and he's the one that ends up coming up big to open up the round. Funny how that works sometimes. Tech-9 going in there thinking, okay, I'm the soft man here. I can just go in there and see what I can find. Risk. End up coming out with a kill against 2 men. And NIP down to just 4. And was Alu missing the shot over towards boost. You see there, Forrest boosted on top of Exist head, so they've got vision of main. That was oh wow, that was a free shot for Alu. He'd actually zoomed in a little touch early up towards the boost, and he was just coming straight through that main entry. Here we go, the push coming in on towards A. It will be a bit of an exchange there, but it will be TSM coming out on top of it. Bomb will get planted here shortly, and there was Get Right trying to come over from B, but they were quicker to the mark there. Dupree had already pushed all the way through to Car.
Yeah, it's stemming down too, NIP. no real mid presence. It's been Get Right playing in that spot, and then Alu rotates over there with the op that round from the same exact spot, so they really don't have any kind of aggression. This is a map when you control mid as CTs, you can rotate places so fast, you can flank quickly, so incredibly quick, or so fast, but TSM Nip not taking it when it's given to him, and TSM's just exploiting that fact now.
What do you think to that whole almost abandoned? Funny as I asked that question, NIP are going to send men over towards mid on the eco, but what do you think to that whole idea of just give middle up and defend it from the almost deepest point?
Device, what a shot, no scope, and he's going to clean some things up with that Tech 9, so there goes Exist and Alu. Just Forrest finds a kill, but it can work. It can be effective if you play right, but when you play it every single round, now that TSM has caught onto that fact.
It's 3 versus 2 here as well. This anti-eco not really going as planned for TSM. But we'll see. Freiburg still only got his P250. There is the AK in the hands of, well, was Forrest and also was Freiburg. That one ended a lot faster than expected, but it's double figures for TSM. Just a couple rounds to go. We will see NIP here picking up more weapons, but again, not exactly a full loadout for them.
They have had economic issues this entire half so far. They have not been able to stabilize that economy between getting the reset earlier on. That double scout buy early on really hurt them in the 4th round as well. So not able to buy the utility that they want or even the weapons they want. They have another Mag 7, another FAMAS on Alu. So really, really struggling to put a good arsenal together.
They need to do something a little bit cheeky here. There was Get Right spotting Device, but not doing masses of damage to him. And Device will simply sit back here, wait for any possible boost, or in fact just molly that position out, and that means that Get Right might have to change his position somewhat. He's burning away there on the edge. I think miscalculated his position in there. He couldn't push out towards the main because, well, there was a man in there. He'd heard him running anyway, so Rock in a hard place, and he's going to be burnt down. 2 mollies used there for the single kill onto Get Right. They'll be happy with that one. It was, of course, just the Mag 7, as Cajun does get spotted out there by Freiburg. But he has been playing this position pretty much every early round, causing 2 men to be pulled away. There we see Exist going to be boosted up. Will that be a position to stop the push here from TSM? He's completely blind, but they've not checked it. They've not checked his position, and he gets 2 before finally being dealt with there by Zipnix. We've got Forrest here on top of the box, but it's 2 versus 3, and the bomb will be planted by Zipnix. And that makes this one all the more difficult. Smoke is down, but Forrest still has line of sight to Zipnix if he decided to push. He didn't, and now it becomes a lot more difficult. A deep defense here from TSM. Cajun B will spray down 1. Freiburg, the last man remaining for NIP, and Carrigan was off in the corner to finish off that one. And again, TSM coming in. I thought it was going to go a lot worse when we saw Exist up on that box. He got 2, but still not enough for NIP.
Right, and that's the danger at TSM when they get into these bombs. I said it a couple times, they're so good. Forrest and Freiburg setting up to try and catch, in that 2-on-3, try and catch someone peeking, trying to catch someone overextending, and TSM just doesn't give it up. They had those 3 players set up perfectly to cover each other. 1 player in A-main watching for that jump on top of the boxes. So if you're Nip, the fact that they get into these bomb sites is just so scary from there. Now, look at this. The first time they're going to change the pace. They're going to hit A very, very quickly.
Smokes are already in. There is one stopping them from main, but I don't think they care too much about that one. They're going to go straight out onto the site. Alu will get Carrigan, but he's quickly dealt with, and they can get the bomb straight down in position with Cajun B. Freiburg will come around the back, though, so they at least have weapons and actually have the health advantage at this point as well. The question is, can they find the men and land the shots? Forrest does drop down quickly from up high and finds the pre there in the corner. As we're down now to a 2-on-2. Molly coming in. There's the peek around from Exist. Forrest will burn down Cajun B. And we're into a 1 versus 1 here in the final round of this first half. There's a peek from Zipnix, and he'll get the better of Forrest. And it's 12-3 at the half-time. Zipnix there, top of the scoreboard. Also, I have to point out at this stage, Alu having a horrible time of things, really. Only hit 2 kills there from the first 15 rounds.
Yeah, and you see that from time to time. That's how bad their money has been this whole half. TSM's had complete control of it. Alu being the opper, he's only been able to afford it 2 or 3 rounds. I mean, they've just been crushed in terms of their money. So especially towards the end, when you're so far down in rounds, you can't really afford to save anymore. You just have to get rounds on the board. And unfortunately, Alu not able to even grab his weapon that often. So tough spot for NIP to be in here. TSM just laying it on thick. And it comes down just, once again, I'm just going to just beat it into the ground. It's that mid control. TSM always able to walk out and find a positional advantage due to the lack of a defense there.
I wonder, and I think we will, from what we've seen of TSM in the past, have a solid mid defense from them. I don't think they're going to play anywhere near as passive as what we've just seen from NIP. And this minute-and-a-half team switch that they have basically at half-time to talk a little bit about things, I think NIP will be wishing it was more like 15, honestly, to really turn this one around, because 3 rounds only on the board from this CT side. And we talked earlier on about Get Right. Honestly, yeah, it didn't have much of a chance playing that very deep mid-roll. There's not much really to be done in his scenario. He's got 7 kills from that first half, but it was basically always on a retake that he was getting those kills.
Yep. Yeah, you're exactly right. And I mean, TSM just, that spread out default they did throughout that whole half, found them picks, it found them entries. That one round they used 2 Molotovs just to get right, and they take that 5-on-4 advantage. One of the better teams at playing with a man advantage. They just do the stranglehold. When they get those kills, they have a minute left in the round in a 5-on-4. They're going to exploit something. It's going to happen. And NIP didn't show any kind of desire to try and get aggressive in a situation in the mid-round, to find some information or to get some kills and try and equalize.
There wasn't really much of a change at all from NIP. Falling behind, you expect that, all right, we have to do something a little bit different here. That's the only way that we may be able to get back in this game. And in the end, there was literally no real change. The boost from Get Right in mid was about as fancy of a change we saw there from NIP on CT. But we are into the second half here. 12-3, of course, the lead for TSM, moving on to CT side. And it's looking like it will be a big A push here for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Smoke's coming through. Flashes will be joining there as well. Exist actually getting blinded, but they will get the push through. There is Device getting one. Can he find 2? Alu is coming through in there. It is Get Right that joins in, but Zipnik's on the backside as well, doing well. There's a man at Forklift who will rip them even further down, and now just Freiburg and Get Right. There is Get Right down. Freiburg will follow, and TSM pick up the pistol and go 13-3, and quite possibly sewing the game up right there.
Yeah, very, very possibly. Device with that positioning he has, he only gets 1 kill, but they're forced to deal with them. They devote 2 more players after that initial kill to clean him out of that spot, and it allows rotations to come in for TSM. NIP couldn't even get into the bomb site to get the bomb plant, to get that $800. So now they're forced. They have no head armor on 3 players. They have the Tech 9s, the P250s, and a full buy. So this is them saying that we need to win a round right now.
And we see already Carrigan pushed up further than I think Get Right was the entire of that first half, trying to hold that mid. So exactly as we probably expected from this one. It will be, as you can see there from the top-down view, a push again onto this A-bomb site for NIP, but honestly, they're going to get ripped to shreds from this one. Zipniks and Carrigan going to just combine here for the first couple of kills. Device will now chime in as well. Should be an easy finisher there with the UMP. Carrigan is there as well, and an easy conversion, really. Did manage to get the 1 kill onto Zipniks, but again, no bomb plant for Ninjas in Pajamas, and they're all sat around about 2k, and this is surely going to be game point for TSM unless NIP do something incredibly strong.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they're not force buying here. Why not, if you're going to save this round, why not save last round and bring some Galils or some AK-47s into the party on the 3rd round here? But either way, they're going to let TSM have a great advantage to get up towards match point already.
And commotion going on, and just looking over here towards Envy. I think they've just won their game over against Luminosity, but either way, the push through middle from NIP is going to be absolutely destroyed as it comes through. The nade from Device finishes off, and that is game point, quarter-final point here, really, for TSM, which will, of course, put them into the matches in the Lanxess Arena on Saturday. Also give them, legend status moving forward as well, which is
next major.
Massive, massive thing for these teams as well. NIP need 12 rounds in a row to push us through then into an overtime. Of course, buying up everything they can here. There'll be no AWPs, AKs across the board for them. And this is where it's going to be interesting to see mid-control. It's 2 men there. Device is going to be up on top of the box, and well, Carrigan watching it with his AWP as well, so already a much heavier focus on that area of the map from TSM.
Yeah, now even shifting a little bit, giving it up, and now Carrigan rotating over towards A with that op, and they've left Dupree over in B. He's got the other AWP. and that's going to allow this defense to be very mobile in mid, and Xyp9x gets a little bit of intel. Now falls back and he switches spots with Kerrigan. Beautifully done, because Forrest was expecting a Colt. He was expecting the M4, not the AWP, and Kerrigan cleans one up. Now they can fall back and be very confident. A 5-on-4. 4 members over towards A, though, and now they're rotating back.
Yeah, Kerrigan pushing back to cover outside. He actually just clipped Get right there, right through the smoke, down to 15 or 16 if my eyes would work. And not looking good here for NIP to hold on to this game. Device, going to hear some footsteps there by A. Will pop flash off, and again, you do see a push through. Finally from middle, it'll be Alu that gets that one, but Device, Xyp9x both combining. Alu's only got 12 HP, he's burning, and he's eventually finished off there by Device. And that was, well, quite frankly, a simple win from TSM. 16 rounds to 3. NIP on the CT side, never really finding their feet, never able to get a stable economy going. And they are going to be, well, having to fight for their lives.
Yeah, and that was just clinical from TSM, and that's kind of the thing. We mentioned that TSM very good at adapting, NIP not so much, and because NIP never adapted in that first half, TSM was able. They ran that default 14 rounds in a row. They never had to switch up what they were doing, and just picked NIP apart all across the board in every facet of the game.
Also means, of course, now that CLG will be the team that gets reshuffled. Because they already played Ninjas in Pajamas in the first match of the winners bracket here in Group A. So that's the first thing that we know in terms of reshuffles. We'll see how that one all works out. I still think it could go well for you. You could be happy with that, or you could be really sad depending on if we see any upsets going on further down the line.
Yeah, we'll find out who's going to be happy or not. Well, the thing you know is TSM's very happy with that performance after the shaky month or couple weeks that they've had recently. To come out with this big of a win against NIP, that's got to get them feeling good. Now they can just wait, they can hang out, they can watch until Saturday.
Well, there is also that one point that we heard earlier on in the day over on the expert desk, that NIP never been particularly renowned for such great starts, such great group stages, really, where they've, you know, often scraped through from that one and then come out and gone absolutely incredible through the bracket stages. But this is certainly a loss that'll be, I think, a little bit hard to digest for NIP. You see that Natu just having a bit of a word, Get right, sat in silence. So, you know,
pensive.
He's definitely an emotional player, not a player that, well, which player does like to lose, but I think Get right in particular is a player that takes those losses fairly heavily, especially when, honestly, this was a whitewash game. They were never really in this match.
No, not even. They weren't even close to being in the match. So, I mean, just a great display out of TSM, and that was. Yeah, just the TSM was just so clinical about it. You know, they did that same strategy. They got all the picks they wanted. When they didn't get the picks, they got the entries. And everything was just perfect from them. NIP never made them feel any pressure, never made them sweat whatsoever.
Well, fantastic victory there. 16-3 in the end, going over to TSM in their win over Ninjas in Pajamas. We're going to head, though, to the NVIDIA expert desk to break it down.
Thank you, Joe. We are here with Dupree again, as we look at a beautiful face on
Hello.
But Dupree, of course, is going to be the spotlight, not you, from Flair here on the desk as he wins the winners match. And TSM will be moving on to the bracket stage. They're in the playoffs now. You guys are set. You guys don't have to worry about anything until Saturday. It's got to be a good feeling to have that group stages behind you now.
Yeah, definitely. It was great, especially to win it like this, like beating NIP. Like, was it? Yeah, say like I can't remember the score, like 16-3 or 5.
Yeah, 16-3. Yeah,
16-3, I can't remember. So yeah, it was great. We played with a lot of confidence, and everything just worked. We got the picks we wanted. People won their aim duels, and from there we just outplayed them with the rotations. It was pretty simple.
Yeah, Anders, how did you view that game between these two teams?
I thought NIP would at some point make a comeback. I've seen you guys play really well on the terrorist side of this map before. Like, I've seen you have 10-5 scorelines playing the terrorist side and then completely fail on the CT side. So I was kind of in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, if they get 10 rounds, that should normally be enough. But because it's you guys, I felt maybe it wasn't. So I was sort of waiting for it. I was thinking, right, maybe if they lose the pistol in the second half, there's like a comeback opportunity. But obviously never happened. And NIP showed a lot of confidence in their first match, but it feels like they can still be broken, and you guys obviously did that. So yeah, I was impressed, but I also thought that that NIP had some opportunities to do a little bit more.
Yeah, Flair, what about you? I mean, were you pleasantly surprised by TSM's performance here, or? I mean,
yeah, I mean, for sure, they're looking very strong, and I already called it when we were doing the vetoes, and I saw Cash that TSM would win. I had him obviously favored to win Group A, but not in this fashion. I was hoping that NIP would put up more of a fight. There's really nothing to say. I mean, you can go take a shower. You must be super sweaty after that. That dirt of a game. It's like I don't know. It was so dirty. That game was so dirty that like I think I need a shower after watching that. But yeah, I have nothing to say. Really.
Are you setting yourself up to shower with Dupree? This
I mean, we can go. I'm
you
fine
literally
with
just segued from you should take a shower. I need a shower.
well, I invited myself, Anders.
Great job.
Yeah,
great job.
I'm in room 240 at the hotel. I'll be there.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad we settled that here. No, what about you, Henry? Are you going to be part of that shower? Do you have something else?
I don't want to be anywhere near that shower, to be honest.
Well, it's actually your room that I mentioned.
That's actually, I was going to say, what are you doing in there? That's really weird. So for me, the main thing for NIP there was the economy management. They went into after losing the pistol. I really think they needed to wait out and get the AWP set up. The first round they actually won in the game was when they had the dual AWPs, and that's when they looked their strongest. I'd have preferred them going in, starting off on the gun rounds with that advantage. So when you buy double scouts on the second round, you really do stitch yourself up in the sense that you have to be very low on utility going into the first gun round, and you don't have the same diffuse kits, you don't have the rifles you necessarily want. And for me, they really wanted to factor that in and give themselves a fighting chance in the first gun round. So it just fell apart from there. It was too far gone by the rounds they did find, and yeah, unfortunately, that was the nip we've seen a couple of times in the last few tournaments.
I mean, I don't want to rub anything in here, especially because that last camera shot we got to get right kind of looked like, that point in The Lion King when Simba's father has just died, and, it was very painful. Oh. But Get Right actually did fail a very crucial smoke that they tried to pull in the pistol round that was supposed to go in through the squeak door on A-bomb site to help the team out.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I don't actually think that was caused the round to fail completely, because there were also some really good headshots from TSM's side. But
it was called. We realized, Simmons realized that he realized the smoke failed, and they got us the opportunity to get some angles set. So yeah.
Yeah. So just a tiny feature. I mean, that round was obviously huge for NIP. That could have been at least the beginning of some sort of comeback. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, as you guys said, it was pretty straightforward. You guys kind of steamrolling through that one, and now you guys are going on as the first seed of Group A. So once again, congratulations to Dupree, and of course to your team, TSM, moving on as the first seed of Group A. For all of you guys at home, if you're missing any of the matches this week, you can go over to Score Esports, download the app on your smartphone at the iOS App Store or the Google Play Store, and you'll be able to check out what they have to say. They'll have the reports, they'll have the match histories, and all of that here for ESL One Cologne. You can also check out their staff picks from the Score Esports right now if you want to see what their predictions are moving forward. For now, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we move on with the group stages at Group C.
Welcome back to the NVIDIA Expert Desk at ESL One Cologne 2015. We are done with the first half of the group so far, Group A and B. We've gotten through to the winners matches. Of course, not the whole group is done just yet. We've got to go through the reshuffle and whatnot at the end of the day. But we have some new members joining us at the desk. Of course, Jason Kaplan and Moses joining us here after some extensive casting of the first matches. So let's review Group A first. Then we'll gladly talk about Group B a little bit because we didn't get to watch those here on the A stream if you've been with us this whole time. So let's bring up the brackets for Group A. As if you just watched that last match, you'll know Team Solo Mid does move out as that first seed. NIP, they do have a second chance, and of course we will also have Counterlogic Gaming being shuffled out of this group. So because they've already played NIP, they will be the ones that rotate out. Renegades will have to battle through a newcomer and NIP if they want a chance to move out. Overall, how do you guys view this group? I mean, is this what most people expected, or NIP TSM, it wouldn't have really mattered which one moves on, just as long as it was between those two?
Well, I think it turned out how expected. It was the way that TSM just dismantled Mid in that last game. That was really, really surprising. So I think everyone was kind of leaning towards TSM coming out of that group. I thought it was really cool seeing CLG and Renegades both put up fights against teams that they were the underdogs for. But I mean, the big story there is neither of those teams, while they can put up some numbers, they haven't gotten over that hump yet where they can consistently win those close matches.
Right.
I think it makes a big difference. I mean, I think if NIP had made it through, then you're in the quarterfinals. You're playing best of 3 games, which is generally where they play a lot better. Now they're going to have to do the reshuffle, and it's going to be confusing. I think NIP are... now there's a greater chance that NIP won't make it through, whereas I think if TSM had been in second place here, it would have been... I would have said, yeah, probably they'll make it through anyway. So, yeah, I think it's a really big switch between having NIP out first or TSM.
Yeah, of course, we will have to kind of see who else joins Group A to see what the chances are there. They have to battle the Renegades first. That's a lot to tell about at the end of the day when we go through all the process. But then Group B, Jason, you were over there watching those games, and it looks like we had a bit of a tense one for the winners match, too, to see who moves out of that group.
Yeah, Group B was insane. Like, we saw a lot of great things out of both teams, actually Envious and Luminosity in particular. We actually, Sam and I were talking about how Luminosity in the past, like on their T side, they play really kind of slow, or actually, sorry, really kind of depending on how the other team plays. If they get aggressive CT side, they struggle. They kind of get flustered and have problems, but they kind of change up their style against Kingwin and Envious. They played super passive in the beginning. They try to really punish the other team for getting aggressive and capitalize off of that. And they had some great discipline. Cold performed so damn well. And I honestly think they can make it through. They're a damn strong team.
Yeah.
So it's not at all surprising to me that they played so well. Here's how you always knew that the Brazilian team was going to be strong. You saw that one performance, I think it was during MLG, when they came out on Mirage and just knocked the hell out of everybody on that map. And they did that almost purely by having like really, really good timings, really good executes, really good like communication and coordination. The only way you can do that is by putting a lot of work in. So you knew they were able to do that. Now, recently when they've been playing European teams on European soil, you've seen that almost all the top European teams, they try and play the Brazilian team by saying, well, we're just going to be better aimers, so we'll just take all the fights and win them, except that doesn't happen. The Brazilians are actually good enough that they'll win a bunch of those fights. So if you combine like hard work and the ability to do all those executes with that kind of individual skill, it's not at all a surprise that they're this good. They're a really strong team.
Yeah, I mean, when they came out at the beginning of the year with that explosive Mirage, that's kind of what they were known for, is those explosive executes, just very fast-paced, very aggressive styles entering bomb sites. And then they played the entire next season of Pro League in the States, and they worked a lot on other maps because they were a one-map team for a while. They had Mirage, and now they've kind of slowed things down. They're not just that execute-based team. They've really worked on diversifying how they play on the terror sides.
Right. I like, Andres, how you point out the whole kind of explosive kind of style and great aimers as well, because we actually saw a lot of plays between Fallen and one of his teammates where he would send a teammate out to shoulder peek, and then right when the enemy, Kenny S missed the shot, he would come out peek, get him perfectly almost every single time. They had really great work between the teams, and the story kind of for them was they kind of came onto the scene, right? And everyone wondered, well, when teams figure them out, once they play against them once or twice, they'll know how they play. And the question was, can they perform now, considering that every team's had a chance to look at them during the ESL, ESCA Pro League, and they performed even better. We've been hearing constant rumors about them saying, well, they're a great team now, a boot camp, they're the team to beat, and they've really started to shine.
Right on. Well, I mean, eventually, Envious, though, of course, moving out as the first seed, but just like you guys mentioned, just Luminosity putting up that much of a fight really is impressive. They went to the winner's match, so that's something to look forward to in Group B. Of course, right now, we are preparing for Group C, so let's take a look at the bracket. See who's in this group. If you missed the information in the beginning of the broadcast, we have Fnatic, Team eBettle, and then Na'Vi going up against Titan. And just on paper, let's just start off with that right away. It looks like there's some very clear favorites in this group moving forward of Group C. Anders, how do you view this one?
Well, I mean, someone asked me a while ago to pick like a group of death, because I think actually every major up until now there's been like a very clear like group of death. This is where you really sort of get a really tough matchup. I think this is these 4 groups are the best groups we've had so far of any major. They're the most close, but you do have Na'Vi and Fnatic in this one group, and that's ridiculous. Like, these 2 teams are so good. So if you're any other team in this group, this has to be like the closest we'll get to a group of death. Yeah. Both these teams are ridiculously good.
It does look like it's going to kind of be, I mean, even in Group A, we talked about, oh, well, it's like a favorite versus an underdog in both matchups, but this one, a lot of people are calling, well, it's very clear. It'd be surprising, if anything, if we saw anything but Na'Vi versus Fnatic in that winner's match. But of course, in the very first match, one of our first teams, it will be Team eBettle. Let's take a look at their path and their story coming into the major.
We are super excited about the fact that we are going to take part in the biggest tournament in the world. I don't think we have been making any extraordinary preparation for this tournament. Just we had a regular like 5 days boot camp. We prepared some new tactics. We just don't want to think about who we are playing against, who we are facing. We just want to focus on our game, on the particular rounds that we are part of, and just try to win it all.
So it will be eBettle in the first matchup, and they've got a tough matchup coming in. But let's talk about them qualifying here for ESL One Cologne. We talked about it briefly in the very beginning of the broadcast with the original crew here on the desk, but a bit of a, I mean, I don't know if you could call it a Cinderella story or just, I mean, they found themselves, they admitted they were like, oh, well, we found ourselves a little bit lucky. We were like, oh, we probably won't win this match. Moving on forward, just taking one match at a time. What did you guys think about them coming in and qualifying for this tournament?
I would say that this is a sign, a symptom of the fact that we're sort of moving into the second era of CSGO. The beginning was NiP being the ultimate team, and everyone trying, well, not everyone, maybe like 2 teams trying to catch up to them, because there were only 2 teams, like basically Very Games and maybe sometimes like Western Wolves or Copenhagen Wolves back in the day, like trying to catch up to NIP every once in a while, but always failing. That was like the first era of CSGO. Now the second one is much more interesting. That's where we get to see new teams that we've maybe not even really heard of that much, and players we've never heard of actually show up and play the game really well. And that's where the sparks are really going to fly. This is where the fun really begins.
I think the big impressive thing about eBettle qualifying was them beating Dignitas. I think that was the most surprising, because, yeah, they beat Titan, but I think Titan as a team, after the French shuffle that occurred with these roster changes, Existence being that kind of tactical leader who wants everyone under his system, he's going to take a little bit of time to get them all, you know, coordinated in how he wants them to be playing. So I think they were going to be weaker at the start, but them beating Dignitas, who's had some really good results in recent past, that was the surprising one for me.
Yeah, and you get that, and then you move into their match versus Titan, right? You look at Hyper, who went 53-30, a 1.77 KD as they went into overtime multiple times. And you really have to wonder, well, does he have to have a performance like that for them to win? You really have to question, you know, if they're a strong team in general. They're always seen as like the #3 team in Poland behind, you know, former Gamers 2, behind Virtus Pro. They've never really had the opportunity to shine, but, you know, in an interview with HLTV, they said, you know, any one of us can step up like that. But we really have to question, is that really a possibility against teams like this top of the world?
No.
There we go. All right. Well,
yeah, I seriously doubt that as well. But I do want to point out that before Virtus Pro, when Lord and Cuban exited like the Golden Five, and they had to pick up a couple of replacements, which first of all, I think for anyone who's like from 1.6, that seemed like an impossible task. Like that was breaking like a golden sort of group right there. You couldn't do that. A Golden Five, exactly. That's what I was looking for. But they actually trialed for Hyper and Pete first of all from the Polish scene, and then they picked up Bialy and Snacks later on. And at the time, I remember clearly thinking Hyper and Pete looked better than Bialy and Snacks right when they came in. It was actually a surprise to me that they, especially Hyper, that they got rid of him. So it's great to see that they haven't given up.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see again. I mean, everything you guys talked about, we saw that during the qualifiers. How much of that carries through here? Because their first opponent, a lot of people are saying, well, looks like they're the favorites again coming into this one. It's going to be Fnatic. Let's take a look at them.
When we get to a tournament, our goal is always to win. We are always hungry, and we can't stop competing. It's so fun. We didn't boot camp here in Cologne or in Sweden. We just played at home, and we fixed some new strategies and some moves we're gonna do. But I don't know if we're gonna show them in group stage. That depends how the matches go, but it will be fun. We are the #1 team because I think we are the most consistent team. We didn't change a player in a year. We really enjoy playing with each other. Yeah, we feel super ready, and I think we're gonna take this one.
Fnatic, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching CSGO for any amount of time recently, you'll definitely know these guys, of course, coming in as the previous winners here for this major at Cologne. Some people saying maybe we'll see that back-to-back happening, and it's highly possible. But of course, a lot of people saying at the same time, the bar has been raised through and through here at ESL 1 Cologne. I mean, walk us through here a little bit, Jason. Where are we looking at for Fnatic?
Well, I want to say this really quickly. I'm really confused why Krim says they feel ready for this. I mean, they can obviously feel ready, that's fine. But the fact that one of the few teams who hasn't really boot camp coming into this, who hasn't super, hunkered down and prepared. You've had Olaf, you've had Flusha playing the FPL, the Face It Pro League, along with Taz and likes of other people. You don't really see a lot of teams, do that. We've had, eBettle sitting there boot camping for 5 days. Well, you're saying it doesn't matter, what, because they're that damn good?
They've got 4 players on this team that at any point can be the best player in the world. They have one that's currently Olaf, just performing at that level. He drops the slack. You got JW, you got Flushy, you have Krim's the most fundamentally sound player in the scene. You're asking who from Hyper needs to step up, individually. It doesn't even matter because this aggression out of Fnatic is just so coordinated at times. They're going to throw you off. Even if all your players are playing impeccable aim, even if they're not missing shots, Fnatic's going to catch you off guard. Just it's how they do it. And I mean, they just have too many players who can be the best.
Right. Well, I mean, okay, so you're putting that in comparison with the matchup they have right now against eBettle, but then let's kind of expand that. I want to pick your brain a little bit. How does that attitude carry through for the rest of the tournament? Because you've got other big names coming in, of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, the correlation between, pre-tournament prep and results is actually a really, really hard line to draw. We've seen examples of both. I think the worst one was probably when Hellraisers went into the... Was it Katowice major, I think? Or was the last Gamescom major, sorry. They'd had 2 solid weeks of boot camping, plus 8 hours a day. Really, really hard work, and they completely failed. It was really, really bad. You can tell they had a lot of things they wanted to try, but they couldn't deviate from all that. I think Fnatic, especially because of their style, they'll be fine with not having a bunch of things prepped. Although they have said that they've got some special tactics up their sleeves, but I don't think they need really hard grind before they get to a match like this.
Yeah, and Fnatic's one of those teams that they keep it very simple. It's they're not going to do these complex strategies. They have players that like to get aggressive, that are going to win the battle, and they have so many players they can lean on if that doesn't work, or if they just decide, we just killed 2 people, let's just fall back and stay in a site. They just have so many, it's just simple Counter-Strike that they play, and they do it very, very well.
I mean, we've also seen, coming into this, a lot of teams have been saying that because of the group redraw, you have to play your own style. You can't really kind of counter or anti-strat or, kind of be prepared for the team you're against. But, eBettle have said in some interviews that they've prepared some innovative strats for this. And we've seen in the past, just with COG, that Fnatic can be counter or anti-stratted and can be beaten on, I guess, maps like Mirage. But like you're saying, I mean, I think I'm totally with you, Moses. When it comes down to raw, skill, and if eBettle can't get those innovative strats working, and if they're figured out by Fnatic, which I'm sure Pronax will be all up in there, they're not really going to have much of a chance. I want to give them hope, but it's Fnatic. It's the best team in the world.
Yeah, and speaking of course, you guys mentioned earlier Olafmeister being possibly that best player in the world right now for Fnatic. He's obviously going to be the player to look for here on that side. And you guys mentioned earlier, if you're looking for a player at eBettle, look at none other than Hyper, and we'll see how those two perform. Of course, we've got some basic stats here going forward for both these players and these teams, but
I want to go back to what you said earlier. You said, well, Fnatic, I mean, they keep it simple. They don't need to go with the most complex strats or whatnot to go forward. Then how do you dismantle them? What does it take to dismantle a team like that?
I think if we knew the answer, then
we'd be the best team in the world.
They'd be gone.
That'd be quite valuable. But part of the problem is, I'm sure eBet will have like a bunch of tricks, and that's really valuable. That's good. That's what they kind of have to do. But the problem is, if you're playing against a team like Fnatic, they won't be playing standard Counter-Strike until you make them. In the beginning here, unless eBettle can show them that they deserve the respect, Fnatic will just run around and take individual fights and try and win all of them. And against that, there's not a lot you can do. You can't really anti-strat that. They're just going to steamroller you. So you got to make them, you got to be good enough in the beginning that Fnatic will fall back to like their default style, and then you have to have a way to counter that. It's like a two-stage rocket almost.
Yeah, you really have to force them to respect you early on, and if you don't, and if you let them run wild, it's just gonna snowball, be something terrible. I mean, I guarantee there's gonna be a round or two where we see eBettle, trying to sync up smokes, trying to have some kind of a cool strategy, and JW is going to come hopping around the corner using the op like a shotgun, and he's just going to ruin their dreams. Like, that's going to happen at some point in this match.
Well, that doesn't sound like it's going to be too fun for eBettle. Where does it all start for eBettle then? Does it even matter at this point when you're going up against a team like Fnatic? How much can you weigh in for the map vetoes or something like that?
They have the deepest map pool in all of Counter-Strike, Fnatic does, in my opinion.
Yeah, they do, and that's part of the key to their success. Yeah. I mean, I spoke to eBettle actually yesterday at their hotel. They're super nice guys, and they said they really enjoy playing the new maps, Cobblestone, Overpass, and Train. Those are some of the maps that they feel most comfortable on. I think Fnatic will be all right with playing those maps. So I mean, that's the upside. They can get them on those maps if they want, probably.
Yeah, I'd probably love to play them on Cobble.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, but at this point, do you think it's just better for eBettle to hope for something that they're also confident in? Because no matter which map you pick,
you're not going to take away bad maps from Fnatic. So you go for your favorite map. You say this is the best map. This is the one we want.
Yeah, I mean, you typically, like in a veto, you're going to, with two maps, you take away their best map and like your worst map kind of thing, and then hope to get something that you can play on. But we have to keep in mind, it's not you're going to pick the map, it's you get to pick possibility of three, and then one of those are randomly selected, and to pick three maps that Fnatic are not good on is impossible. It's just impossible.
I mean, if that was a possibility, I'm sure we would have seen that come into play a lot earlier in some of the other tournaments that Fnatic's been a part of, and teams taking advantage of that. But, I can't help but think we've been talking a lot about Fnatic, and of course, there's much more to talk about if you wanted to. The praises can continue rolling in. But on the side of eBettle, I mean, Anders, when you're talking about whether it's a team or just a friend or even a player, when you start off with a compliment like, well, they're nice guys, it really says a lot about, like, what else do you have to say about that team?
They got the personality going for them.
Right? I mean, other than them being nice guys, what else is in their favor here? Or let's look beyond Fnatic, right? Let's just say, all right, well, goodness, we drew Fnatic. I mean, that's just, let's try to look over that. Let's just play our best. Where else are they looking at?
I feel like whenever this topic comes on, we're sort of reduced to repeating much the same thing, which is that for like a potential upset or even for a close match, it's like a whole sequence of things that have to work out really well. Like Fnatic have to come off really like slow and cold today, like a long time warming up in the game, and eBet will have to have like the most unreal start of all time. It has to be like almost a collective breakdown where Fnatic don't even realize that the boat is sinking and they're just happily partying away. There's so many things that have to work out just perfect for the Polish team, and a whole bunch of things that have to go really badly for Fnatic. So it can't just be eBettle having the game of their life. It also has to be combined with Fnatic having basically the worst performance of all time. So.
No, I mean, I don't want to put you guys necessarily in the spot, but just because when we compare eBettle against Fnatic, it starts to just sound more and more like, all right, eBettle really has just no hope of being here at the major. I mean, where are we putting them in perspective of the whole 16 teams then, right? Because Fnatic's...
I'd say with immunity, 15th, 16th maybe. I mean, you look at the quality of teams we have, they're definitely not going to be on the top list of this one.
So here's why it's important for us, in my opinion, to keep saying this. It's because if eBettle do this, and we've made it sound like it could happen, it could be kind of close, then it won't get the deserved reaction. If eBettle beat Fnatic right now, that is like a cataclysmic event.
We should have fireworks for them here in Cologne.
So it has to be this way. There is a very, very, very slim chance this will happen. It's like absolutely minuscule, and we kind of have to say that. But that doesn't mean that this isn't super valuable for eBettle. There's so much they can learn, and obviously the fact that they qualified and made it here is in itself a huge achievement. There's only 16 teams in the world that go, and they made it through a pretty tough field of competition.
I like that you said that too, because immunity, they're going into this major looking at it as this is just to get some experience. We're not looking to get really far, but we want to get the experience. Renegades have been to majors multiple times. They want to finally get on par with that team, get that international exposure, and finally figure out how to play a different level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and there are so many small tricks. So playing online Counter-Strike and playing LAN Counter-Strike is not the same thing. And like the game itself behaves differently when you're on LAN ping for one thing. The other thing is the environment is different. What you hear in your headset, how you communicate with your teammates. If you've never tried this and you try it for the first time, you're going to make mistakes, and the opponents will have a bunch of advantages that you don't even know about. It's not so bad here. There's not like a huge audience right now.
Right.
If when we get to the Lanxess arena,
Forgot to put to private, so people just randomly join the lobby.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's great.
When we get to the Lanxess arena, though, the sound alone means you have to play the game slightly differently because you can't hear everything you normally would when you're in your own bedroom. So all of this experience is super valuable to anyone who shows up for a big tournament.
Yeah. And you keep asking us what we can expect, what we can talk about with these guys. The reality is we haven't seen this team too much playing at this level. There's not a lot to draw from is the big thing. And I mean, I don't really prescribe, or I don't really believe this, but there's a lot of people who always say like their one chance is the fact that nobody knows what's coming from these guys. And like, I don't like that. I just wanted to bring it up.
Well, I mean, it's fair to bring that up. I'm glad you did, because obviously, I mean, some people believe in that aspect, but at the same time, I mean, maybe there's a reason. The counter argument is maybe there's a reason we haven't seen too much of them, and it's the fact that, I mean, you know, if you haven't been in there that whole time, there's not going to be too many resources, but it looks like the map veto will be happening very soon.
The surprise factor can bridge some skill gap, but the skill gap here is
so wide.
Too wide.
I mean, you have to like also hope that, you know, Pronax, being the really brainiac he is, can't dismantle your strategy, your secret, you know, strategy to catch him off guard. I mean, he's going to be so smart about it. He's going to realize what you're doing before you even do half the time, and then counter it.
I mean, before they even get to having to worry about what Pronax is calling, they've got to get past Olaf and JW just making aggressive plays. Like, those are guys who are just going to do whatever they want at the start of this match.
Yeah. And
they're going to find their 2 kills in that aggression. So before you even have to worry about Pronax, it's those 2 guys up front.
Yeah, not to mention that so much of Pronax's in-game leading ability comes from the mid-round calls. So, you know, he will get the information about what you're doing first, and then he'll make a decision. So it's not even about him having like a permanent setup that you can try and counter. It's just him thinking really fast.
You know, I talked about this during Intel Extreme Masters at Gamescom, and I kind of want you guys to go into it a bit more, you in particular, Moses, since you weren't there for it. The whole double op, not necessarily setup, but the potential to have 2 operas on your team at once. The whole fact of you have Envious with Kenny and Happy, you have Fnatic with Olafmeister at JW, you have Virtus Pro with Pasha and Neo, you have TSM with Device and KGB, I can keep going on, but you have all these top teams now have 2 operas in the team that can pick it up when the other one doesn't feel confident. I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
Well, yeah, it's just there's not very many. I mean, we were talking about this the other day. There's the 2 dominant operas. There's Skadoodle and there's Guardian are like the clear top 2. And with this post-nerf, there's just not as many operas who are willing to always rely on it. Like, you just can't. Not to mention the economic investment right now in Counter-Strike with an AWP is very, very risky. We just watched NIP with a whole match in Group A in that winners final versus TSM, had no control of the economy, and they kept going back to this op when they could, but because they were relying on it, they were busting out double ops on the 4th round. Once their economy's in shambles and they can't rely on that strategy they want to do, I mean, that's kind of the scary, that's the trade-off if you're going to have an opera like that. And yeah, it's good to have 2 people, someone who can pick it up. I mean, we see Olaf do it at times, and him and JW going back and forth, and you can catch people off guards with different style.
All right, well, it looks like the map veto is underway, and Dust 2 going to be vetoed off by Fnatic from the get-go.
The pug map. They wanted to take
the pug map. Yeah,
take it away.
I think EBL are going to be all right with that. Like I said, I think they want Train or Overpass or Cobblestone if they can get away with it.
Scary thing is, I'm pretty sure Fnatic won't care if it's Train. They'll be like, all right.
No. I mean, Fnatic will be...
I mean, will they care if it's any map, right?
Yeah.
maybe Fnatic be slightly less inclined to go Overpass. But other than that, I think they're going to be all right. I think actually Overpass, like, again, I don't think the map will make a big difference, but if we have to like look for the absolute minuscule, then maybe Overpass would be slightly better for EBL.
I think that's a map Piper could work well on too, maybe. And the fact that he can lurk a little bit and be that big force that he was on Train, if they can't get that map.
Yeah, but again, I mean, we're saying all of this in perspective, and just to really put it as a whole, it's really just how good Fnatic is, and then also the fact that EBL, like you guys said, that differential there is too big. It's not just a matter of, you know, these 2 teams or their specific histories, but the differential between those 2 teams. So we'll have a slight difficulty, so we'll be waiting on those map vetoes going forward, but just 2 as that first veto coming in from Fnatic.
No. Sorry.
You were like, I've got something.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No.
Try to make it work.
All right. It's all right. I got your back, man.
We can look at it this way, right? So we have a battle against Fnatic. Then we have to think about down the line. Say Battle somehow, some miracle happens, they beat Fnatic, then they have Na'Vi to potentially play in the next match. Like, it's not going to get easier from this point. They're going to have to look at potentially, if they do lose this, who's going to be shuffled into their group or who they'll be shuffled into, kind of thing.
Yeah, but
that's true.
If they lose and Na'Vi beat Titan, then they have to play Titan as well.
No,
but
they have to play someone else, and then if they win, they have to play Fnatic again, right? So in some cases, I mean, if you're specifically looking at the best chance for eBittle, maybe you're hoping that if they lose to Fnatic, Fnatic just wins the whole group. And,
by the way,
or Fnatic doesn't win, and you get.
I just realized we have slightly made it sound like it's 100% that Na'Vi will beat Titan, which it definitely isn't.
No, we can talk about that a little bit here. I mean, we'll have more chances later, but let's talk about that matchup then.
So just to this one thing, there is one factor that's really huge on Titan. Apart from the fact that Shox. Shox is, I think, potentially also the best player in the world. I think he hasn't had much of a chance to prove it in the last maybe 8 or 10 months. But yeah, I think Shox could be the best player in the world again, without a doubt. So that is, I say this all the time, but people who've only been watching Counter-Strike for like the past, half a year or something won't have had much of a chance to see it. But it's really terrifying. When Shox gets like up and running, then almost nothing will stop him.
Oh no, that's a fearsome sight. And yeah, and even that, I mean, even let's not talk about Shox being the best player in the world. Existence with tactics, I mean, he can throw some loops, he can throw some curveballs at Na'Vi. Now that's a tall task with them being such a recent new roster under those tactics, but I mean, you get a player like Shox getting on fire, and then you have Existence who's making good calls for the rest of the team. That's when you just unleash Shox and you're like, all right, I'm just going to call for 4 people. Shox, you do whatever you want.
Yeah.
I remember there was a fun factor in the ESL USA Pro League about Titan, about Existence in particular, and it was like them playing against Fnatic or something like that, and they were on like Cash.
He's always been their kryptonite.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he threw like the most ridiculous strat that not even Fnatic knew what happened. I remember that's one of our fun facts.
Yeah, like during a practice game that Fnatic had to like pause the practice and be like, what did you guys just do to us?
Yeah. And then we can't forget about RPK as well. I mean, he's been a phenomenal player in the past. He hasn't really had the opportunity to shine too much in CSGO, but from the boot camping, from the scrims I've seen, Renegades playing against them, RPK is in form. And that's also a man you can't count out at all.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I think everyone's sort of been quietly wondering about, because from the CSS, and again, I didn't watch much of it, but I have a bunch of friends that did, and everyone's telling me all the time that it was actually like, if you want to do a ranking, it'd probably be like RPK first and then Shox second. So like in source terms, RPK was actually a step above, and like once you have that, certain players that then you don't really lose it. I don't really believe that people just like throw away skills. I think people can lose confidence in themselves, and they can lose the will to try and fight at that level, because it does require a huge investment in personal time and emotions and everything else. But yeah, I could see RPK making that way back. We just haven't seen it yet. I don't think we've even seen like half of it yet.
And it's also a weird transition from having Kennyus on the team, being the main operator, the guy that you kind of all work around, to transitioning to maybe now Shox, to maybe not having him on the op, but you have him on the M4. But Smiths as well. I mean, he's been a phenomenal operator in the past, back with Very Games. He's a very strong player, but I don't think we've seen him be as effective as he can be just yet in Titan.
All right. Well, we'll have plenty more to talk about when that matchup comes up, of course, as the second match here in Group C. But for now, we are back in the vetoes, and now things are moving fast and furious between these two teams.
I'm guessing Mirage is going to be out.
Should be Mirage or Cobble, but if they want to play Cobble, I like the vetoed Inferno. It's just...
It would be mad to try and play Fnatic on Mirage as well. They're not so...
Oh, well.
Well, there you go. Well, that's pretty good as well. But then they do end up on Mirage, which is, I don't think, a fun time for eBettle.
No, this is... this is not going to be a fun time.
I can see the look of dread in your eyes.
Yeah, I can hear it in your tone. I can see it on your face.
That's brutal. That's a tough one.
It definitely is. Fnatic have got so much going for them on this particular map. We could pretty highlight things all day. For me, one of the fun parts is watching Olofmeister play that CT spawn on A-bomb site. He's got like really, really uncanny timing, and one of the key features to getting rid of that position is smoking it off. But Olofmeister seems to not really care how many smokes you throw. He'll find a way around it somehow. So
yep. I mean, the big thing to note is that even if this is like a sense of deja vu almost, because at Pro League Finals, when CLG was willing to play Fnatic on Mirage, we were like, all right, game's over. Let's move on.
Back it up.
Don't even really need to play it. But I mean, and then CLG comes out and shocks him on Mirage. So, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen here. But I mean, it's just so much they have to do. Fnatic is a great team at having mid control and just utilizing it very well. Whether it's taking mid control, getting Olaf or whoever up into the ladder room, and just having him lurk there, and then transitioning back to an A hit where he's just there to cut off all these rotations, to coordinating mid pressure and a lurker in the palace at A, and just being able to set up a crossfire in any of those defenders that are there. There's just so many tricks that Fnatic has done on this map over the year, or over their lifetime as a team. this is just a tough map.
And I like their CT side too, you know, to switch gears a little bit, because we see JW just be so smart on the timings when it comes to them coming through underpass, because he actually jumps that window quite a few times, watches the top of him, and he's like, all right, 15 seconds to pass, let's just switch around, get a kill, and then back away. But then they can also be aggressive with him and Olafmeister pushing up middle, with Krim supporting from short.
And you bring up JW, I have to mention how he plays the window when people put up smokes, he'll jump over the smoke to see you, and then he'll just shoot you for the smoke anyway. So he's a very hard player to contain. This is definitely going to be a really tough. I think we set it up nicely. If eBet will win this, it'll be very impressive.
No, I mean, I think you guys laid it out perfectly in that now for people who may not know that perspective, it's like if this happens, it is a miracle and it is something to be celebrated. But at the same time, that's how hard it's going to be. I mean, you guys already just listed off more things than I can count on why Fnatic's going to be so favored on this map, almost against any team. I'm sure we'll see plenty more as we get into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for holding on with us. It is going to be the first match of Group C, once again between eBettle against Fnatic.
Thank you very much, guys. My name is Joe Miller. Joining me for this one will be Fifth Laren. And before we get into the nitty-gritty, not one single person really hinted that eBettle had any kind of chance in this game.
Yeah.
Fifth Laren, are you with them?
I have to agree. I think it's going to be a stomp. eBettle will be the cockroaches, and Fnatic will be the regular human beings. It's just going to go stomp them on the ground.
Wow. Brave words there for that one. But the question is, will they get more rounds than NIP did against TSM?
Yes, I do believe so. I don't think it's going to be a 16-3 landslide. It's going to be. I don't think it's going to be even, but I think they're going to get more than 3 rounds.
Well, we are going to be finding out here in a second. And let's touch on the map then. We heard the guys on the desk talking a little bit about Mirage and maybe not the best choice to face Fnatic on. Fact is, though, Mirage is a map that, or I should say, Fnatic are a team that don't really have a weak map to pick on anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and for eBettle, I mean, these players have been around for a while. You have Hyper and Peter Allen, which is the former ESC team. Hyper and also Pete have been doing some stand-ins for Virtus Pro. So, I mean, they have the players, but when you were to compare to versus Fnatic, in reality, they shouldn't stand a chance. And on top of that, it's Mirage, one of the Fnatic's better maps. They're very comfortable on that map. I'm not quite sure which 3 maps was it left. It was Mirage, it was Overpass, and it was
Inferno Train, Cobblestone.
Yeah. So out of the 3, I think that eBettle would have been. I don't know if they took a chance or if now viewing away Mirage. I'm sure they wanted Overpass or Cobblestone rather than the Mirage. But this is the case about the major about the major system when you have a 3-map randomness to it in the end. You don't want to leave anything to chance. It's like, oh well, let's hope for the best. There's a 33% chance that we're going to get the map we don't want to play.
And that could possibly be that 33% chance here in this one. We did, however, hear though. The eBettle said, they've had about a 5-6 day boot camp, and they've actually got some new things from that, which is stark contrast really from Fnatic. They said we didn't even bother to boot camp this time. We decided we're gonna, do the practice from home, which I don't know. A lot of people say there was a bit of a discussion on that earlier on that, the boot camp is the way to go. But I think there are just as many people out there that say playing from the comfort of your own home, where the only difference is you not sitting right next to each other there, really. What's your opinions on that?
I think that the boot camp thing that everyone has going on is something that was very common back in the day because you had poor internet. It was, you didn't have a good time trying to practice from home. Then that's when everyone got together so you can actually go over strats and stuff. Nowadays, I mean, everyone has good internet, everyone has good PCs. It's not really an issue. So technically the boot camp part doesn't really matter. Maybe perhaps if you are a new team and you want to get together, the in-game leader sits in the middle and he can go over you. He can watch everyone a lot easier. But when you have a team like Fnatic, they've been playing together for a very long time. They know where they stand. They might just need to brush up on some things. But in reality, what they need to do is basically just be sure that they're all individually in shape. So you've seen most of the times for the Fnatic players, almost every day they've been streaming, playing FPL. Just making sure that they feel ready and individually so they can go in and shoot heads, because this is what this team is for. You have Olafmeister, best player in the world. JW being the most random player in the world, but it works out.
Yeah.
Playing against JW is a headache itself. And then one of the better CT-sided players in Crims over here, and then also just a very solid in-game leader in Pronax, and then obviously you have Flush as well, also a very, very good and solid player. And overall, the team itself, they don't really have a weak link if you just consider the individual skill, other than Pronax. But it's a given. I mean, he has to control these 4 individuals, especially JW. I don't think that's that easy.
And it was interesting as well to hear from Fnatic, you know, Krim saying there, we've got a few new tactics, but how you know, radical of a change that will be, or honestly, whether we even see those kind of strategies against a team like eBettle, who, on paper, Fnatic are massive favourites to win this one anyway. You know, if you've got some new stuff that are going to catch teams out, then generally you're not going to see them in the first group stage game unless you're falling behind heavily.
Yeah, exactly. And like you're saying, especially versus a team like eBettle here, I think that Fnatic will just go in, do a bunch of defaults. They're going to start on the CT side. Probably very aggressive play coming in from Fnatic here, making sure that they have mid control, perhaps a push or two into the A apartments, A ramp. But yeah, so for eBettle now, actually what they should do is in the beginning of the match is play very defensively, ST side. Just make sure that you cover your grounds, and if Fnatic want to push, then you should be ready to punish them for that.
Try and catch JW, you know, in his random position somewhere on the map.
Exactly.
Not exactly ready for you, but, you know, we've seen, it sounds like such a simple thing to do, you know, sit back and soak up the pressure.
Sit back and relax.
It's just not, you know, if we look at the form recently in Fnatic up there, you know, winning a lot of events, it sounds almost too simple to be true. No one else has been able to, you know, figure that out on a consistent basis. Of course, they haven't won every single event in every single game. They have lost games, but consistently, Fnatic have been beating everyone.
Yeah, and one thing that's why TSM is so good against Fnatic, because they take them out of their comfort zone. You know, they're letting, a lot of teams are letting JW just run around as he pleases, for example, and then Olafmeister as well, with incredible aim and just shoots headshots all the time. But when you are the underdog and you know for a fact that your opponent knows this and they will probably not give a rat's ass who you are, right? Then it's better to play it safe first, so you do get so you make sure you don't just get run over. When you're playing, let's say if Fnatic was playing TSM, for example, you wouldn't see that the same kind of aggressive play that Fnatic will show here versus eBettle, for example, because obviously the matchup there is a lot more even.
Wondering if eBettle can prove everyone wrong here and push this game close. Of course, they did incredibly well at the qualifiers here in exactly the same studio that we're sat right now. They, you know, caused, I think it's safe to say, a couple of big upsets there as well. So, you know, it's not 100% set in stone. I'm going for that 1% kind of chance. You know, I'm a happy man when the underdogs are winning, but you just can't really see it happening in a realistic scenario. I think if these guys played 100 maps, Fnatic might lose 5 of them. You know, on actual paper.
Yeah, but we are going.
Yeah,
we are actually live here now.
Yep, getting into this one. So we'll find out then if Fnatic can move one step closer to doing what no other team has done before, which is win a back-to-back majors. Of course, they have their names etched in the trophies over quite a long time, but certainly no back-to-back here as we see the kickoff to this round, and it seems like it will be a big spread out here from eBettle early on.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a fake towards the A bomb site. We do have Pete there with a flash and a smoke, and Hyper also on the A bomb site. So they're probably going to double smoke it. He's actually, yeah. So it's going to be an A fake here, and then they're going to hope that we have the rotation coming in from Fnatic.
Well, JW, as we pretty much expected, will start things off here in this round. He'd pushed right underneath, and look at where the bombs drop down there as well. That's an unfortunate little start here. JW does get knocked down to 3 though, but losing out early. A lot of information gained there by JW.
Yeah, and now the eBettle are forced to actually just stop the fake that they were planning on doing, because obviously they saw the bomb, choosing to just fall back towards the B bomb side instead.
Still got about 45 seconds remaining in this round though. I can see there are 2 men from eBettle, but I'll have Pronax and at least a 3 HP JW sat underneath the drop down from apartments there, and there is Pronax spotting them, so the rest of Fnatic going to start to come in. We'll have Flusher from short, and him and JW will combine here, and that's another 2 men down. Hyper and Pete will be the last 2 remaining. That's a nice little grenade. We'll find that low HP man JW started off the fragging earlier on underground, but there is Flusher still, and it's now all on Hyper. He gets dealt with, and Fnatic looking very, very strong here. Losing just the 1 man. Crimson Pronax went a little bit low, but job done there from round 1.
Yeah, and And for eBattle, I actually thought that it would be an A fake and then it would just end up going B. I think that the plan was to go underground and go into the A connector and just split it that way. But when you have the bomb going first and Fnatic spots the bomb, and you did have time to rotate, but you don't even do that. So basically you just say, okay, scratch the round we were planning on doing and let's just go B. You don't really want to do that. You want to keep on going with the plan that you have.
Let's have a look at this one then. We do see Armour coming out, forcing up here in round number 2, but they're just falling into position, and Fnatic say, well, there's not much of a more easy defense than that when they literally drop out from balcony in exactly the same position. Didn't even need to come off the trigger there for that one. And it leaves, all of a sudden, just Rallen all alone. Got that Tech 9, but Olafmeister going to push him down here, and that's an easy conversion round for Fnatic.
Yeah, and look, Jade, 195 damage with that nade. Goodbye.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did see eBattle buy some pistols and some nades, but overall, not looking too pretty for him right now. Fnatic are cashing in.
And of course, this round, they're not going to have anything to work with. Just a couple of P250s, so we'll take a small miracle, I think, if eBattle are to win this one. Well, they have decided to take it slow once again. 2 men over towards the A site, and 3 pushing over towards B. We'll see if it's more successful for them than the similar setup that they had in the pistol. Once again, JW is the man that's pushed straight on through window, and we'll get all the information here saying, right, they're not pushed up in middle. He will be spotting a couple here as he goes through, and actually does go down to Pete, but he was still rocking that P250. He's basically got nothing to collect from there after going down.
Yeah, and for eBattle here, it's just all about trying to cause some damage. They're not really expecting to win this round at all. Only getting that 1 kill on JW, and he only had a pistol, so not really getting their money's worth, even though they only bought two P250s. If they do manage to get one more here, then at least you drop the weapons or the armor and the kit on Crims, for example.
So far has 1, will make it 2, and should be finishing off here. Actually, Olafmeister just coming in for that one. Bomb was dropped there as well on the A ramp, so certainly not an easy scenario to be in. But now we're going to see eBattle and what exactly they can pull off here, as the AKs will appear in round number 4. Fnatic, of course, will be rocking that AWP with JW, who had saved in rounds 2 and 3, just saving up to get that up.
This is where it gets hard.
Okay.
I mean, I like this. This is some new inventive stuff that coming in from eBattle. Having the taser, obviously Ronald has a plan with it, but we will see an A smoke round here coming in from eBattle. We're going to have to see a lot of the teams just tend to smoke off the bomb side itself and once up smoke in CT spawn and try to plant towards connector. But since eBattle, they don't have one guy in middle, so chances are you just smoke it out like normal and just try and get the bomb down. Just a default plant.
Well, we'll see if Rallen gets an opportunity to even use this taser. Not sure that's going to particularly work out for him here. We see the defense there from Fnatic. Crims going to be up top on balcony there. Very good flashes coming out from the back there by Olaf. And we do see that JW has also moved back around. So here is JW up close, but they've managed to get the first couple of kills here. Rallen and Grubby getting those. Olaf will get one back though. So it's a 4 versus 3 here. 3 men down fairly low for eBattle, so this one not over just yet. There's a good kill for Furlan, but Olafmeister with 2 to his name, and this 2 versus 3. Pronax chimes in as well from Connector, and eBattle not being able to get in there to get the bomb down. Another one for Olafmeister, but it's Hyper that will come up big for eBattle to win them their first round of the game.
Yeah, and it wasn't looking that good for eBattle, even though they had a man advantage. They didn't plant the bomb, and the smokes, they all faded, so you had Olafmeister and CT spawn. It was just easy pickings for him. He could just stand there and kill off the bomb planner. You had Pronex and Connector, so there was really nothing they could do there except for actually taking the duels. Great 1-on-2 there from Hyper, ending up winning their first round.
And with that, losing those weapons from last round, no bomb plant, and a couple of them going down earlier on. We do see 2 Galils this round for them, one of which is Rallen, who's just tried to get an early grenade off towards Pronax. Only did 8 damage to him. And once again, JW is going to be trying for an early push here up middle. There were 3 around that corner, so he's going to have someone to have a go at. The question is if he hits the shot, actually will be spotted early there and isn't able to land the shot. Hyper is going to peek around. They've got a man from short that they need to be careful of, and JW staying there at connector. Meanwhile, they have lost Flusher as well. So, again, a nice little early start for eBettle. JW didn't spot the man up top mid. I'm not sure that he did, and he's been now smoked out there from window. So, looks like eBettle have decided, okay, it's time to start things off. They're moving towards B with the bomb.
Yeah, great default strat from eBettle in the beginning. Like I was saying, playing defensively, just making sure that they keep Fnatic in play so they don't just keep on pushing.
They've moved up already now. 2 apartments. Hyper is in middle, so he'll play the lurker here, try and get anyone rotating back away. There is JW missing the shot. Pronax here up close, gets himself to almost getting the third there before finally being taken out. But it leaves just 3 men for eBettle. Olafmeister should make short pickings there of Furlan. Actually had the grenade in hand, but bomb is planted here for eBettle, but they need to come up big. There's one man going down. It's now all on Hyper, who won that 1v2 at the end of the last round. Can he go 1 versus 3? No, he can't. JW is going to pick up that one and get himself the defuse. So they got in there, got the bomb plant down, but weren't able to hold.
Yeah, great timing from the flash with Pronax there. JW in the kitchen area as well, making sure, yeah, he didn't hit the shot, but then eBettle, they're afraid of actually just jumping down. That's why that's why it took so long for them to actually run out. So Pronax flash, great timing, managing to get to 2 there. I don't necessarily agree with eBettle though, going towards the B area when they actually do get the entry on flush out. At least try to split it so you don't just all get stacked up and just run towards B, especially with the man advantage.
And that's left now eBettle with basically no money. We can see there's just a single P250, no nades or flashes or anything to work with here, and this should be just a simple mop-up round. You see Flusher there on short. They managed to send Rallen over here into the A site, trying to get that plant down, but Olafmeister holding strong, wasn't drawn away from the site, and will get the kill before the bomb goes down. Very quick round there, with the win going to Fnatic. Now 5-1 up in this one, and we will be seeing guns back in the hands of eBettle, but will they be able to do anything with this one?
Yeah, I mean, the way that it's panning out, it looks like they're just going to stick with what worked before, and that was obviously an A smoke round. And you do see that lining up to do that exact same thing again. We did see, though, the way that I was talking about before, the smoke ones, that they actually just have it regularly, like the default smokes, trying to get the bomb down. It didn't necessarily work out last round. You had Hyper just bail them out. Hopefully they're going to be a little bit faster this round.
Well, let's see Molotov inside of Palace to slow things, but they have pushed through here. 1 man down at Sandwich. The other 3, I think, were pretty much flashed up there. They have killed off Crims, though, and the smoke covering off from jungle and CT spawn will allow them to surely get this bomb planted. It'll be Furlan that takes the risk on that one. However, look at this position from Flusher. He's coming in from behind. They are exchanging frags right now, but it leaves just Pete all alone here. Does have almost full HP, but now blinded up once again, and the defuse is already going on here. Flusher's going to go in, gets the defuse. Pete was also sniped off by JW. They had the feeling that he was down there, and you know, eBettle getting into the site fairly early on, but favourable for trades really for Fnatic, leaving them 1 man to the good. Makes it easier to finish off the round.
Yeah, I mean, and Fnatic, they're doing a really good job in just staying alive. You do have Crims obviously going down on the A bomb side, but everyone else just backs off, wait for the smokes to fade, and then we can try and retake the site. So yeah, eBettle did get the bomb down here, but you had Flush out on the very, very fast flank as well. So overall, really good hold from Fnatic.
Back onto not a lot here for eBettle. This time, though, do have a couple of flashes and smoke. Well, and they just caught a face full of grenade there from Pronax. It looks like this will be a fairly quick push. Pronax will spot them coming in there, manages to get onto site, and that means that 2 of them will line up. The bomb is down, Hyper fall, Grubby gonna go low. Finally they get rid of Pronax, but surely too little too late in this one. There's a Molotov burning on the site, and Pete will find himself all alone here inside of apartments. That's an easy shot for Flusher, and Fnatic dispatching of that eco round. Trying out something a little faster this time for eBettle, but kind of ended up the same as previous ecos.
Yeah, and I mean, overall now for eBettle, it's been 8 rounds. They haven't done a single standard round, really. They did the A smoke rounds. Whenever they're saving, they're going B. They did try to get the bomb down A on that one save. They did have one very defensive default when the JW pushed up middle, and they actually did manage to get the entry on Flusher. But that's all we've seen from them. Like, this is the first round, actually, we do see, I think, a regular default round coming in from eBettle. They don't have anyone covering A, though, so if Fnatic are smart, they could actually just push here.
And Fnatic have pushed JW into Palace, so he's going to be getting a lot of information from this one. I'll say, okay, guys, even if they're going to push A, it's either coming late or they're not coming Palace whatsoever, and they're going to go all from ramp. As it looks, though, 3 men inside the middle. There is Hyper taking out Olofmeister. The question is here, do they go short, which is certainly a possibility with Hyper now coming around.
And JW, yeah.
Flashed himself there, to be honest. Didn't blind Flusher whatsoever, who was holding strong. And that's the bomb down there. JW's kill. Spots him the bomb inside of T-Spawn, and he's in a horrible position, really. Those are the kind of shots that you might expect JW to hit. Pete actually will get the kill onto him, though. So it is a 4 versus 3 here. Crims will spot one up inside by window.
And just spot Pronex here. He's in T-Spawn so fast on the flank here. So even if eBattle gets the bomb down, they will never expect Pronex to be this fast on the flank.
As Philin going to push through to CT Spawn. No, the flashes came in, but he still can't get the frag. There is Pronax now making his presence felt as Pete goes down, missing that AWP shot, and it's now all on Grubby. He sprays towards Pronax, got him down to 13. But once again, Fnatic taking the trades, keeping those men alive, and then coming in for the retake.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. When you let Fnatic just push where they want, when you do a default round on any map, you want to make sure everything is covered. eBattle, they had the B bomb site covered, they couldn't push there. They had underground covered, they couldn't push there, and they had 3 guys in mid. The problem was that they had no one towards the A bomb site, so it let just JW, obviously he pushed apartments, he can't spot anyone, and then he gives him the free kill on the T spawn. You want to make sure when you do a default, just have one guy stationed there at least, either apartments or just make some noise in the A ramp, so you make sure that the Fnatic players are stationed so they don't actually push you.
Not the first time that we've seen a man from Fnatic push around the back through T-Spawn either. Some little adaptation that eBattle might be doing a little bit better with if they'd have held that one off. A lot of flashes and smokes coming in, but you see the early Molotovs going straight back down, which will slow eBattle right off from this one. JW once again, he's going to peek at ramp, did get the clip onto one. That was Pete. It was Hyper does go down there. He's Crims again to rack up 2, and again it's looking like a far too easy defense as Rallen will come to connector. Couldn't even finish off the 1, and Fnatic win another round. This time they didn't lose a single man, and to be honest, they almost had a full hand of grenades left after that round.
Yeah, eBattle, the same thing again. They're trying to do what worked on that one round, which was the A smoke round. The only difference here was that Rallen actually, instead of going with them towards the A ramp, he tried to go mid in case they got the bomb down, so he had a better positioning. The problem there is he's way too late. He's trying to help them out with the smoke and then fall back, and that leads me to believe that the eBattle, one of the players doesn't know the smoke grenade. So then it's just losing a bunch of time for eBattle.
Well, Fnatic said, let's get this round done as quickly as possible. Pushing 2 men up mid there, JW there as well. Grubby does manage to get 2, but they lose pretty much everyone straight away after that one. And Fnatic move in to double figures. AWP will go through here, which doesn't make all that much difference if you look at the money there that Fnatic have right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing good right now. They can retire, fall back, buy a house, and still have money left. That's how good of a position Fnatic is right now. We do see yet another up now on Pete, so hopefully we'll see another default round. And we do have someone, we have Ferlin going towards the A apartments, just to make sure that JW doesn't do the push again.
There's a smoke over the top into window, and you know, some players would say, all right, I'm going to change position to connector. JW says, no, you know what, I'm going to jump out of window and go straight into middle, where he picked off Grubby there as the first kill. Bomb is actually down there on the top of middle as well, so Fnatic again getting the early kill, keeping this man advantage. As we said, even when that bomb's been down, they've kept man advantage. There is Hyper, but again, Fnatic pushing at the same time from 3 different areas. You can't do a lot in that scenario.
No, not at all, and especially when you did have only the eBattle players coming from up mid. You got to make sure that you keep that you make sure when you do take over middle, yeah, you can smoke off the window, but you have to make sure you have a smoke off connector as well at the same time, so you force either JW outside of the connector and leaves him in a very awkward position, or you just leave him alone, you jump over, try to make sure that you have catwalk control from the left side of mid, so Flusha can't peek, and there you go, then you at least have some control and you can work from there.
Control not being something that eBattle have really had. Yeah, they've got into that A site a couple of times and got the bomb down, but it was never really under control, I think, in any of those scenarios. As Pronax again, he's going to open up the frag. And look at this There are 4 men on that side of the map here from Fnatic, reading eBettle like a book. And when they do come into the site, Olaf Meister is going to be sat there, boosted up, gets himself 2. There's one there at the van, but I'm not sure he's even going to be needed here. There's smoke covering the entire bomb site as JW comes around the back. Pete last man at the bench, and Crims will take him. Fnatic again winning around, losing just a single man. And well, we expected this game to be fairly one-sided, but Fnatic really showing that they know how to play this this CT side. And for me, eBettle, you know, a lot of teams after 6-7 rounds would have probably taken a timeout and said, look guys, what can we do? What do we need to change here? I think eBettle might be thinking, you know, this game is a write-off for us. We're not going to beat Fnatic. We just keep playing, see what we can get, and, you know, move on and try and get through from the lower bracket side.
Yeah, perhaps. And I mean, like you're saying, they're getting completely outmatched here by Fnatic. They're doing whatever they want. Flushy is even helping them out by killing JW.
Bit of a TK there, but it is now Hyper once again. He's got 1 flash to work with, and a decoy which I'm not sure will be particularly helpful. And the bomb is down there, just around the corner from the stairs, and I think that Fnatic know exactly where that one is. He's still got a minute to play with here, with just that Galil in hand, but Pronax is already waiting from Connector. Do see bomb gets picked up. There is Pronax though, and that is 13 rounds to 1. Final round of the first half coming in, but Fnatic could be picking up possibly one of the biggest wins that we've ever seen at a major.
Yeah, I mean, we've never actually had a 16-0 now. It's short, it's 13-1, but by the looks of it, the round that eBettle won was from that 1-on-2 versus Hyper. It could have well just have been like 14-0 right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, to be honest. If he'd have not clutched that one, and, you know, we had him down as a key player for this eBettle team, and, well, he was certainly a key in that single round that they have on the board, but I have to feel for them. This is a punishing loss at the very start of things. And to be honest, Crims having a bit of fun here as well, I think. He's going to be sat with the Org, switching between Palace and mid. If you look at the minimap there, eBettle spread out once again, leaving the bomb further over towards that terrorist spawn. But there's 2 kills again for the 1, so a favourable trade here for Fnatic. The bigger push is coming over towards A by the looks of it, but Olaf not really had any problems here. Played ticket booth almost every single round and not really missed a beat. His nade will come out, not do too much damage though, and they know now that they're in. But once again, it's Fnatic that have that man advantage. The bomb will slowly be crawled in there, but will they be able to actually get the bomb down in the first place and then be able to hold it afterwards? Pronax from jungle will surely finish this one off. It's a 14-1 first half for Fnatic. As we said, we expected a big win for them. I wasn't quite expecting 14-1 here, though, from the first half.
Yeah, no, me neither. But yeah, that's the thing. What we were talking about the maps before, when you take a gamble and when you're hoping for 2 of the maps out of the remaining 3 and you end up with the map that you don't want, you're going to be in trouble. And yeah, sure, they were boot camping for 5 days, but I wonder how much time they actually spent in going over so they actually at least know how to play 6 maps.
And that's the thing, right? You know, Fnatic, did they really need to learn any new maps or you know, come up with new strategies? Form in the past year tells you probably they didn't need to change all that much. Yeah, teams can figure them out, but if you got those unpredictable things in your team, JW I'm talking about here, who just does random stuff to throw you off guard, then it becomes very difficult to read a team, even though they've had no real roster changes, not exactly come up with massive changes in play style over this time. They're just very good at playing the game that they play.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole thing about Fnatic is that when you have a player like JW, so in the beginning of the round, let's say Pronax, he wants a specific CT setup. JW might go like, well, I want to push apps this round with Max 7. Then Pronax will just adjust because they know for a fact the way that Fnatic are playing the game, especially on their CT side, is that they just count that JW is dead. They just count that we need to be able to hold the sites 2 on each side, and then just work from there. And that's why like a player like Crims comes into handy, because he can single-handedly hold down the site. You can actually, on Inferno, for example, you can just leave him at B. On Mirage here, for example, you have Pronax holding B as well, really good. So they have these players that can just hold off a site by themselves and making sure that they have control everywhere else, even if JW ends up going down.
Well, we see eBettel there on your screen. Honestly, not looking too phased about being 14-1 behind. We shouldn't misinterpret that one for, you know, confidence coming into their CT side to win 15-0. I don't think that's where the, you know, smiles remain here. That's more of a, well, you know, we're down and out of this one. We've not taken a timeout when we could have certainly used that to maybe talk about what needs to be changed. But they are massively behind in this game. And honestly, Fnatic on the cards here. We'll see how this pistol round goes from. Maybe eBettel will be able to at least get a few rounds on the board. But this push is going to be a fast and heavy one over towards the B-bomb site. Fnatic not going to mess around. That's a good little counter flash to slow things down. And Hyper with a 5-7 on the bomb site. We'll see what he can do. Flusher has already taken out Furlan here. olofmeister going to push towards Kitchen. So we've got a 4 versus 4 going on. There is Hyper connecting no shots though as he bursts through the smoke. He's got 2 men right in his face and we're left at a 3v3 and only 10 health there for Rallen. They know that Pete will be pushing short. They know that one is coming from Kitchen as well. But can they get the bomb down? They need to just squeeze it there into the corner. They don't seem to care about getting the bomb down. Flusher almost with a jumping headshot there onto Grubby. Pronax gets another one. Rallen's going to fall to Pronax as well. And that will be 15 rounds to 1. Pistol going to Fnatic. And well, eBettel got nothing to work with here. This is looking like a 16-1 shutout.
Yeah, and I just want to point something out with Fnatic there. They had the whole bomb site. They could just easily plant the bomb if they wanted to. Instead, they do something unorthodox, as per usual with Fnatic. They decide to push into Kitchen instead, killing off their first member, and then obviously they have the control there. They have the whole bomb site. They have the flank. The only way that eBettel can come from is basically from Catwalk. So I really like that play from Fnatic.
Well, you don't see much of a chance here for eBettel, but buying up head armor, a couple of pistols and a scout for Rallen as well, so not out of it just yet. I'm not saying that there's a comeback on the cards here, but that would be a... Well, I think that would be the most interesting thing, would be the craziest thing, and probably the most surprising thing to ever happen in Counter-Strike history if that were to happen at this point, but we'll see. Maybe a couple of rounds still in the bag here for eBettel. Oh, you know, just a 16-1 for Fnatic. We'll find out here because it looks like the push is going to come over towards this A site. First flash has been thrown over the top and Grubby will have to back away. Completely blind there. He will get the shot off and the kill onto JW. So the start here not looking all that bad for eBettel, but can they convert it into more? One more shot will take them down, and Grubby and Rallen there combining to get a couple more back. But olofmeister, Mach 10 here. Can he clutch this one? Can he pick up an ace, go 5 kills in this one round to win the game for Fnatic? There's the answer. No, he can't. Grubby will keep eBettel in the game for now.
Yeah, great play by Grubby there. First getting that first anti-flash, getting that first kill, and then eBettel again with a very good flash towards the A ramp, which gave him two extra kills. So yeah, good hold from eBettel. A little bit sloppy from Fnatic, obviously. They know they're in the driving seat, just one flash over, no smokes, and just hoping that they would just kill them with aim.
Well, let's see if Fnatic turn this one back on its head. It'd be almost typical for this game here. If eBettel, you know, winning round number 2, were to lose here in the 3rd round against the Deagle of Crims and Flusher, plus the P250s as well. And look at olofmeister. He's already somehow snuck all the way up through connector in towards jungle, gets the kill, gets the FAMAS. Let's see if he can get more. He does manage to get more. Flusher's also taken down Grubby, and now 2 men remain here for eBettel, both of which are over by that B site. The bomb will be planted in A, and this is a perfect position for olofmeister to now be sat. There's the 1 man taken down low. He's now all on Furlan, and he will be finished off by Crims. It's Fnatic picking up the victory here. 16 rounds to 2. An easy day at the office, really, for Fnatic. Not challenged whatsoever in that game.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was just, you know, it was the deathmatch, basically. Running around, make sure that you're warmed up for the upper bracket game versus either Na'Vi or Titan. So, but yeah, overall, very solid from Fnatic. You see there, the core players, olofmeister playing great, seems to be on form. Even Pronax was actually really good that game. So overall, just across the board, a very solid game play from all of the Fnatic players, and really nothing eBettel could do. They just got shut down.
Yeah, I mean, actually, if I look down the scoreboard there, Olaf Meister had more than 3 players in terms of frags on eBettle, so really not a close one. We were expecting Fnatic to come out strong and have an easy victory, quite frankly, in that one. But while we're here, I want to pick your brain a little bit, because Na'Vi versus Titan coming up next. We've already seen Fnatic easy push through into the upper bracket winners game. Na'Vi and Titan. Now, Na'Vi, of course, a more established team, of course. They've been pushing far in some of these events. They're a very good team. Titan with the switches. Can Titan actually beat Na'Vi at this point?
I think they have a chance, especially if knowing how good Shox can be under the reins of existence. I do believe that they have a shot, especially if Shoxy plays the way that he used to play. If he's not in the server, then obviously no, I don't believe that they're gonna win. But if he's there, if he's playing up to his top potential, then yeah, for sure they have a chance. But yeah, Na'Vi obviously clear favorites there as well.
Yeah, I think eBettle as well, they came into this one and, when you get drawn in this group, you kind of just scratch your head and say, well, at least we managed to qualify for this one in a group with Fnatic, Na'Vi and Titan. It's going to be tough for them. We'll see what they can do. We have Olaf Meister on the NVIDIA expert desk, so take it away.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, we have Olaf Meister coming here after his win with Fnatic against eBettle in the first match of Group C, a result that most people would have expected, but also in the fashion that most would have expected. You guys just coming in strong as one of those favorites here at this major in ESL 1 Cologne. How are you guys feeling after that first match? Just all right, well, as expected too from us, or?
Well, we expected to win, but winning like that, maybe not. The first game is always shaky, but this time it felt really good.
Yeah. Do you even feel bad, Olaf Meister? Do you even feel like at some point we should stop this? Let's just take a quick break. Relax for a bit.
No, never.
All right.
Well, not at majors.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I want.
Yeah, that's good to know, right? I mean, a lot of people are looking at you guys. I mean, Jason and Moses, how did you guys view that match? I mean, it was pretty straightforward, right? The score does speak for itself in this case, it seems.
It was a slaughter. I mean, I even saw an AUG being picked up for you guys on CT side just for the hell of it, just to pick up some more kills. I mean, eBettle, they had the team that potentially had a chance to catch off guard for 1 or 2 rounds, but even then it didn't even happen. Like 15-1 or 14-1 scoreline the first half is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the funny part was we go through all the players. We mentioned Olaf Meister, best player in the world, JW. I mean, we mentioned all these guys, and we didn't even really talk about Crims. Like, you guys have such a deep team, a deep map pool. What's the weakness?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, if you don't even know.
Doesn't want to give up secrets.
I don't want to give it up.
All right.
I know our weakness, but I'm not going to say it here.
Oh, okay. I want to ask, though, I think most people expect that you guys will make it through the group stage, even if you had like a tougher match this time. But I'm wondering, is it worth it for a team like Fnatic to get a little bit of pressure in the group stage, just so you guys wake up, maybe you sort of get back in the mix, or is it fine to just cruise through like this? I mean, we don't know how your next match is going to be. It could be either against Na'Vi or Titan, I guess,
think playing the group stage is the hardest part.
Yeah.
For me, at least. If we lose, we're not doing good. Like we have nothing. We need to go through. That's the only point. Like for me, the group stage is the hardest thing to do. But pressure, I have more pressure on myself than I take from other people. I put some pressure on myself, and then we have a good team. So you always know it's gonna end up good in some way.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of it does seem like, I mean, it's what we've been seeing, I mean, result-wise too, and everyone's kind of figured out like, oh, well, there's this part of the recipe for success, and okay, now we're seeing actually all parts of it. You guys seem to have it all brought together. Then going forward, you were just saying, well, the group stages in some ways is a little bit more nerve-wracking. Are you concerned at all about either of the next teams that you might have to play? Is there a preference, or are you like, well, I mean, we got to get through one of them anyway, so...
I don't really care who we meet. We need to win against everybody, so for me, I don't care. But I guess Na'Vi is the better team out of Na'Vi and Titan, but I think it's the same for us, really.
But we were talking about before about how Existence has like a pretty good read on you guys, like historically speaking. I think you guys probably have like a more solid lineup overall, but I mean, I think Na'Vi is a better team than Titan too, but that Titan factor, does that not scare you at all?
Nope. Well, it did before when Canes was Canes, but after the update, Canes is not the Canes he is. He's really good, like one of the best for sure. But
what about Shox?
He had 50 frags against us one time. What
about Shox though?
If Shox goes back to like a few months ago, then he's scary. But right now, no.
see. That's what I said.
Oh, you were just asking just to get your own credit here because obviously all of mine just told us all about Welcome back, everyone. We are here for ESL 1 Cologne 2015, and we are now going through Group C. Already one match down, and Fnatic going through in, I would say, more than convincing fashion. I think not just the score, but of course how that score itself played out. If you guys watched that game, pretty self-explanatory. But now, coming up, the next match, most people are saying probably should be a little bit more interesting. Navi versus Titan. Before we introduce the teams real quick, some of you are giving me a little bit of a look of, well, I'm not so sure, skepticism.
Not at all.
No? All right.
I am totally about this match.
All right.
This, for me, is one of the most interesting matches. It's basically Group C and D, like the way these two matches that are coming up, Cloud9 versus Mouse Sports and Navi versus Titan. Two of the sickest matches that we're going to have all group phase long, because these are neck and neck teams. These are teams that should really be able to tear each other to shreds.
Yeah, it does sound like it was going to be a lot interesting. I mean, in the beginning we talked about Group C as a whole. We were like, yeah, probably Fnatic Navi, and then you guys went back and was like, well, actually, let's really talk about it. Navi versus Titan. It is hard to call. We'll have a take a look at these teams first, so before we break down the matchup a little bit more in detail, first up, of course, Navi coming into Group C.
It feels good to have such a good year. We haven't had the same last year, so we feel pretty confident at the moment. And we feel that we are improving like week by week. And even though we have so many mistakes still in the game, we feel confident coming into this event. So hopefully it will be as successful as it was past 3 months, that we've been on top 4 in 7 events in a row. So yeah, it was good, and hopefully we will continue. I think it means even more for our old players from 1.6, since they have been playing in such nice stages, and I want to carry them to the Lanxess Arena, so yeah, it will mean a lot for us.
All right, so Navi coming to Group C. If you had to pick, you would put them up there, as most people would put them up there with Fnatic as the favorites of Group C. So tell me a little bit more about that. We didn't have a chance to talk about Navi too much before, focusing on the previous match, but now that they're up against Titan, Navi coming in, where are we looking at from them? I mean, what point of view are we looking at Navi from?
Well, I mean, we've been having this discussion now since we got here to this city. Like, who is the best operator? It's been a heated debate, because Moses over here...
There has been some heat.
Moses over here
All right.
likes to think that, you know, there's a certain North American operator. This
Yeah.
guy called Skadoodle or something. You know? He's the best operator. You know, unfortunately, we had to take him down a peg or two.
Oh, please. Please.
You know, basically, just establish that Guardian is the top dog in the yard, and he is the best operator right now. And it just so happens to be that he's on Navi. So that's the linchpin right there for you. If Guardian shows us what he's capable of, it's really hard to imagine a team that can actually stop Navi.
All right. I mean, Moses, aside from the whole debate of the individuals, all right. Aside from,
I'm afraid now. I'm like, go over here.
But aside from that, I mean, do you agree with the respect that needs to be given to Guardian here? For
Oh
Navi?
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, just to be a little bit more serious about that, you can't really argue with anyone who wants to go either way. But yeah, Guardian just saying. Navi.
I'm just going over like everything that we said. All right, go ahead.
Navi just. I actually think they're really big favorites in this. I actually expect them. I know you said these are two teams that should clash and tear each other apart. I actually think most of the tearing apart is going to be done by Navi. I think Titan just not enough time quite yet under the existence, because he has his set style. He wants to be, you know, the puppet master, like pulling his strings, and he hasn't quite had the time with his team yet to do that. Their biggest hope is like Anders said, Shox. Is he going to be able? I mean, he's going to come out. And like he needs to come out swinging.
Yeah, Anders, what's your take?
Well, I imagine that in Shox's mind, there is this team called Envy out there somewhere, and anyone that stands between, you know, his chance to play Envy and right now, I think Shox will try and like get rid of them pretty quickly. And I actually think Shox could do it as well. I think he's like good enough that he can make the difference in this matchup. But I agree. I think Navi are favorites definitely, and I think. Because of the way Existence plays his teams, it does take a while. This isn't just a question of bringing together a lot of talent. It's about Existence making them work, and that takes time.
Do you feel like there's an argument to be made, though, that, you know, it's like Shoxy and Smiths, they're kind of like returning into the fold? You know, how many times has Shoxy played with Existence now? The same could be said for Smiths. Do you think that there's maybe a shortcut there where it's like, okay, Existence has an idea of how to make use of them?
Yeah, it will definitely shorten that period of time where they can. I definitely think that's true, actually. But
I also feel like Existence needs to get back into that style of calling again, because he's been doing a lot less of it recently in Tyson. Like a lot less calling, a lot more everyone else talking.
Right on. All right, well, we'll see. I mean, you guys are telling me a little bit more about Titan 2. Let's see what they have to say before we break down the matchup itself between Na'Vi and Titan.
Well, with their new lineup, things are going very well. Of course, there's a lot of stuff we have to do, a lot of new maps, new tactics. But the atmosphere is very great, we are working hard, and I am pretty satisfied with our progress so far. About the tournament, I think, of course, going through the group stage would be a very great result for us, as we are quite new. But in our perspective, if we can pass the group stage, then we have a shot against anyone, basically. So first, let's go through the group stage, and then we will see what happens. Yes, I think actually going to LAN Access Arena would be very great for our team, because we have players that get hype and are used to playing on big stages like this. So we could use it as our advantage and have a higher level of play if we can actually go to the main stage. So that would be very nice. It's only positive energy. It's adrenaline, it's a little bit of stress, it's hype, it's tension. I only see positive things in that kind of event. So yes, of course we're ready.
And it's going to be some nice words for himself and his teammates here for Titan coming in. And, I mean, it looks like, it sounds, if we're to take his words literally, yeah, I mean, feeling pretty good with the new lineup, whatnot. Of course, not too much of a chance to see how that's going to pan out here at the Major, and it's going to matter a lot how they play against Na'Vi. Sounds like it's going to be a real good test for them here this week.
Well, you know, I think Titan are the only team to have ever made me cry. I'll just leave it there.
Go on. Would you like to? No, we'll skip over that.
I'm going to relive these moments. Well, guys, you know, just the fact that this team just seems cursed. Like, they are never able to get anywhere in a major. Ever.
I thought this was going to be one of those things where you're standing outside the arena and it's raining and you've got your pen and your Titan shirt and you really want their autograph, but they just walk away. They're just like, no Semler.
Just hanging outside the locker room.
Yeah, not going to happen.
But guys,
look, can I, you know, there's so much to talk about with Titan, but I do have a lot of appreciation for the guy close to the camera here, Maniac, for actually making the choice to go like full time and play. It's been like a huge annoyance to me. I've been secretly really annoyed with Maniac for riding the fence for a long time. And saying like, well, like because this guy has like a degree in psychology and is like super well educated. So, you know, I can't really blame him for like wanting to say, well, should I do one, should I do the other? What am I really doing? But it seems like now he's really committed and he's got the talent for it. So I'm actually very impressed and very pleased with that.
I think going back, I mean, you highlighted for me somewhere like the biggest matchup is this Guardian. Like who, when you're going against an Opera like him, who's going to challenge him? He's going to have free reign with that AWP.
I'll tell you somebody who thinks he's going to challenge him. It happens to make sense. But whether that actually happens or not, that's something that we're going to have to see.
I'd say that depends on the map. I mean, if they end up playing Dust 2, Smiths might actually have a legitimate shot at it.
Anders, I always want to say that now, but it feels like it's been like, what, a year since we've seen that godlike Smiths on the map?
It's been a while.
Like, he used to be, like, it was really interesting to watch. That was why Titan were always so fascinating to watch, because they would have these maps where it would, like, unlock, like, Super Saiyan mode for a particular player. Like, and Dust 2 was Smith's map. Like, he would all of a sudden just go up, like, 2 or 3 ranks in the opping ranks, right? He'd just become this better opera on that map. But somehow his tricks got figured out, or, you know, like, his style got figured out on the map, and he's just been hard countered, and he's gone away from the op on the map. So we haven't really seen him take it up anymore. Like, who do you have that's actually going to be able to challenge? And I guess the only answer is what? Shox. Like, Shoxy is going to have to be the man who does everything again. He's going to have to be the guy who, oh, we need an op? Okay, Shoxy does it. We need a rifler? Shoxy does it. Entry fragger? Shoxy does. Like, this guy be everywhere on the map?
Yeah, it's gonna be Shox, or it's got to be Existence in his calling, finding a way to say, all right, we know where the op is, and they've either find a way to avoid it as they take a bomb site, force him into a retake, or if they just say, all right, he's over here, let's smoke this out, flash this out, throw a molly here. Like, he's gonna have to be a little bit of like the master, like just organizing where all these nades are gonna go.
If you wanted to have like a fun head-to-head matchup here as well, it's got to be Existence, who's on camera now, and Zeus, who both of these players have been calling for a very, very long time in this game. And actually, I think that's like the most impressive thing as well. Being an in-game leader is probably the toughest job in the game and the least rewarding, because it's very, very hard from the outside to see what they're doing exactly. So unless they're getting a lot of frags as well, they just don't get a lot of credit for all the cool stuff that they do. Zeus and Existence have been at it for an extremely long time.
And there's another layer on top of that we have to go into, is the fact that, yes, because they've been playing against each other for so very long, like the depth of the mind games now between these two leaders, where you constantly have to try and come up with new things to catch that other player off guard, just drives you insane. Like, you talk to Pronax for 5 minutes, you're just like, what? Your job? Like, I wouldn't take that for $1 million. Well, maybe I would, but you know, it's just like this guy, these two great minds of CS, basically. Like, it's feint, counter feint, constantly trying to come up with new shenanigans to throw at each other. That's the difficulty.
I feel like Existence has like essentially only 2 gears of calling, and one of them is like the ultra micromanagement. Every single player on the map, Existence knows where he is, and he will call exactly when someone needs to do something, and when, like, he's essentially playing like StarCraft only with like 5 units, and he's controlling all of them. And then there's the other one, which is, I think, the one he's been in, like, that's the mode he's been in pretty much all year, which is much more relaxed, and people get to make calls and talk about what's going on. I actually prefer the first Existence. I want, like, the super micromanagement Existence back.
I want, like, a combination. I want him to micromanage 4 people himself.
Yes.
And 3 people, and just say Shocks, like, whatever you're feeling, go for it. Like,
I'll settle for that.
And that's the thing, because it's so early on in this, like, they could very well, that might be the Titan we see, because it's so early on in his control of this team that he might just be like, all right, Shocks, just go unleash.
Right.
I'm kind of curious to see what kind of role he's going to be playing on the team, honestly. Yes, okay, we can give him like free reign, but then Maniac has been the lurker for the team now for so long, and he's excelled in that role. Do you take Maniac out of that role? Is Maniac able to change up his game to be able to fit something else? You know, where does Smith fit into this? I mean, that's the tricky bit, actually. Just how are they going to manage to figure out how to use these players smartly without messing up the existing players? RPK is just a rock. You kind of feel like, I mean, he looks like a rock, and like you can just put him somewhere and he's going to hold down that sheaf of papers, right? But like this guy, it's kind of tough to say, like, how you kind of fit all these players into a team, especially when they're fresh. Anders has the right point where it is. They haven't had much time to figure that out.
Plus, one of the consistent complaints we've been hearing from ex-teammates of Shocks is that he takes up a lot of space, and you got to give him that space, otherwise things get weird. So, you know, I think people kind of have to take a step back and just, you know, if they want this to work, then you have to let Shocks be the best player in the world, potentially again, and then everyone is, they're not just there to help him out, but they've got to give him the room to be that.
So overall, I mean, when people talk about, obviously there were 2 sides to this whole roster storyline, right? Obviously envious, and everyone's like, well, the honeymoon period, it makes a lot of sense, they're doing really well, it's showing so far. For Titan, we'll find out, I'm sure, shortly, but would you say that kind of same honeymoon period is to be expected, or it's like, oh, it's a lot more questionable and kind of a thin line for this team?
Because I think for Shoxy and Smiths, in their mind, they're taking a big step back. Let's be realistic, right? They're taking a big step back. They're going from the top team in France, and at one point, pretty much the world, to going to a team that struggles to get out of major groups, that struggles to get anything done in any tournament that they enter into. And when they do something, everybody's like, yeah, and then they kind of fade back into the distance again, right? So for Shoxy and Smiths, I think this is a bit of a reality check for them, where they're just like, okay, we got to put the work in again, because this isn't going to be easy street. We don't have NBK or Happy or somebody behind us. You know, we have RPK, who's good, but he's not like an NBK.
I also think, I mean, the Envy honeymoon period revolves around Happy as the captain saying to Kenny and to Apex, saying, look, you guys don't have to go nuts, just play consistently. We're not expecting to carry everything, just play consistently. Never mind that they actually have been consistently top fragging in a lot of games. That's just great, but they don't have to. That's not what Happy's expecting of them. Now, I do think people are expecting Shocks to really go. I think he knows that there's a lot of pressure here. So I think it's different. I think it's going to be slightly different between the two French
maybe even
teams.
worse. It may be him just going into this team and he's putting that pressure on himself. He's probably because of this step back. He's probably thinking, "Crap! Now I've got to do everything again." Like, but that could be a reality here.
I mean, and again, I mean, you guys are painting it in both lights that it could manifest itself in, right? It could either be a positive motivation, but in a lot of cases, that can come back to bite you and weigh you down. We'll find out shortly, ladies and gentlemen, with the 2 teams setting up right now. Match number 2 of Group C will be happening right after this break.
get right. Last man standing, P250 out, jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill, looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my God! Get ready! You're gonna be kidding me! The last kill in 1 second left.
We are back here at the MMC Studios in Cologne, Germany for the major at ESL 1 Cologne 2015. And it looks like the Matt Vito should be getting under right away between Na'Vi and Titan. So thanks so much for holding tight, ladies and gentlemen at home. If you're watching, of course, don't forget also if you haven't gotten your tickets yet, but you want to visit us at the Lanxess Arena over the weekend for the playoffs, I believe we still have just a couple tickets left. So go ahead and get those and make sure you can watch the teams play live in that stadium over the weekend. And you can watch us live too. It'll be fantastic. You can see these beautiful gentlemen live at the Lanxess Arena. Who wouldn't want that? That's all part of the major, right? It's going to be a beautiful moment. You guys don't seem to agree with the compliments I'm throwing you guys. I mean, you just like, I'm like trying to make you guys look good, and you're saying, no, really, you shouldn't come to watch us. Nope.
I keep trying to replay what it's going to be like in my head, because Katowice was incredible, and this is going to be even bigger. So I can't even really imagine.
It should be epic.
But what's even better is it's just going to be CS. Only
Pure
CS fans.
CS.
Pure CS
That's the other
fans.
thing, right? Yeah, it's just CS, full of CS, 10,000 CS fans in a stadium cheering for CS. Like, that should be an epic moment. I know a lot of fans are looking forward to it. A lot of the players, you heard them looking forward to it. But both teams now for Group C. I mean, it's still a long way to go, though. I mean, a lot of teams still have to secure their spots in the playoffs. So far, we have 2 teams, one from A and one from B coming in.
Might be a
but
small factor.
We'll be moving on.
I mean, it might be a small factor, but you do have the teams really thinking about that. Like, actually
Oh,
really badly want to play in this arena.
Yeah, everyone said it. They're always like, we want to get to Lanxess.
Yeah, I've heard more people talk about that than I have people saying, we want to get to like the next step in the prize pool or anything else like that. Like people actually legitimately want to.
I mean, I think when that's looming ahead of you, that's what you look forward to. It's not even about the prize pool. I mean, obviously you want to win it, but at the same time, if you're going to make smaller goals, it's like, well, playing at that stadium would be one heck of a dream for sure for a lot of these players. If you want to support those players and your favorite teams, don't forget to buy the stickers with the player signatures in game. You have to show your support, of course. Part of those funds going to the players themselves and the team. So that should be fantastic if you want to show your support and you can't make it out to Germany this time around. Maybe you can next time. But we talked a little bit already. I mean, you guys had a long discussion about Na'Vi and Titan, especially Titan. What Titan are we expecting? Seems like there's going to be a lot of costs to work through here for that team. Now, when it comes to the Matt Vito, then, as that's going to be the next process here for both teams, is there anything you're looking at specifically as a target from either team? Or do you think, well, it's hard to tell maybe for Titan or maybe even both teams at this point?
I think Titan bans Mirage.
I think any sane team on this planet bans Mirage versus Na'Vi.
Yeah.
That's
a safe pick.
We might have to go and like check, basically if like they go, yeah, we're going to totally take Mirage. We're just going to be like, pause.
Can we
please take this test real quick for cognitive ability? Like,
well, Moses, you tweeted at some point that Na'Vi must be, I think you said, happily confused that people keep picking Mirage against them. I think that was
it happens from time to time, and it's like they've got to just be able to grin an ear to ear when that happens. They're like, yes, another team that falls into our trap.
I mean, is it a trap anymore at that point?
Hey, look at how cute Guardian is. He's just looking, sitting there, minding his own business, looking harmless, and then you get him in Mirage, and he turns into, a 1-ton beast.
Yeah, I've never been able to figure out how to phrase this in my mind without making it sound wrong. But when you look at Guardian, but when you look at Guardian, you don't think this is going to be like one of the most beastly players of all time. He looks very calm and very relaxed. So, yeah.
I was really scared for what we were going to say. That was very tame compared to the disclaimer.
If Thorin gave me that lead up, I would be like diving for the shelter. Andrews is actually kind of, it was nice.
It took a while to get it that way.
I appreciate that you spent the time there, Andrews, before coming to us. You guys have been talking about Guardians nonstop. I mean, coming forward, obviously the talk about being the best opper or potentially the best opper for some people on this desk right now is CS:GO. I know you want to interject.
Don't bring us back there. Don't bring us back there.
We can talk more about that maybe later. But I mean, what else do you think is Titan? Is there at that point? Do you worry about anything else from Na'Vi as a team, or are you like? Is that just so big of a threat?
I mean, that's the big one. That's the obvious one. I think the big thing about Na'Vi for me is they were a team that I never really had a lot of faith in them, and then Flamey joins this team because they were always that really slow-paced team. They're really easy to read because they were going to run the clock down. Now Flamey comes in and he's a huge fragger for them, and his presence has helped speed them up at times, so they can throw the slow strats at you, and they can also come back with a fast strat the next round and really change the pace on you a lot. And I think that's helped them kind of reach this next level.
So, I mean, the difficult thing about watching Flamey play is you have to play like fairly close attention. You actually almost have to follow him throughout the round and don't spot anyone else, because otherwise what happens is you go through the camera rotation and at some point you go back to Flamey and he's in a position where he's suddenly like able to get 2 very easy kills, and you think, well, you know, first time you see it, that was kind of lucky. He just got 2 people in the back. Then it happens again and again and again. You realize it's not lucky. It's because he keeps actually playing a very, very smart positional game, and that's very hard to counter. That's very hard to deal with. Having a player like that, he just manages to sneak into weird positions, and that's very impressive. But I do want to highlight Zeus as well. Apart from really good calling, Zeus has recently had a bunch of games where he's top fragging for what seems to be no reason at all, because they've got Flamey, they've got Guardian, they've got a bunch of other people. Edward has been playing super well, but Zeus seems to be on the top of the scoreboard a lot more than he should be, considering the rest of the team. I don't know where that comes from, but it's impressive.
Yeah, well, and then on the other side, of course, we talked a lot about Shoxy, how he has to perform, and he may be feeling that motivation, whether positively or negatively himself. But aside from that, is the rest still, again, I mean, like you guys mentioned, is it up to speculation on, all right, so then where do all the other pieces fall? Or do you think certain parts of Titan you can expect? Oh, actually, we'll find out as we go into the game. Looks like the
surprise to see
are
Cash.
ready.
No surprise to see Cash vetoed out by Na'Vi. That's a map that they don't want to play ever. So that works out just fine. I don't think Titan are going to be surprised by that.
No, they shouldn't be at all. Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, that's a map that Na'Vi vetoes, just like anyone should veto Mirage against them. And I'm hoping, just crossing my fingers here.
Well, there's quite a bit of a discussion going on right now.
There it is.
They couldn't find it in the list. That's the only reason. Like, wait a minute. What's going on? All right.
There.
Confirm it.
I actually think Dust 2 would be a fun enough matchup between these two teams. I think that some action could.
It would be.
Could
Actually, you're
unfold,
right. Because Shoxy, recent memory, I don't know. The last time he went God Beast mode, feels like it was on Dust 2. Actually.
I would be a little bit worried for Titan if we end up playing Overpass or Cobblestone. I think those are going to be tough games for them as well.
They still haven't confirmed it.
No, they still haven't. They're just making you sweat.
Yeah, they're just looming over that.
They've
They've hovered over the button a couple of times.
They're making us all sweat at this point. Like, Titan, please. We know that you guys, have trouble getting out of groups and all that, but stop making it even more difficult on yourself. Just ban Mirage.
All right,
self-inflicted handicap.
Serious. I know you got shots in your team, but
they're French people. Maybe they've gone on strike in the meantime. They're waiting for me to.
That's it. It's like our demands have not been met.
Yeah.
Cursor goes off again.
Wait.
Really hope that's not.
This is why you never travel in France. It's a lovely country. You just can never get to it. Everything's on strike all the time.
Suddenly there are tractors in the middle of the road. Yeah. The farmers, they don't want to deliver anything anymore.
It was pretty funny. Last year we went for my birthday to France, right? And we're like, yeah, vacation. And then it was like, oh yeah, you can't actually fly there right now because the air controller on strike. It's like, great. Oh, wow. I love going to vacation. I'll go to vacation in France. Like, that's awesome.
Well, it does look like we have a slight difficulty with the Titan side of things, so we'll be sorting that out real quick here before jumping with the rest of that veto. But I'm assuming they're pretty set on vetoing.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for Mirage.
There's an outside chance.
What do you guys think? I think Cobblestone and Overpass are going to be 2 tough games for Titan as well. Na'Vi, I think, are one of the more creative teams on Overpass, or at least used to be. I think they still pull out some pretty good stats on that one. And Cobblestone, I mean, we've seen what they can do there as well.
I think Cloud9 are still having nightmares about Overpass.
Yeah.
Against Na'Vi. So I don't think you want to play Na'Vi on Overpass necessarily. Especially not if you're Titan, where Cloud9 I think right now are superior to Titan. So yeah. Where do you take the fight? Inferno? No, you don't do Inferno.
No.
That's the thing. That's why I think Navi's going to be. Okay, hold on. They committed to it. Yes.
They got rid of Mirage.
I actually don't know what maps are left. I think Dust 2 is like the best.
Oh
bet.
wait, Na'Vi took out Dust 2, and it's going to be Overpass. Wow.
Ouch.
Okay then.
It makes so much sense for Na'Vi to pick Dust 2, because I think that's actually the only map out of what was left that would have made sense. I think Cash and Dust 2 were the only maps that Titan could have got that would have been really solid, like home maps for them.
Well, that's the thing. We even saw Fnatic veto Dust 2, because it is a little bit of that pug map, so it's not like you've played that map so much, you don't need nearly as much preparation on some of the others, so Na'Vi just not even risking it with his new lineup.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys were mentioning Overpass earlier just briefly. Moses, what's your take on Overpass? Do you agree that it's going to be a little bit scary playing against Na'Vi?
Absolutely. Titan? Yeah, Na'Vi is going to be, they can do some damage on this map. They're going to be heavy hitters.
Yeah, Na'Vi are a top tier right now. Any team going up against Na'Vi right now have to be thinking, okay, strap ourselves in, because it's going to be a bit of a ride.
So there is one thing I'm wondering if Na'Vi have adapted to. A bunch of teams now are not very heavy on controlling A long on the CT side. And Na'Vi used to have Guardian just play there all the time in very much the same spot pretty much every game. So I'm wondering if they will have shied away from that. Na'Vi, a lot of other teams now stay around toilets instead of that long area. So,
yeah. All right. No, that's true. He favors going for the boost off a jump as well, Guardian. He likes to get up on that little nook and just land a shot, back off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's going to be very tough. I think this is going to be a very tough battle here for Titan.
All right, well, we'll see if Titan is prepared. Of course, I mean, they did make their choices over on the veto section, so now on Overpass it will be Na'Vi versus Titan as match number 2 of Group C.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. I am Lee Dearman Smith, and I'm joined by Fifth Lauren, who's been here all day, frankly. But this is my first time back on. So, Na'Vi Titan on Overpass. Now, immediately as soon as we saw it, straight away, Na'Vi have played 20 matches on this offline, and they have a really good record. 14 wins, 6 losses. This is a big match for Na'Vi.
Yeah, for sure. And then you look at Titan with the 2 new players that they have. Overpass is probably one of the maps that they probably did not want to play. But who knows? I mean, when you have a new team, people decide differently, right? So if you... Back when Nuke was around, when you had a new Danish team, right? They would always go for Nuke. When you have a new Swedish team, they might go for Inferno first. Maybe Titan just were like, okay, well, everyone knows how to play the center maps. Let's just try to focus on the new maps first, like Overpass, make sure that we can play that well. And in reality, if they want to do well this tournament, they need to have 6 maps in the bag. As they never vetoed Overpass, leads me to believe that at least they probably went through a bunch of stuff on this map.
Well, 6 maps is what you were talking about with Na'Vi earlier on, how it screwed them over, what, 2 years ago? A year ago, I should say, sorry.
Yeah.
It's not been that long since you played
last. I mean, it feels like it. I feel old.
Feel old, mate. You're sat next to me here.
Okay.
You feel old.
I feel less old now. It's a good thing that most isn't here, because then I would just be done for.
But let's talk about Zeus on your screen there. He did a vlog recently, a very open and honest vlog, actually, which I found quite refreshing and somewhat unusual for a player coming into a major like this. He talked about how well he thought NIP were doing, and actually Luminosity, who we've seen have their own moments throughout the tournament, but also how their boot camp's gone. Now, they had a 10-day boot camp together, but he was saying, like, tempers were flaring at times, and they had to take a break away from each other. Now, this is... Obviously, you guys would have boot camps many times over the years. This is a regular type of thing? I mean, obviously, 5 guys together in a house for 10 days, things are going to happen.
Yeah, it takes a lot on you when you actually boot camp with the team. Back at DreamHack Winter, coming into the first major, we boot camp for 3 weeks. And believe me, like, people went under each other's skin. You know, everything you do is like, oh, you're just boiling, basically. Yeah. 10 days is a little bit too much. I would say if you want to do a boot camp, then maximum 5 days, like no more, no less, or no more at least. Because then, like you're saying, you're just gonna get very annoyed with one another.
Well, Maniac on your screen now, obviously, with his 2 new teammates. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. It is ESL 1 Cologne qualifiers. We are into Group C. Fnatic await the winner of Na'Vi versus Titan. Who will join them? Pistols underway.
A very weird buy from Na'Vi, having the CSAT and smoke on Zeus. Oh. That's a good way to start.
I mean, that's how you want to start at a major. The first bullet is a straight headshot. Guardian, who, well, is a very key man for Na'Vi. Probably, we were arguably, discussing the top AWPers of the world, and actually a lot of people put Guardian right up there at the top.
I mean, yeah, I would rank him the best AWPer in the world, by far, being so solid and not really that aggressive, but whenever he does get into position, he's so stable, hardly ever misses shots, and having a player like that on your team, that's how you win games.
Zeus getting all the information he needed there, getting a good glimpse on both Smith's and Maniac's head as they came around the corner. Going to try and go for the shots. Flamey, another man that is vital for Na'Vi recently, the youngest member of the team. Does manage to get himself a first, but RPK will reply, but Zeus comes in. The captain gets himself a quick, easy triple. Nice start for Na'Vi.
Yeah, very solid start from Na'Vi. The Guardian very aggressive in the bathrooms, getting that one shot, leading into a 5-on-4 situation. And he knew then, back then, because he had control over middle, that there was no one there, and then Zeus just jumping, saving that smoke for when they actually did decide to push. Overall, very good round from Na'Vi. And Titan, a very slow-paced round. I don't really like that on the T-side on Overpass. You want to go something fast, use the Glocks to your advantage, the Glock train, and make the best of it instead of just getting picked apart.
Look at the aggression from Edward and Guardian here. A lot of information being gathered, and more importantly, hunting down the players now existence. Wondering where his teammates just dropped. They did buy a scout, remember, early on, but that's already been dropped and lost. They're going to keep on pushing through. Shox does manage to get himself into B site. Gets himself the simple kill on Flamey, but Maniac now picked off, and that leaves existence with the bomb. in-game leader with a near impossible task, but they are all low hit points. He gets himself one. Now dashes back into the smoke. This is still possible. Guardian behind him on 1 health. Both Seized and Zeus. Zeus is the tough one. And remember, he has the bomb. He's got 55 seconds. He could go for the rotate because they've completely rotated to A site. Now they're questioning the decision. Now they're backing away.
You could actually time Garden here, getting 1 more kill, which is, I'm going to say it's somewhat of a decent eco, even though they 4-spot.
Oh, the timing. If he just looked a little... I think he made a step. Guardian didn't. Did Guardian hear him? He didn't.
Oh, he's very worried, though. Oh, look at the timing.
He's managed to sneak around. Now, Zeus might not be expecting someone to come from log now because he wouldn't have heard anything coming around the side there. Did he catch a glimpse of the shoulder? Oh, that would have given his position away.
I'm not quite sure why I did that. I mean, you don't have the HP anyway, so like trying to pre-fire like an area when you have 12 HP is not a good idea. But yeah, that could have been scary.
I mean, all you had to do, if it had found Guardian there, that was an M4.
Yeah.
You could have picked an M4 up, just 1 hit point, quite easily turned in their favor. But Na'Vi, they went for the Force. I say Force, they generally go for these big, heavy rifle buys in round 2. This time it paid off. Could have been a little more scary for them, but of course that puts Titan in a tricky situation, having to go almost full eco here, just a few P250s in hand.
Yeah, not really much to say about Titan for this round. Technically for Na'Vi now, having the SMGs, you have 2 SMGs on Na'Vi's side, Flaming and Seas. They should be the ones that's hunting this one round, because they're going to have to replace the weapons anyway next round.
M4 starting things off well, but he will manage to get dropped. Guardian goes down, but support is here in the form of Edward and Zeus. And the spray down is enough. Now, they did lose quite a few rifles there. Zeus can only get himself 1. Yeah, they're going to lose.
Well, one of them. Yeah, at least one they get picked up. But yeah, Guardian with the op though, and this is when the farm starts. And that's the thing about Titan now. I mean, yeah, you do have Smiths as the primary opper. They lost Kenny. Kenny obviously under the reins of existence, especially after the nerf on the op. Not really being, not really played that well. But Smiths and Kenny are obviously 2 complete different players and with different playstyles. And I think that Smiths would actually benefit to have existence calling over Happy.
Zeus going fairly aggressive over on B. It's going to get a good glimpse around the tunnel, so didn't see anyone pushing forward, which means Guardian and Edward, who are holding positions on long over on A site, have all the information they need with those smokes down. Looks like RPK and Existence are going to try and boost themselves up. Looks like Existence on top, trying to get a little glimpse in towards restrooms, but unable to find Edward, who was holding steady. Guardian flashed out, forced back, away long A, and that gives Titan control of restrooms.
Yeah, again, very slow round from Titan, just taking their time, making sure that Na'Vi doesn't push them, which I think is a very smart thing to do, especially in the first wipe round. And, whoa, wow.
Well, that's the sort of entry you want. Shocks the lone lurker over on B-side. Gets that pop straight on the head. Gets himself a second. B-side carved wide open, but that's not where they're going. And instead it's going to be Edward and Guardian that gets challenged out in restrooms. Guardian does manage to get away with it, but he's got next to no health. And now Smith, who's just pushed through the smoke around the side. I think Guardian caught a glimpse of him. Doesn't manage to land the shot. And now Seized all alone for Na'Vi. Does switch out to an M4, but in this 3-on-1 situation, I don't think he's going to risk going for it.
No, he really shouldn't. Just save his weapon here. And this is what I was talking about before on the desk earlier with Shocks. When Shocks was under the lead, the lead of Existence, he was amazing. He was the best player in the world by far for a very long period of time. He's back now in the same team. You see Existence, he's letting him do whatever he wants. He's the star player on this team. Saw there, he opened up the B-bomb side completely by himself. Yeah, sure, they ended up going A, but just opening that up, he just caused Na'Vi to over-rotate, leaving Guardian by himself on the A-bomb side, going down. So yeah, Shocks, if he keeps on playing like this, sure, it's only been 4 rounds so far, but if he keeps on with the way that he's been playing, with going very aggressive, trying to go for the picks, just leave him alone, let him do his thing, then yeah, Titan can be very dangerous.
Yeah, it's one of those things when they made the swaps around and everybody was obviously talking about the hype of Envy, and sure, they have already gone into the quarterfinals, so clearly it's working for them. A lot of people were also looking at Titan saying, actually, this benefits them, because their playstyle was so stuck playing around Kenny S. Now it actually loosens them up completely. And it's obviously with Maniac, he's gone full-time now. There's a lot of people in that team looking to make improvements, and this is definitely the tournament they're looking towards. That grenade will just go a little too early. Now, are Titan stacking anything up here? I can see them all clumped up around Monster. 3 of them all waiting, and Guardian's actually going looking.
No. Yeah, he should be getting this, the initial pick here.
Well, I mean, Na'Vi have read this perfectly. They've got a 4-man stack on B site at the moment. Zeus, Guardian, Flamey in there. In and around Toxic, that's going to be a perfect little pop flash round. Pillar gets himself in there, but flashed himself for that. Molly's going to force him in trouble. Guardian around the back. Oh, doesn't manage to land the shot. Does the second time of asking, and that's the bomb carrier. And now Shox all alone. And he's over in connector, completely away from that bomb. Smoke goes down. That's actually going to work in favor of Shox if he wants to push on for the bomb. Guardian and Edward waiting for any little sound. Trying to creep on through. He's going to try and re-smoke it, force the shots out. You hear the AWP shot from Guardian the second it goes through. He knows this is tricky. There's a 33 seconds on the clock now. Money-wise, Titan are not exactly great, so I wouldn't be too upset if he tries to just hang on to that weapon, but Guardian does get himself a second. And that was well read by Na'Vi. They had a 4-man stack on B site. They knew that was coming.
Yeah, and I actually didn't really like that play from Titan. They obviously they had a 4 guys towards the B bomb site, and Shox is trying to lurk in the mid area. But the Molotov that Titan threw in the corner there, where you saw, I believe it was Zeus just holding, that came way too late. So he even managed to get that one initial frag first. Yeah, sure, he ended up going down after, but by then it was way too late. Having the Molotov there first, just making sure that Na'Vi falls back, so they actually managed to get the site, even if they were sacked, would have at least given them more of a chance to at least get the bomb down.
Edward's going to get challenged. It's going to be Smith that will push on round, but Long A is very much in the hands of Na'Vi with Guardian in support. RPK gets a little peek around. He really wants to collect that rifle, and he will manage to pick it up, but Seas, meanwhile, over in restrooms, will get caught out. That's given Existence a little weird moment to get in there, but Edward, luckily, on the rotate, does get back around, and this is going to be a simple round for Na'Vi in the end. Now RPK just with it all to do. Starting off, looking at Na'Vi, looking pretty steady. Zeus, the in-game leader, starting off very well. 10 kills already for him, so he's going to be happy with the way things are going for his team.
Yeah, and Titan, with that force buy, I don't really agree with it. Na'Vi, they do have the money. They don't really have to force buy from Titan. Now they're forced on a full save instead. And that was one particular round as well. They just spread out. They died one by one, and they really got nothing for it. So when you do a force round, a force buy, and you have the smokes, and you have a very weird buy, you want to go together. You want to try something. It doesn't have to be fast, but go together and try to at least get the bomb down so you get something out of the force buy.
Well, Seized finding himself a quick early one there. It is just pistols for Titan, so not expecting a great deal from them. Titan just holding on restrooms, unable really to break through, and Seized when he's with this SMG. This is the clever style we're seeing a lot of players do. Once they know there is an eco, they manage to farm up the cash, and it's a triple for Seized. Happy with that one. Not going to be able to pick any weapons up, but he doesn't care because he's just afforded himself a brand new M4.
Yeah, and again here for Titan, it's actually Na'Vi actually asking for a pause, so I do believe we might have some...
Yeah, that's got to be a technical pause. There's no way they're going for a tactical pause at 6-1.
I mean, it might be next level here. It's like, okay, we're in the lead. Let's take the timeout.
Well, I mean, Na'Vi are actually pretty renowned for their timeouts. It actually works very well for them on paper. It's interesting looking at this map. Obviously, a lot of sites out there have done a lot of stats. Flamey, one of the guys that are looked at towards how if he gets a certain rating, then basically Na'Vi go on and absolutely run away with it. He's actually bottom of the board right now, but they're still looking very pretty. Maybe that's just a sign of Na'Vi, you know, their increase in power over the last, 2-3 months. They've benefited very much from the likes of Fnatic and TSM having that little break. Na'Vi have gone on to pick up tournament after tournament.
Yeah, and this is after... Flamey joined instead of Starix, and Starix obviously going into the more of a coaching role, and it really paid off for Na'Vi. They were never really a massive threat when they had the other 5 players. When Starix was playing, they didn't really have a coach. They tried to have Stenya, but he's full-time with the casting now and streaming. But yeah, the addition of Flamey, they just got so much better, and they're definitely, I think, from Thorin's ranking, they're top 3, right?
Well, I mean, there's only one sophisticated ranking system out there.
Yeah, and
they are actually top 3 in that one as well.
Yeah,
so,
but I would still, if I were to make my own rating or ranking, I would still put them in as top 3.
You'd have to.
They've been so good.
They've been placing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd over the last sort of 4 or 5 tournaments. They've done really well. Everybody talked about how TSM had done. They've won like 4 out of the last 7 tournaments. But Na'Vi themselves also benefit it a great deal. As it is, it's another slow one for Titan. We're already down to a minute on the clock, and this time they're going to be pushing. Now, Seized is a little out of position. Guardian Edward once again pushing aggressive down long. But Seized is the man they're going to put pressure on, but he manages to get himself the first and back away safely.
Yeah, and same thing here again for Titan. Very slow, and they're not really getting anything out of it. We do see here a frag from Existence.
Yeah, as Edward caught out, he managed to cut across Rest Runes, but again, the support there. Zeus sees and Guardian all pushing around Rest Runes, but Maniac manages to find the head, and now he can back away. Shox has got himself into B side. If he can find Flamey and Pit, he can clear out the site while the rotate comes in, but Flamey playing this one very cautiously, awaiting Guardian to get in just ahead. There's a dink straight away into Shox, and now he's got to worry about the cover fire from above. Guardian smoked out, manages to show himself. Guardian will get the single shot, but Shox now all alone. Does finally get himself a good spray down onto Guardian and Flamey. Didn't see the up kick there, and managed to spray it perfectly.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, Kobe doesn't quite finish him off, and he's going to get the plant down. And that is going to give them much needed money. I think that's the first plant actually that Titan have managed to get through there. He's going to back away. You can see he's just on 5 health. Zeus, all the time in the world to play this one smart. He's got a defuse kit. He can just walk his way in there. Shox, he's got to play this one so smart. He's going to look around. Can't peek. Got a hook.
This is very bad for Navi.
This is good. Now the timing's actually in Shox's favor because Zeus has waited so long that he's got to go for the defuse. He's got to try and get away, and Shox plays that brilliantly. He will go down to the bomb, but it doesn't matter. That was such a brilliant 1v3 by Shox.
Yeah, and actually Zeus did try to fake defuse the bomb, but Shox was so far away he actually didn't even hear it. So yeah, it looked very smart from Shox. So it's just that since he never even heard the fake defuse sound, he just assumed that Zeus was looking for him, which is why you never even saw him peek a single time. But great play from Shox, like 1 on 3, exactly what Titan needed.
Fantastic stuff. That is exactly what, like you say, Titan needed. It's the 3 kills from the man in question. Everyone's wondering how he's going to perform, how he's going to come in towards this major. On Existence, the in-game leader, maybe pulling the strings or not, has got himself in towards B with the first kill. In-game leader on in-game leader. And that gives Na'Vi a little worry because they had no information. They weren't deep on A this time around, so they've got no vision of where Titan are going. Tricky round for them so far. Flamey will manage to find Existence, though. Quickly pops through the door. And that forces Maniac now. With smoke in his favor, he could push on down towards A side, but it is going to be back towards B. You can see Shox and RPK ready and waiting. Maniac with the bomb, making their way in here. It's going to be all on Flamey and Edward to try and stop this attack. Can they make it work out for them? Flamey just going to get a peek around. He's going to find Shox quick and early. Smith's also spotted out, so now Flamey's position given away, but he's going to come out on top of this duel. Does manage to lose out in the end, but Smith's paid the price. A lot of hit points lost, and it will be clean-up duty for Na'Vi as 7-2 the score. What a Titan got to do here? They're just about working the cogs on Na'Vi's defenses. That looks like, it seems like they've just about figured them out, but they can't quite break through.
Yeah, and you saw the same thing again for Titan there. They're leaning towards the B bomb site, but you shouldn't really do that. When you do get the entry, spread out first and just make sure that Na'Vi are staying at keeping them on their toes. But instead, they just end up going B. Very sloppy smoke from Shox. That does not benefit him at all. You saw Flamey just taking advantage of that, and then he ended up going down. Sure, Smiths, they had to, even though they won the previous round, they had 2 guys with Tech 9 still, so economy is very, very poor for Titan.
Yeah, meanwhile, Na'Vi, who have lost a couple themselves, are pretty much farming kills right now. Edward with a triple. Can he make it 4 as he spots Shox in party? Goes aggressive, gets dinked up, will get finally taken down by Guardian of all people. Zeus coming through with an SMG. Going to finish it off with the USP. Won't quite get the cash. Shox actually starting to make it a little bit more costly, but Na'Vi will be happy with that one. A lot of money going their way. 8-2, good score for them, already building on the CT side here on Overpass.
Yeah, and again, for Titan, they have a choice here. Basing off the money that they have, they shouldn't really go for too much of a buy here. Yeah, for the people that had enough money, sure, you can buy a Tech 9, you can buy some flashes maybe, but no more than that. But then you see here instead, how much money do they have left after that? Okay, they can still buy the next round. So this buy is actually not too bad for Titan.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to hope that Smiths can land something. They are 3-man stacking long A here. You can see Edward's going to be the first man to peek around, and that is the scout gone already. And now Guardian and Flamey backing him up. Trying to cover off. They know exactly where Shox is. Guardian's going to be careful that Flamey doesn't duck in front of him. But again, Na'Vi reading Titan like a book here. Managing to push on through. Edward gets himself a second. They are managing to get through restrooms, actually, because they'd stacked out long A so heavily. But Zeus is already back there. Edward gets a triple. And Zeus should protect against existence. That's Flamey cleaning up, and the last man for Titan will go down.
Yeah, and one thing to note, when you have a team like Titan and you're playing against a team like Na'Vi, that when you have Garden on that team, you want to make sure that you can't just let him do whatever he wants. You haven't seen a single op round from Titan yet. You won't see it this round either. So this is 12th round coming into under T side, and Garden is just, you know, he's locking down areas just by himself, and they can't do anything about it, which just forces them to either go B where Garden is not, or just try to make sure that you dodge him to your best of your abilities. I would love to see Smiths buy an op here, and at least just make sure that even if you end up dying, just so Na'Vi knows that, okay, well, they have an op now, so we have to actually play a little bit more defensively.
Yeah, I mean, economy-wise, it will start kicking in towards them, but they've been struggling so far. They have lost the last 3, so they will start getting a little boost in there. But look at Guardian and Zeus once again, going aggressive. Zeus with the cover, Guardian holding the tunnel, waiting for Shocks basically to come around, but he's not falling for it. He's going to regroup and join his team. Now Smith is going in a great position here. He's going to get around the side of Edward. Does manage to take the shot, looks it, and finds C's. And this is now the first time that Titan have got a great opening in A site. Shocks will cut off Zeus, and immediately Guardian is in no man's land. Flamey is going to try and go for the fast rotate. Did he just catch the heel of Smiths as he was looking around there? I don't think he did. Smiths, well, doesn't matter. RPK, the tank from CS Source Days, does manage to get himself one on the board. And that is very much an easy round. And that's actually Na'Vi almost overcommitting on B site there, with Guardian going across with Zeus.
Yeah, and again, it was... In reality, it was very lucky for Smiths. Just walking up towards the A long, there was no one there spotting, right? So, so Na'Vi took a massive gamble in not even trying to peek long, and they guessed right. The thing is, you will not have this much luck for the upcoming rounds, right? You need to actually have something solid for you to actually win rounds. So that one round, yeah, that was because of luck from Smith going up A, getting the two kills, and then getting the bomb down and ended up winning. This next round, for example, you won't see Garden go towards B again, probably. You will see him being stationed in A long, and you need an answer to that now.
Well, of course, economy-wise, they're looking good. Guardian had 10k, so he's going to be able to pass on the rifles to his teammates while he keeps hold of that orb at the end of the round. 9-3 the score so far. Na'Vi very much in control here on the CT side. It is a map that favors them. Out of 20 games played offline, they have picked up 14 wins with 6 losses. So you'd assume this is their map to win, and they are, of course, favourites coming into this one. They are the legends. The question is, can they live up to it? It's going to be a triple stack going in towards B site. Can Zeus and Flamey keep them at bay? Maniac is going to join them in Shocks. This time, the Lone Wolf going towards A site. Okay, it's going to be a straight pop flash through. Question is, will it work out? There's Flamey, quick counter flash, that will catch out 3 of them. Second one from Pit will keep them at bay. Now he's got the support, he's going to rotate round, and that flash still perfectly working for them. Manages to load things up. Zeus gets himself a double, doesn't make it a triple as Existence quickly gets around, and now this is quickly turned on his head. Maniac all alone. Guardian and Edward, that grenade on point. Almost. He took 2 health. It was just at the back of his heels. He managed to get away with it. Of course, had head armor in there, but now he's in a really weird situation. Edward's actually coming around the back of Monster. Guardians had to rotate back towards A site, but he can get around. As soon as that hears that bomb plant, Edward is going to push in. Oh, Maniac's not expecting Edward behind him. And that will be clean up.
Yeah,
So,
I really don't like that round that Titan's trying to pull off. They did the same thing when Na'Vi double stacked it, or four-man stacked it as well before. Just this one flash over towards the B bomb side, and that's it. That's all you have going for you. You're not going to win rounds like that, because you can just have the people stationed in B pool, and there's really not much you can do.
Edward with his head in his hand, I'm not sure whether he was looking bored there. He's at the top of the table, 16 kills, running away with it at the moment, doing a great job for his team, and pretty much everyone in Na'Vi is managing to pick up some pretty simple frags. 10-3 already, a very good CT side for Na'Vi. A lot of smokes going down from both sides this time, as B site once again looks to get worked by Titan. This time Smiths will win out the duel on Flamey at long 8. And it's been a while since they've been able to work that. Guardian is going to quickly answer as he gets a peek around. Oh, it's a quick headshot. And that will slow things down once again. Zeus and Seized combined means Zeist, apparently. But they are going to try and hold off. And This is the thing. They have been holding B-side so successfully. Quick tag straight away, though. Will manage to get Flamey down. Zeus getting pressured in the corner. And Maniac with quick 2 kills. Realizes he has to back away. He's the bomb carrier. Needs to get the plant down. But this is another good round from Titan. They are finally going to get in. And it's B-side again. They managed to carve open.
Yeah, same thing there again. Smith getting the entry on long. Onto Flamey, ends up going down, but then you already caused a rotate, leaving only 2 guys from the Na'Vi side onto the B bomb site, and then Maniac with 2 great kills, just opening the bomb site completely. But yeah, the rounds that Titan has won is basically rounds where it's just individual skill showing. It's nothing really, nothing really tactical, which surprised me considering we're, its existence on the team. Right?
Well, that's what I was just about to mention. I just wonder. Obviously, the fact is you do only veto away 2 maps yourself. The opponent vetoes 2 away. Obviously, Na'Vi we're going to get rid of Cash, so that I knew that one's being taken away from Titan. I just wonder how much time they've had to work on their map pool. I mean, if you look at the offline qualifiers, they were very much shaky. They lost to eBettle, who've already just been swept aside by the likes of Fnatic. Now, that was a very close match. They were only together for, I think, 5 days before that offline qualifier. They did manage to scrape their way through against Dignitas in overtime. I think it was double overtime as well at the end of the day. So I just wonder, obviously, with that little boot camp they've had, just how much they can just gauge out of the new map pool with those 2 new players, because it's a big change with Kenny S. Obviously, that was the team. Everybody was working around Kenny S. The team had to work in that favor. As it is, it's already a quick 2 openers. Edward and Smith's trading back and forth. And this has given party control to Existence, with Smith's gone in a good look down long A. Still unable to get hold of an AWP so far throughout this T side in this final map.
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to work in Titan's favor. Now it's going to be a 4-on-3. Smith is going to push on through. Shox is going to work his way through, but Zeus is ready. And again, it's very much been straight one-on-one duels. There's not been any revenge frags, any trades back and forward. It's a very strange matchup, Titan that are trying here.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that, the fact that they're just walking one by one, trying to get the duel instead of just trying to work together. Because in reality, when you end up falling down, you can at least have your friend base to come and at least get the revenge frag. But you haven't seen that for the whole game for Titan so far.
Nobody. Again, Maniac wasn't with Smith. Smith goes individually through the tunnel, and now the bomb dropped. Zeus got it covered off, throws himself a molly down. Maniac course out. Quick, clean, and easy. 11-4. Great CT half for Na'Vi. Exactly what they wanted coming into this Titan game. They said it themselves in the interview. This is going to be a tricky match. They're going to be very happy with their first match of the tournament starting this way.
Yeah, for sure. And especially, like you're saying, getting overpass, which is, I'm sure they were super happy about that. But for Titan's part, sure, you never know. You were asking me before about how much time do they actually have in terms of like getting all the maps in order. And I can't remember when the offline qualifier was, but that was at least a month ago, right?
2 weeks ago, I think.
Was offline qualifier?
It wasn't that long ago.
Well, 2 weeks ago was it the week before Gamescom?
NA was a week before Gamescom. EU was a week before that. So
okay, so 3 weeks.
3 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, 3 weeks, and then they probably had a boot camp going over the maps. I would say that they should at least have a general idea on six maps during the course of 3 weeks. But by the looks of it, I'm not sure if Titan just took a gamble here.
So this here is something interesting, but we noticed this obviously in the veto. Shox was the guy doing the veto with Existence stood behind him. Look right now, Existence and Shox are the 2 that are talking. Very much. So I wonder how, obviously, we talk about in-game leader. Generally, there is actually 2 people that will talk heavily in that team. It seems to be that way.
Yeah.
So Shox has come in and given a lot of information to them all. I mean, he's a very experienced player, obviously played alongside Existence for years and RBK. So these guys know each other well. So very much respected, I think, between the 2.
Yeah, and I mean, they go way back as well. This whole team with Existence and Shox. I don't know how many times Shox has left the team or Smith has left the team, and they come back. And so obviously these players know each other. So I'm fairly sure that Shox knows Existence tendencies on what he likes to do and stuff. But this was probably one of the things that Shox was mentioning before rejoining. Is like, well, okay, I'll come back to you guys, but you gotta let me have some say in what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to wonder obviously what went through them, because I know speaking to certainly Shox and Smith when we were here before, when Maniac obviously going full time, they were talking about how frustrated they were with the situation of how it developed, B, how motivated they were to prove everybody wrong. As you said, that was 3 weeks ago. So far, they've come up against very much a brick wall in the form of Na'Vi. They have to start off well here in the pistol. This time Na'Vi playing it, stacking over. But look at Titan. 3-man stack down long here. Existence, Smiths, and Shocks. Can they work out well like Na'Vi did? They were very successful in this exact same tactic, remember. Guardian on your screen got the very first pistol headshot, but this is not how they wanted it. Edward comes around the back, seized on cleanup duty, and that has just killed Titan dead. RPK and Maniac, the last two remaining in the 2-on-5. This is very much an impossible situation. They do manage to get the one down, but now Maniac has to pick up the ace. He starts off with 2. Can he continue it flowing? Gets a good glimpse across, but Edward, the tank, he's not missing. Raid Boss style, Tech 9 and armor, gets himself a triple. That's the problem. You know, if you're going to sit with a triple stack down long A, you've got to make sure Restrooms is covered off.
Exactly. I was just going to say the same. I mean, you don't want to do that, especially when you're not getting the payout straight from the beginning. Because you know, as soon as the Guardian saw 3 guys there, he's just going to call it. It's like, okay, 3 guys long. Edward with the Tech 9 and the armor just rushing into the bathrooms, just flanking. Overall, very sloppy play so far from Titan. And this is usually not... I mean... We know how Existence normally calls, and we know how he likes to play the game. This is like so far out of there that I don't know even what to say. Like, this is certainly not a team that I would say that I was guessing that Titan would be at this point in time.
Well, Titan have guessed this right. They're 4-man stacked B side, and that's where Guardian currently stands with the bomb with Zeus and C's nearby. Flamey over in party working his way in towards A. Smith's the lone man you can see jumping around over on A site. So Titan just have to hold the nerve right now. It's looking like Flamey Edward are going to work down connector and possibly come around. But as of yet, the problem is this, the longer Flamey and Edward don't see anyone, the more they're going to expect this stack in B site. I mean, at moments like this, when you're literally not seeing each other for the first, 50 seconds of the game, what is going on between the teams?
Well, you either think that they're just full saving and stacking one site, and then you want to make sure which site you're stacking, right? Now, if Smith actually ends up going down, I'm really hoping that Titan will just leave it and just keep on stacking anyway.
Oh, they're very well hidden, 2 of them in pit there, but Zeus manages to get a glimpse around the side, but not before Shots gets the kill on him. And that's quickly traded back by Seized. The Guardian tagged down to 6 health. The bomb plant will come in. No, it won't, because Maniac gets around the side, gets himself onto the Galil. Not quite managed to get the spray down, but now this is still an awkward 3v3. Flamey going to come around the back. He's going to be the cavalry charge that they required. But RPK turns around, gets the triple, and the eco from Titan works out, stacking out the B side.
Yeah, and great stack by Titan. Taking a gamble, even though Smiths went down, they just kept their cool and just stayed in B. When Seized had a bomb, and when the first Na'Vi player went down on the B bomb site, Seized could have just as easily just fallen back, and they could have just rushed towards A instead, because they saw a bunch of people there. Instead, they opted to just take the fight anyway, because they knew that Flame was coming from behind. RPK, yeah, saved them.
Save the day. Now he's going to get challenged. Seized is actually going to push on through early, gets a little glimpse. Now, during the qualifiers, it was, I tell you, it was Gamescom. We were seeing Nico constantly doing that and finding heads the second he came around the corner. I was a little worried for RPK as he hopping up and down trying to get that information. Now Restrooms and Long A being pushed by Na'Vi. Triple stack, Flamey Edward Guardian all coming down. Smith's ready and waiting. RPK does take down Seas meanwhile over on B site. Smiths and Shocks already stacked up, ready and waiting for this Long A push. This should be quick and easy for them as they get a glimpse on Guardian. Shocks flashed in, doesn't go aggressive, no reason to panic it. Now they do, double team it round the corner, spray down, doesn't quite work out, and actually both unusually missing their bullets, but Existence has got himself into a position to cover it off. Still, Smiths with very little health as Zeus and Edward try and challenge the positions. They do manage to get another, but that's now the bomb loose, and Edward just has to hope that the 1Ds land. RPK clean-up duty once again. 12-6, Titan. Are they on the comeback trail?
Maybe. I don't want to go too much into it, but you saw Na'Vi there. They 4-spot. They had, Deagles, armor. They had no nades. Why would you do that? At least make sure that when you do a 4-spy, you want to make sure that 2 of your guys at least have nades, or you just take lump together. But they had nothing. And then you can't really expect to win the win round, especially going towards the A bomb site where you need to smoke it off.
RPK is going to be the man that's challenged. Again, he's hopping up and checking wall while the whole of Na'Vi push through. Maniac around Monster's going to get a little glimpse on towards Zeus there, but they're all going to come around the corner. RPK will get the spray down, and Maniac cleans up the rest. Simple hold from Titan there. Quick pistol rush. Failed.
Yeah, and Smith's only had a pistol so far, so I'm hoping he's going to buy an off now, at least. Just to try and counter, yeah, because Na'Vi, they won't have an off this round, but you know it's coming. Yeah, you saw. Okay, thank you.
Well, this is the first AWP Smith has had the entire game.
This is the first AWP that they've had anyone in Titan.
Yeah, this is okay. We'll see how Max uses it. Guardian was certainly working it well down at long 8, and it is going to be a bit of a party push, it seems, from Na'Vi. They have got the AKs, remember, this time around. They have got a bit of utility. Not a great deal of flashes in their cause, so we'll see. This molly being lined up from Edward. That's actually going to be over towards long A, so they were questioning, they were expecting a long A stack here, and 4 members of Na'Vi pushing that way. Now, Existence and Smiths will have realized this. They've backed away to get a little look around. But so far, Na'Vi have managed to creep up unchallenged. I think they may even get a little boost peak here. But Smiths is going to be ready for it. So, smoke's going through. That's going to block off the cover, and that's going to buy time. Look at Na'Vi. They're going to be 4-man stacked. They've got the flashes. They can try and pop flash rush through here. It's going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, you have the smokes here as well, which Na'Vi has from long. That's going to cover up A here, so they will potentially get the bomb down. Nothing really Smiths is going to be able to do unless he starts to peek it right now.
The counter flash actually came out there. They do manage to get around. He gets the initial peek. Smiths managing to get the first shot. Now Shocks with the spray down. Will get himself one, gets himself another. And now with the support of Existence, he'd already spotted out Seized and Zeus. Shocks just simply cleaning them out. And Zeus going to try and back away and get a save with 20 seconds remaining. But they're going to pursue him down long A. There's no way he's going to win this foot race. Flash thrown from downtown by Existence as he tracks around the corner. Not quite on time, but it's going to be 12-8. And Titan once again pick up a round without losing a single person. But more importantly, impressive defensive hold there. Na'Vi trying something different. That's the first time they've tried that 4-stack down A side, but they were a little slow with execution, which is not unusual to say with Na'Vi.
Oh no, for sure not. Very, very slow team, but I gotta say, I gotta give props to Titan there. Great hold, and Shocks just going massive with the 3-kill, with the FAMAS, not going down, and the initial frag from Smiths as well. When he first peeked that long area, when they started smoking off, he saw all of them there, which is why Shocks was in such a great position to just make sure that they didn't rush him.
Well, Na'Vi are forced up here. They got Tech-9s and just a little bit of armor spread across the team. Let's see if they can make anything work with it, because already triple stack from Titan on A's site. Looking to expect the same again. RPK still keeping the little hot peaks going on. You can see Shocks actually, okay, so he's down at B Sniper, so he was expecting a fast B hit, which would make sense. They are on just Tech-9s and still yet to see anyone. Now Smith gets a quick eye. I think it was Guardian he managed to catch a glimpse of, who's trying to snipe with a Tech-9. Not going to work out too well. Existence will get caught out, gets a spray down on one, but not the second. And they now need to cover off that Tech-9. That's going to get cut, smoked off. Flamey will be able to collect and recover that. And it is going to be an A hit. But how are they going to do it? They've got 3 smokes left.
Yeah, same scenario again, but they're going to have a few more people on the A short instead. But it will probably leave Smith completely smoked off.
Okay, quick reply flash from Smith as he actually caught himself blinded there. That was less than ideal, but Shocks again. Perfect position, gets himself 1 and 2. Now Edward trying to creep in, get himself that bomb plant, but now the cover off around the side. Smith's actually taken down. Flamey gets himself a quick double. Edward gets another, and now Maniac all alone. This has gone from a very much in-control situation for Titan to a real tricky one. And now that defuse is going to draw the attention. Edward just got a little glimpse. Now he knows the positions. Sees Flamey around the side, knows Edward's the last challenge, but he's just got 19 health as Edward holds his nerve. But Maniac manages to nail the shot and will get the defuse. 12-9 Titan. Well, Maniac rescuing their blushes very much from that round, because suddenly Na'Vi were in control from a 4v2 situation. Not really going the best for Titan, but still they got enough to back it up. You can see and a couple of them well in towards 5 figures, so they're quite easy to buy up, and we're seeing an auto sniper from Maniac.
Yeah, and just based on that one round, it was such a roller coaster. Titan in the lead, Navi ends up getting the bomb down, bringing it to a 2-on-1 situation, and then when you're in that situation for Edward, that round you should not... It's like basically unlosable at that point, but Maniac, he made it work.
Indeed he did. And currently, with the AWP now back in the hands of Guardian, let's see what he can do with this one. See if he can get the challenge down. He's looking towards Smiths, who was slowly creeping down long, and Guardian was set up perfectly for it. Oh, hello, Maniac with a stack over on B site.
I like that.
With that auto sniper, they have this covered off. That's actually a very passive defensive setup as well, but Zeus has found Shocks. Now that's not ideal from Connector. I don't think he's got the turret to spin around. We obviously saw Penta with their triple stack the other day.
Yeah.
He's not quite in the same position. He's a little bit further to the left on the other wall. But they still have this covered off, and they can rotate so quickly from this spot.
Yeah, and you can see our Titans have been playing very defensively on their seat side so far, but it's been working for them, so there's no point in changing.
It's going to be a quick push. It's going to be Guardian of Flamey coming round. Smith is in a little trouble here. He's going to back straight up and get RPK and Maniac to cover him up, but he's already been taken down before they could get in on sight. Now it's a 4-on-2, and that auto sniper is suddenly not such a clever buy. And now he's the last man taken down by Guardian, and Na'Vi just switch up the pace and quickly pile into A site, and Titan Court completely napping.
Yeah, they do have a lot of money still to buy with, which is good news. Smith's getting completely caught off guard there. Just after Existence went down, Existence actually decides to push into Navi instead of just playing defensively, waiting for his backup. Instead, he's like, okay, well, you guys want to throw your smoke rounds? I'm just going to try and rush you. But there's no help there. Again, a very individual play there, because there's no way that Smiths can come and help you, and then all of a sudden you leave Smiths there alone with an AWP versus 4 Navi members with AK. So.
Something that was mentioned earlier on was obviously the M4A4. We do see, obviously, Smiths and Shock still both running now. So it's very much down to player choice. I think we saw Tarek actually leaving a game to switch out to the A1 version earlier on as well in the tournament. Any preferences?
It all depends on where you're playing, I'd say. When you're a player that you play a bomb site yourself, you want the A4, because you're going to be in a lot of spray duels. But when you're playing Rotate, for example, the silencer is actually a lot better.
Yeah, I think it was Freiburg, wasn't it, earlier on the B site on Dust 2 that was keeping a hold of it. Obviously, like you say, need all the bullets you can when you're on your own there. This time around, it is going to be yet another A setup here. Existence and Smith will be challenged. Shox has actually rotated over to B site, so they've misread this one, Titan. They're out of position, but they are going aggressive, so they're going to find all the information they need, and that may actually push them through Connector. Yeah, Maniac and RPK are going to push straight through. They're going to get around the back of them. This is going to be perfect time, but Seized is ready and waiting. Gets himself one. Will he expect the second as RPK peeks around the corner? Yes, he will. No! He looked away just at the wrong moment. RPK gets the double in the back. Didn't expect Zeus to be collecting the bomb, though. Like you say, 10 seconds. This is Na'Vi running the clock down. They've left it too late. Shox on site. It's going to get cleared out. Can Zeus get in there? He has. Doesn't matter. They've managed to find RPK. He had just enough time to get that plant down. 14-9 Na'Vi. Now Titan in trouble. They've got no money. They're going to have to eco.
Yeah, this is all about a preference, really. If you want to play for the tie or if you want to play to win, Titan opting to play to win, which is a decision that most teams will do, because who wants to play for a tie?
Not you, it would appear.
No.
I mean, at the moment, that's kind of all they can do. I mean,
you either go for the win or you lose. There's no tie in this game.
There is no tie. Pretty sure you had a few overtimes in your time that which actually went in your favor.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain. And it's funny enough, actually, thinking obviously to NIP's loss earlier on today. I remember looking at your stats, not your particular stats. I'm not going to get down into Fifth Lauren's own history.
Negative Fifth Lauren.
I think it was 8 wins, 4 losses for NIP when you won that major in Cologne last year.
Yeah, we had the most losses, I think, over any team that's ever won a major.
So it's entirely possible. It's not all over if you just lose that first matchup. But as it stands, Titan are looking in trouble against Na'Vi here. Just pistols stacked out. Once again, 3-man on B site, trying to keep Na'Vi at bay, who've got just about everything in their arsenal that they need as they push on through. Their slow, steady play, 39 seconds still on the clock, has worked in their favor so far. C's not going to work down that one, but that's going to quicken up the pace over on A side. Guardian, Flamey, Zeus and Edward all awaiting the starter motor. They're going to be pushing on through, but there's going to be a three-man stack for Titan. Smith's Existence and Shox all in position as they push on through. A whole lot of smokes. That's going to work in the favor of all these 5-7s as Shox pushes on through, gets himself the double. The rest of the team clean up, and that is the eco that Titan needed.
Yeah, great job by Titan, Smiths and Shoxy doing work. You see there, Navi's the kind of team, I really like the way that they do it. They keep on running the same strat until it doesn't work anymore. You've seen that there's the same smoke round again and again and again. Titan had no answer to it. Now this one round, you saw as soon as Maniac got that kill onto, I'm not sure who was on the B-bomb side, everyone else rotated back to A. They were ready for it. So now here you see Navi switching it up a little bit.
Maniac's going to be challenged here. He's going to check around the corner. He's going to find himself a double. Nice and easy, quick and clean as Flamey and Guardian go down. And wasn't the bomb carry they needed, but a double entry is just about what you need at 14-10. Edward creeps his way around. RPK continues to get all the information he needs. And when you talked about the tactic changing up, this is what they're doing, but it seems to me that Titan are very much ready. Shox is on the rotate. He's going to be in position to back them up. It's going to be a straight 3-on-3 on B side.
Yeah, there's no way the Titan should end up losing this round. That's the thing when you play a team like Navi, because they're so slow, right? It always keeps... that was close.
Very close, but it was only the wall, the concrete that C's found, and that buys time. It was RPK he was aiming at. And now we're just 40 seconds still on the clock. Maniac, little tag on the back of C's there. That's going to force them back down Monster. Now they're on the long rotate here. C's and Zeus all the way around. Are they just going to try and save?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, to continue my thought there, when you play a team like Navi and they're so slow, right? Even if you have the entry, or even if you have it's a 5-on-3, when you're the CTs, you're basically just waiting, and it gets to you. You get stressed because you're like, oh wait, do you see anyone? Okay, you don't see anyone. Well, I don't see anyone either. Should I rotate? Should I not? And then obviously you saw Shox there actually over-rotate again towards A because he thought that they had left the B bomb site. So it could have ended up poorly.
I mean, economy-wise, obviously Titan just winning the last round. They don't want to throw away too many rifles here because they're not exactly the most wealthy. He'd certainly be able to afford themselves another set of rifles, mind you, but they will finally... They're going to pick up an AWP. Are they going to go for an AWP? Are they going to pass one off to Smiths? It looks like they will.
Yeah, and like you're saying, it was a good choice from Titan not actually pushing Navi when they found out that they are actually saving. There's a lot of teams out there that still do that, even though they're not thinking about their own economy. It's one thing to think about the opponent's economy, but you want to make sure, especially in a situation like this, that you can keep on buying for the next round. Because if you can't buy and Navi gets 15, then it's basically you lost the game. You want to make sure that once it's around 15, you can still buy the next round. And when you can't do that, then yeah, you're allowed to push. You're allowed to try and chase.
As it stands, Titan again, like you say, sitting pretty passive in the defense. Guardian and Flamey are going to be the ones that creep up around A site. Guardian still with that AWP from the previous round. Smith's ready to pounce out. Now his Existence is going to pop flash him out here. Now he's got a molly in hand actually at the moment. Smith still. They back away. Guardian and Flamey, they had a good look, but they chose not to go for it. Now they only got one single flash and 2 smokes in their whole possession, so it has to be a well-orchestrated play here from Na'Vi, and it looks like it's going to be a B hit again. That's something they've tried a couple of times, but Maniac and RPK, and again Shox is already rotating, so Titan have read this well.
Yeah, and it's taking slow because you see there, Smiths, he has control all of middle because Navi, they rotated back. They do have the 2 smokes. You'll probably see him smoke it off and 1 expo flash over. Or the way that they're doing it now, they're just walking out.
Follow Guardian as they creep through Monster. Look at them all coming round, all creepy crawly and sneak in through, but they're going straight into the headlines. And it's Shox that's just going to get the spray down, gets himself a triple. Maniac gets a double. And that is exactly what Titan wanted from that round. They had to worry about Guardian's AWP. It is now out of his hands, and Na'Vi forced to go to an eco. You would assume pushing this to a 14-13. This could go down the wire. We've already seen one overtime today.
Yeah.
Could we see another one?
Yeah, I mean, the way the Titans playing right now, and as I was saying right before the game started with Shox playing under the reins of Existence, obviously he's the one that's doing work this whole game, right? he's the one that's been on point, and this is the old Shocks that hopefully we're going to end up seeing for the rest of the tournament as well. Him just going massive, and they could potentially end up at least bringing it to an overtime.
Well, an 11-4 half for CT side for Na'Vi. You would assume that they had it in control, but it turns out that it's very much not the case. Existence going a little greedy on that one.
He's been doing that the whole game. I'm actually quite astonished that he keeps on doing that. Even on their eco last time, he ended up pushing long, ended up dying there as well. I'm not quite sure why he's actually doing that when it's not really needed. It's a 5-on-2. Just let him come to you. You don't have to give them a weapon.
Maniac is in the perfect position here. Sees an Edward about to creep around the corner. Unless he looks away at the wrong time. Oh, he just managed to paint a picture of him as they ran around the corner. But Smith, well, he's in the great spot. And again, another spray down missing. Doesn't matter. Pop flashes there. Shocks surely will clean up here. It doesn't matter. Smiths will get it. And it will be a Titan round. But they lost 2. As you said, Existence going a little greedy, a little aggressive. Running into the Tech 9 of Edward. 14-13. Na'Vi are able to afford themselves all the rifles. No AWP, though, for them for Guardian.
Yeah, but you do see here, if you look at the amount of nades they have, they opted to buy 2 Molotovs. Obviously, all of them have smoke grenades as well. And by the looks of it, they are running towards the A-bomb site. So this is probably going to be one of the rounds that Na'Vi has where they smoke off the whole A-bomb site. They Molotov off the truck side, get the bomb down, and just play after plan.
So now Existence had to have heard something there. They started to go aggressive. Smith was all the way down long A and then immediately backed away. So they must have just heard the elephant footsteps of Na'Vi patrolling their way in towards Party. So that gives complete restroom control to Na'Vi, and now we'll see if they try. You talked about how they do try and try again. It looks like they're going for that long A strategy again.
Yeah, the difference now is they actually have the Molotovs to cover off the truck and stuff as well. So
Guardian got a little glimpse across there, and I think he was unseen. Smiths, you can see, hopping up and down. There's the flashbang, actually caught all 3 of them. Guardian going aggressive, getting a little peek around, got the backside of Existence, but wasn't able to land the shot. Smiths going down with a quick headshot. That is going to start things very much in their favor. Now, if they can get the full smoke control, which looks like they're going to be lining up for, it will cause them. But is this a fake? Zeus, Edward? No, they're going to push it.
Yeah.
30 seconds, they have to go for it. Shocks in position with Existence. RPK taken down already. Shocks is going to be so vital on this one. Existence has to get himself one. It's the bomb carrier he finds. 24 seconds on the clock. Shocks will go down. Bomb will plant. Maniac all alone. And very much an unwinnable situation coming from B side. So Na'Vi will make it match point here as they track down Maniac.
Ace.
And there it is.
Guardian with the ace.
Beautiful.
I mean, yeah, that round from Guardian, just walking up the A-long, getting kill after kill after kill. I don't even think that Na'Vi needed the smokes there. He just went complete mental.
I can see Fnatic just sat to the side awaiting their opponent and seemingly actually cheering on Guardian there. So they're happy that he managed to pick up the ace there. Na'Vi, can they close this one out in style? Of course, Titan, they had plenty of cash, so they're able to buy back up, but you can see, I would say if they lose this round, they're in trouble, but they're definitely in trouble because they mean to lose the game.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you do see here Smith with an AWP, Guardian with an AWP. Will we see the first AWP battle of this whole game? But it's very, yeah, for Titan, you see here Na'Vi again, very, very slow and methodical, just making sure that Titan doesn't push. That's something you haven't seen from Titan, though, for their whole CT side. They haven't really been playing that aggressive. Been playing very defensively, holding the sites. Have had some issues on the A-bomb side, though. So chances are you will see Shocks probably rotate over towards the A-bomb site when the time runs low.
It was interesting, Flamey and Seas were all the way back in T-spawn, just awaiting. I think they were expecting someone from Titan to just go heavy rotate, maybe. Just catch them off guard. The bomb is still in T-spawn. Nobody's picked it up yet. Guardian's finally going to collect that. And it looks like a B hit will be coming. Now, Maniac and RPK have been relatively successful with the help of Shocks. Shocks has already come in this direction. And Existence, look how deep he's going. He's starting to look. Now he's starting to give all the calls.
Smith needs to rotate now. Smith, you should go. Thank you. Thank you.
He's going. The question is, will he be quick enough? Shocks backs away into pit. Maniac's alongside him. A wall of smoke goes down. Now Existence finds Zeus as he starts to back around. He's coming around the backside of them. He's going to have to try and push on through. He will go straight through. Manages to find himself one. Here's the bomb plank go down, but Guardian will manage to land the shot there. It's a 2-on-2. Shox finds another. Smith gets the last. And it's not over yet. 15-14. Titan pick up the round. Well read by Existence.
Yeah, and again, like when you have a team like Na'Vi, they're doing it so slow, right? Having Existence take a gamble, they're just pushing mid. When he doesn't see anyone, yeah, okay. And Smith had the cover from long the whole time. He was a little bit slow on the rotate, but it worked out for him anyway. But yeah, again, great play by Titan. Read it perfectly. Existence with the flank as well. And will we see an overtime?
Will we see an overtime? That is the big question. Or will those boys in yellow, born to win, can they take it here and face Fnatic in the winner bracket, which will follow this game immediately afterwards?
Yeah, and 4 Molotovs from Na'Vi, all pushing towards the B-bomb site. Molotov round coming in, most likely from them. It's not gonna affect Titan too much though, because they are playing very defensively on this B-bomb site, so the Molotovs probably won't do that much work.
Yeah, this is something they've done throughout. They haven't really been up at Toxic. They haven't really challenged the Monster tunnel or anything. Normally you'd see a guy in between Connector and Monster and just having a little peek around, but it's not working out for them. Smith's in Existence still very active over on A site, trying to gather the information, but here come the mollies, here come the smokes, all the counter flashes going through. Steez is going to push through Monster with the bomb site. You see them setting up RPK, the counter flash. A lot of mollies coming in his way. It's going to force him deep into pit. They are going to get the plant down. Steez is the man that's making the plant. Now Maniac not able to get a glimpse on him, but this is going to be a full 5-on-5 retake. RPK finds the head of Flamey as he packs away. Sees spotted internal there. Maniac will manage to get him down. Existence going to come around. Is he going to check to the right of him? Doesn't matter. He will get taken down, but Shox in cleanup duty. They can see and have the sight, but it's a 4-on-2. Zeus and Edward have to clear out. All they need to do is get the defuse. It doesn't matter. Shox pushes through. Zeus goes aggressive, and they will get the defuse. We're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Titan recover on the CT side from what looked like an unwinnable situation after Na'Vi's great start.
Yeah, and very impressed by Titan CT play. You see a completely different approach to their CT side compared to Na'Vi. Na'Vi was very aggressive, making sure they do have the map control, getting the initial picks, and then just causing Titan not to be able to do anything. And then on the other side, you see Titan playing so defensively on their CT side, never push a single time, just making sure that they hold the sites on the B-bomb site. Again, even very defensively on the B-bomb site as well, not even going for peaks. And even there, I would say that Na'Vi had the massive advantage there when they got the bomb down 5-on-5. They had pretty decent positioning as well. But Titan, again, good retakes.
Very good retakes. And
Shox dropping 26. He's obviously on top of the scoreboard for the
Well, I mean, if you
game.
actually, the kill spread across the board is actually pretty even across.
Especially on the Na'Vi side.
Everyone, yeah, that's a sign of a team that's actually doing well. You don't want one guy that's setting us apart like miles ahead of them, which is all very well and good when you have a superstar to do that. But if everybody's on the same level, then yeah, everybody's raising their game. But as it stands, smiles from Titan, and why not? Because they've just come back from an 11-4 CT side and done the same themselves. And I think, if I remember rightly, Na'Vi actually won the pistol as well on the T side. So, yes, they did, of course, because Titan won the second with that crazy eco.
Yeah. And overall, I mean, they should be happy being down 11-4, and then obviously as a new team, and you know that Na'Vi is a really good overpass team as well. Now it just comes to show then which team will figure the other team out first. I'm guessing for Na'Vi's part now, the one round that worked the best for them throughout the whole T side is obviously a smoke round.
Yeah.
Right. We'll probably see that again here. Probably the first round coming from Na'Vi. If Titan is aware of this now, they should just make sure that keep playing like the way you did, but make sure that if you end up buying an op on Smiths, he needs to be sure that he can get the initial pick, or at least a peek towards the long area.
See Skadoodle in the background watching on there. Virtus Pro off in the distance, set up, ready and waiting for their final matchup. But here, of course, Fnatic are awaiting.
What happened in the game, by the way? Who won?
I haven't actually seen yet. I don't know.
Yeah, same.
It was going on elsewhere. It's in the internet knows. We don't.
The internet knows.
We haven't been informed yet, but certainly a lot of you guys tuning in at home. Thank you very much for joining us here on day one of the tournament. We're already shattering records, I think. Looking very good for the next 3 days, of course. Big matches tomorrow to see who was going to join the likes of Envious and, of course, TSM is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah. And Cloud9 actually ended up winning their game versus Mousesports.
Cloud9, you got told, I didn't get told.
No, Assembler just came and he tried to do the...
he did the C9.
He tried to say it without saying anything. It looked a little bit weird, but...
It's helpful with noise-cancelling headphones. I really find it helpful when people talk to you like that. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're in overtime. It is ESL 1 Cologne. And of course, this is for a position to face Fnatic in the winner bracket. Who's going to join them? Na'Vi or Titan, the new invigorated Titan, seemingly starting to perform here against Na'Vi, who on paper should be coming into this game clear favorites. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, again, same setup that Na'Vi normally does. Take over long, have one guy in underground, and Seas with a very defensive position. And then you also see, look at the bias, right? So they have 3 Molotovs sticking up the long, which is probably what I said as well. We will potentially see the A smoke round again. But Titan, not really changing anything up.
Shox is on the rotate. He's a long way away from this one. Existence is actually going to be the man. He's going to find Zeus around the corner. If he goes for a quick challenge, he will find him. And that could cause a problem. Now, Seized with the bomb is a long way away. It's looking to be a very well-worked fake, creeping their way into B site. Now, Flamey and Guardian are the only two still at long A. Seized still creeping his way towards Monster. Everybody from Titan has rotated away. Now Maniac's realizing the situation's like, hang on, nobody is looking at sight. They haven't pushed too heavily on this one. We should take a look. Flamey on the rotate. He's going to try and join Cease as they creep in towards there. This is going to be a foot race now. 20 seconds on the clock. Cease is going to get himself around there, but he's going to get clean. Now Flamey is with him. Maniac, I think he's realized it. Did he just catch a glimpse? He does see Flamey around Pella, does manage to get the spray down. Shox actually picks up the kill, but the bomb blank comes from Seas, but he's now in a 1-on-4. Gets himself one, gets a little peek around Pella. Maniac with him. They're trying the shots through the smoke. The smoke's working in his favor, but it's a long time ticking. If he can get Shox down, it could work well, and he gets Maniac down. Now it's just 8 health remaining. He has to just delay this for Existence. He's going to stick it. He's sticking the defuse. Seized has to go for it. He's just going to stick it. He's not going to get around there. Oh, no. Seized. It could have been so valiant. Such a well-worked plan. He will get the kill, but it's the round for Titan.
Yeah, and you saw that the reason why he stuck it was because when Seas got the last frag there onto Maniac, he actually saw in the death cam, he's actually running away. And since you have the death cam on for so long, Exist could just keep on holding the defuse until Maniac didn't actually be able to spot him anymore. But then by then it was way too late anyway. So great round by Seas, actually trying to make that work for himself. But Existence being very smart, just sticking to the defuse.
Exact same situation for Shox as well, if you remember. But last time it was, I can't forget who it was from Na'Vi, but actually pulled off the defuse. So really well played to stick it. And we'll see, well, how did that affect Na'Vi? It was certainly a very well-worked play. As you said, they were going to try the same, tried and tested, and they were trying to fake it, and very almost did. Smith's up close. He's going to find Guardian if he pushes around. Well, 4 members push around. Existence is going to suddenly find a whole wall of bullets coming his way. Now, Smith has to delay them as long as possible. Shox on the rotate, gets in position. Smiths will get taken down. The smoke going to keep them at bay. The flashes come through. Shox not able to find the head of Flamey, and they have full control of sight. Still yet to get the bomb down as RPK creeps his way in. Sees now going to try and go for the plant. Is RPK going to risk it? Is he going to run around the corner? He will find Zeus. Now he knows that Seized is there and he finds him. Now he manages to spin around. RPK on fire as he gets himself a triple. Flamey with next to no health. 10 health points, but he manages to find RPK Maniac. The last man, he will manage to find him. He will get the defuse, and Titan take another round on the CT side. These rounds are very, very close, but that was just down to, again, individual talent from RPK managed to find those heads.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? RPK obviously saving them the round and winning the round for them. He's allowed to be happy right now, because that again should not have been winnable. One thing for Titan now, again, you see that Na'Vi, they know that Titan are playing so defensively. They're just allowed to instantly rush up towards A bomb site with no one contesting them at all. This is why I like the change of pace here for Titan. Hopefully they will stick it a little bit longer here and just play a little bit more aggressive, so Na'Vi are forced to at least use a nade or two to actually take over mid control. But you will see him fall back now.
Seized hoping for a peek with nobody looking. Guardian picking up an AWP this time. So we're going to see whether he can manage to get some picks, because it's been very much tactical moves from Na'Vi, just brute forcing their way into sight that's been opening things up. Flamey lines up the grenade. Shox is actually already rotated to A site, so this is well read by Titan to try and secure this one, thinking, are they going to go for A once again? Seized still yet to make a move on B side. Guardian does get the opener, gets Existence down and caught a little glimpse, I think, of the rifle of Smith's there. Took a shot for him, and he's going to move his way into long A. So again, another A hit coming from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and you do see the gamble coming from Titan here, just leaving Maniac all by himself on the bomb site. He's also rotating back now.
Yeah, this is going to be a four-man setup from Titan. The question is, can they keep them at bay? Guardian gets himself a second, opening things up very much in their favor. Look how aggressive he's going, jumping up on boxes there. Flamey finds himself another. Smith's in around there. That grenade, he might just bounce back and catch him. Doesn't matter, switches to the pistol. And now Smith's all alone in a 1-on-3. Guardian already got himself a triple, but he won't manage to make another. And Smith gets a spray down. They can't do it again, surely. Flamey just going to find him around the side. Flamey will come to the recovery and does manage to get one on the T side for Na'Vi, making it 16-17 as we switch sides. And you see the sigh of relief from Zeus there, I think, as they realized they'd have been in desperate trouble if they didn't pick up that round.
Yeah, I mean, for the last few rounds from Titan, even making sure that it came into overtime, it's just really good individual play from the Titan players. Shox is playing amazing, RPK won him around there. You even had Maniac playing well in certain clutch situations. So and obviously almost Smith's winning that 1-on-3. So overall, like the Titan players seem to be a lot harder than the Na'Vi players.
The kill spread from Na'Vi is actually quite impressive. Just 2 kills between the entire team.
Yeah, that is actually quite insane.
24-22, very impressive stuff. Na'Vi, of course, don't forget, did take it 11-4 on the CT side themselves, so have it in them to try and secure these 2 rounds, but it's been a while since we saw that. Now, Titan were pretty lackluster themselves on the T side, very much unorganized and very much going for one-on-one duels. That shouldn't work out against Na'Vi in this CT setup.
No, for sure not. And one thing to note about Titan, I would love to see Smith picking up the op on the T side here. Just for the first round, he can leave it out later if he wants to, but just make sure, because Na'Vi will probably push you again.
And you remember, that's something he didn't do at all. He couldn't do, because he just didn't have the economy to get in there. So it is going to actually be an advantage, effectively, for Titan. Question is, will it work out for them? We just saw Guardian, how well it worked for him, getting those 2 openers. Carving open the A site. What goes through your mind in these situations? You've been in overtime many a time in your time. When you're, 2-1 down in overtime, obviously you need to reset the clock. It's been, 18 rounds since you last played CT side. You know, a lot of things have happened since then. You have had a great CT side. You've got to make sure you get that mentality back.
Yeah, and what happens within the team as well is that, you did play the CT side, but then the team gets more time to just think about, okay, what did they do on their CT side that worked out so well for them? What can we do to make sure that doesn't happen again? So that's why you have to switch it up in overtime. You have to actually do something differently to just make sure that they haven't read you like an open book and just ends up winning round after round.
Na'Vi ready to go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Second half of first overtime. Let's see if we can go any further, because we've already had a couple. Zeus going very aggressive with Flamey and Seized, actually, on the CT side. Getting a little glimpse around the corner there. You can see, actually, Boost coming out. Are they going to go? They've gone for the triple boost. No, I was going to say, Zeus, you're not going to go for it. Doesn't matter. It works out. Flamey finds Shox. Now that's all the information they need. They know that Shox is the lurker. We talked about this with Get Right earlier. You're saying if he's here, the rest of the team are over there. And that's exactly what they've done. Now, have they over-rotated? That's the question, because Titan have barely moved after that 1 frag.
Yeah, and it looks... Look at Titan. They're playing the exact same game that they did... when they were the T side first, and it's not going to work out for them. They need to try something new. Now it's a 4-on-5. They lost their best player on the server, and they're not going to have a good time this round.
Smoke's going down. Edward's going to get a little peek around there. Guardian finds Smiths. Well, that duel didn't work in its favor. And now just 3 members of Titan. And remember, this is MR3 10K. So teams will have enough cash after this one. Existence is going to get flashed through the smoke, but, well, there was no flash that came with it. He backed all the way through there. I think he was expecting it, but his team didn't really, whether he just missed the flash, I didn't see whether they missed it or just didn't line it up. Doesn't matter. Maniac will get in and get the bomb down. No, they won't, because Zeus is lying in wait. That was actually a very solid Na'Vi round. They read that well. They knew that Shox was going to go around that tunnel. They remembered he was doing it every single time back in CT side.
Yeah, and again, we see the same kind of rounds that Titan did before. I would love for them to actually try and switch things up now. They don't seem to have the smoke rounds that normal teams do, especially not on the A-bomb site. They had like 1 smoke on the B-bomb site before, but the Molotov in the corner was very, very delayed. And you see the same thing again here. They're just spreading out. They can do this in the beginning of the round. They can play defensive, just make sure that Na'Vi doesn't push. But you need to have a plan. You need to have a game plan when the time is taken down, because just having individual skill will not save you in this game, especially versus a team like Na'Vi.
Well, Guardians chose to take the AWP over to Monster, so having a little look on B site, hoping that they could maybe find Shox early again. Not the case this time. Smiths is having a good push down long A, while Existence and RPK work their way towards restrooms. Edwards, the sole man with seized just at the back of site. They have just a two-man defense, so Guardian really could do with making that move. Edward heard the footsteps of Smiths there, so rotate is going to come. Zeus is going to be the man that will join them. They haven't gone too heavy on this one. They can't, because look at B site. Look at the mini-map. They're all making their way towards it. It's going to be a monster push, it seems, and Flamey actually at pillar about to creep into position while Zeus goes on the hunt. Can he find Smith? They still haven't found him, but it doesn't matter. Flamey not getting sold the dummy here. Edward will eventually pick himself up on an Existence, and now the bomb carrier, Maniac, caught, pinned. Flamey's going to find him. Going to peek around the side. Seized, not going to come out on top, and now we're in a really strange 2-on-2 situation. Maniac at pillar, with Edward just actually in connector. Does manage to find him now with 14 seconds on the clock. Smiths can't close out the round, and Na'Vi now find themselves in the lead, 18-17. Titan suddenly in that tricky situation once again. Can they take it to double overtime? They were in this position before. They can do it again.
Yeah, but yeah, you saw there again, Na'Vi, you had... Yeah, they don't have any money. First of all, they have Tech-9s, they have a bunch of nades. They do have Molotovs. I'm really hoping that they have at least one round that they practice on. It looks to be a B split here, or a B smoke round. I'm really hoping that they at least use the Molotovs this time.
Something they haven't done is quicken up the pace. At no point have they decided to speed things up. It looks like they were trying to do it, but that was a great molly from Zeus, who just got a little glimpse over the corner as well in towards the tunnel. You see the grenades coming straight back at him, catching RPK and Smith, so they know what is coming, and Na'Vi are actually already rotating into position. The question is, will Titan decide to switch it up? Plenty of time, despite the fact they were spotted, and those smokes actually going down pretty early from Na'Vi, along with a hell of a lot of flashes, but they're going to go through. Existence going to flash himself through, gets caught out, blinded, does try and push through, but three of them in pit, ready and waiting. It is just a shooting gallery for Na'Vi. They are surely going to close this out. Maniac, the last man standing, with it all to do in a 1-on-3, and that smoke will almost certainly put the nail in the coffin. He's got to back around. Guardian's got this scoped up. As soon as Maniac comes around the corner, he's going to be straight into the crosshairs. Oh, Guardian, doesn't matter. Flamey will steal it. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Na'Vi are going to go through 19-17. They will face Fnatic in the winner bracket.
Yeah, overall, very solid play from Na'Vi. Great CT side as per usual. Their T side, Titan did a very good job holding them back. For Titan's part, I was actually quite impressed the way that they were playing their T side as well. On their T side, though, that really needs work. They should really look into this coming into the next game, so we'll have tomorrow, just to make sure, okay, they need some new ideas on that map if they decide to keep on playing it. But by the looks of it, that if you only have a good seed side and your T side is very lackluster, that won't win you games. You need to at least have an idea and the fundamentals to play T side on overpass, and they really did not have that.
Well, they did manage to take it to overtime nonetheless against Na'Vi. Something a lot of people actually didn't think it was going to happen. They were expecting Na'Vi to come into this one much stronger. Titan to really not have the time to prepare. We've talked about obviously how they've had effectively a month together up to this tournament, which is a pretty short time overall, but it's enough time to get it working. So what are we expecting moving forward? Na'Vi taken to overtime, not the most confident. Obviously, we saw Fnatic sweep aside E-Battle, but I don't think we can read too much into that one.
No, I think that the upcoming match will be obviously Fnatic versus Na'Vi, and that's going to be a good one. Yeah. You saw there, all of Na'Vi players seemed to be on point. The score was very, very even in terms of frag-wise, and Guardian obviously seems to be playing well as well. And then you have Fnatic. Yeah, they just stomped E-Battle, but then this is a different kind of beast.
A different kind of beast. For Na'Vi, what are we thinking? What have they got to look at? And obviously, Fnatic were actually just sat almost on our desk watching that match there to figure things out. How are they going to approach this one? Because Fnatic Na'Vi, it's a match that's happened a bunch of times. I seem to think back to the DreamHack finals, of course, recently.
Yeah, no, I mean, in general, Fnatic's not going to play Na'Vi on Overpass anyway, so watching that game, I don't think it's going to give them too much information. But I'm sure our fabulous expert desk will have more to say about that.
We will see what they have to say. Joe Bros, over to you.
What?
Thank you very
just
much.
call us?
Is that not an honor? Come on, man. The Joe Bros. I mean, Guardian doesn't have to be part of that. We're just you guys. But congratulations, of course. You guys are coming out as a winner after kind of a long match there. Perhaps a little bit longer than you expected. Obviously, in the beginning, you guys were kind of cleaning house, and then Titan really pulled through. At any point, were you guys worried that it was going to slip by? I mean, how did you kind of close out that game through overtime?
Yeah, we just had to play the same game as we played, but we had to kill them. And yeah, I mean, like first half, we made some mistakes. It could be like 12-3 or even 13-2, but we made some mistakes in like 5v4, 5v3. So yeah, that's usual for us. And the same happened on T side where we were like 4v5 or 3v5, and they came to back us. So, I mean, we made so many mistakes like this, but they were playing good. And in overtime, I think we just fixed our CT problems, and yeah, we closed it up somehow.
Right on. No, I know similar. I mean, you've been talking a lot about Guardian and his high stats coming in, but of course, adding one more here for this major, kind of a unique one. I mean, I believe we're pretty sure on that, right? Like the first player to get an ace here at the major. So
ace versus a fully bought up team.
There's
been a couple of eco.
Okay.
With an AK.
Right.
With an AK as well. So, Guardian, you got that little, pin in your calf. See what I did there? So,
but that's going to feel pretty good to add to your trophies, of course. But, I mean, it's a long way to go, so we won't keep you long. Obviously, you guys want to go prepare for your winners match, but once again, congratulations. Moving on, bit of a tight match there against Titan, but you are eventually the winners, and a win is a win. So you guys will be in the winners match for Group C. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've missed anything so far, there's a lot to catch up on, so go over to the Score Esports, download the app at the iOS App Store or Google Play Store. There's a lot of features for you guys to check out. Several, of course, they've been putting up, and of course, the match results too. They're updating all of that, so make sure to stay up to date here at ESL One Cologne. For us, we'll be back right after this with the remaining 2 winners matches of both Group C and D.
Yeah, right. Last man standing. P250 out. Jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh, my God. Get ready. You're going to be kidding me. The last kill in 1 second left.
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL 1 Cologne 2015. We are here at the NVIDIA Expert Desk, and we've got Group D's winner match actually coming up. And then we'll also have Group C's winner match here on Stream A, so you guys can just stick here on one stream to view all of those winners matches, see who else is going to secure their spot so far in the playoffs. So let's look at Group D, because we didn't have that on Stream A so far. A VP going through against Immunity, as most people expect. And the Mouse Sports versus Cloud9. Cloud9 actually pulls through. Let's have a quick chat about that as we see the players getting ready for the winners match between VP and Cloud9.
So I'm just going to throw this over to Moses real quick.
Yeah, let's do it.
He's got like the perfect analogy for how Cloud9 deal with loss, right? And come back from that.
I knew it, like, when you see them like just 2 weeks ago, whatever, but like at the Civo land that they won, or they lost to Mouse Sports, they always just bring it right back. They always just counter it immediately after that. They have to lose to, I've been saying it, one day they're going to lose to every European team, and then they're just going to dominate the world. They're just going to have that stretch.
So what does that make them?
That was your analogy.
Dude,
you want me to steal it from you? I don't want to take your glory. I know. I don't want to take his glory.
It's like, bam.
I was setting you up.
It's a vaccine.
No, I just wanted to get you to stop thinking about Guardian being, godlike.
Yeah, you're trying to hide the fact that Scoodle is just.
But in America, that causes autism. You got to be careful about that.
It's true. You really got to watch it.
In the rest of the world, not just in America.
Just in America.
All right. Well, let's talk about that a little bit. We did, as you guys were discussing that whole factor here for Cloud9 and how that seems to be the case so far. Moses, you said there was a caveat to that, and it seems to be VP, and that's who they have to play next.
Yeah, this is like the one team they've never been able to figure out is Virtus Pro. And Virtus Pro has even talked about it in interviews. They're like, we love playing Cloud9. We feel really confident against them. And it's not just Cloud9, it's every North American team, really. Virtus Pro just steamrolls them all.
Honestly, it's not just North American teams. If we ask around, and we did that for a while, Semno and I online, asked different players, what's the worst team, what's the toughest team you guys can play, and everyone says VP. Just across the line, every team says VP is the hardest team to play.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Moses, because there was an interview with, I believe it was Taz, who said, they don't change anything. Cloud9, they don't change anything. But then that was like a Cloud9 at the beginning of the year when they were still getting messed up at Gfinity, right? This is a different beast of a Cloud9. This is a Cloud9 that can change, right? So is this a new era of North American dominance?
What scares me about this tendency?
Edis looks happy.
What scares me about this tendency of Cloud9 is if you're always playing that anti-strat game against other teams, you just, by definition, you're always a step behind. Like, you're trying to predict what they're going to be doing. You're not taking the game to them. So, I mean, what happens if, Virtus Pro, maybe they change something. Maybe all the research that Sean's done is just going to go out the window.
Yeah, that's possible as well. But then, you have that Opera you keep mentioning.
Yeah, he's really good. He's really, really good.
Is he the best in the world, though?
Yeah.
That's the big question. I mean, that's what you have to prove here at the major.
He's my number one.
Yeah.
Honestly, though,
number one in my heart.
Headshots only, huh?
Honestly, though, for Cloud9 to be like a step behind is still a step up from where they were earlier, where Sean was like trying to get like 10 steps ahead by having like the most elaborate strats of all time and like 100 million smokes, and they'd be calling like the beginning of the round really elaborate plan. In the meantime, Shroud be somewhere just like his brain just disconnected, no idea what's happening any longer, and just does whatever he feels like.
Throw?
Yeah. So
I thought that was nothing.
Probably I think everyone on that team, except for Sean, was keeping up at the end. So, yeah, good times.
Well, glad to see that has changed for C9, of course, if you're rooting for them. But there's two sides to that, of course. I mean, you guys were mentioning, well, if you're always a step behind, how far does it
get you. Maybe it's only going to be that one next match, and then they figure it out again, and you're like, all right, back to square one, back to being a step back. At the same time, you guys briefly mentioned, well, VP, most teams kind of fear playing against VP. It's just a difficult team to play against. What part of their play is that?
So, I mean, for one thing, this is a team that changes their in-game leader pretty much every tournament. That in itself is super confusing. How do you deal with that? I believe this time we're back to Taz calling, and generally what happens is Taz will call for a couple of weeks, and the rest of the team will hate him, and he stops calling, and then it's someone else to step it up. Quick question for all of you guys: who was calling when they won Katowice? Do you guys remember?
I believe that was Neo, wasn't it?
It was Neo.
Was it?
So, and he also was calling when they won Copenhagen games against TSM.
Oh.
And so I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying Neo is like the chosen one when it comes to calling it, but
But then, like, Neo actually gets frags now. You know what I mean? Like, you want Neo to be occupied with the calling when he's clearly on point with the op right now.
This is no surprise too. Dust 2 and Cash, these are like the two maps that Cloud9 like began their run on.
can I say this real quick? Please, Cobblestone for the drops.
Jesus.
Oh my lord. The general has spoken.
All right.
What have you done?
I'm going to log into with like 100 accounts now.
All right, everybody, get ready to log in and watch this match because we're in Cobble here between VP and C9. But other than for the drops and for the viewing pleasure, what else are we looking at here for Cobble between these two teams?
No, that is the most important thing.
Okay, all right. Well, now that we've gotten through the most important thing, as the secondary objectives of this major, Moses, what else are we looking at here between C9 and VP?
Well, no, you get a Dragon Lore. That's it. That's in the line.
Signed by Studio.
I'm like digging really deep here, and you're like, no, actually, it's
well,
all
we got to
about
remember, this is a map Cloud9 beat Fnatic on this in the Pro League finals, and they're pretty good on it. They're solid. I mean, they've got Skadoodle, and they've got. I'm just gonna keep throwing that name out there.
Oh, you go for it, bro.
Like Shroud and Nothing, like this is a map where they've shown very aggressive tendencies over towards that B bomb site, streaming out of drop. And just being very effective at getting into the bomb sites. So, and Nothing has been doing a great job just playing in this like floating rotation support role between both bomb sites.
All right, well, it does sound like we are ready to jump in. Of course, still 2 more matches to bring to you guys, so we'll be jumping right into the winner's match of Group C. It is, again, between C9 and VP on Cobble.
Ska.
Thank you so much, Trober and the guys at the desk. This is the map that we were actually looking forward to so much between
I'm so glad it's come up as well. It's going to be such an amazing series. Like Cloud9 are one of my favorite teams on Cobble especially.
Yeah.
I always talk about Shroud being such an important factor for them as well. Whether he's allowed to have the control he's had at some previous tournaments is yet to be seen, but he is such a monster on the upper platform area. Like I'd say it time and time again, but no one seems to know how to shut him down though. We saw Pasha playing against Immunity earlier today, and he looked very strong in that area. So maybe one thing that's good about VP is they're so good at utilizing the equipment they have available to them. They can lock out teams for as long as possible, and that's very important for them. So this is going to be such an amazing matchup. And earlier we saw VP lose both pistols as well to Immunity, so maybe they need to address that situation and definitely get one on the board. But yeah, this is the game we wanted, and it's happened. It's coming.
I can't believe it's this matchup. Quite genuinely, we were outside just after the last game. We were like, all right, do you know what the best maps would be? Cobble. That is all we wanted to see. We're like, that'd be such a perfect display. But do you agree with the desk there? Because, you know, Virtus.pro seem to just kind of always just stomp out any NA hope that's breaking
Absolutely.
through. Is this another thought
they're
you
the
have?
NA destroyers. The last 5 times these guys have met up, I think Cloud9 have only taken 1 map of them. That was Cash. And that's what I saw going into the Vita. You knew that Virtus.pro would get rid of that, exactly what happened. And they go into this one looking very solid. But Cobble is a map that Cloud9 favour as well. They're very strong on that one. So it's going to be a really interesting series. I think the B bomb site is going to be instrumental to both teams as well. Cloud9 favoured that quite a lot. They rush drop down almost every single round. They can get some great contention there, and it's going to be a really exciting series. Like Neo, obviously picking up the AWP recently, he's going to be an important factor. But going up against Skadoodle, he's one of the scariest Cobble players, especially on CT. He can make magic happen. So this is going to be really great, and this is the perfect outcome, I think, in terms of the veto. So this one could go either way. It's very hard to predict, but I think this is Cloud9's best chance of taking a map is on Cobble, so they're going to be happy with that. That's the way the veto worked in their favour. But yeah, a really, really interesting series coming up.
So Cloud9 have the best opportunity at hand here to possibly challenge the guys that have stopped them so many times before. So many other NA hopes have just run into the brick wall that is Virtus.pro. Now's the chance for them to break through, to get their position through to the quarterfinals, bearing in mind this is a huge game for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So I talked about Neo being a factor. He shows a lot of aggression towards the long A area, but Here we go then. The pistol is underway. We can see 4 sets of armor for Cloud9, and it's going to be Sean actually with 1 smoke grenade in hand. So we know they favour the B side. I talked about that quite a lot, but they are going to be making their way over all 5 players as well. So that drop down area we talked about so much looks like it's going to come to fruition. And there's the smoke onto that upper platform.
A huge point of focus here, but the CT side fully, well, not maybe fully, but certainly aware of it now. Taz does get a stunning start. Triple kill coming in for Taz, denying the start that Cloud9 would have wanted, pouring through that drop from, and Bialy just places the bullets in towards Sean Garris's brain, and that's Virtus Pro kicking off with a bang.
Absolutely amazing stuff there from Taz. Normally when you know a team favours towards a drop-down area, it's advised you maybe let them take it and then you wait for the rotations to come from there, but Taz stepped up to the plate, 3 huge headshots from him, and what an amazing start. He shut down that round within 10 seconds of it happening, so amazing stuff from BP, and I think that's why they're so strong in this map. And here we go, and what's the response from Cloud9? Will they be doing the force fight? They will indeed. Tech9's going to be there, a few flashbangs in hand as well, and a Molotov, but this time they're going towards the A-bomb side. We can see, I talked about Neo showing so much presence here, and they're going to be going through middle very fast. They're maybe trying to lock down that player, but they get some control into mid-area, and how can they execute to the side now?
And Snacks had a great bit of contact already, looking at the HP pool that Cloud9's working with. It's not great, and Snacks is going to plow straight through. Skadoodle's going to just mop that one up, but Neo is still there. He's holding this one strong. Flash is coming in, and the T side of Cloud9 just not breaking through, but Freakazoid getting to a good little spot. They're using the smoke well, but Bialy is waiting, Neo as well, and this is just a slaughter. But where's Shroud? Slowly working his way towards A. He's got an opportunity here. Not going to get the first. Does get a couple of tags, but it's Taz to put him down. Virtus Pro keeping 4 alive, losing out on Snacks, but all in all, a good round.
Yeah, it's going perfectly for them so far. No bombs going down for Cloud9 whatsoever. The force buy from them there with the Tech9s, and it means Virtus Pro can utilise that SMG perfectly. They got the perfect crossfires there, and it went very well for them. And this round should be an automatic shutdown. You can see Cloud9 literally not buying anything now. It's going to be full Glocks, and it's going to affect them going to the first gun run as well. We know the AWP is going to be a difficult purchase for them, so they need to make sure they could potentially get a couple of kills here, but VP definitely in the driving scene, getting a lot of cash together as well with farming with those SMG guns.
Yeah, brilliant amount of money already being stacked up. Neo, of course, being one of them. Going to possibly put him towards an AWP if he fancies it later in towards this game. Not a bad thing to start him off on. I'd love to see him picking that one up, but as you said, when Skadoodle's on the other side of things, it does become quite the point, and we saw in the game against Mouse, Cloud9 didn't really get rolling until we saw Skadoodle start being able to pick up that AWP once he got the economy to do so.
It took so long for them to get it, and as soon as he did, that's when they stepped up and got back into this. But here we go, then we go into the third round. We said this should be pretty much a throwaway round. There's P250s on the board for Cloud9, but what you can do with them on Cobble is yet to be seen. They obviously are going to be banging towards that B area. We said they favour it so much. Again, potentially just running out and trying to find some early frags there, but CT's going to be well aware of this, and they get slowed down straight away by the smokes. And this is what I'm talking about. Pasha is so aggressive in this area. He utilises the smoke so well, and let's see what the T's can do in response to this.
It's a massive question, is it? Can they get anything out of this round? Snacks has already gone walkabouts, joined by Neo. They know where they're going. So much information already gathered. The T side has lost all element of surprise here, and that drop room is going to start being covered in the blood of Cloud9 here. Freakazoid already gets picked up and not able to make much of an impact so far. Taz leaps forward, gets the connection. That P90 is just having a great time. And Skadoodle, last man alive, not going to have much of a hope in this. He does at least get down Pasha. And they do manage to take away 2 weapons away from the players, but they were only SMGs. And let's be honest, Virtus Pro's bank is already looking quite formidable.
Yeah, absolutely. When Cloud9 opted to send all 5 players towards that B site, it allowed VP to push certain areas of the map, pincer them into that area, and they could work out exactly what was going on. But this is interesting now. They're keeping the P90s. It's definitely viable towards the B area. So we've seen Taz in drop down and Pasha on the upper platform area. Those are perfect guns, actually, for their playstyle they're putting forward right now. But Neo, with the AWP again, we've seen him go very aggressive in the long hauls in previous games, and there he goes again. But he never really takes the face. He kind of makes sure he wants to see if he can hear anything going on, but this time he will take it. No AWP for Cloud9, though. They're going to be on a full rifle setup. This is the smoke we talked about. Shroud trying to get the pick. We talk about him being the Terminator as well in this position, but VP are going to be all too aware of this.
Yeah, Pasha's waiting. He does have that P90. Shroud, you pointed him out. He's a huge factor. Already gets the opener. But can Cloud9 now take the site? Can they make it off that platform? Oh, Pasha just unleashed. No, Sean Garris finds him. That's a great start here. Snacks now on the rotate. Neo's still far away. It's down to Taz and Snacks to keep this one to hand. Bomb does go down. 4 players on towards the site. Sean Garris waiting, watching. It's nothing, though, to find Taz. Now Neo, just the last man standing. This is a beautiful bit of play coming out from Cloud9. Clinical. You could say Neo will connect towards nothing, but I think he knows that's all he's going to get from this one, and off he runs.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a gamble from VP. Keeping the P90s, obviously, we talked about it. It could be viable for them, but as soon as that smoke comes down, you always have to favour Shroud in that area. And of course, he picks up the initial frag, opens up the bomb site for his team, and they swarm on and take down 3 more frags after that. So, fantastic entry into this gun round for Cloud9 now. They only lose 2 rifles as well. It's not too bad for them. They want to be hunting down Neo here. They know he's got the AWP, so this is definitely worth the investment. Whether they can find that, it'll be great, but it looks like he's going to survive. And that's pretty good news for VP. Obviously, they can utilise this weapon pretty effectively. The money's not too bad for them as well. We talked about them farming so much, so that definitely boosts the economy. Neo was going towards the long A area before. I wouldn't be surprised if he took it towards B this time, just to kind of shut down that play we've just seen from Cloud9.
Well, it worked so perfectly. Let's always remember the fact that they were so good at doing that. But then again, also the P90s were there. Everything is now laid out. So let's see what Virtus Pro can do really with a little bit more rifle power behind them. Maybe not the best utility in the world, but enough to keep this one in check. And it looks like Cloud9 once again eyes trained towards B, but this time Pasha not going to have the P90 fully set this time as Shroud already begins to hunt through. You've said how good this man can be. Let's see if he can step up to the plate once again. Cloud9 held back by these flashes. They're being slowed down, but no one going down just yet. But Shroud will find Pasha. Freakazoid towards Bialy. Once again, they're taking this side. But can the CT side of Virtus Pro slow them down? Can they stop the plant? No. It's all going well again. Cloud9 are keeping this one in check. Taz, Snax, and Neo once again left in this predicament. Bomb still ticking. Taz does find Sean Garris. Quick exchange with Freakazoid, but it's down to a 1v2, and I don't know if Snax can pull this off. Surely he can't, and Skadoodle locks down 2 at the end, and Cloud9 pull this back so close.
That's why I'm surprised that Neo didn't go towards B with the AWP then. They're exactly the same play again. Getting in, once Shroud gets in that position, he can call his teammates. It's clear they're not facing me whatsoever. They can swarm the bombs. I got that first kill, and then that's why I said the AWP could have shut that down. He could have been there making the easy picks, and we know Cloud9 favour that B bomb site so much. It's interesting why they didn't actually opt to try and counter that, but now that forces VP onto an eco here, and all of a sudden Cloud9 picking up some momentum, just doing their standard stuff as well. They haven't really changed much at all. This is a classic Cloud9 play, and it looks like they will be opting once again to go towards this area. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they can just keep this up for the rest of the game. It really is difficult to shut down.
Why change it, right? Let's be honest here. It's worked so far. It's doing well, and they're being fairly cautious with it. Just Shroud and Freakazoid are being such a potent duo in this, and just beautiful aim from Shroud then. Of course, just against the, the pistol side of Virtus Pro.
You can hear the war cries from here from Cloud9. They're definitely firing on all cylinders right now, not dropping a single frag in this round. Neo going to be the remaining man here. Peter 50 in hand, but won't be able to do much of this. Bomb is ticking away now, but yeah, another successful B push from Cloud9, and you've got to ask yourself, do they just keep doing this? There doesn't seem to be a response from Virtus Pro. I saw against Immunity, they were actually getting up onto that upper platform area and facing it. That's what I think Pasha needs to be doing, watching for Shroud to come through that smoke and at least challenge him, not allow him to have so much control and so much positional advantage in that area.
Well, that's something we'll have to keep our eyes on to if they go into the next gun round. Will Pasha actually go for that challenge? Will they draw Neo across if he can get the AWP again?
This is where Sean can be really funny with this. He can be quite creative now. He can work out, he knows that VP is so scared of this push. Maybe you just send Shroud there by himself and the rest of the guys going towards long A, trying to stack the B bomb side to lock this down perhaps. That's what I'd be probably calling right now, trying to mix things up. You can see the buy still isn't great for VP. They're definitely clutching at straws here. They have got some decent smokes, but they haven't got the incendiaries to actually lock off the initial the execution on the bomb side when it comes. So obviously a big round here. Let's see how this one goes down. Will it be a different approach from Cloud9, or will they continue that pressure towards the B area?
It's looking fairly close to. Nothing is heading, a little bit off onto its own, but nothing will be rejoining the rest of the pack and rinse and repeat, and why not? This time, though, Snax is already over there. Bialy, Taz, they've got 4 players towards the B side. At least Pasha did push up, gets denied straight away. 1-for-1 trade, though. It's not gone as bad as before.
No, that's what they needed to do. Pasha need to get out there. 1-for-1 still favours the teaser, and these next fights will be very important. They're aware it's coming, but look at this execution now. Taz has got his work cut out for him. Bialy's going to be waiting, takes down Sean, and then that is the bomb as well. Very important kill.
Bialy had the opportunity then to even do more, but not going to be the point in this one. Snax, though, waiting behind the statue, but it's Freakazoid again. This man is having a brilliant tournament thus far, but Taz is still standing, but not until then. Skadoodle and nothing close out the round, and it doesn't see, it's not just one player doing this. Freakazoid has his moments, nothing then. Skadoodle, all of them just so proficient at that.
So they're trying to respond as well. We saw Pasha go up into the upper platform area, but unfortunately nothing came of it. Making 1 frag is just not enough. That's all Shroud needs to do. If he gets 1 frag there and the exchange is made, 4-on-4 situation, you still favour the T's there. And even when VP had a 4-man stack on the B side, they still don't know how to shut this down. There's no contention in the drop-down area as well. It's just 4 guys going straight out the upper platform. Nothing showing some aggression towards middle at the start, maybe just to kind of mess with the CT's head. But here we go again. Why not? Let's keep going for it.
I just want to see the one response, the one thing that got thrown back in their faces that works, but it's not this round. Shroud already finds Taz, and of course the CT's limited amounts to work with here. And Bialy at least will find Sean Garris and stay alive towards the site. And look at Snacks lurking behind. Doesn't have the opportunity to put anything toward it, as now just Neo left in this one. He's picked himself up a rifle and looks for more. He does get Shroud. 3 left to go. I've said that Neo has been improving drastically in recent times, but not that round. He can't quite shine that brightly. And once again, Cloud9 bomb plant in, completely controlled over B. And, well, this is what I want to see from Virtus Pro. We're going to have the double AWP setup coming out. This could be huge.
This is the perfect response. I said getting the AWP in that area really does shut down this play from Cloud9. It means that Shroud won't have such easy pickings towards the B side. It means that even if he goes for the face, he should be getting locked down now. This is if this goes wrong for them, I'm not really sure what their options are. Pasha, with the AWP, no equipment to speak of, but he is going to be the one trying to lock this down, and they need to work it out now. And you can see all 5 players coming in once again. This is it. This is the real test.
This could be the breaking point. Let's see what we can do here. Shroud does get shut down this time. This is the difference. Finally, Pasha does make the impact, but it's a 1-for-1 trade again. The AWP's now removed from B. Bear in mind, Neo pushed out of A. He's got control there. Taz is going to push close. The flashes come through, but the T side a little more cautious, a little bit more pensive this time. As Skadoodle made out, smoke out. Bialy is on the side there, catches a glimpse. Skadoodle won't hit that shot, but 1 minute left. The T side, they're not going to just re-rushing this one. They're taking their time here.
Well, Neo with that great position as well. They've got a great read on this. The CTs can stay in that B site. They know it's coming. Frags being exchanged now, 3-on-3 situation. Only 2 on the bomb side though. Skadoodle takes down Bialy. Fantastic frag, and that should allow them to get the bomb down now. Neo really needs to work out what he's going to do. He needs to get back into this round, and Snacks looks like he'll be taken down again. And Neo now too far out of this round. 3-on-1 situation. Coming in the back, not going to be able to find a pick here as well. So another fantastic play from Cloud9. Even losing that initial frag. We talked about Pasha trying to get that opening frag. He did it as well, but nothing responded straight away and took the frag back. So it's just, what can they do? How can they get into this? If the double AWP setup's not working for them, Neo's even pushing to the top of middle, and they know exactly what's going on, but they can't seem to find the frags. They're too strong when they come out of the upper area there. So amazing stuff from Cloud9 so far, and this is exactly what we were expecting, but I didn't think it would be this formidable.
And it's just rinse and repeat, because it doesn't need to change. As you say, it's just been working out so well. And this will be another one going on the board for Cloud9. Neo does manage to stay alive, at least with the AWP, but he's probably going to be frustrated by this one, you can imagine. Just been completely locked out of this game so far. He's just not had the opportunity in this. And it looks like Virtus Pro going to be pretty much going back into this one, but what can they do here? This needs to change.
Well, I said that was the perfect response to what was going on. And I think that now they've got the Pasha. Last game, he did do some big work with the Mag 7. We know he can be pretty scary in that area with that gun, but the way Cloud9 are playing right now, I'm not even sure what the response can be. How do you get back into this one? Maybe a boost into the drop-down area would be good, just to kind of get behind the T's and see what happens.
Well, at least Neo this time's coming over towards B. Snacks this time is going to be sat on his own by A, and now Shroud is waiting again. Bialy tempted by the boost then, not going to take it though. Tag comes out, Shroud this time, tags on Pasha with the double. Sean Garris Skadoodle already down and out here. Shroud trying to get themselves back into this. The nade could take down Neo here, but he stays alive on 2 HP. The molly, gonna have to keep him on his toes. He does get taken down. We're in a 3v2, make it a 3v1. Finally, Virtus Pro starting to control Cloud9.
Who would have thought the Mag 7 would save the day as well? I said before, that's what Pasha did against Immunity. He picked up the same thing. 1 shot, 2 kills, and this could be nothing here in the 3-on-1 with the bomb down as well. Very difficult position, gets smoked out here. But the amount of rounds they've had in a row, there's no reason why he can't go for it and just grind down the CT economy even further.
Yeah, Bialy is weak as well. He will take him down. But finally, Virtus Pro make their impression. They find maybe an answer to what Cloud9 were doing time and time again. But can you depend on that? We're going to find out. Pasha's gone back to it, so clearly feeling that is the best way to deal with this.
Well, I'm not sure it's the best way to deal with it. It worked that time. So it seems like the only response they've actually had that's been positive is a Mag 7 up close and personal. But that's what I was saying they should have done. Instead of allowing the T's to come out so far, they need to be up in that platform before they can smoke them out and perhaps getting the early frags. But again, Cloud9 going towards B. I'm not really sure how we can dissect this and analyze it further. They're just going for the same play every single time. It's just the response we're waiting for from VP.
And this time, Neo's not there. Bialy will, however, make a little bit of work happen with Taz picking up Shroud early on. That's a great beginning here for Virtus Pro. But we still know that nothing's been great. This Freakazoid has been a real brute force towards following up after Shroud on towards this site. But now all the Verse Pro players are here. There's 5 players present. They're not messing around. They know what's going on. They maybe had a second of doubt, but no, they know this is happening. Sean Garris gets found by Bialy. Nothing's made his way out, but can't make anything out of it as Neo was just waiting in drop. And now it's Skadoodle shut down. Neo locking that one out with Bialy, and Virtus Pro pulling it back in.
Yeah, it seems like the HG grenades at the start of the round seems to be a very good answer to this. Cloud9 aren't waiting at all. They're not delaying what they're doing. The Stroud's running straight through as fast as he can, and he gets taken down with I think it was a triple HG setup from them. But all 5 players having to go towards the B site now. What a response it is. What a statement it is to show how strong Cloud9 are taking that bomb site. And now they get the AWP out. Maybe a change of pace for them here as they're actually going towards the mid area. Skadoodle's going to be leading the charge here, but you can see the CTs are kind of expecting a change of pace.
Oh, it doesn't matter though. Skadoodle already denying Neo. We've seen him time and time again pushing out towards A long. This time gets challenged and loses out, and there's still Shroud on B. This was something you theorized could have happened earlier even, that maybe you just still send him there, but this time Taz able to come into his own, deny Sean Garris in drop. They're starting to play a little bit more passively almost Versus Pro, with Taz playing outside of drop, not committing fully. I guess when they're seeing players over by A, they don't want to fully buy into it yet.
Well, it's the drop down area is not being used that much, so it doesn't really make sense to commit players to that. You might as well have guys playing passively that can help out on the upper platform approach, but now, like you said, a slower pace here. Skadoodle getting boosted up, trying to see over the smoke whether he can find something. He may actually take down.
If only he knew. Of course, the smoke was there, but Skadoodle still finds it. Pasha goes down, and once again, B is under threat. Bialy's pulled himself back here. There's 3 players on that platform waiting to push in. 40 seconds left. Bialy's going to have to come up with the goods this time. Help is on the way, but a little too late. Shroud doing what he does best. This guy is just showing you a masterclass in how to take B here, as Shroud pushing forward. Finds another. He's not done. He wants to just add insult to injury. Snacks now. Last man standing. Already picked up 2. How much can be asked of one man? And there's the answer. Freakazoid takes him down, and Cloud9. Just that touch of a switch up, but they're still so good at this.
I don't know how Skadoodle found that pick onto Pasha there on the upper platform. I didn't see anyone on my screen, but of course he finds the pick, and once again they make their way onto the bomb site, and Shroud picking up some very valuable kills as well, and that pushes the CT economy even further down into a spiral. The Mag 7 coming out once again. They've lost that AWP that Neo's been utilising at the side alley area, but here we go. It's going to be more players back towards the A's this time, and maybe they can just bait out the B setup, just get the same smoke down, try and peel some CTs back, and then execute towards A. This is actually a really nice response, but Neo, once again, he's going to be over towards A by himself, but he's got the M4 this time instead of the AWP, so difficult for him to get as much information as he has done in the past.
Yeah, he's not able to play as, let's say, aggressively as he'd like to. Shroud is still doing the same thing, but Neo will be put under scrutiny soon enough. Shroud still having a little glimpse. This time Bialy switching up, going to pick up him, and now we finally see Versus Pro with the advantage at the start of the round. It feels like a lifetime since we've last seen that, but Neo dealing with it well, not letting them take full control on long, still allowing Snacks to push up too. This could be big. Great play from Snacks there, stopping those 2 players and cutting Cloud9 pretty much in half here.
Absolutely. So we saw Shroud trying to mimic the same thing we've seen almost every single round. Unfortunately, if he'd have found a pick there, that would have been great. He would have done exactly the same reaction. The CT's been pulled away, and that AXQ would have worked out perfectly for them. But he got taken down, and finally, it looks like VHP may be able to scrap some money together, not losing any frags in this situation. Skadoodle and Sean both opting to save here. 35 seconds remaining on the clock. I wouldn't advise VP go hunting them. They just want to try and save as many guns as they can and maybe get some economy in their favour for once. But it looks like finally they have the response to what's going on. It's been such a crazy game so far. I can't believe how many times they've gone towards B and got away with it as well. But 5 rounds on the board, now 6 for VP. I wouldn't be surprised though if Cloud9 came back, and it looks like they're going to win this half. They're playing so phenomenally well right now.
They have just drastically improved. Your mind always goes back to when these 2 previously meet, and on paper, even the guys that they're saying, Versus Pro, classic at taking down NA teams, always just never seemed phased by it.
That's
but now you're seeing
Cobble.
such a difference.
That's when we saw Cobble come into the veto. That's when it got exciting me. For okay, this is a map where Shroud is so formidable. I always call him the Terminator on this because he just seems to find a kill out absolutely nowhere. Mix that in with Skadoodle as well, and his clutch sort of play, picking up vital frags in the retakes as well. It's so scary to play against. But looking at the money now, it looks like it's actually a pretty much force buy from Cloud9. They've got the AWP obviously saved, but the money isn't great in the rest of the camp. So AK saved, and they will try and keep the money relatively healthy going into future rounds. But it's a big investment as well. But here we go then. It's AWP on Skadoodle. Shroud with the AK as well. They've been the point men definitely on this map so far. But finally a chance for VP to get a few rounds together at least. Shroud coming out though, here he comes. What can he make of this?
It's Shroud's platform now. He's pretty much claimed stake to this just by sheer presence alone, but will be forced back a little bit. He's not having such an easy time. As you said, once their utility starts coming to place for the CT side, they can actually force him away, brute force him away, allow Pasha some presence there. But the T side, Cloud9 having to be a little bit more respectful of this. But then again, we saw that, Skadoodle can still find those shots even when the T side has been pushed back a little bit.
Well, this is a round VP should be winning in this situation. You can see there's not really many options. They haven't got positional control. That's Cloud9 of those. But going towards B once again, Skadoodle's actually in the drop-down area. Seeing if he can find a frag. I don't think anything's going to come his way. So it may just be the standard execution for them. They've got two smokes remaining, in fact. So whether they'll be going for the very similar picks, but we can see Pasha now actually on the platform, contending that position.
Yeah, Taz just waiting passively by drop. We've seen him fall back. You said there's been very little point in challenging this because they haven't played it too much, but now he can come around the backside as they drop in. That's Freakazoid removed, but Pasha now surrounded. Skadoodle has free reign, but Bialy pushes out from that platform, and now he should be able to lock it down as he does, leaving just Skadoodle alive. And Virtus Pro finally starting to work this one, but as you said, that was a round they should be picking up.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering they had 3 Tech-9s there on the bye, they go into this last round now with a pretty ropey setup as well. They're going to be full Tech-9s, some Deagles there. I don't think any rifles can have this play whatsoever. Skadoodle does have 3 grand. He could bring a Galil to the party if needed, but it is not going to happen. They're going to concentrate on the utility here, so perhaps more of a set piece coming into this. I wouldn't be surprised if it did the same thing, went towards B, dropped as many smokes as they could, just try to get out, take that initial frag, and as soon as the bomb goes down, it becomes very interesting at that stage. But it looks like they're actually going to be utilising the drop-down area more this time.
Yeah, putting a little more focus towards it. It has worked out before, Sean Garrett's got behind them, but again, it's going to be Shroud making his way out. It's already out towards B. Pasha does find one, but 3 players pouring through drop is going to add so much pressure here towards Virtus Pro. Bialy finds Sean Garrett, but look at this, nothing, and Shroud is still alive. They could get something done here. Nothing's recovered in AK, but no, Snack says no. Shroud now 1v3, Tech-9 to hand, and not a great deal else. They know where he is. And he shouldn't be able to get away with this one. He does find Pasha. Molly comes out. 1 HP here. He needs to be careful, that Molly. A little close for comfort. Flash comes in, and Snacks closes it down. Virtus Pro will at least lead by a touch on this half, but that was extraordinary play from Cloud9.
A crazy spell of rounds when they got 6 in a row on the terrorist side. Had they won the pistol as well, this would be too far gone for VP to get back into, but winning the half is very important for VP. I don't think this is as much as a CT bias map as people conceive it to be. It's definitely, when you have creative play like that from Cloud9 and they're able to run the execution so effectively, you can definitely pick up a lot of rounds. And VP, we saw struggling a lot. They had to almost commit 5 players to the B bomb site almost every single time just to lock down what Cloud9 were doing. But once they did find out how to do it, it seemed like Cloud9's other options going towards the slow plays towards A, it didn't seem as much, it didn't seem as impactful as what they were doing before. So well played to VP to actually get back into this. It looked like it was going to be a horrible situation for them. They actually made it pretty competitive now. Going into the second half, pistol is going to be so big for both teams. I think VP are feeling the pressure after that one, especially. They didn't take a pause either, which is interesting. I would have definitely called for a tactical pause at some stage just to kind of work out what they can do and react to it. You saw them try the AWPs, and it was actually the Max 7 that kind of got them back into that series.
That double from Pasha that you actually called out at the start. It was the thing that helped them previously that they brought back in, and it actually worked. And off the back of that, they seem to start building around it. But let's also take into account, what do we make of Virtus Pro on their T side, Cloud9 now on the CT side? Is there a favourable side there for these teams specifically, or is it literally just down to how they're playing directly in the rounds?
It's such a fragging map, right? It just comes down to who's opening up. VP, they favour the B bomb side as well. They've got some very good executions, but after that, they're probably a little bit rattled. It must have been a very stressful game for them. You can see Cloud9 looking very cool and calm. But yeah, this is definitely the game we hoped for, and it's been very exciting so far. So pistol round going to be huge. I'd expect to see VP do something very simple going into this one. They probably want to just opt for a B rush themselves and show that they can do the same thing, get in there. It's definitely the most preferred option to do. We saw Taz lock it down so well in the drop down area. That's kind of an anomaly. You don't see many CT teams able to convert 3 headshots into a drop down rush, but let's see how this one goes down. Now, having a look at the T-bar, we can see the pistol run is just about to begin. Time ticking away to see the armor coming up for them. 3 players on armor, but 2 utility players as well. So they've got 2 smoke grenades, which suggests something a little bit more methodical as well. But Cloud9, I wouldn't be surprised if they went for something quite aggressive and showed their force elsewhere on the map. Here we go. Freakazoid going to be the one towards the long area by himself. And that's going to be the bomb as well for VP. So not a fast play from them. They're going to do something quite tactical here. So maybe just trying to get some attention towards the B side.
I can't wait to see this play out. You said it would be a little bit more tactical, a little bit more, let's say, refined, and it certainly looks as though it's going to be that. But Shroud is going to be just gifted, presented Neo on a play after he was just boosted up by drop. But Taz and Snacks work it out on long. So A is completely open. The CTs on the rotate, pouring back in towards A. Snacks, Pasha, Taz, and Bialy still alive.
Look at the reaction from the T's, though. They're doing the opposite. They're going back towards B straight away. So this next frag, very important. Bialy showing some presence in the drop-down area now. CTs need to work at what's going on as well. Taz is going to be instrumental here. If he can find a frag, it's going to confuse Cloud9 no end.
Yeah, let's see if he can sell the fake, see if he can keep them in place. I think Skadoodle and Sean Garris are pretty much lapping this one up. Only nothing keeping that B site in mind, and he's going to be screaming for help soon. Snacks, Bialy, Pasha, all starting to come to